Chapter 621. When Songshur arrived at the scrap metal recycling station, he found the 5 people still standing there. "Who's the leader?" Songshur asked, his gaze fixed on one of them, remaining fixed on him. The psychic technique glassy observation is derived from the imagery of inner and outer clarity, pure and without blemish, allowing the user to use themselves as a mirror to see the opponent's flaws and weaknesses. However, as a psychic technique of the divine eye and spiritual eye lineage, it also has the effect of enhancing observational skills to some extent. "Hello." Marsh felt like he could hear himself swallow. "I'm Marsh Lowell, we're wanderers. We just came here hoping to try our luck. Thank you so much for saving my life. If you need anything, we do our best." The man tried to be humble, but the other interrupted, "How good are your tribe's cybernetic doctors? And what about mechanics?" "Cybernetic doctors?" Marsh hesitated, quickly going through his memories, carefully choosing his words. "Cybernetic. I heard about it. These high-end devices are too expensive, we can't afford them. We do have mechanics though, and their skill level is adequate. Cybernetic technology is still in its infancy." Songshur thought to himself, although he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was simply a matter of restrictions not being lifted, and that it was only being introduced into the civilian market. "The mercenary group, Lemon?" Songshur nodded, then added, "We were just trying to kill your men for a bit of fun." Hearing this, Marsh's expression darkened noticeably. He gave a low hum. "I heard of such things. Thank you again for saving our lives." "No anger?" Songshur observed the man's expression and bluntly stated, "Too calm." Marsh's lips twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head. "Living is hard enough." Songshur nodded, stepped over the makeshift metal stairs, and squeezed through the gaping hole in the barbed wire fence into the scrap yard. Behind the young man, the others exchanged glances, quickly made a few hand gestures, and then, at Marsh's signal, hurried after him. Psionicists are unpredictable, especially given the young man's demeanor. He was likely a terrifying being with third-ring psionic abilities. Even with their regret and fear, they had no choice but to follow unless he gave them a direct answer. They had clearly seen the fleeting flames from the hotel. Songshur stopped before the mountain of garbage. At first, the garbage was compressed into large cubes, like containers stacked together, but its owner seemed to quickly lose patience. Further on, machine castings, broken appliances, and plastics were haphazardly dumped together, a viscous, unidentified liquid flowing across the ground, forming puddle specks of colorful oil. "Are you local wanderers?" Ignoring the onrushing industrial fumes, Songshur suddenly spoke. Marsh immediately replied, "No, we're just passing through this area, originally planning to resupply along the way." "Do you have a destination?" "Destination?" Marsh was taken aback, thought for a few seconds, and whispered, "Sir, what destination do we have? We just go wherever there's no fighting for the time being, wandering around aimlessly." So Songshur turned to him, "You be going to many places next?" Marsh struggled to keep up with the other's leaps of thought, humming in agreement, Can I say that? Is there anything you need us to do?" There was no answer. Under their watchful eyes, a crimson-gold flame suddenly rose, then, like a dam opening its gates, it roared and submerged the thousands of square meters of the scrap metal recycling station. The murky yellow haze of sulfides, fluorides, and hydrogen sulfide that shrouded the recycling station vanished instantly, like fog on a mirror, defying chemical reactions to become harmless ash. Next came the puddles containing heavy metals, which boiled and evaporated, also turning into ash carried away by the wind. Marsh was astonished to find that, sometime during the day, the red light on the Geiger indicator had stopped shining, replaced by a stable green. He was startled. The radiation had been burned away? Songshur watched all this unfold quietly, as if he were giving an effortless yawn. Psionic art rendering. Psionic art ember. One modifies the properties of matter, the other destroys matter. Theoretically, the harmless treatment of industrial waste requires the collaboration of numerous equipment, more than 10 steps, and several days. For Songshur now, however, it's merely a matter of a thought. And before the terrifying total reserve of spiritual energy, whether the garbage mountain is prefixed with dozens of piles, or one pile, makes little difference. Even electromagnetic waves, like radioactive radiation, whose nature is inherently elusive and uncertain, can be burned away with a little more effort. Songshur shifted his gaze. The sea of fire, originally precisely targeting only the mist and wastewater puddles, suddenly contracted, surging wildly into the garbage mountain from countless gaps. This should have been a horrifying scene, but in that instant, Marsh inexplicably felt a magnificent beauty. And then, change happened. It was as if countless skilled old blacksmiths had descended from the heavens. The rust-free iron chains that had been barely holding the gears together lay forgotten in a corner. The lone machine tool spindle box, its surface cracked, revealed that the embedded debris and slime had been completely consumed by the flames, yet not a single component had been burned. The wreckage of the magnetic levitation cargo hold clung to sparks, silently devouring the casing. When the flames dissipated, only a perfectly intact repulsive magnetic levitation component remained. Worn-out old firearms were forcibly dismantled as the firelight swept across them, the unusable parts reduced to ashes, leaving behind countless parts of all sizes scattered on the ground. Such scenes occurred every moment, in every corner of the junkyard. Psionic art, flame of forging. A psionic art born from the imagery of forging, intimately connected to fire. When Song Shi was still at the low-level ring, its effects were limited to simple, rough processing of external objects, and a certain degree of shaping of his own psionic flames. The former effect might have made him a decent blacksmith in ancient times, but it was completely ineffective against modern high-precision machine tools. But Song Shi was no longer at the low-level ring. With the psionic power propelled by reaching the fourth ring, sublimation, and with enhanced control over psionic techniques like the heart of forging, his forging flames could achieve incredibly detailed precision machining, even exceeding the limitations of physics and chemistry to some extent, much like parts that, through recasting, were forcibly restored from worn out to a brand new state. Unfortunately, it still fell short. Song Shi thought to himself. While the current operation was undeniably ingenious, its essence remained the recycling of waste, the reuse of existing materials, not creation. If he were to break through to the fifth ring, perhaps his forging flame would advance further, possessing molecular-level recombination capabilities. In that case, it wouldn't be about turning broken waste into usable waste, but truly transforming waste into treasure. Marsh stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his neck like a rusty gear, rattling but unable to turn. Is this something a human can do? Can psionic energy be used for creation? Utterly astonished, a tingling sensation shot through his skull, quickly transforming into a profound fear. Not a personal, emotional terror, but a terror akin to being on a ship in the deep sea, suddenly illuminated by a flash of lightning revealing the silhouette of a colossal creature after a violent storm. A terror beyond comprehension, beyond human understanding. Marsh had seen psionicists before. When the wailing of air raid sirens echoed through the streets, massive artillery barrages rained down from the sky, accompanied by figures clad in exoskeletons, darting about at high speed. But that was too far off. He was lucky enough to drive away from the burning city before the roads were completely blocked, becoming a wanderer. Now, without any technological intervention, the unbelievable scene was unfolding before his eyes. Huff. The raging inferno came quickly, and went quickly. In just a few breaths, the once mountainous, sewage-filled junkyard had returned to its original state, newly built, yet to be put into operation. Aside from the numerous newly renovated items in the central area, how many local vagrants are there? Song Shi asked. Not many. Marsh quickly composed himself and cautiously replied, We joined the local vagrant support community in Hogarth. There are about 3,000 people in it. 3,000 people. Even for a town, that's not a particularly large population, and in a city, it's even less significant. Song Shi nodded slightly. He had already roughly surveyed the area. Hogarth wasn't large, it was merely a small city. And after years of confrontation between the United Government and the Eastern Republic, with several fronts repeatedly pulled in and out of sync, Hogarth had been on the front lines for a period, resulting in the current scene of the city being almost deserted. Marsh. Hearing his name called, Marsh's heart tightened. He replied respectfully, Please speak. Take some photos and videos, and post them in the local vagrant community. Tell them about the situation here, Song Shi said. These are all you need, they should last a long time. Although he had a vague idea, Marsh still felt a sense of absurdity when the other person actually said it. Then, he was silent for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, Sir, what do we have to give in return? There's no such thing as a free lunch in an office building, nor in the wasteland. Song Shi chuckled. He seemed to be looking at Marsh, but also at everyone present. I have only one request of you. Take these, and in the future, offer as much help as you can to everyone you meet. Song Shi smiled slightly. Then tell them what happened here. I want you to spread my name, to tell me what happened. The air seemed to freeze. To offer, whatever help you can. To spread your name. Marsh hesitated for a moment, then realized something, his heart pounding. This was propaganda, that a new force was about to enter the fray. who intended to get involved in this war between the Eastern Republic and the United Government? Or was it just a small, local power trying to make its mark? Thoughts swirled in his mind, racing and then vanishing. Marsh wanted to refuse. It was precisely because they didn't want to get involved in this that they had become wanderers. The resources before them were precious, but they couldn't buy their lives. Could they really not? When his gaze unconsciously drifted to a chipped, round device, Marsh found himself unable to utter the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. He recognized it, a water purifier, and judging by the company logo, it was a reputable brand called Reality Prayer. This company, once dedicated to outdoor adventure equipment and supplies, underwent a dramatic transformation during the war, selling large quantities of emergency survival gear and food. In this era of widespread infrastructure and water/electricity network collapse, they amassed a fortune by exploiting countless people displaced by the war. For wanderers, clean water is often more important than food. Marsh could see that, after being burned by the flames, even the filter cartridge, which had been soaked and blackened with filth, miraculously became clean and transparent again beneath the crack in the water tank. And another thing. Flames can burn away a junkyard. They can also easily reduce him and his group to ashes. Thank you for your generosity. Really, I don't know what to say. His thoughts were quickly organized. Marsh's lips moved slightly, and a grateful but not exaggerated expression appeared on his face. Don't worry, praising your name? We keep it in mind. Before long, everyone will know you. As if suddenly remembering something, he asked, then how should we address you? Nando. This was said in the Eastern Continent language. Songsher paused, then repeated, Nando. Nando? Marsh imitated the pronunciation, uttering a slightly strange syllable. This is your name? No, a name isn't needed. Songsher shook his head, staring at the man before him. Just Nando, and that's all. I see. Marsh said, oh, I understand. You can move now. Songsher looked up at the sky. I killed that mercenary group, and they haven't received a signal yet. The military will definitely send someone to investigate. Hurry up, take as much as you can. Don't worry about getting burned. No one cares about a few scavengers. Since the other party had spoken, what could they say but obey? His companions couldn't worry too much. They rushed forward, taking out their pre-prepared backpacks and straps, sifting through the dazzling pile of junk. Marsh lagged behind. When he turned around, he suddenly saw the young man walking away. Sir? He called out almost unconsciously. The other person stopped, turned their head, and smiled at the man. In the man's brown eyes, a face was reflected, clearly, yet somehow, it seemed like flickering firelight, blurry and indistinct. Marsh rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was no one there. Chapter 622. Songsher walked along the long street. From the scattered, fallen billboards, it was clear that before the war, this was a commercial street. Now, only deathly silence remained. Almost no shop window was intact. Amidst the shards of glass, several wolf cub dolls, trampled countless times, lay quietly, dirty, and their greasy fur curled up. A hand picked up a doll. A flash of fire illuminated the scene, the stains disappearing in an instant. Songsher placed 3 dolls one by one beside the shop window. The dolls displayed adorable, blank expressions, staring motionlessly at the half-collapsed Polly Pizza shop across the street, and the skull hanging above it. The place is deserted. Then, Songsher continued forward. A blue advertising sign lay fallen among a pile of rubble, the words wartime relief loans at your service scrawled over with red paint, stroke after stroke. The corporate alliance was already showing signs of success. No, it was practically on the verge of success. Songsher looked at them. It was said that before the Seven Earths War, while the companies were indeed closely allied with politicians, exchanging interests, the government ruling this land still held considerable power. Until the war broke out, in order to maximize the war's potential, the government continuously ceded power to the companies, loosening regulations. This indeed allowed the United Government to resist the invasion, and even gain a position to manipulate the situation. What was the price? A rustling sound came from beneath his feet. The concrete ground shook a few times, then was suddenly pushed aside, revealing a beetle's tentacles, about half a meter long. But at the base of the tentacles, there was a rotting rat with a missing eye. If a rat with a mouth big enough to swallow a cat whole can still be considered a rat. Songsher stared at the scarlet eyes. In just a few seconds, a black shadow emerged from the rubble and slowly surrounded the young man. Each rat was the size of a calf, its fur torn and covered in bloody scars. Every step it took left a sticky footprint. Perhaps due to radiation, Songshur could sense that these rats' body temperature was significantly higher than normal, around 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. They were like moving fermentation bags, ready to explode at any moment. According to the mercenaries, the company responsible for this front in the Eastern Continent Republic under the United Government was a pure white entity. Thud. Stinky saliva dripped down. The rats breathed rapidly, their bloodied forelimbs stomping violently on the ground. Then, they suddenly accelerated, and in an instant, a series of black shadows like cannonballs engulfed the young man, only to vanish completely in the sudden gust of wind. Perhaps they were lab rats that escaped from a laboratory, or perhaps just a group of poor creatures who, after spending their days in the sewers and drinking wastewater from who knows where, suffered genetic mutations. All speculation and truth were reduced to ashes in the flames. Songshur continued forward. The air raid siren echoed, like the feeble scream of a dying person, lingering over the city ruins. A swarm of rockets, trailing their contrails, arrived as expected, showering Hogarth with destruction. The earth trembled violently, and all the buildings in sight swayed precariously, as if in terror. Golden flames, barely rising, were pierced by countless shrapnel, the flames and steam evaporating into massive mushroom clouds. At a time when even heavily armored tanks had to huddle together for cover, amidst the countless explosions, the young man remained unfazed, walking straight ahead, still measuring the world with his footsteps. Neither the flying shrapnel nor the explosions themselves were of any use to a fourth-ring psionicist. Apart from the scalding smoke, nothing could touch the young man's body. Songshur breathed silently, the pungent smell filling his nostrils, attempting to leave an indelible mark. This round of shelling lasted for half an hour. The city seemed even more damaged, or perhaps it was just an illusion. The collapsed supermarket remained collapsed, the shattered shelves held no new puff snacks. The wreckage of cars on the street burned relentlessly, but the empty fuel tanks, long since looted, gave the flames a fierce yet ultimately weak aura. The only difference from before was that the pharmacy service robot, which had been pinned under the billboard and constantly shouting "Don't wallow in grief. Painkillers at 59% off," finally fell silent after half its head was blown to pieces. Finally, Songshur stopped. The sky had completely darkened sometime during the night. The city had too. After several skirmishes, Hogarth's water and electricity networks had almost completely collapsed. Considering the cost-effectiveness, the United Government had no interest in rebuilding this mess, and after deploying a few scattered soldiers to garrison the area, they strategically abandoned it. The surging darkness pressed in, and Songshur, letting the last bit of his face be submerged, tilted his head back. In his azure pupils, a magnificent galaxy was reflected, a sight only possible after the neon light pollution had died down. The destructive power is greater than in the era of the 7 Upper Sects, but less than in the era of the Second 7 Earth War, Songshur muttered to himself. The rest seems no different. Bang, 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 bang. 3 pale white beams of light cleave the night sky, concrete fragments rising in the shockwaves, turning into a shower of gray dust. A powerful roar of rotors, like a distant storm approaching, suddenly descended. This is a one-time warning. Stay put. Otherwise, we have the right to open fire. Armed helicopters hovered hundreds of meters above, 3 beams of light rapidly shifting across the ground, finally converging at a single point, illuminating the black-haired youth. You are suspected of 12 crimes, including endangering national security, intentional murder, and vandalism. Surrender immediately. Don't even think about making any unnecessary moves. In a fleeting glance, at the hatch of one of the armed helicopters, a long-haired man stood with his arms crossed, casually surveying the scene below. The second-tier transcendent psychic energy, the pure white creature bioarmor Tolan Vine, professional, customized training, and excellent tactical skills. This is the formidable strength to single-handedly defeat an armed battalion. The mercenary group Lemon, sent to garrison the area but unfortunately sacrificed, is merely an opponent who requires a little effort. Not to mention the 3 armed helicopters accompanying him, carrying heavy firepower and technological suppression equipment. Through the extrasensory system's observation, the opponent's bioenergy intensity is at the second tier. Facial recognition, uploaded to the company database for comparison, no information found. They are stray psychics, a bunch of lonely wild dogs. At this moment, the man heard the other party speak. If I surrender, what will happen? No good outcome. Are you expecting to slice him up? The man said slowly. We reasonably assess the damage you caused, sign a contract, and you be repaid through forced labor, probably for 600 years? He shrugged. That depends on your work efficiency. Songshur remained noncommittal. He picked up a pocket watch at his feet. The case and gears were long gone. His thumb traced a laser-etched indentation on the back cover, likely 2 names. Hogarth had hundreds of thousands of people. Where are they now? Dead, escaped, protected in the rear. The man waved his hand. Population is a very precious resource. Shouldn't we cherish it? Following the signal, the accompanying armed soldiers, their tactical boots, magnetic flux buffers rubbing against the steel cables, released their grip when 200 meters off the ground. The exoskeleton joint's pressure relief hissed, the soldiers' only reaction upon landing. They surrounded the young man, slowly approaching. What actually hinders further performance improvements in fighter jets is the pilot's own physiological functions. The same applies to exoskeletons. Even with load-bearing and cushioning systems, the human body remains too vulnerable in most situations. Fortunately, as a subordinate unit of pure white creatures, they benefited from the corporation's advantages. Bioimplants and gene enhancement surgeries greatly enhanced their physiological functions and unlocked the performance limits of their exoskeletons. The war had raged for many years, the world seemingly on fast forward, changing every morning. These bioimplant technologies were no exception, advancing rapidly and flourishing. One wonders what the brains of those white-coated researchers in the R&D department were thinking. The city brightened briefly. Then, as the flames subsided, the darkness, like water, enveloped Songsher behind him. He continued forward. Hogarth was traversed in a straight line, the buildings gradually thinned out, leaving only the winding highway. Finally, even the highway broke apart, targeted artillery fire shattering the road surface after its third repair. A group of motorcycle bandits, taking advantage of the fighting, roamed the desolate land, whistling as they crashed in, kicking up layers of murky dust behind them. The men, having just eaten candy, looked satisfied, shouting and raising their rifles wrapped in tattered cloth, bullets sparking against the sandstone. Songsher raised his hand. The crudely made rifle melted into molten iron, then solidified into a straight iron spear. The spear stood firmly in the earth, bearing the remnants of terrified corpses, greasy dreadlocks fluttering in the wind, and the words Nando deeply etched into the ground before each spear. New building outlines slowly emerged from the horizon. Amidst the stench reminiscent of a mammal's womb, Songsher stepped into this small town. This place, which even the bandits of the wasteland avoided, opened its arms to a new visitor. With a soft thud, a delicate, flesh-colored fungal membrane spread from the eaves to the streets, a network of visible blood vessels slowly undulating within it. With each step, strands of slime were expelled from the soles of his feet. In the dark corners where sunlight couldn't reach, cocoons the size of adult eggs were teeming. Songsher pushed open one door, then a second. The basement door opened, revealing a trembling, terrified woman. In her swaddling clothes, the infant cried out in pain from being tightly bound. A long silent stare, until the baby cried until it was too weak to continue sleeping. The woman trembled as she tried to unbutton her clothes. Songsher shook his head. The woman paused, then cautiously asked, "The government has come to rescue us?" Songsher shook his head again. She was distraught. Just then, a series of intermittent splashing sounds, like a kitchen faucet left running, came from the doorway. Hearing this sound, the woman was jolted back to reality, her pupils contracting. "They're here!" A dark shadow slammed from the eaves onto the lawn engulfed by the fungal film, splashing sticky liquid with a splatter. The shadow shook its head, then raised it, revealing hollow eye sockets and a mouth teeming with fungal trichomes. Following the tattered suit, one could vaguely imagine its former grandeur. This adult man lay sprawled on the ground, his joints reversed, like a four-legged animal. Further away, cocoons burst open, and creatures like the former shook their wet bodies. The next moment, they surged towards the hut like a tidal wave. "Come out," Songsher gently knocked on the basement door. "You're not the only living person here." The woman remained silent, terrified. The nearest monster sprang from the ground, its grayish-white, crystalline fingernails lunging at the young man. Bang! A burst of flame, then a swarm of flames. When the woman stumbled out of the basement, everything before her was ablaze. The spreading fungal film, the spores floating in the air, and the once good and now bad neighbors, the deformed monsters, all vanished into thin air. This, the woman murmured, her face filled with bewilderment. Nothing's left. The artificial defense technology of the pure white creatures, an earlier version, is far more rudimentary than the version developed and perfected by Jadeite Pharmaceuticals. Songsher stepped out from under the eaves, and the crimson-gold sea of fire parted to separate him. The woman, clutching her baby, immediately followed. A special parasitic colony, spreading through spores. It can parasitize the nervous system, dramatically stimulating the host's bodily functions. Even an ordinary person can become a master at tearing apart tigers and leopards. The downside is its high consumption of biomass, so they desperately crave flesh and blood. From another perspective, this isn't a downside. The cluttered bathroom door shook violently, then was flung open. A shotgun shell fired, turning to ash in less than 1/10 of a second. The gaunt man, his eyes bloodshot, stared blankly for a long time after recognizing the young man and woman in front of the door. Highly polluting, proliferating, and highly efficient in utilizing human resources. Any conventional light infantry force without heavy firepower passing through here will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Songsher smashed open a grain warehouse, pulling out a man with ruddy cheeks. One of the essential elements for victory in war is the unequal exchange of resources. 13 people, these were the survivors of this town, which at its peak had over 5,000 inhabitants, chosen as the artificial defense line. After a brief moment of euphoria, the crimson-golden flames reflected their bewildered faces. The parasites showed no interest in most grains, carbohydrates, or water. After being purified by the flames, these scavenged items filled a school bus. Out of gas, the man's cautious words trailed off. Flames enveloped the bus, and after a brief warm-up, the engine roared to life. "Get on." They filed in. "I don't want to go to the city," a drunken man sobbed softly. "I had enough of this. I'd rather stay in the wild." The bus moved far faster than initially planned. 20 minutes later, in a makeshift camp, dozens of wanderers nervously raised their dart gun barrels, aiming at the suddenly stopped bus. Some food and water were exchanged for the right to join. "Wait, wait!" Just as the bus was about to depart again, the man suddenly remembered something. He caught up with the bus and shouted, "What's your name?" 2 words drifted on the wind: Nando. Chapter 623. Nando. The eldest son of the Juanchi Lu family, a second-tier noble family in the Eastern Continent Republic, was flipping through reports on his desk. It was a thick stack of paper documents, a personal quirk of his in this era of widespread paperless offices. He lowered his head, quickly skimming the documents, his tone calm. "Can anyone tell me where this guy came from?" No one qualified to be in this office was an ordinary person. Even the lowest ranking was a brigade commander leading a full-strength unit. But at this moment, no one dared to speak rashly. The man before them was one of the commanders of the Eastern Continent Republic's operations against the United Government. On this front alone, his status was second only to a handful of others. Moreover, he was a key figure being groomed by a second-tier noble family, one of the next generation's family head candidates. The dual pressure of bloodline and position was enough to suffocate anyone. Lu Xian hummed in agreement. "Nobody's going to say anything?" This time, silence was impossible. An intelligence chief said sternly, "Lord Lu, it's very strange. We can't find any information about this person. It's like he appeared out of thin air." "Can't find anything?" Lu Xian raised his eyelids. "How so? Is it covered up, or something else?" "It's exactly what it sounds like, Lord Lu," the other replied. "We can only confirm that his earliest appearance was in Hogarth. There's no trace of anything before that." "What about the divination?" "I remember Zhang Yitian arrived here from China 6 days ago." Lu Xian remained noncommittal. "A third-ring revelation specializing in divination. Can't he see through this guy's background?" "We did indeed intend to, and we even submitted an application," the other party said respectfully. However, after Master Zhang arrived at the base, he first engaged in a magical duel with Virginia of the United Government, and both sides were seriously injured. Master Zhang is currently recuperating, and cannot spare the time to perform divination again. Virginia Salome, a third-ring revelation supported by the supercorporation Fubo Energy. She was hired by pure white creatures at a high price to assist them, and with her superb premonition technique, she has repeatedly seen through their plans, causing them considerable losses. So Lu Xian finally raised his eyes. "This is your excuse for being lazy?" Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on the other party's forehead. A great source, who is conservatively estimated to have risen to the third ring. Lu Xian released his grip, and the frayed report slammed onto the table. The printed photo on the paper was clearly visible. It was a young man walking on the ground, with a winding convoy behind him. A psionicist capable of single-handedly breaching a defensive line and capturing a city. After appearing for a full 32 days, you tell me you have no information about him. You don't even know his surname or given name. The other man's sweat beaded even more profusely. He forced a smile and explained in a hoarse voice, "Lord Lu, the war is currently raging, and our main forces have been deployed to confront the pure white creatures. We're short-handed, and according to our current assessment, He doesn't seem to harbor much hostility towards our army. Not much? Lu Xian stood up and came to the man's side from behind the table. Their faces were almost touching. At such a close distance, the former's third-ring balanced psionic power brought a terrifying pressure. Not much? He repeated. Last month, the Immigration Bureau's results in this war zone were 2,625 people, and this month it's 497. Lu Xian stared at the man, their noses almost touching. Think carefully, and then tell me, where did those 2,128 people go? Where did they go? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. The Pure White Creatures Human Resources Department? But every month before, they were competing with us for people. Did they suddenly increase their efforts this month? I didn't know they had so much spare capacity. Well, after all, he hasn't directly attacked our military base yet. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man realized his mistake and quickly added, Lord Lu, we have already sent agents to infiltrate his followers and monitor his movements in real time. He has already killed quite a few diligent Immigration Bureau field agents. Sure enough, Lu Xian's face immediately turned cold. In this era of great strife, if my Eastern Continent Republic is even slightly careless, let alone the future restoration of the Divine Court, it will face national annihilation in an instant. To support our military campaigns, do you even realize the immense pressure we're under? Even citizens of the 6th and 7th classes have to work arduous jobs, let alone those of the 8th class. If it weren't for the immigration bureaus across the country constantly bringing in 9th class citizens to alleviate the pressure and fill the gaps, do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me? Not much hostility. We haven't even directly attacked the army's base yet? How dare you say that? Lu Xian sneered several times and sat back down in his chair. I don't care what level of importance you originally placed on this person, now, raise it all by one level. The only thing you did right was send out special agents. Have them keep a close eye on the target, and report to me immediately if there's any unusual activity. Someone understood the unspoken meaning and cautiously asked, should we hold back for now? Do you think experts confident in dealing with this level of psionicis can be mobilized at will? Or should I simply invite the Commander-in-Chief to intervene? The Commander-in-Chief, Yu Junkai, is one of the highest military commanders of the Eastern Continent Republic's front against the Pure White Creatures. A powerful figure who single-handedly transformed the Yu family of Dongshan from a destitute clan into a fourth-tier aristocratic family. A fourth-ring great source psionicist, he was the one who, in the Battle of Boros a few months ago, overpowered a fourth-ring beyond Pure White Creature, severely damaging the Iron Curtain defense system of the Boros region and achieving this great victory. Let the Pure White Creatures deal with this walking bomb for now. Their HR department has lost quite a few employees, and several of their secret testing grounds have been destroyed, the world's most cutting-edge bioengineering technology. Lu Xian said unhappily, a bunch of madmen who act recklessly because they have low human rights. In a cluster of low shacks, the curtain of one of them was lifted, and a fairly robust middle-aged man slipped in. A young man was also in the shop, looking at a list. A wooden board covered with product names written in ink marker hung on the wall. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man only once before looking away. He carefully examined the wooden board, named a few items to the shopkeeper, and as the latter rummaged through a box at the back of the shop and brought it over, he asked again, do you have Type 5 neutralizing agent? Type 5 neutralizing agent? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper chuckled. Leaving aside whether I have any friends or not, this person's radiation sickness has reached the point where he needs Type 5 to be saved. I suggest you feed him a lot of the good stuff, then just throw him away. That's none of your business, Marsh said, his tone unchanged. Is it? No, the shopkeeper answered crisply. These people are recklessly dropping nuclear bombs these days. They're in high demand, and production is prioritized for the military. There are some big shots who manage to get in touch with the military, negotiate profit sharing, and then secretly resell them on the market. He pointed to the leaky corrugated iron ceiling. Do I look like a big shot to you? Marsh paid and left the shack without a word. Lifting the curtain, the sweltering, stuffy air vanished instantly behind him. A grayish-white structure stretched overhead, then abruptly broke in half 100 meters later. Beneath the arch of this broken bridge lay the nearby, somewhat infamous black market. Shacks and stalls huddled together, with small groups of people, most of them with bulging pockets. Marsh exhaled, tightened his leather jacket, his expression no longer calm, but clearly somber. Minzad's hometown was hit by a nuclear bomb. He escaped barely alive, his car stranded in the wilderness. He would have died had he not met them. He became a wanderer, but radiation sickness and its complications haunted him, And he's been surviving for years on neutralizing agents. While neutralizing agents can prolong life, a complete cure is difficult. A group of impoverished wanderers clearly couldn't afford to crowdfund enough money to send him to a major hospital under Pure White Bio for full treatment and surgery. Everyone knows Pure White Bio is skilled at treating illnesses, and everyone knows their hospitals don't admit the poor. But they still had to find a way. Mutual help and sticking together were the foundation of the Wanderer tribe's survival. Thinking back, Marsh felt a pang of regret. He should have risked asking that obviously powerful psychic for help when he met him. Friend. Just then, a low voice came from the side. Marsh turned sharply, and saw it was the young man from the shop earlier. You want Type 5 neutralizer, right? I know where to get it. He smiled slightly. It's not convenient to talk here. Shall we go somewhere else? A few minutes later, inside an old-fashioned Jeep. Marsh sat in the passenger seat, his side door ajar, his hand in his pocket, gripping his pistol. Now you can talk, right? The boss wasn't lying to you. Type 5 neutralizer is indeed in high demand right now, the young man in the driver's seat said, seemingly oblivious to the other's cautious demeanor. But I have connections to get you some. Let me ask you a question first. Marsh didn't hesitate. Go ahead. Have you heard of Nandu? For the first time in the conversation, the young man's composed expression showed surprise. The young man scrutinized the man closely. The other man had nearly bumped his head against the windshield. Do you need to open the window for some fresh air? He asked tactfully. Marsh rubbed his forehead. I heard of it, what's wrong? Heard of it. That makes things easier. The young man opened a storage box and took out a roll of plastic. This is a flyer. It has our website address on it. In 6 days, we be holding a big gathering where you find the Type 5 neutralizer you want. Marsh took the plastic and unrolled it. Printed on it were some photos and text. The most eye-catching, the central image, was a picture of the young man's back. Memories flooded back. Marsh recognized him instantly. It was the same person who had called himself Nando. From now on, offer whatever help you can to everyone you meet. I want you to spread my name and tell me what I have told you. These words echoed in Marsh's mind. The other party had saved their lives and generously donated a large amount of repaired equipment. He wasn't ungrateful. Over the past few days, he had offered some help to the wandering groups and travelers he encountered, sharing some supplies and explaining their origins. But that was all. And now, just over a month later, hundreds of miles from Hogarth, he heard the name again from someone else. May I ask? Marsh glanced at the flyer, which emphasized the safety and reliability of the gathering, focusing on mutual aid and providing abundant food, clean water, medicine, and weapons. The location was in White Song City, which he remembered as an abandoned town like Hogarth. What exactly has this Nanda done? The young man laughed. You haven't witnessed Lord Nandu's miracle firsthand. It's difficult for me to describe it to you in words alone. He took out his phone and showed the video to the other person. The person filming was clearly overly excited, the camera was shaky, but Marsh's attention was completely drawn to the video. In the center of a sea of heads, a young man slowly walked towards them from a distance. The once lush shrubs were withered and decayed. The park's artificial landscape was now reduced to bare stone sculptures and graffiti repeatedly applied. In the center of the park, the once vast artificial lake had shrunk considerably, and the remaining portion, like the potion soup in the hook-nosed witch's cauldron in a fairy tale, was viscous, fishy, and covered with dark green algae. Then, the young man leaned down at the edge of the lake. His hand touched the water surface, and in that instant, an unparalleled gasp erupted from the crowd. A single spark, no, countless sparks appeared out of thin air, crashing into the artificial lake. The thick, green algae burst into flames. Vast amounts of water vapor billowed up, roaring upwards, appearing from afar like a magnificent, shattered white waterfall cascading into the sky. Then, the young man took flight. Not in a helicopter, a shuttle, or any other flying vehicle, nor in a rocket backpack or an exoskeleton equipped with an anti-gravity engine. He simply took flight from the spot. The immense plumes of steam shot high into the sky, merging with the leaden gray clouds. The protracted war had enriched the latter with massive amounts of radioactive dust, heavy metal fumes, sulfides, and nitrogen oxides. When these turned into acid rain, in its worst form, they could even corrode a living person into bones. Until this moment. Like an endless flame emanating from the youth, it spread across the city's skies. His earlier act of purifying several square kilometers of artificial lakes was already a miracle. However, now, faced with this large-scale operation targeting the entire city, the previous feat seemed like a game. The clouds shed their murky color, returning to their original pristine white. Vast amounts of water vapor condensed, forming aggregates of tiny droplets and ice crystals. Then, in the next instant, before an irresistible force, they melted, and clean water poured down. Today in White Song City, a torrential downpour. Want to see it for yourself? The video abruptly ended there. The youth, his face filled with fervor, looked at the still-stunned Marsh. For Nanto, I offer my loyalty. Chapter 624. Beige City. The former location of the city government building has been replaced by a small mountain-like structure. Moved cement blocks, abandoned vehicles, and debris were piled up around the building to form the outer layer of the mountain, creating a reinforced concrete mountain over 100 meters high. A staircase woven from wire mesh surrounds the mountain, becoming the only path to the summit. At the very top is a deep cave. Only by entering can one discover that it is actually a converted small room. The furnishings are simple, containing only a single bed and a pair of tables and chairs, with 2 layers of newspapers on the floor. Lord Nandu, yesterday we received 127 newcomers. Most of them heard about the grand gathering and wanted to get some food. A few tried to cause trouble with weapons, but we killed them all, and their bodies are hung near the flagpole. A man in a black shirt, probably in his early 30s, stood respectfully at the door of the room. Didn't I tell you? Songshur sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Don't tell me these things. You are our leader. How can we hide anything from you? Mei Hongi said solemnly, thanks to you, we have weapons, drinking water, and food we gathered. Let's not talk about the others for now, Songshur said. You, a consensus who rose to a higher position in the second ring, no matter how fierce the battle, as long as you don't actively seek death, comfortable living conditions, high-quality food, beautiful women, and the power to dominate others are all within your grasp. No, it's different. Mei Hongi's speech quickened. At most, I can only make sure I live comfortably, but you are different. You can shelter so many people, and provide them with a home. You should go, and see how many people you used to fight to the death, with are now living peacefully here. Mei Hongi's expression was extremely devout. It wasn't external intervention, it wasn't changing their thoughts and consciousness. You changed all of this solely through your personal charisma. The goal of consensus is a consensus that unites all, without distinction, the man said in a deep voice. Yet you achieve this consensus among these vastly different people without activating your spiritual energy. You're wrong. Songshur finally opened his eyes. Since I activated my spiritual energy, and they are not entirely different people, Mei Hongi said respectfully, like a student listening to instruction. Please speak. The methods of consensus are direct. The methods of the Great Source are indirect. You can directly manipulate people's thoughts. While I first purified the environment of Beige City, and then gave people confidence from that, before changing their minds. Different people? Songshur looked at him calmly and said, no, they are all the same people, a group of people who want to live. When you can let them live, most of the conflicts and disagreements will disappear. I'm listening, Mei Hongi said. Mei Hongi, I traveled 1,000 miles, and among those who voluntarily followed me, you are the strongest. Songshur suddenly said, I heard you worked in sales, as a wedding MC, as a psychologist, and even worked for a company for a few days. You have a wealth of experience. I have a question for you. Don't overthink it, just speak your mind. Please go ahead. Death can unleash a person's potential, generating incredible power, and so can belief. I think you heard these 2 arguments many times. My question for you is, which do you believe contains greater power, death or belief? Mei Hongi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to ask such a question. Normally, with his specialized consensus psychic abilities, Mei Hongi could discern most people's thoughts with high precision, without the other party even realizing it. However, for those with strong wills, unwavering resolve, or those who had undergone specialized close-minded training, he had to resort to more proactive, even violent, methods of probing. But against a 4th ring psychic, no amount of violence would only bring him harm, and besides, he had no desire to use those methods of prying into the privacy of this person he respected and admired. Mei Hongi pondered for a moment. Then he looked up and gave his answer. Belief. Lord Nandu, Mei Hongi said solemnly, I believe the power of belief is far stronger than death. Songshur looked at him. We often hear the saying that death can unleash unprecedented, extraordinary power, but I don't think that's actually the case. Mei Hongi straightened his back. The power of those people didn't come from the threat of death, but rather from their belief. Their belief in survival. That's the source of their power. Death is merely the driving force that ignites that source. Songshur remained non-committal. Having spent these past few days together, Mei Hongyi had grown accustomed to Song Shi's aloofness and immediately added, "There are more and more people. We organized a patrol team to maintain order. Many of them have military backgrounds, and they're doing a pretty good job. Have you considered stepping in to encourage them?" Song Shi shook his head. "I won't step in to encourage you. Whether it's the patrol team or maintaining order, it's all your own responsibility. I must remind you, I am not your leader, commander, or manager. You can choose to follow me. That's your business," Song Shi said. "But I will definitely not become your leader. That's my business." Mei Hongyi rubbed his temples. Similar conversations had occurred between the two of them several times before. To be precise, thanks to his far superior observational skills, he had realized these past few days that the other party had clearly conveyed this attitude to everyone like himself, who had achieved high positions in Beige City. But if you don't want to be a leader, why did you travel thousands of miles to establish a home in this chaotic world? At this moment, Mei Hongyi really wanted to use his spiritual energy to figure out what the other party was thinking. However, he quickly composed himself. Firstly, the thought was quickly suppressed. Secondly, it was simply impossible to do so. He asked again, "The big rally?" "I appear on the last day of the big rally." Song Shi stared at the ceiling. "It's been over a month, it's time." Marsh parked the jeep on the side of the street. The area, once littered with shards of glass, rubble, and corpses, had clearly been cleaned up, barely restoring a semblance of peacetime order. If you ignored the ruins of the collapsed building next to it, blasted through by a shell. "That's fine." The young man opened the car door. "Don't worry about it being driven away or having its gas stolen. We set up patrols. Order is our top priority." "Not necessarily." Marsh got out of the car and shook his head. Even before the war started, there were still plenty of car thieves in the city. If your car was stolen today, you could find it in the second-hand market tomorrow. "Yes. So try to head towards Mount Kailash. The closer you get to Mount Kailash, the more patrols there are." "Mount Kailash?" Hearing this word, Marsh's expression became somewhat subtle, as if it had stirred up some unpleasant memories. Since the first nuclear bomb announced the outbreak of the Seven Earths War 11 years ago, the first few years were alright. The various sides still held back somewhat. But as the war intensified, restraint disappeared. The intensity of the war skyrocketed, and order collapsed madly. In the ruins of the city, in the desolate wilderness, in the corridors of tenement buildings, new and old religions and heretics emerged all at once, worshipping all sorts of things, a frenzy of demons and monsters, impossible to eradicate. Even if the skier worship cult is wiped out today, a bunch of self-proclaimed screwdriver and nut worship cults will spring up the day after tomorrow, claiming to be the only legitimate successors. Let alone others, Marsh himself has encountered no fewer than a dozen saints, prophets, sages, and gods over the years. Admittedly, besides ordinary people faking their divine abilities, there are also some psychics among them, who truly possess incredible power. But what does that have to do with gods or saints? Thinking of this, Marsh even considered turning and running away. Don't misunderstand, we're not those modern cultists. The young man, noticing Marsh's silence, clearly guessed what the latter was thinking. He smiled and said, "Lord Nandu has never claimed to be a saint or a god, nor does he spout those doomsday theories or talk of past paradises. This sacred mountain, that's just what we call it in private." Marsh thought to himself that this was a common cliché, but he breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. Didn't you feel it?" The young man said devoutly. "Think about it carefully, the air we breathe now." Marsh paused, instinctively taking 2 deep breaths, then realized something. It's not choking. You didn't witness Lord Nanto purifying the environment of Beige City. The emotion conveyed in the videos is less than 1/10,000th. Isn't this a miracle? And the place where Nanto, who created this miracle, resides, the young man said solemnly, we call it Mount Sacred. Is there anything wrong with that? Well, it seems I was overthinking it. Marsh nodded. Sorry. The young man waved his hand. It's all right. Just listening to me say a few words is too weak. The grand gathering will last for several days. You can see it for yourself. Come, let me take you to Type 5 neutralizing agent first. Mentioning the purpose of their visit, Marsh's expression turned serious, and he quickly followed. He looked around and found the young man's words to be true. The gathering was quite large. Even 2 days before it officially began, a considerable number of people had arrived, creating a bustling scene. This gave Marsh, who had spent several years as a wanderer, a sudden sense of déjà vu. However, under the patrols of men carrying gleaming guns and wearing uniform flame badges on their chests, most people maintained restraint. The remaining few, Their bodies hung naked on barbed wire. Marsh's gaze lingered on the corpses for a few seconds before shifting away. Before the war, he was a hot dog vendor outside the stadium. The biggest killer he had ever committed was someone who had lost their temper over a beef brisket bought from a supermarket. Now, the number of lives on his hands was far more than 1 or 2. More intriguing than the corpses were the arms of several patrol members. Their tightly packed hexagonal scales reflected the luster of the alloy, and the exposed, intertwined bundles of carbon fiber muscles left no doubt about the astonishing power they could unleash. "These are prosthetics?" Marsh asked. "I remember these being high-end. You actually have them?" "The Wanderers are free, but that's not all it's about. You've been living in the wilderness for years. Your information is a bit limited." The young man smiled. "You're talking about a few years ago. Now, prosthetics are much more common. Haven't you noticed many mercenaries have them? Of course, they're still not cheap. But these prosthetics of ours were stolen. Lord Nandu traveled thousands of miles, wiping out countless bandit dens and warlord strongholds. We got a lot of weapons and equipment, as well as food and medicine." At this point, the young man snorted. "Those warlord strongholds are full of brand-name stuff. They don't have the guts to steal from Super Corporation. In other words, they were bought openly." Marsh nodded, saying nothing more. Evaluation was meaningless. Words couldn't change anything. He'd been too tired to talk about these things for a long time. However, judging from what the other party said, perhaps the Type 5 neutralizing agent was also developed in this way. Half an hour later, Marsh followed the young man to a rather large hospital. The Jade Pharmaceuticals company logo at the main entrance had been badly scratched off, and the density of patrol personnel around the area had increased by an order of magnitude, presumably to prevent anyone from taking the risk. Undoubtedly, hospitals are among the primary targets of attack during wartime, and international humanitarian law becomes a worthless piece of paper the moment all-out war begins. The private hospital, formerly owned by the supercorporation Emerald Pharmaceuticals, is currently in a state of disrepair. However, Emerald Pharmaceuticals only moved its most valuable assets. A considerable amount of medical equipment can still be found. Therefore, Nanda's followers have repurposed it as a hospital and pharmaceutical exchange. Marsh noticed several people staggering out of the hospital, unsure of their destination. "Although we looted the reserves of several warlords, medical resources are never enough," the young man said, his voice lowering slightly. He shook his head slightly. "Some people are too sick or injured to treat for free. We can only give them painkillers to try and make their final days as comfortable as possible." "That's already quite good," Marsh said. Just then, seeing the person walking out of the hospital, the young man's eyes widened suddenly. His face first showed excitement, then transformed into genuine respect. "Mr. May, good afternoon." Marsh looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man in a black shirt, impeccably dressed and clean, appearing to be in his early 30s, a little younger than himself. "Good afternoon." The man stopped, his gaze lingering on the young man's face for a second. "I remember you. Your name is?" "Harry Anton, right?" "Yes." The young man's expression brightened. "You actually remember me?" "I remember every single one of you." The man smiled. "I came to the hospital to check on things. After all, there have been more and more people lately." He then looked to the young man's side. "By the way, who is this?" "This is Marsh, the Wanderer." He wanted to buy a Type 5 neutralizer for his companion. The young man immediately introduced. "Has it gotten to the point where we need to use Type V?" The other person frowned slightly, then relaxed. "But you're lucky. There's still some Type 5 neutralizer in stock. Hurry up, or it might be too late." Hearing this, Marsh's expression immediately became urgent. He didn't care who the other person was anymore, and rushed towards the hospital. "Well, Mr. May, we be going now." "Okay, go ahead." Mahongi watched the two disappear through the hospital entrance, then turned and left, a low murmur escaping his lips in the wind. The Grand Gathering. Chapter 625. Obtaining the Type 5 neutralizing agent was easier than expected. After showing Mensad detailed videos and pictures of him lying in the tent, confirming his urgent need for the agent, and with the young man vouching for him, Marsh successfully purchased the agent, at a price significantly lower than the market rate, leaving a small surplus from the money his tribe had scraped together for the medicine. Of course, even so, the price was far higher than before the war. Theoretically, in this era of widespread radiation, as the neutralizing agent transitioned from an emergency medication to a daily necessity, its price should have decreased considerably. However, in the United Government region, the largest suppliers of the neutralizing agent, Emerald Pharmaceuticals and Pure White Bio, clearly disregarded theory. While ramping up production lines and increasing the output of the neutralizing agent, they also drastically increased the price. It should be noted that before coming, Marsh had already prepared to harvest a few organs on the spot as collateral. The Type 5 neutralizing agent was placed in a deflated cardboard box, containing 3 small glass tubes, each about the size of an index finger, filled with a sloshing orange-red liquid. 3 vials of this high-end product from Jade Pharmaceuticals are enough to prolong the life of a mid to late stage radiation sickness patient like Minsad for 2 months. Marsh carefully held it in his arms, as if afraid of breaking it, while cautiously glancing around. People's joys and sorrows are never truly shared, even though the young man had witnessed Minsad's miserable state, and even personally brought Marsh to buy the neutralizing agent. Compared to Marsh, who was trying to suppress his excitement and regain his composure, the young man was quite elated. I actually met Mr. May face to face. Do you know who Mr. May is? Yes, you definitely don't. Before the other could answer, the young man said enthusiastically, he's the chairman of our self-governing committee. Aside from Lord Nandu, he's the one who calls the shots in most things in Beige City. It's said that no one can lie to Mr. May. Is that so? The other man was practically Minsard's savior, so Marsh perked up and replied, your Mr. May has such sharp eyes? Good eyesight is only one aspect. The young man pondered for a moment. Mainly, Mr. May is a psionicist, a second-ring consensus. Last time, a group of people tried to cause trouble using a heavy exoskeleton, and Mr. May showed off his skills. I heard that Mr. May just snapped his fingers, and the person in the exoskeleton killed all his accomplices, then turned and committed suicide. Marsh was stunned. For some reason, he felt a sudden buzzing in his head, and an inexplicable anger surged to his head. The man opened his mouth, like a stranded fish, and after several seconds, he managed a weak "uh-huh." The young man was engrossed in his conversation, oblivious to the changes in those around him. One spoke, the other occasionally chimed in, and after more than an hour, they arrived at the jeep. Minsard's health was deteriorating, making long-distance travel unsuitable. Coupled with his previous reluctance to fully trust the young man, only 4 people, including Marsh, had come this time. Type 5 neutralizer. Beside the jeep, their expressions shifted as they saw the box the man pulled out. Boss, we actually got it. Kibo, you and Ah Hong take the Type 5 neutralizer back first. Marsh handed it over, instructing, Emin and I will stay here for a while. The supplies here are plentiful, and with the big market coming up, we can see what we can buy. You take the car too, and come back to pick us up in a few days. Understood, boss. Be careful on the road, hide the medicine well, keep a close eye on it. Minsad is waiting for this to save his life. After Marsh gave them his repeated instructions, the two carefully tucked the box into their pockets, climbed back into the car, and as the engine started, they suddenly remembered something and hurriedly thanked the young man. Like a flower that had been budding for a long, long time, finally reaching its bloom, a surge of desire swirling in their chests, finally waiting for the moment to burst forth. The young man smiled. No, you don't need to thank me, he said gently. I only did a very small, insignificant job. You should thank Nandu. It was he who wiped out the roaming bandits and the evil warlords, bringing us these resources and establishing this home. If you really want to thank me, to thank the true creator of all this, Nandu, I have only one request. Marsh felt his body tremble. From today onward, please offer any assistance you can to those you meet. The young man stood there, the ruins behind him inexplicably dimming. Then, please spread the name of Nandu. Tell them what Nandu has done, he said with a smile. Just that, and that will be enough. And so, in a trail of black smoke, the jeep gradually disappeared from sight. Boss, what's wrong? His companion noticed something was amiss and asked in a low voice, I feel like you're more than just happy. Nothing, nothing. Marsh rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath. He slipped the bank card into the other man's hand. The so-called chaotic world was only for them, the Wanderers. The order of the United Government remained extremely stable, and the credit point payment system spearheaded by the supercorporation Dark Crystal Credit continued to play a decisive role. These Wanderers, mingling in the United Government's territory, couldn't afford to abandon them. Emin, you used to be a car mechanic, and you come up with quite a few useful gadgets for the tribe these past 2 years. Marsh felt his voice sounded unfamiliar, inexplicably hoarse. Since you still have some money left over from buying medicine, why don't you wander around and see if you can buy some spare parts or something? I don't know much about that, so just be careful. I taught you how to bargain. Of course, your safety is the most important thing. Credit points are secondary. Don't worry, boss. The young man called Emin perked up immediately, but then suddenly remembered something. What about you, boss? I want to wander around by myself. It's been a long time since I properly walked the streets. Marsh patted the other's shoulder. You know, wanderers like us can't stay in the city for long. One wrong move, and we'd be forcibly conscripted by the recruitment office. Oh, okay. Emmon nodded repeatedly. The two hugged, agreed on a time and place to meet again, and then parted ways. The young man, as a member of the self-governing committee, also had things to do. After a brief chat with Marsh, they also parted ways. Marsh walked down the street. Some people carrying large bags and bundles, seemingly having just arrived from afar, stood there bewildered for a moment. Soon, patrol members approached them, took them to register, and assigned them accommodations. In Bay City these days, houses were free. You could take whatever you wanted. Others were buried in the ruins, using borrowed carts and shovels to sift through the bricks and tiles, picking out anything still usable. Marsh even saw someone in the park who had cleared a few small plots of land, planted some beans, and the bean sprouts were already showing promise. The liveliest place was still the main rally site, set up in what used to be the city square. Some makeshift stalls had been erected there, though it hadn't officially started yet. But on the nearby streets, many people had already set up stalls, bartering goods. Marsh wandered around, and before he knew it, evening had fallen. White Song City was gradually swallowed by darkness, then slowly brightened again. It brightened a little. Thanks to the United Government's advanced vocational education system, the readily available technical learning materials online, and the wartime environment that forced people to learn, there was no shortage of talent in any field. With the leadership of the Autonomous Committee and a group of volunteer talents working together, after disrupting most of the fuel and electrical systems, White Song City's coal-fired power plant was successfully restarted. Limited by the scarcity of coal and other fuels and the damage to the transmission network, electricity was currently mainly supplied to hospitals, machine workshops, and other essential facilities. The rest of the city had to make do. Marsh stared blankly, eyes wide. It was the last day of the rally. The most important contracts and transactions, spearheaded by the self-governing committee, had concluded in the previous 2 days, and on the final day, the crowd at the rally had noticeably decreased. But as night fell, Marsh couldn't help but doubt his judgment. At the rally site, the temporary lighting system stopped working, and the power supply that had been diverted over the past 3 days suddenly vanished. After an unknown amount of time, the darkness that blanketed the city was pierced by a fiery red light. Then came a second, a third, a fourth, as if by unspoken agreement, one after another, people took to the streets. Among them were elderly people with faltering steps, pale-faced patients, men with skin as rough as weathered rock, and women leading children. Only one thing was the same. Everyone held a torch in their hand. Deep in Marsh's pupils, sparks appeared one after another, so insignificant, so tiny, like tiny fireflies. Yet at that moment, countless fireflies were drifting out from the collapsed houses, from the cracks in the alleyways, from behind the broken shop windows. They gathered together, forming a long river that flowed slowly through the street. Silently, it flowed towards the city center. In a daze, Marsh felt like he had become a rock standing still, the river on both sides parting behind him, relentlessly flowing forward. Marsh? After a long while, a slightly surprised voice broke his reverie. Marsh turned around and found it was the young man. The flickering firelight made the other man's cheeks glow red, but his eyes seemed brighter than the torches. What a coincidence, to run into you here. Seriously, I almost thought you already left. No. After a moment's hesitation, Marsh said, Kibo and the others haven't come to pick me up yet. Is that so? The young man suddenly realized, and he smiled, then want to come along and take a look? You mean? Lord Nanto. The young man said with undisguised brilliance. Lord Nanto said he'd show up on the last day of the grand gathering. Unsure whether it was a yes or a no, Marsh realized by the time he came to his senses that he had already walked quite a distance with the crowd. You know, right? Lord Nanto is a master of fire great source. The young man waved the torch in his hand. So some people say that flames can bring us good luck. Haha, a psychological trick, but maybe people just need something to comfort them. A pious expression graced his face. Everyone believes, more or less, today is the day. The crowd gradually quieted down. Without needing to look up, a haphazardly constructed mountain rose before Marsh's eyes in the distance. He murmured unconsciously, Mountain of God. Flames flickered, filling the entire city square. Marsh abruptly turned around, discovering that even the outer perimeter of the square was engulfed in flames. Above the city square, beneath the Mountain of God, the skybridge connecting the two city buildings had snapped in half. Several figures stood on it, the leader being none other than Mr. May. Marsh saw the man raise his hand, signaling for silence. This Mr. May was indeed quite prestigious. With a few gestures, he quelled the commotion. However, the next moment, the water, which had just regained its calm, surged again, this time with a ferocity beyond Mahoney's control. Atop the sacred mountain, from a pitch-black cave, emerged a young man. Marsh recognized him instantly. It was Nan Do, the one who had saved their lives and bestowed upon them a vast quantity of scrap. Compared to then, his appearance and demeanor remained unchanged, like a perfectly straight axis unmoved by external influences. Someone called out, "Nan Do!" It was like a spark falling into a vat of boiling oil. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted from all directions, threatening to shatter one's eardrums. Yet, the fervent devotion of the young man was enough to make one overlook these slight discomforts. "Quiet down." The young man waited a moment before speaking. As he spoke, the previously noisy and chaotic clamor subsided, until finally, a silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. "You?" The young man looked around, his gaze sweeping across the entire city square and beyond, taking in the faces of everyone present. Then, he spoke. "You really consider me your leader?" Marsh was taken aback. Several seconds passed before he remembered to check on the others' reactions, the closest being the young man. The latter's expression was noticeably strange, his hand holding the torch stiffening slightly, seemingly failing to understand what the other was saying. After a long while someone whispered, "Aren't you one?" Even the softest whisper couldn't escape the notice of a powerful fourth-ring psychic. "Leader, the highest leader, the one who leads others," the other said calmly. "Then, did I give you any orders?" "Yes, yes." Someone shouted, "Give others whatever help you can, spread your name, tell you your deeds." His voice trailed off as he spoke. "These didn't count as orders. I didn't give any orders verbally. I just did some things, that's all," the young man said. "But you treat me like a leader? Don't you think that's a bit too far-fetched?" Another long silence followed. Through the gaps in the flickering firelight, many people looked at each other. Finally, someone spoke again. It was an old man with cloudy eyes, wrapped in a dirty blanket. He carefully gripped the torch with both hands, and cautiously tilted his head back. His voice trembled as he spoke cautiously. "Nan Do, are you abandoning us?" Chapter 626. Abandon? Songshur laughed. "The opposite of abandon is acceptance. When did I say I wanted to accept you, to become your leader? But... Someone choked on their words. "But what will we do without you? What will we do? Aren't you doing a good job?" Songshur stood atop the mountain, looking down at the tens of thousands of people below. "Did I do something in the process?" "Mahoney," Songshur suddenly said. Mahoney, standing at the broken edge of the overpass below, immediately responded. His astonishment was no less than the others. He never expected that this Southern Dipper would say such things at this time. However, the man's expression was very well concealed, and no one noticed. "Did I push for the establishment of your self-governing committee?" Songshur looked at the man. "Have I ever approved or rejected any of the measures you implemented?" Mahoney wanted to say that the man hadn't offered any opinions on those measures, but when they drafted them, they had determined them based on the man's personality and values. But the man simply said respectfully, "You really didn't say anything." A brief murmur rippled through the crowd. "Is this really?" Someone murmured. "Patrol teams, allocation of lodging, relief rations. Lord Nandu, weren't these your ideas?" Seemingly sensing some people's thoughts, Songshur said succinctly, "Yes, those were all things the self-governing committee did. These were things you yourselves did. What does it have to do with me?" He said. "Leader? That's just your self-deceiving idea. I never given any orders." Suddenly someone shouted, "No." It was a tall, thin man, with a skull tattooed on half his face. He exclaimed, "No. If it weren't for your miracles, killing the bandits and warlords, and purifying Beige City, where would we be now? You couldn't have done more. Do you want to deny that?" "Yes, I did it all." Unexpectedly, Songshur readily admitted it. Then he countered, "So what? So you regard me as a god? Because of you, that's it." Another person said, "You gave us a home, and you think all of that is? If this home exists because of me today, it will perish tomorrow because I leave." Songshur interrupted. "Today you can call me a god, tomorrow you can curse me as a demon." Songshur bent down and picked up a small stone from his feet. So easily defeated. He casually crushed the object, and when he released it, a handful of dust vanished in the wind. It's utterly laughable. Some of the flames flickered, as if they were about to collapse. Mahoney let out a soft breath, forced to speak. "Lord Nandu, what do you mean?" Is there anything in this world that lasts forever? If you naively believe that your current state of life is justified, then when any change comes, you will suffer great terror. Nandu, someone said, but we can't do anything. What can I give you? Advanced technology, powerful weapons? Songshur shook his head. No, I can't give that. Eternal protection, an unbreakable barrier? Songshur shook his head. I can give that, but I won't. Nando. Someone trembled. Nando. I can't give you a single material thing. All I can give you is this. Songshur could see everyone's face clearly, their expressions filled with fear, unease, and confusion. Do you believe what I say? Songshur paused for a moment, then suddenly uttered a seemingly nonsensical question. Those wavering thoughts, as if suddenly finding their anchor, desperately clung to them. Believe. We believe in you, Nando. Songshur raised his hand to lower his voice. If I said that someone had crossed over 4,000 years to pass on their unwavering beliefs to me, would you still believe? After a moment of silence, almost everyone silently nodded. The chivalry he once displayed, the integrity he upheld, the choices he made, all were forgotten long ago. Even the organization for which he was willing to give everything vanished into history. Songshur raised his crimson gold eyes, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. That's how it should have been. But spiritual energy and conviction ultimately led him to pass these on to me. I don't quite understand, someone murmured. Someone else asked, Nando, who is he? Songshur didn't answer, he simply opened his hand, crimson gold flames rising from his palm. The company monopolizes sunlight, earth, and sea. Every breath we take has to pay taxes to them. The powerful figures of the Eastern Continent Republic view all things as servants to sustain themselves, controlling immeasurable resources. But so what? Songshur said calmly. If material resources are scarce and barren, then dig for strength from within your own heart, the power to make the impossible possible. This was a deathly silence that lasted far longer than any before. Meihangi pinched his brow hard, a lump in his throat, yet he didn't know what to say. Marsh stood frozen, unconsciously repeating, the power of the heart, the power of the impossible? At that moment, Nando. From the crowd, a young girl covered her face in anguish. Heart, faith, how could people like us possibly have it? And where do we even begin to search? Yes, where do we search? Where do we dig? Songshur gently shook his head. Under the gaze of many, he placed his hand on his heart, as if clenching something tightly. For 1,000 years ago, that person passed on his belief to me. For 1,000 years later, I give it to you all. If you are currently lost and confused, then entrust everything to this belief. Let it guide you. Let it make the choices for you. This is the belief that the new heavenly army has pursued its entire lives, but has never achieved. Songshur's clenched fingers suddenly loosened, and countless sparks, like fireflies, suddenly lit up the night sky, reflecting countless different faces. In the next instant, thousands of sparks fell into the crowd, recreating a new heaven. In an instant, most of Beige City was as bright as day. Those gathered in the city square, whether they were people who had followed him from afar in the past, or those who had come after hearing the news, were mostly bewildered and at a loss. Even the several high-ranking members of the Autonomous Committee, led by Meihangi, who had risen to prominence in recent days, had different expressions. Meanwhile, in the vast sea of people, seeking power from within? How could someone who had reached the fourth ring, ascension, not understand the difficulty of awakening psychic abilities? If these people possessed the talent and mental fortitude to awaken, how could they have ended up in this state? Only these fools would believe it. No, most people right now simply don't believe it. A man in a greasy leather jacket, with a braid, dressed like a typical wanderer, chuckled inwardly. He was an agent from the security department of the super company Pure White Creatures, dispatched to carry out an infiltration and observation mission. He made a preliminary judgment. This powerful psychic, who called himself Nando, appeared in the war zone between the United Government and the Eastern Continent Republic to satisfy some spiritual needs, trying out a sociological sandbox game. Anyway, whether he succeeded or not, a fourth ring cultivator had a high probability of escaping. Hey, don't even think about expecting these homeless people who can't be helped to awaken their psychic abilities. Even if we lower the bar 100-fold, what if they did awaken? Do they think this is some backward era from thousands of years ago? Just look at himself. As an elite agent of the Pure White Creatures, beneath his normal, camouflaged skin lies an inner shell made of chitin and carbon fiber composites, strong enough to withstand continuous hits from small-caliber firearms at close range. His internally built-in frequency-enhancing neural bundles can improve reaction speed and significantly reduce pain transmission. Furthermore, the clotting mucus and regenerative hormones secreted by his internal glands after injury provide self-healing abilities, far exceeding those of normal people. His bioengineered algal symbiotic lungs can filter dozens of harmful substances, including cyanide. His modified blood contains clotting factors and anti-radiation enzymes. And his basic physical functions, such as strength, go without saying. A single punch can punch a hole in a concrete wall. Currently on a covert mission, he must remain undetected and cannot carry too much weaponry. If it were a frontal assault mission, he might even be eligible to apply for a temporary biosuit implant, significantly boosting his strength. A psionicist? The first ring, even the second ring, if handled well, he could still kill them. The man thought these things, while his internal notebook meticulously recorded everything at the scene. Outwardly, he still held the torch, his expression indistinguishable from those around him. Several hundred meters away, a middle-aged woman with a dark complexion, wrapped in an outdoor jacket, was deeply shaken. Recreating a new world? Recreating a new world? As a member of the Eastern Continent Republic and a scion of a fourth-class aristocratic family, she already possessed a strong family tradition in education, and after becoming a field agent, she had crammed a great deal of information. In an instant, she realized what was happening. Recreating a new world. This was clearly the protagonist of the New Heavenly Army disaster, which ravaged the Eastern Continent 4,500 years ago. Its military might aim directly at the seven upper sects. The New Heavenly Army, composed of the Southern Heavenly Army and the Northern Heavenly Army, she had never imagined that this term, which she had only seen in history books, would one day actually appear before her. But how could it be? Looking at bronze as a mirror, one can straighten one's clothes. Looking at the past as a mirror, one can understand the rise and fall of dynasties. Looking at people as a mirror, one can understand gains and losses. Therefore, most aristocratic families in the Eastern Continent Republic were keen on historical commentary, and she was no exception. Thus, she was fairly familiar with the history of the New Heavenly Army disaster. Logically speaking, after the New Heavenly Army's brief period of dominance, it suffered a joint suppression by the seven upper sects. Although it tried its best to resist, it ultimately failed, and it disintegrated and disappeared. In the decades that followed, even when new heavenly armies occasionally appeared, they were all insignificant and easily suppressed again. So, after more than 4,000 years, suddenly someone is raising the banner of the New Heavenly Army again? As for the other party's claim of someone relaying messages, she dutifully noted it down, but completely ignored it. This is truly absurd, actually, not entirely absurd, but just too formulaic. After all, isn't this the opening move of a cult? Those so-called leaders, saints, sages, and divine children, communicating with spirits dead for hundreds of years, possessed by some mysterious Holy Spirit, receiving divine revelation in a dream. Compared to that, a message from the ancients is actually quite acceptable. No, she gazed at the young man standing in the fire. He might not truly have inherited the New Heavenly Army's legacy. Most likely, he's a product of a false name. Even so, their level of attention must be increased significantly. The fourth ring and the fourth ring claiming to recreate a new heaven are not the same thing. Just then, the previously bewildered crowd suddenly stirred. On the sacred mountain, the young man suddenly took a step. He descended step by step. Seeing this, Mahoney and the others naturally wouldn't stand higher than him, so they jumped off the sky bridge as well. Songsher reached the foot of the mountain and walked into the crowd. Those around him instinctively wanted to surround him, but upon meeting his gaze, they retreated, spontaneously making way for him. The flames parted like water, revealing a straight road. At the end of the road was herself? The woman was horrified. She tried to do something. Her teeth were embedded with biological toxins, enough to kill in 2 seconds with a single bite. But at this moment, even though the other person's steps weren't fast, when she met those fiery, glassy eyes, she found herself unable to move. Songsher casually waved his hand. Among the surrounding swirling torches, the flames of several torches suddenly trembled, then, as if possessing a spirit, transformed into blurry chains, precisely striking several people. The latter launched a brief resistance, but in less than a breath, they surrendered. Psionic art vermilion bird soul. With the blessing of Dharma possesses a primordial spirit, Songsher only needed to utter a slight thought, and the remaining actions were automatically completed by the psionic flames. Agents of the Eastern Continent Republic. Songsher raised his hand again, and the flame surged forward, burning away the carefully laid disguise. The dark skin faded, revealing a beautiful and delicate face. What rank of family? Knowing she couldn't escape her fate today, the woman took a deep breath and countered, "May I ask you how you saw through me?" "Easy," Songshur said calmly, "harmony between heaven and man." The woman was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. "So that's how it is?" Songshur was unconvinced. These past few days, he had personally altered the environment here, traveled throughout Beige City, and finally stood atop the city center, overlooking the entire city. This entire process, coupled with his mastery of the Dayuan path, the path of environmental resonance, and even within Dayuan, his skill in this was top tier. Harmony between heaven and man. Every blade of grass, every tree, every movement in Beige City was under his control. While the woman's actions were certainly cautious, and her disguise exquisite, how could that subtle difference in temperament escape the dual scrutiny of Lioli Temple, and the harmony between heaven and man? Chapter 627. Should I feel relieved? The other person forced a smile. At least it wasn't because of such a ridiculous reason as intuition. Actually, intuition is more accurate than divine intervention. Songshur casually said, "I met the top-tier agents, those specializing in disguise. Forget about their demeanor, they can even fool themselves. Even divine intervention can't detect their flaws, they can only rely on intuition. It's just that you haven't reached the level where you need to use intuition yet. That's about it. No one can maintain a good face after being choked when they're about to die." The woman chuckled softly, displaying a certain nonchalance. "You are indeed impressive, I admit defeat, but you alone want to rebuild the new heavenly army? Don't you think that's absurd to an extreme?" He. She raised her head and sneered. The new heavenly army was once unparalleled, relying on Xia Wenjiu of the northern heavenly army, Yin Man Yang Ke, and Yi Shao of the southern heavenly army, Shen Wei. But even with these two fifth-ring experts at the helm, the new heavenly army ultimately suffered a crushing defeat, not even a complete failure. No matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly surpass those two, especially since you're alone here. "You're wrong," Songshur interrupted calmly. "First, let's not even mention that the Taoist path developed thousands of years after them. Even if they were to return to this era, I could still defeat them." The woman's eyes widened. First, she was stunned, then amused, but what lingered in her heart was a sense of absurdity. She genuinely intended to mock him, but looking at his expression, as if stating a universal truth, the words swirled on her lips, unable to be uttered. "Second," Songshur said, "who said I was the only one here?" "Huh?" The woman was taken aback. Songshur spread his hands. "There are people everywhere here." The woman paused for a moment, then laughed again. She chuckled. "People everywhere?" The woman raised her eyes, her gaze shifting from the young man, then lingering on Mei Hongyi and the others beside him, before returning to Songshur without looking at the others. "Where are people everywhere?" "I can't see them." "Then you can't see them," Songshur said calmly. "I'm an orphan. As for you." Songshur's gaze shifted to the side. Every supercorporation has its own proud corporate culture, shaping the company's image from top to bottom, and employees are naturally part of the company. These three are all agents of the supercorporation, based on their demeanor. 2 should be pure white creatures, and 1 Emerald Pharmaceuticals. "Uh-huh." One of them chuckled. "Aren't you Jade Pharmaceuticals locked in a fierce battle with Yi Nan in the south? You actually have the leisure to come and visit us? What are you talking about?" The other laughed too, chuckling. "We're all part of the united government. With a formidable enemy at hand, in such a critical moment, we naturally want to show concern for our comrades. On the contrary, I heard that you pure white creatures are always secretly sending people to our area. Your hands are certainly not clean." "Uh-huh." Hee. "Uh-huh." Lord Nando. As he spoke, an agent belonging to the super company Jade Pharmaceuticals respectfully addressed Songshur. "The Eastern Continent Republic has always admired the ancient Central Heaven Divine Court era of the Eastern Continent, dreaming of rebuilding the Divine Court. It's so backward and feudal that it's laughable." He remained composed, saying, "As for the recreating a new heaven, and the new heaven army you mentioned, I have some understanding of them." This was, of course, information he had just researched. The various forces had dealt a ruthless blow, causing widespread destruction and damage. The massive network of signal infrastructure that once covered the land was destroyed. Once far from cities, the stability of network signals would drastically decrease, or even be completely cut off. However, as a member of a supercorporation and a field agent who spent most of his time on the road, the equipment and implants he possessed were of extremely high performance, far superior to the junk cobbled together by those wanderers. Even in the wilderness, he could still maintain a remarkably smooth and efficient internet connection. From this perspective, our united government and you are clearly potential allies. Another agent from the pure white creature took over, speaking seriously. I heard you travel thousands of miles, and must have witnessed the horrific and heinous acts of the Eastern Continent Republic. They are like stubborn, persistent poison, ravaging your homeland for so long. But we are different, he said sincerely. We are willing to support you in rebuilding the new heavenly army and restoring the Eastern Continent. Our blood debt with the Eastern Continent Republic is the best guarantee of this promise. Oh! Songsher turned back to her. Don't you want to say something? A bunch of heartless, idiotic beasts really think they can understand the history of the Eastern Continent just by searching some online encyclopedias on the spot. The woman looked at the three men as if they were three worms in a sewer, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Cooperation? Potential allies? What do you think the new heavenly army is? What do you think recreating a new heaven is? Do you really think he agree? She sneered repeatedly, not to mention this crude trick of using one wolf to devour another. I know you're watching. At this moment, Songsher met everyone's gaze. Remote screen sharing, or something similar, I know you can see this. Crimson gold flame swirled around Songsher, the chilling heat contained within the fiery currents, bowing obediently to him. Nando, he said, I'd be waiting for you. He finished speaking. Any last words? The flame surged. I'm waiting for you all to come and join me. My fund is still rising. Daughter of the fourth-class noble family, the Chanchuanzhong family, today I have not failed my family's precepts. I have not failed my family's precepts. Haha, at least I don't have to repay the loan to the company. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Songsher turned around, a large cloud of ashes swirling behind him, silently merging into the night. Without saying anything more, Songsher walked back to the sacred mountain, went back to his room, leaving the bewildered people behind. Until, several hours later, someone knocked on the door. Lord Nandu. It was Mei Hongyi's voice. Can we talk? Come in, Songsher said. The door opened, and Mei Hongyi walked in. Compared to a few hours ago, he looked noticeably more exhausted. Heaven knows how much work it took to bring someone who had risen to the second-ring consensus to this state. I managed to stabilize most of the people for now. Lord Nandu. Mei Hongyi was indeed extremely tired. He no longer stood at the door as usual, but sat down cross-legged. Some people have already packed their things and secretly left. They made their choices according to their own hearts. Isn't that good? Songsher propped his face up with his fist, saying casually, What does it have to do with me? Is this really their own choice? Mei Hongyi rubbed his forehead, directly expressing his disagreement. That agent from the Eastern Continent Republic spoke harshly, but his reasoning wasn't wrong. What right did these people have? They didn't choose to leave based on their own will. They were only leaving because they were worried about retaliation from the company and the Eastern Continent Republic. This was a choice forced by external forces. Even if someone really wanted to stay, they still have family, friends, even children. With all that involved, even if they wanted to, they had to give up. That's the reason. Songsher sighed, lowering his hand. Mei Hongyi, but that's not my reason. Mei Hongyi was speechless. Songsher then brought up another topic. What I said earlier, someone passed this belief to me. Do you believe it? Hearing this, Mei Hongyi pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. Nando, you are Diyuan. He carefully chose his words. If you were consensus or revelation, I might believe you, but Diyuan, does your path possess similar psionic techniques? Serious sectarianism, Songsher pointed out, then added, however, I certainly didn't achieve it on my own. Didn't achieve it on my own? Mei Hongyi's heart trembled slightly. Could it be that everything the other party said was true? But how could that be? A fourth-ring psionicist could alter local terrain and reshape the environment. Their power was already incredible, but communicating with ancient people from thousands of years ago was still beyond common sense. According to the other party, it wasn't achieved by himself. Could it be that a fifth ring was supporting him? If it's a fifth-ring psychic, it does seem plausible. So, which force is behind this? A fifth-ring psychic is like a blazing sun. Their mere existence is enough to change many things, making it almost impossible to conceal themselves. In this era of great strife, the presence of a fifth-ring psychic is even more terrifying, impossible to hide from others. Mei Hongyi quickly went through the names of fifth-ring psychics he knew, but after much thought, he still couldn't determine who it was. Moreover, back when Nando traveled 1,000 miles, he had secretly investigated the other party's identity, finding it completely shrouded in mystery, as if they had sprung from a rock, leaving no trace of their past. I thought for a long time about how to change history, Songsher said. The answer lies in people. History is created by people. The young man extended his hand. You're also a psychic, you should understand the power of will. So, Mei Hongyi paused for a moment, you chose to give your beliefs, believing this method could change a person. He said in a deep voice, but I must say, you're being a bit too presumptuous. Heh. Songshur suddenly laughed, speaking slowly and deliberately, Mei Hongyi, your talent is alright, above average, so others can only vaguely sense that I'm quite capable, while you're absolutely certain I'm very strong. This sudden remark startled Mei Hongyi. He coughed lightly, you flatter me. But that's all. Songshur raised his index finger. This was the first time in many days that Mei Hongyi had seen a genuine, human smile on the other's face, a smile that wasn't so unapproachable. Believe me, I'm definitely stronger than you estimate. I believe you. Mei Hongyi nodded without hesitation. But even I can't change the entire Seven Lands War in a short time. Songshur wagged his index finger, protecting one side? I could do that, but what's the point? A paradise entirely dependent on one person. Hey, I'm not trying to create a second Eden. Mei Hongyi wanted to say that it was meaningful, but in the end, he didn't say it, listening quietly to the other's words. If I were to leave one day, the only fate this so-called paradise would be its disintegration or destruction and annexation by other forces. Even as we speak these words, such things are happening in many places across Terra. White Song City is a paradise. Does that mean a campfire camp, built by the dozen or so wanderers who created it, isn't a paradise? Songshur said calmly, in that case, White Song City is nothing more than a larger campfire camp, and once it turns to dust, no one will remember it. What truly endures is faith, and only faith. He clenched his fist, then extended two fingers and pressed them to his heart. Songshur calmly said, the former New Heavenly Army was indeed suppressed by the seven upper sects, and can no longer cause any trouble. But the beliefs they upheld can transcend thousands of years through spiritual energy, and personally manifest themselves before me. Impossible? Nothing is impossible in this world. Songshur paused. Right now, Terra is in chaos, with the heavens and earth shattering and countless lives lost. The intensity is almost among the top 3 in history. So, Mei Hongyi, do you still believe that there truly exists a consensus in this world that unites all without distinction? Ha! This time, Mei Hongyi didn't remain silent. Instead, he laughed. You said something pointless, Nando. Songshur's lips curled up. I think I understand what you mean. Mei Hongyi quickly wiped the smile from his face, regaining his usual serious expression. But the problem remains. Belief isn't something that can be easily conveyed with mere words. Your idea is certainly good, but in reality, even those who choose to stay are mostly just hesitant and reluctant to give up their current lives. That's when consensus comes into play. Songshur leaned back slightly, saying lazily, go door to door and brainwash them. Consensus isn't for that kind of thing. Mei Hongyi said seriously. Besides, is a brainwashed belief even a belief? Then the parasitic puppet army of the pure white creatures are the most convinced people in the world. Songshur chuckled. You're right. Conviction can't be built on empty words, so... Mei Hongyi felt a sudden tremor in his mind. He blinked sharply, then gasped in shock. At that moment, although the other person was still sitting cross-legged, his appearance unchanged, the accompanying words were like a blazing inferno, unbearably intense, bursting forth. Even the faintest glimmer of light was unimaginably fierce. As a second-ring consensus, Mei Hongyi prided himself on his superior perception compared to most other psionicists of the same level, his senses exceptionally sharp. But now, this sharpness had become a burden, giving him a feeling that his internal organs were about to burn. I will give you a symbol. Chapter 628. What a magnificent Southern Dipper. What a rebirth of a new world. In the grand, ancient, and solemn hall, facing south, sat an incredibly robust, meticulously groomed, and vigorous old man. He finished scanning the first-person video from the agent's perspective, his voice deep and resonant. At this time, another unexpected event has occurred. A successor to the New Heavenly Army? I never imagined that besides myself, there would be others in this world who follow the ancient ways. Not bad, not inferior, not lacking. His deep voice echoed in the hall, yet it didn't sound noisy. Instead, it complemented the musicians playing instruments like zither, flutes, bells, and chimes around him. Even these musicians, carefully selected by the Grand Master of Music, were astonished to find that, in that instant, their performance was involuntarily influenced by him. Musical theory was irrelevant. Because of his preferences, musicians were often required to play wherever he was, but normally, he wouldn't activate his spiritual energy without reason. So even these musicians, who frequently encountered the other side, were mostly experiencing its terrifying power for the first time. No wonder he's the current vice president of the Eastern Continent Republic. One musician thought to himself. The current head of the first-class family, the Yuan Tianshan family. The fifth ring of truth, self-discipline and restoration of propriety, Shen Erfeng. Unfortunately, our paths diverge. Shen Erfeng stroked his beard, his expression suddenly turning cold. This era of moral decay must be brought back on track by me. Order Yu Junkai to immediately go and suppress this man. No need for persuasion, he will not surrender anyway, kill him without mercy. The officer kneeling below was startled. Sir, Commander Yu is stationed at the front line, constantly restraining the pure white creature. Leaving rashly could be dangerous. Do you think I don't understand this principle? Shen Erfeng glanced at the other party, who immediately prostrated himself, trembling with fear. This vice president valued etiquette above all else. If he accidentally angered him, even if he was a direct descendant of a third-rate family, he would still suffer greatly, if not die. Both thunder and rain were acts of imperial favor. The fate of a fourth-ring psychic, were not the only ones feeling threatened. Beverly Margaret won't cause trouble at this time. The chairman of the super company Pure White Creatures. The fifth ring Transcendence, the mighty serpent, Beverly Margaret. The opponent was a recent aptitude specialist, promoted within the last 10 years. Logically, her raw strength was inferior to Shen Erfeng, a fifth ring expert who had been renowned for decades. However, relying on her colossal body tens of kilometers long and her inexplicably terrifying self-healing ability, Shen Erfeng had, in their previous battles, gained the upper hand, but had never been able to expand his gains. If she insists on disregarding the unspoken agreement. Shen Erfeng narrowed his eyes, his dark and crimson imperial robes bulging. A large, thick hand with distinct knuckles emerged from beneath the sleeve, slowly clenching. Then don't blame me for breaking the military salute. With that, he picked up a bronze goblet and took a sip. Anything else? Yes, the other party quickly replied, the latest military report from the Northern Thunder Defense Line and the Four Heavens. They are still in a stalemate with the Van Pusta Empire. Several skirmishes have been fought, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Shen Erfeng remained non-committal. Furthermore, the prefect of Nali County, the head of the Shangjian family, Lord Shangjian Yuanxi, led his troops to break through the defenses in the Quade region, but he himself was seriously injured and has temporarily retreated from the front lines. Shen Erfeng hummed in agreement. The news is neither good nor bad. There's also good news. The officer bowed deeply, saying respectfully, the Knowledge Council and Zero Network fought fiercely for 7 days and nights, seizing the opportunity first, and reportedly achieving considerable success. That is indeed good news. Shen Erfeng nodded slightly, his eyes deep. We can't fall too far behind. After suppressing Nando, it's time to move the obstacle that is the pure white creature. There's one more thing. The officer hesitated for a moment, then decided to dutifully remind him. Commander Yu is undoubtedly extremely powerful, and suppressing Nando will be no problem for him, but the battle is currently intense. If he is severely injured in this battle. This time, Shen Erfeng didn't answer immediately. His index finger lightly tapped the table, making a rhythmic sound. Even he couldn't fully fathom the other party's strength from just a fleeting glimpse in the video. It's hard to say exactly how strong that Southern Dipper is, but there's one thing he can tell. His age is definitely below the average for a fourth-ring psionicist. This means the opponent's talent is extremely high, at least in terms of breakthrough speed, surpassing even his own. However, in a life-or-death battle, it's far more than who breaks through faster. Yu Junkai has led troops in battle for over 20 years, experiencing countless fierce battles, during which he has repeatedly broken through, and is now a very experienced fourth-ring mid-level great source, even though. You're right, Shen Erfeng said slowly, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Don't underestimate the opponent. Amidst the officer's astonished gaze, the old man said, I will have the heavenly tribulation fire assist Yu Junkai. A pale purple light converged along the surfaces of the 12 suspended broadcast towers. The war seemed to have no effect on the city, under the control of the supercorporation Pure White Creature. The glass curtain walls of the commercial district spewed neon lights. Holographic giant screen advertisements gushed out from between buildings hundreds of meters high, and the neon tides overflowed the three-dimensional transportation network, projecting dreamlike aurora effects between the crisscrossing maglev trains. A man walked down the street, well-proportioned and strong, his suit impeccably pressed. The only slight incongruity was perhaps the numerous homeless people wrapped in blankets, scrambling for hot drainpipes in the surrounding alleyways. What a pity. His regretful gaze lingered on these people for less than half a second. An all-out war of extreme intensity. This was destruction, but also an unparalleled opportunity. Unfortunately, for these powerless individuals, even with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they couldn't grasp it. They could only watch helplessly as it slipped through their fingers, leading to the destruction of their families and utter ruin. Frankly, the higher-ups really should promote a marriage and childbearing allocation system. Currently, measures such as adding trace amounts of aphrodisiacs to relief food, pushing for abortion bans, launching vigorous propaganda campaigns, and subtly influencing people with consensus psychics may be effective in increasing the population, but compared to the continuous losses from war, it's ultimately insufficient. Just like these people right now, without mating partners, no matter how much propaganda and promotion there is, they can't have a child. Population, such a vital resource, should be firmly in our own hands. The man thought, and unconsciously raised his head, looking in one direction. That was once the city center. But now, a colossal building, 800 meters tall, stands there like a white rib, piercing the earth. His eyes were filled with blatant longing. That was the headquarters building of the Pure White Creatures branch in this area. He had to climb higher, much higher, and at this very moment. In a room on the top floor of the building. Old man, out of touch with the times. Beverly Margaret slowly released her grip, tossing the urgent intelligence recording the movements of high-ranking enemy superhuman units onto the bedside table along with her personal terminal. But this time, as you wish. White Song City. What? Boss, are you running a fever? Don't scare us. Boss, you should reconsider. Several figures surrounded the middle-aged man beside the jeep, their expressions varied, some even showing utter astonishment. The 3 vials of Type 5 neutralizing agent were of high purity, not the adulterated kind found on the black market. 1 injection improved Minsad's condition considerably. They needed to look after him while also considering the large gathering wasn't over yet, so they decided to pick him up today. Then, I'm planning to stay a few more days. These were Marsh's words a few minutes earlier. This truly shocked them. Come on, we're nomads, not city folk. Stay a few more days? The tribe would have vanished long ago. Besides, he was one of the recognized leaders of this nomad tribe. What high-ranking member would suddenly abandon his post and run away? Even Eamon, carrying a large bag of second-hand electronic equipment and mechanical parts, stared at him in astonishment. After the 4 of them received the neutralizing agent, 2 returned to the tribe, while he stayed behind to accompany Marsh, but he had no idea of Marsh's intentions before he spoke. Boss, is it because of what Nando said yesterday? He tried to compose himself, but his voice still trembled as he spoke. Please don't let it get to you. Yes, I admit it. Nando seems like a good person, and quite sincere, but as you saw, he offended both the company and the Eastern Continent Republic. Seeing the other's confusion, he lowered his voice, and quickly recounted what had happened last night. Boss, our lives are our own. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly beat those 2 families. Nothing is impossible. Marsh realized his mistake as soon as he said it, and added, I thought about it seriously. I want to try. Even without me, the tribe still has the king and Lauren. They have the ability to lead everyone to survival. He said in a deep voice, you said our lives are our own, so I want to try. What about us? One of them asked, bewildered. Just a few days and you're going to abandon us. I just want to stay here a few more days. Marsh shook his head, serious. We're still family, just like before. Even if I don't see you for a while, I won't forget you. Isn't that just bullshit? The other person smirked. The truth is, I drove hundreds of miles here, and then, the boss suddenly said to me, oh, my adolescence has finally arrived. That's hilarious. How can you talk like that? Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and snapped, show some respect to the boss. Then he looked at Marsh. Boss, are you really sure? Marsh replied succinctly, yes. The other man was silent for a while. Boss, you know we can't stay with you. That's real bullshit. Marsh laughed for the first time, pulling a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. Someone immediately lit it for him. The tribe is so small. You wouldn't even let me stay if you wanted, but what will happen to our families if you all leave? Then I have nothing more to say. He opened his arms, and they hugged tightly. Boss, take care. Yes, take care. And so they left. Marsh watched the jeep gradually disappear on the horizon, standing there for a long while before moving again. He walked towards White Song City behind him, a completely different direction from the jeep. A certain moment at the sacred mountain. Songshur sat cross-legged. The crimson gold flames flickered erratically, sometimes condensing into swords, spears, and halberds, sometimes rising and shattering like surging waves. The powerful spiritual energy was perfectly contained, surging within the room without causing the slightest damage. Heavenly Sun, Imperial Dew, Vermilion Bird Soul. He had acquired 3 of the 4th ring Psionics skills, completing half of the overall plan. And in the battle at the Sky Data Tower, having endured the aftershocks of attacks from Ogden, Zinryu, Chaklo, and Dwight, and with so much time having passed, Songshur had also made gains. Leaving aside everything else, compared to himself, he was definitely stronger now than he was back then. He was getting closer and closer to returning to his peak state from his previous life. Who? Songshur exhaled softly, suddenly looking up. They arrived. He stood up, stretched his limbs, downed the remaining half glass of orange juice on the bedside table, and then walked to the door. Sometime earlier, tiny white dots had slowly drifted towards the city. These are snowflakes. Or rather, extremely tiny ice crystals. A sea of leaden gray clouds rose and fell, layering upon layer, so thick it was almost suffocating. In just a few breaths, most of Beige City seemed to have plummeted into an abyss, instantly darkening. The world was transformed. For a great source at the mid-4th ring, this was no longer a question of can but want. Like a summer evening downpour, in the blink of an eye, what were just scattered snowflakes suddenly intensified, and from the fierce frosty wind sweeping through the streets and alleys, fist-sized hailstones fell. This was not the end. The intensity of the frosty winds continued to rise. In a few more breaths, hailstones burst open, scattering into countless ice fragments across the sky and ground. No, to be precise, they were crushed and shattered by some external force. A terrifying scene, reminiscent of glacial collapses and snow-capped mountains that had existed for tens of thousands of years, materialized into a massive, blizzard-like torrent of ice, crashing down upon the land. Evacuated everyone so early? Good, very good. A frigid wind howled, carrying countless ice crystals, colliding, compressing, and shattering them until they formed a tornado stretching thousands of meters from the sky. At the very center of the tornado, a heavily armored figure, resembling a divine general, stood majestically, its surface lacquered black, its armor plates layered. A layer of frost quickly formed on its spear, wielded by a middle-aged man with a thick beard and deep-set eyes. He flicked the spear, pointing it at a small, rice-grain-sized youth below, his voice low and deep. Though I bear military orders, I am unwilling to commit unnecessary killing. Chapter 629. Of course, people can't stay here any longer. Keep them as live targets? Songshur, hands in his pockets, tilted his head slightly. Unwilling to commit unnecessary killing? You, the head of a 4th-rank noble family leading troops into battle, don't you find that humorous? War is always a matter of life and death, there's no other way. The other man said slowly, but in this situation, victory or defeat depends only on the 2 of us, so there's no need to kill more people. Because human resources are precious, your immigration bureau is starving, isn't it? Songshur scoffed, just waiting to capture people and make them your slaves. Nonsense. Despite the howling wind and spreading frost around them, the man showed considerable patience. First, the Eastern Continent Republic does not have slavery. He raised his index finger, then his middle finger. Second, do you think they shouldn't pay a price after being rescued? Rescued? Songshur tilted his head. Better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in times of chaos. The man's expression remained unmoved. My Eastern Continent Republic saved these people's lives, granted them citizenship, and protected them. This immense grace, yet they only receive a little hard labor. Is that wrong? That grace is far too great. Songshur twisted his neck. Is it possible that others didn't need your help at all, and could still survive? Is it possible that some would rather die than be your slaves? Wrong, wrong. The man shook his head. That's your subjective assumption. Without our protection, they are like duckweed on a lake, unable to withstand the slightest storm, destined to become a pile of mud, leaving no trace. As for what you say, preferring death to labor? Our country's medical resources aren't so abundant that they can be wasted at will. If someone is determined to die, there are always ways to help them, the man said calmly. But such cases are extremely rare, very rare. There are even cases where people weep and regret halfway through. You said it yourself, these are a minority. People like you and me can naturally disregard life and death, risking everything for something noble, but those people can't. All they ask for is to live. Having a life is more important than anything else. On the contrary, you committed the most heinous act. Oh! Songshur withdrew one hand, looking intrigued. I'd like to hear the details. Before coming here, I looked at your file. It was incomplete, with no clear backstory. The initial eyewitness account was of Hogarth, after which you traveled thousands of miles. The road ahead, accumulating strength along the way, has finally made a name for itself in Beige City. Saving a life and offering shelter are acts of kindness. If you had stopped here, I wouldn't be here today. But you shouldn't have mentioned recreating a new world to them. Songsher seemed amused. If not recreating a new world, were you going to say that kings and generals are incredibly courageous? Like moths to a flame, they only seek their own destruction. What you told them is like picking up a tempting but deadly candle. The man slowly shook his head. You incited them in the name of faith. But how can they have the power to carry it out? Soldiers kill because they cannot disobey military orders, but your actions, which cost them lives, were driven by your own selfish desires. They only had this one life left, and you even wanted to take that life away. You know they only have one life left, right? Songsher suddenly stopped laughing. You know this life belongs to them, right? Flames abruptly materialized, solidifying into a deep blue straight blade. What instigation? Do you know that I respect other people's choices more than anything else in my life? The man, no, the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Continent Republic, one of the highest-ranking commanders on the pure white creature's front. Fourth ring mid-rank great source, Frost Soul, Yu Junkai lowered his eyes. White frost slowly spread along the shaft of the spear, finally forming a crystal clear, pure white flower at the spearhead. Songsher pressed down on Chongsher, his eyes like fire, bursting with intense power. One last question, how would you lie now? This question came abruptly, causing Yu Junkai, who was poised to attack, to pause slightly. He thought carefully for half a second before answering, you lie County, it's alright. Songsher smiled. That's going too far. The next instant, crimson flame soared into the sky. The opening stance, true radiance Dharma image. A divine image tens of meters tall suddenly rose, flames forming a blade in its palm, fiercely slashing towards the sky. This sacred mountain, built brick by tens of thousands of people, bearing countless hopes, melted into ashes in less than a second. But even more terrifying than the mountain's collapse was the sky itself. Yu Junkai was astonished to find that his own entourage was trembling. This Southern Dipper had been entrenched in Beige City for nearly 2 months. As a fellow great source, he was well aware of the importance of harmony between heaven and man and the Taoist temple. Therefore, his preemptive strike, creating this grand spectacle, was an attempt to regain some ground advantage. However, at this moment, the opponent's first move wasn't unity of heaven and man, but rather a pure act of violence aimed at overturning his own territory, and most importantly, the opponent seemed to genuinely possess this power. The frost and snow storm that had been stirring the city, in that instant, was like paper stained with sparks. First, a 1,000-meter-long, crimson-gold gash was cleaved open, then an endless torrent of flames erupted, scorching the frost until it curled up and turned black. In this first exchange, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Where did such a ferocious psionicist come from? His thoughts couldn't affect reality, nor did they affect Yu Junkai. His tempered consciousness, forged through countless battles, allowed him to unhesitatingly abandon his original tactics and launch another change. His frost-covered spear clashed with the flaming blade, and immediately the surrounding ice crystal shattered, turning into extremely fine ice shards, which were swept into the air currents, converging into a roaring gale. But this wasn't physical coldness, it was a pain that pierced the very soul. Psionic art, bitter cold. Pain and coldness seem inseparable from their very inception. Even hell, which contains all sinners, has its 8 cold hells. And psionic arts, derived from this imagery, specifically target the mind, inflicting excruciating agony. The next instant, the surging flames abruptly transformed into pitch black, relentlessly crashing down without hesitation. Is this malevolent energy? The bitter cold clashed with the raging flames, and Yu Junkai, taking advantage of the clash, absorbed a trace of it, instantly sensing a ferocious killing intent that threatened to devour him. His opponent also possessed a psionic art specifically designed to attack the mind, and bitter cold was no match. In the 7th second of the battle, centered on the collision, frost and flame suddenly collapsed inward, immediately unleashing a terrifying aftershock. Rows of surrounding buildings were frozen and melted away, and from the sky, a massive crater of hundreds of thousands of square meters appeared in the center of White Dust City. Songsher struck again. The power of destruction rapidly brewed from the flames, even causing cracks to appear on the latter. Facing this attack, Yu Junsai's roaring frost and wind, and the ancient, unyielding glaciers, were instantly pierced like thin, clear ice on a lake. Calamity. Yu Junsai's heart pounded. A sudden warning arose, but it was too late to evade. His opponent's attack clearly involved a kind of escape technique, its explosive power and speed terrifying. A streak of crimson gold flowed straight across the sky. The thick sea of clouds was cleaved open, revealing a gaping hole from which countless sparks erupted, scattering ripples of destruction across the city. With Songsher's current strength, the calamity he unleashed could burn down even the smallest spark, destroying a 3-story apartment building. Thousands of meters away, in a brief instant, a mountain-high block of ice collapsed with a deafening roar. The skyscrapers unfortunately frozen within it crumbled into white dust with a resounding crack. Yu Junkai emerged from the ice. Compared to before, he looked far more disheveled. His imposing heavy armor was shattered, falling off with each step. However, this classically styled exoskeleton was merely a facade to project an air of authority. The real wound lay in Yu Junkai's abdomen. On the right side of his lower abdomen, a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared, almost piercing through him. Crimson flames burned within, charred flesh and blood, until the frost repeatedly covered and melted several times before finally extinguishing. A single strike had caused an injury far from minor. Oh! The imagery of unmelting solid ice. In the distance, Songsher's pupils reflected the color of glass, discerning his opponent's true strength. He casually grabbed a handful of frost, the icy touch lingering in his palm. No wonder, despite the imposing presence, it's not cold at all. His opponent was a great source of the ice path, but judging from the exchange, the opponent was using the imagery of freezing and solid ice, rather than the bone-chilling cold and fierce frost winds. The howling ice whirlwinds raging across the sky were truly lethal because of the fine ice shards they carried. The coldness was rather insignificant. His long, gray hair fell loosely behind his head. Yu Junkai took a deep breath, his callous hands slowly tightening their grip on his spear. His abdomen still throbbed with pain. He had used 2 spiritual energy techniques in quick succession, one to freeze, attempting to slow the force of the attack. The other to erect a barrier, like an unyielding, blurred sheet of ice at the bottom of a lake, obscuring even the smallest detail. But even combined, the 2 techniques were insufficient to withstand the opponent's attack. Whoosh! A gale howled. Centered on the man, the world had transformed into a ghastly white expanse. Countless ice shards swirled in the wind, like massive, solid millstones, or sharp, jagged saw blades, pulverizing everything in their path, carving ugly gaps into Beige City. The thermal power plant, which had been restarted with great effort by the Autonomous Committee, was covered in frost in every crevice of the equipment and collapsed with a crash. At the site of the first grand rally, the model brass shell casings were trampled into dirty rags, and the makeshift stalls that had been set up were easily crushed into dust by the frost and wind. Pale ash drifted up, coalescing into thick, leaden-gray tornadoes that ravaged the world. Streets and alleys were reduced to white. Psionic Technique Ice Age? Songsher watched patiently as his opponent completed this setup. Then, the young man snapped his fingers. Yu Junkai suddenly looked up. The Ice Age froze everything, even flames. The previously raging crimson-gold sea of fire had shrunk considerably. But in that instant, with the snap of his fingers, a new color suddenly emerged from the gaps between the surging ice storms and ice fragments. It was like iron chains rubbing against the ground at high speed, sparking countless embers. These sparks, trailing brilliant, dazzling streams of light, collided abruptly within a few breaths, as if coming alive, painting the originally pure, pale world with striking patches of crimson-gold flares. This wasn't a direct, external attack. The source of this spiritual energy clearly originated from within the Ice Age. Laws possess primordial spirit. Yu Junkai's voice was low and hoarse. The spirituality is so strong, it's truly unparalleled in the world. The Ice Age froze everything, yet those spiritual flames that should have been extinguished along with it stubbornly retained some of their spirituality. Like slender steel needles, they pierced their own environment, erupting at crucial moments and disrupting its structure. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, the man, nearing 50, thought to himself. If it weren't for his spiritual technique, Mystic Ice, which could greatly increase the strength of the ice layer and resist interference, the Ice Age would likely have been destroyed and disintegrated. A wisp of white mist rose from nowhere, enveloping the man and instantly forming a distinct frost. Even his hair and temples were covered in ice crystals. Only his eyes, like the depths of an abyss, revealed a restrained, cold glint. Psionic Art Northern Sky Chi. Yu Junkai took a step forward, his spear trembling, his entire body radiating a chilling aura. This psionic art, born from the imagery of bitter warfare, lacked the dramatic passion, the deadly intent of life-or-death battles, the fervent fighting spirit. Its only quality was the silence of marching through the freezing cold. Spear thrust. Songsher's eyes lit up. The Ice Age, disrupted by the vermilion bird soul's dharma possesses primordial spirit, had turned the once pristine glacial environment into a murky, smoky landscape, radiating heat and flares. But with this thrust, the glaciers within dozens of miles seemed to stabilize once more. Yu Junkai, however, did not resonate with his surroundings. On the contrary, in the reflection of the glassy temple, Yu Junsai's presence suddenly became prominent, incongruous, not because his aura was particularly terrifying, overshadowing the glacial storm. The spiritual energy that had recently transformed the world was now completely restrained and contained by Yu Junkai. He resembled a pilgrim climbing a snow-capped mountain and traversing an icy river, his small body containing boundless will. And precisely because of this, even though he had restrained himself to the extreme, he perceived a threat from his opponent that surpassed any previous attack. Good. Before the word good could be uttered, Song Shirshin smiled with delight. A spark extinguished, and then golden mist flowed into Chongshi. The yin and yang clashed, transforming into a terrifying killing power that surpassed any previous attack. No dodging, no evasion. Soaring to the heavens. I give you a chance. Calamity. Chapter 630. In less than 1,000th of a second, the spear imbued with northern heavenly chi clashed head-on with Chongshi. From the sidelines, this scene was clearly visible. A tiny man was thrusting his spear towards the crimson flame Dharma avatar, whose size far surpassed his own. Boom! In an instant, frost and flames intertwined, two completely different spiritual energies clashing, unleashing unprecedented destructive power. In the far north, this collision would have shattered the ice plains and caused continuous snow-capped mountains to collapse. Within a city, the scene was even more magnificent. First, like dominoes, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles. 4 concentric circles, encompassing an area tens of miles in diameter, caused all visible buildings to collapse and disintegrate, then disintegrate into fragments in midair. An unparalleled, blinding light erupted, and a sphere of light suddenly rose from the earth. At that very moment, from some unknown distance, someone pulled down their hood and abruptly turned around. Mr. May? The person beside him was startled and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He followed Mr. May's gaze, peering for a long time, but couldn't see anything on the horizon. Nothing. After a long pause, Mei Hongi composed himself, his gloomy expression replaced by a calm demeanor. Let's keep going. We must cover another 300 kilometers before sunset today. The wind pulled the hood down again. He leaned back against the seat, exhaled, and as his view suddenly shifted, he saw rows of cars, modified countless times, laden with bags and packages, moving across the wind-eroded wasteland like a long, winding serpent heading towards an equally uncertain distance. Boom. So, could this thrusting spear shatter that colossal Dharma form? Songshi provided the answer. No. It could be seen that the spear, struck by the heavy slaughter, seemed to bear some unbearable weight, emitting a mournful tremor, the white frost that had formed on it crumbling inch by inch. Finally, along with Yu Junkai, it was cleaved back into the earth. Truly worthy of being a spiritualist leading troops into battle. Songshi did not immediately pursue. The Dharma form lowered its head, only to see the flames cracking inch by inch, like a candle flickering in the wind. Even its right hand, which held it, was covered in an indelible, ghastly white, the dim flame standing out starkly. This move, Northern Wind, isn't entirely a newly created psionic technique, but it's an innovation built upon the foundations laid by predecessors, incorporating some unique techniques. Songshi carefully examined the pale arm. It's not pure freezing, nor simply the deathly stillness of the battlefield, but rather a desperate struggle for survival, a hysterical fight to the death, even when the body is completely numb. Not bad, he commented. Eastern Mountain is bitterly cold and resource scarce. For generations, the only way out for its people has been to become soldiers. Yu Junkai coughed violently several times. The frost that had covered his body, not long ago, had melted away, replaced by rising heat. The multiple strikes from the bad calamity had left him with numerous wounds, several of which even the freezing couldn't temporarily stop. But he still endured. The man swallowed the burning sensation in his internal organs and raised his spear once more. It was nothing more than risking your life. What a pity, Songshi said with regret, you won't get your wish. Yu Junkai silently clenched his fists, white frost once again covering the already cratered spear. As he had done countless times before, spiritual energy surged from his chest again, then, the movement abruptly stopped. The man's pupils contracted sharply. With a whoosh, the pale arm was pulled from the spiritual energy flames. Without their support, the entire arm cleanly shattered into dust, rolling into the wind. Immediately afterward, a ball of light flickered at the broken opening, and crimson gold flame surged forth, intertwining and instantly reconstructing a brand new, identical arm. The Dharma form was perfectly intact. The 5 fingers, wreathed in light, slightly parted. After the ball of light reconstructed the arm, the remaining spiritual energy flames quickly condensed into a straight blade of flame. With a casual diagonal slash, a massive fissure, resembling a lava volcano, appeared in the city, stretching for thousands of meters. Then, a magnificent sun, unlike any seen before, rose from the surging sea of flames and slowly hovered behind the Dharma image. Yu Junkai recognized it. Psionic art, heavenly sun. At the very bottom of the Dharma image, the young man casually raised his hand, 26 identical orbs of light swirling gently between his fingers. Yu Junkai remained silent for a long while. He still had the strength to fight. The attacks he had taken earlier were indeed powerful, and had indeed put him in a rather unfavorable state. But unfavorable was not the same as severely injured, and even if severely injured, there were countless examples on the battlefield of a dying blow that dragged the enemy down with him. For a man from a military background, who had experienced countless battles, as long as he had a breath left, the outcome was not yet decided. But it shouldn't be like this. How much of the 4th ring's territory have you fought for? Yu Junkai suddenly asked. 50%. Songshur held up his index finger. Half. With your talent and experience of a 5th ring cultivator, how could you be an unknown nobody? Yu Junsai's eyes held genuine confusion. Even the scribes and knights of the Silent One Society don't always stay on their ships, they must travel the world. How vast is the world? Even a 4th ring psionicist couldn't possibly know every corner of Terra. Songshur smiled slightly. Am I right? Right. Yu Junkai nodded. However, this is definitely not your reason. Eastern Republic, 4th class family, you family of Don Shan Yu Junkai. He spoke each word slowly, twirling his spear. Songshur lightly raised his spear, and delivered a heavy blow. Nando. Still unwilling to reveal your name? That symbol is unnecessary. I see. As the last word was uttered, Yu Junkai vanished from the spot. A terrifying scene, resembling the turbulent, fractured crust of continental plates, appeared in Beige City. Icebergs, icebergs, and more icebergs. Amidst deafening roars, icebergs, harder than iron and stone, pierced the earth. Viewed from the heavens, these icebergs slowly rose, like a giant opening its arms, forming a basin encircling a significant portion of Beige City. At the very center of this basin was Songshur. Above this basin, Yu Junkai released his spear, letting it roll away to who knows where, his long, grayish-white hair flying wildly. The terrain was set. Then, divine might descended. A blizzard capable of easily crushing steel obscured the sky above the basin. It was so dense that in an instant, the basin was submerged in shadow, plunging into deep darkness. It must have been another psionic technique activated, the blizzard intensified, showing no signs of abating, and also possessed the effect of weakening perception. In the blink of an eye, the ruins of the buildings at the bottom of the basin melted away, leaving a perfectly smooth disk. Even the ground itself seemed to have been shaving away piece by piece, like butter. But the thickness didn't decrease. It increased. Because the efficiency of the frost and snow accumulation even exceeded the speed at which the earth was flattened. Yu Junkai, born into a poor commoner family, had risen to the position of wartime commander through over 30 years of military experience and exceptional skill. His most proficient tactic was always wide-area attacks targeting Legion-level forces. 5 months ago, in the Battle of Boros, Yu Junkai had used his full power to alter the local weather patterns, severely damaging the enemy's Iron Curtain defense system with an endless, brutal waterfall of ice, thus securing victory in that battle. He had given it his all. Strands of white hair at his temples fluttered in the wind, constantly slapping against his face. But it wasn't enough. At this moment, Yu Junkai thought to himself. Having unleashed this technique, he had exhausted all his means, yet even so, he had only barely managed to bring the situation back to a stalemate. He had revealed his trump card first. But did his opponent have no trump cards either? No. Given the opponent's demonstrated spiritual power, they likely had more, not fewer, trump cards than he did. Heavenly might and earthly power. Songshur stood in the center of the basin, looking up. He could see that even with the vast and magnificent power of true radiance, its range was forcibly suppressed before this blizzard of glaciers imbued with the might of heaven and earth. The originally raging sea of crimson gold fire was now confined to a mere 300 meters around him. However, just a hair's breadth away, he could not advance any further. No matter how fierce the wind and snow raged outside, the sea of fire, with a radius of 300 meters, remained unmoved, forming a perfectly round field. There are commendable aspects. Skillful, stable, solid. Song Shi, carrying the heavy slayer, shook his head. But that's also the drawback. The price of being too cautious is the lack of a wow factor. In warfare, there's no need for recklessness. A low, hoarse voice came from behind countless flowing ice shards. If it comes to the point where you have to take risks to gamble for victory, then it's a dereliction of duty by the commander. Prudent. Song Shi smiled. So your next move is to call for reinforcements. Yu Junkai nodded. After this action, the man said nothing more. His psionic technique, Northern Sky Chi, was activated again, but this time it didn't condense into a weapon. What appeared in his hand was a constantly fluttering banner. Yu Junkai swung his banner sharply. Almost simultaneously, the environment underwent a strange transformation, as if an invisible hand had manipulated the entire scene, kneading and reshaping everything in its path. The raging, erratic snowstorm, in that instant, was all brought under the control of the banner. It was as if a chaotic, defeated army had suddenly rebuilt its command chain step by step, each basic unit becoming a part of this vast command structure. The surging winds transformed into an orderly cavalry charge, the fine ice shards became sturdy siege weapons, and the swirling snowflakes strangely coalesced into interconnected units. This was not the manifestation of natural disaster commonly seen in the high-level Great Source realm. Yu Junkai's path abruptly abandoned the imagery of natural disaster, instead extracting the imagery of human power from his decades of military experience. This was a military tactic of using human power to control the celestial phenomena, an invincible force. A sliver of crimson light suddenly surged. A dazzling fissure appeared in the dark basin. The assembled, poised army of calamities, upon its arrival, displayed a terrifying spectacle in its very first second. A clear vacuum appeared from its center, as if it had been forcefully pierced. The sun can be obscured by frost and snow can be melted by the sun. Thus, what determines victory or defeat is the depth of one's foundation. As the heavenly sun hung high in the sky, Song Shi's spiritual energy increased every second. Even without the Emperor's essence, the destructive power of this strike was not significantly diminished. It's all about entanglement. Song Shi smoothly slashed diagonally, thousands of streams of fire swirling together, like a hot knife through butter, cutting a slit with remarkable fluidity. They really gone to great lengths to stall me. But as Yu Junkai unleashed his full power, frost and snow raged across the basin. The military formation, just blasted out of the vacuum zone, was being replenished and manpower restored in the blink of an eye. Another strike. Soaring sky erupted, and in the blink of an eye, Song Shi unleashed dozens of strikes, tearing a shocking gap in the military formation with overwhelming ferocity. Even the speed of the wind couldn't keep up. Yu Junkai groaned, blood seeping from his 5 orifices, yet he gripped the banner even tighter. It didn't matter anymore. From the moment he unleashed this move, he was no longer fighting to suppress his opponent single-handedly. He never found war interesting, nor did he understand those who were enthusiastic about dueling on the battlefield, claiming their blood was boiling. Everything he does is for the ultimate victory. If that victory requires a duel, he can fight it. If that victory requires a sure thing, then no matter how much others provoke him, even if they are just ordinary people, he will only watch coldly from the sidelines. Boom! The army's formation was breached once more, but the rate of replenishment slowed significantly. The roaring sea of fire engulfed the frost and snow. Imperceptibly, the basin's temperature rose, and the gale gradually thinned. The enemy's momentum, however, only increased. A single man, having broken through numerous obstacles, grinned and charged straight at him. Did he still have such strength? He had no more strength left. Yu Ju released his grip, the banners fluttering in the wind, and issued his final order. Frost and ice transformed into a loyal personal guard, relentlessly charging towards the enemy, who sought to take the commander's head amidst the vast army. This wasn't even defense. It was practically overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers, attempting to buy a meager amount of time. The enemy's charge slowed slightly. That was enough. The iceberg, the basin, even the massive army formation, everything they had done before, in the end, was nothing more than delaying and trapping. Far, far away, Mei Hongyi once again removed his hood. He turned his head, and this time, no one asked him what had happened. The long convoy had stopped some time earlier. Some people leaned out, some got out of their vehicles, and stood to the side, staring blankly upwards. Their gazes were all in the same direction. At the edge of the horizon, in the vast sky, a red, ominous star lit up. Then, the ominous star descended upon the earth. Chapter 631. On the front lines of the war zone, inside a specially constructed heavenly palace, Shen Erfeng's fingers, holding the bronze Ju, a type of ancient Chinese wine vessel, suddenly tightened. The terrifying spiritual energy reaching the fifth ring, true spirit, even if only a sliver leaked out, immediately disrupted the originally simple and elegant music. The surrounding musicians nearly knelt down on the spot. However, Shen Erfeng had no time to correct this disgraceful scene and instantly vanished from the spot. In his perception, Yu Juansai's life force was constantly weakening. This meant he was at a complete disadvantage. A pure white creature had launched an ambush? A third-party force couldn't hold back and intervene? No, in his perception, the aura of Yu Juansai's battle remained singular. His brilliance was so overwhelming. I truly underestimated this southern dipper. 10,000 meters above the ground, seemingly endless air currents surrounded the old man, his wide sleeves billowing. In that instant, the intangible gale sketched the hazy outline of a five-chariot formation, transforming into the chariot of a feudal lord supporting the old man. As the fifth ring truth pursuing self-discipline and restoration of propriety, Shen Erfeng exhausted all his learning, mastering all his spiritual energy techniques to construct a unique spiritual energy system. He called it the 6 arts of the gentleman, and what he was currently displaying was the art of control. Shen Erfeng gave a slight tug. In an instant, an incredibly conspicuous white streak streaked across the sky, like a chariot track, its momentum and speed enough to leave even hypersonic weapons in the dust. Such a fierce collision would be something even the Eastern Continent Republic space carrier rotating heaven wouldn't want to withstand head-on. But someone appeared in front of the carriage. It was a tall woman with long brown hair. Her golden, vertical pupils held a chilling glint. She casually unbuttoned the top button of her suit jacket, and with a slight squeeze of her long thumb and forefinger, she easily crushed the metal into powder. "Teacher Shen, what's the rush? What are you planning to do?" The carriage stopped. "Move aside." The old man narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "I only say this once. Old people don't have good liver and lung function, so don't get angry unnecessarily." The woman seemed not to hear him, smiling as she said, "It just so happens that our pure white biotechnology has some experience in medical engineering. How about we give you a few bottles of liver-protecting tablets? They're free." Shen Erfeng loosened the ropes, and with a flick of his thick hand, a bout painted vermilion appeared out of thin air. "Oh, by the way, I just heard that your commander-in-chief seems to be in some trouble. It's truly heartbreaking and regrettable." The woman, oblivious to everything, brushed a strand of her smooth hair aside. "How about this, we go together later? You won't even need to lift a finger, I avenge you, okay?" The next instant, the woman's body, thousands of meters away, exploded into pieces. The 6 arts of the gentleman archery. There are 5 types, called the 5 archery techniques, and this is one of them, swift throw, where the arrow is released with lightning speed, aiming briefly, and hitting the target immediately. Hee. However, the woman's voice was completely unaffected, ringing out again, even stronger than before, echoing from all directions, causing visible vibrations in the air, creating ripples. "You're in such a hurry, Teacher Shen." The source of the sound came from above. In the vast sea of clouds, something inhuman was slowly moving. Countless scales, seemingly both gold and iron, clung tightly together, forming a black iron curtain stretching to the horizon, roughly estimated to be over 30 kilometers long. This terrifying behemoth, large enough to be contained only by the ocean, lowered its head, its golden vertical pupils reflecting the old man below. Fifth ring transcendence, the mighty serpent, Beverly Margaret. Even her mere speaking was like rolling thunder, carrying earth-shattering power. Old man going backwards. As if the mountains began to shift, the black iron curtain suddenly accelerated, the clouds were churned to shreds, and the giant serpent laughed wildly and gleefully. "It's time to be swept into the dustbin of history." 48 seconds after these words, the supercorporation overturning Valley pioneers observed a localized major earthquake originating in the northern region. The calculation skill precisely revealed the opponent's weak points to Shen Erfeng, while the music skill transformed into solemn sounds of bells and chimes, displaying majesty and benefiting both sides while weakening the enemy. The archery skill, serving as the main source of damage, could blast the giant snake into a bloody mess even with the most ordinary strike. Each scale, capable of easily withstanding a direct hit from a tank's main gun, offered no protection whatsoever. However, against Beverly's colossal body, spanning tens of kilometers, no matter how many times she blasted it, she couldn't deliver a decisive blow. Almost instantly, the wounds began to heal. After a probing high-energy breath attack that, aside from creating a large rift in the earth, completely failed to harm Shen Erfeng, who was now empowered by both calculation and defense skills, Beverly completely switched to defense, relying solely on her regenerative abilities and massive size to relentlessly pursue her opponent. Shen Erfeng's face finally darkened. He stopped shooting, bit his thumb, and the crimson blood, like ink, swiftly traced a row of iron hooks and silver strokes on the bow. The 6 arts of Agiliman, the art of riding. Beverly knew the big one was coming. Her serpentine body surged rapidly through the sea of clouds, forming a coiled, spiraling pattern, and an invisible bioenergy field slowly rose. At this critical moment, the giant serpent suddenly raised its head and glanced in a certain direction. Shen Erfeng's hand also paused, and he abruptly turned his head. Unbeknownst to him, on the distant horizon, where the once thick, mountain-like sea of clouds had appeared, an enormous vortex had materialized. A red, demonic star shines from the deepest part of the vortex. Then it descends. The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. Space-based weapon, Celestial Calamity Fire. As a strategic weapon, the Celestial Calamity Fire lacks the overwhelming grandeur of Fubo Energy's solar radiation focusing array, the unstoppable force of Celestial Central Hub's electromagnetic railgun cluster, and the imposing scale of Fugu Pioneer's crustal waver. It also lacks the natural power of Yunan's wide area weather control device, and the sacred magnificence of Fanpusta Empire's end of the sanctuary. The only thing the Celestial Calamity Fire prides itself on is its unparalleled destructive power, and Songshur sensed it. The instant it cleaved through Yu Junkai, a strong sense of alarm surged through his heart, originating from the heavens. Whoosh! The finger bones, burned to a charred black, suddenly rose, gripping the heavy blade piercing his chest. Frost spread rapidly along the blade's spine, threatening to freeze both of them. At the end of the frost was a face revealing a jawbone and half a bare gum. The face was a gruesome sight, but Yu Junsai's eyes shone with a frightening light. He hissed, "Stay! Here!" The man suddenly froze for a moment, because he saw it. At that moment, on that face so close, so young, there was no surprise or panic, only pure, blatant joy, or rather, excitement. "Stay here?" Songshur's eyes also shone with a fierce light. He grinned. "Of course I stay here. You helped me a lot. Even better than I expected." "Huh?" Yu Junkai was taken aback. Last words. Crimson flame surged, washing away the frost from the last vestige of power the other man had mustered. Songshur withdrew his heavy slayer without hesitation, spun halfway around, and proudly raised his head. "After I take this attack, I ask you again." The color of the sky changed. When a flare suddenly rises in the dead of night, a section of the airspace turns red. The scene before them was hundreds, or even thousands of times larger than a flare. It was as if dusk had suddenly fallen, and the intense, radiant glow of the setting sun had dyed the sky as far as the eye could see red. The tidal wave of red engulfed the earth, the city of Beige, and even Songshur. But this red lacked the languid warmth of a sunset. Instead, it was a chilling, eerie crimson. The harbinger had arrived. The last time this crimson appeared in the world, the result was that a city of millions was reduced to dust. In the long history of the 4 heavenly emperors, the cultivators, through an incredibly fortuitous chance, refined a substance called phlogiston. This substance hardly participated in any reactions. Its only effect was dissociation. Whether it's reactive substances like oxygen, aluminum, and tin, or inert substances like gold, helium, and neon, phlogiston treats them all the same, instantly disintegrating into dust upon contact. The cultivators of the 4 heavenly emperors call this dust calamity ashes. Even energy cannot stop phlogiston. Some ancestors attempted to do so, and discovered that phlogiston could disintegrate electrical currents. With the outbreak of the 7 Earth War, forces with similar cultural origins formed an alliance, establishing the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. To prepare for the upcoming high-intensity war, the 4 heavenly emperors contributed phlogiston. Thus, after a long period of research led by the Academic Council, they successfully developed a stabilization and intensification scheme for phlogiston. The former ensured its containment, while the latter significantly increased its destructive power and range. Based on this, orbital deployment and pinpoint strikes were developed. This is the starting point for the space-based weapon, Celestial Calamity Fire. Now it has arrived. The sky, completely stained crimson, was the first to change. The super company Dust Contract Generation once released a type of game that emphasized scene destruction and pixel art as its selling point. Those high-definition scenes, built from geometric pixel blocks, would explode with a bang when attacked by the player, turning into countless tiny pixel fragments scattered across the screen. The scene unfolding above Beige City was remarkably similar. As the demonic star descended, the sky seemed to collapse suddenly in its path, disintegrating into countless gray-white dust particles. It descended straight down, and the sky collapsed straight down with it. When it reached 3,000 meters, the earth began to be affected. Outside the glacial basin created by Yujunkai, the buildings that had barely survived the previous battles, because they were located on the outskirts of Beige City, seemed to have been summoned. Starting from the top floor, they silently disintegrated, scattering massive amounts of gray-white dust. This demonic star was fast enough that it traversed another 1,000 meters in less than the blink of an eye, about to strike the basin. Strictly speaking, this statement is incorrect, because the power of the celestial calamity fire was enough to turn the entire Beige City into literal ashes. Mehongi's Adam's apple bobbed. Since breaking through to the upper level of the second ring, he hadn't lost his composure for a very long time. Even from an unknown distance, he could see the shocking crimson staining the distant horizon. The others around him were still stunned, simply surprised by the strange phenomenon, not understanding what was happening. But Mehongi was different. He was a second-ring psionicist, his knowledge far exceeding that of ordinary people, and being on the path of consensus, he had secretly obtained many secrets, both true and false. Therefore, in this instant, he clearly knew what this scene represented. The strategic armed forces of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, the heavenly judgment calamity. Mehongi clutched his forehead in anguish. Their words about evacuating Beige City in batches were just like what they said yesterday. He vaguely anticipated this, but he hadn't expected it to end like this. Their newly established home, those beautiful and unpleasant memories, and most importantly, Nan-do, the one who said he wanted people to spread his name, to tell him his story, to help others to the best of his ability, this newly risen, so brilliant flame, was about to be extinguished. A deathly silence interrupted his thoughts. As if someone had pressed the pause button, suddenly, a deathly silence fell around him. With a jolt, Mehongi returned to reality. Then, the man's eyes widened. Still so far away, still the sky a crimson, that eerie, chilling color. But a new red rose. To be precise, it was a crimson gold. A line of unimaginably dazzling crimson gold rose from the horizon. Not fleeing, the crimson gold was rising, still rising. It met the descending demonic star head-on. It was as if the sun had leaped back into the sky, the intensely scorching crimson gold melting the crimson. The sea of clouds began to boil violently, the meaning of burning mountains and boiling seas became reality, appeared in Mehongi's eyes, for a moment, or perhaps as if holding one's breath. The crimson gold flames rising from below collided with the crimson demonic star descending from above. From the point where the two touched, an unparalleled brilliance suddenly burst forth, as if hundreds of suns had expanded simultaneously, scattering millions of rainbow rays. No one could see clearly what was happening at that moment, not the people around, not even Mehongi, yet he remained staring in that direction, refusing to look away even as the light stung his glasses, as if frozen in place. Even the most dazzling light eventually dims. The brightness of the world gradually dissipated. The crimson gold flames vanished without a trace. The demonic star had disappeared. The only thing people could see was the sky. A gray, overcast sky. Chapter 632. The basin was gone. Beige City was gone too, replaced by an enormous, smooth, flat crater, like the unsightly scar left on the earth after a mature tree has been uprooted. Even from above, the crater was striking, and when actually inside it, the gray-white edges stretching for kilometers gave one a profound sense of insignificance. Cough. The endless ashes of the calamity, scattered in the air, suddenly became chaotic, then were pierced by a hand. It was an arm covered in crimson gold cracks, reminiscent of broken porcelain. More bodies crashed through the ashes. Songsher staggered a few steps. His entire body was like an arm, scalding golden blood seeping from the cracks, each drop burning a crater in the ground that wouldn't dissipate for a long time. This was the state of self-immolation. Heavenly tribulation fire, heavenly tribulation fire. Elemental combustion. Songsher shook his head. Looks like you couldn't kill me. Lying in the thick layer of ashes was a form barely recognizable as human. Yujunkai. He watched the young man approach step by step, and even at this point of imminent death, he couldn't help but be astonished. The destructive power of heavenly tribulation fire was indeed terrifying, but this attack wasn't at full power. He was confident he could withstand it, provided he had sufficient preparation time, and still incurred considerable injury. However, he sensed that although the other party bore shocking injuries, his aura hadn't diminished much. The abilities of forging flame and boiling blood. Yujunkai thought. Then came a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had already succeeded. This person, destined to become a major enemy of the Eastern Continent Republic, would ultimately be nipped in the bud. Body collapsed, mind disintegrated, hopeless. Songsher walked up to the man. Is there anything else you want to say? After a few seconds, a low, hoarse voice sounded. Who are you? Yu Junsai's lips moved slightly. Name. Nando. Songshur sighed. I'm sorry, I definitely won't tell you that. Is that so? Yu Junkai said softly. Even someone as strong as you can't change much. You choose to believe those people, but they will inevitably betray your trust. That's not something I need to consider. Songshur inserted the heavy slaughtering blade, sat down, and the ashes of the calamity were pressed into a dent. I only do what I want to do, as for whether they can do it or not. Songshur didn't care. Do I look like someone who likes to be a nani? Yu Junai closed his eyes, his breath faint as a mosquito's buzz. It's a pity. I won't live to see the day when a new path is forged. Songshur waited a while, then realized Yu Junkai could no longer utter a word. The ashes of calamity floated in the environment. These remnants left behind by the heavenly tribulation fire gave off an extremely desolate and ruined feeling. They moved silently, flying higher and higher. But right now, in Beige City, there was clearly no wind. An unimaginably vast shadow emerged from behind the gray sky, like a whale rising from the bottom of an abyss, only this shadow was many times larger than a whale. Muscle layers and scales contracted into an endless line, like a giant beast flowing through mountains, obscuring the sky. Behind the swaying, pitch-black iron curtain, a pair of golden vertical pupils slowly emerged. Its very existence generated a mysterious gravitational pull, drawing and swirling ashes from dozens of miles around, creating a gray-white vortex that made even the sky bow its head. Opposite it stood a phantom five-chariot formation, within which sat an elderly man in imperial robes, holding a large, vermilion bow. Compared to the giant serpent that seemed to have stepped out of mythology, the old man was as insignificant as a speck of dust, yet anyone who witnessed it would understand one thing. The two were locked in a stalemate. In fact, the old man was subtly stronger. These two fifth-ring psionicists, even in the current high-intensity war that spanned the entirety of Terra, belonged to the very pinnacle of power. The most recent clash of this caliber was between the Vice Grand Master of the martial sect of Yunnan and a Grand Duke of the Vanpusta Empire. The result of their all-out attack was that an entire inland sea nearly evaporated, and the seabed collapsed. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on this scene, weighing the pros and cons of their actions. The old man, expressionless, drew his bow, and fired an arrow into the sky. A few breaths later, a burst of silver flame erupted from the central orbit. This, a new face that appeared out of nowhere. The giant serpent spoke first. Her voice was like thunder, yet surprisingly not harsh. You killed Yujukai? That's excellent, fantastic. Her words carried a smile. See that old man over there? He's furious. As thanks, I can save your life. Our pure white creature's talent recruitment policy has always been generous. Even if you want to sleep with me, we can talk. Shameless whore. Shen Erfling's expression darkened, truly deserving of death. Stop clinging to your feudal dregs like they're precious, okay? Free love, why can't it be even a little bit more modern? Beverly was speaking when her vertical pupils suddenly brightened, followed by the sound of shattering glass, the sound of a biofield being broken. Shen Erfling's arrow aimed at the young man below was blocked by her. Ouch, that really hurts. Beverly flicked her tongue, but still smiled. I still call you Nando for now. I probably can't drag this out for too long, so I suggest you make a decision quickly. Sleep with you? Chongshur was pulled out, and Songshur swayed, standing up. So, all this generosity in the talent recruitment policy is just to take advantage of me? Oh, that. Beverly's body moved slowly. If you have a thing for that kind of thing, I can guarantee you a completely new experience every time. By the way, whatever style you like, I can reshape it into whatever you want. Hearing these words, Shen Erfling's face grew increasingly grim. His gaze lingered on Yu Junsai's closed-eye face for a moment. In this era of moral decay and social upheaval, you cannot escape your guilt. The large, vermilion-lacquered bow was slowly drawn back, the old man's voice like ice and iron, revealing undisguised solemn killing intent. Trying to recruit him? You will all die. Beverly ignored the old man, her scales slowly tightened, her gaze fixed on the young man, awaiting an answer. Enough already, at a time like this, why are you still spouting nonsense? The response was a sneer. If I were to do as you say, I wouldn't be here in the first place. Crimson gold flames burst forth, and standing within them, the young man raised his heavy sword. What a pity, Beverly sighed sincerely. Then I just have to let you die here. In that instant, the old man and the giant serpent's auras suddenly lost their initial sharp clash, as if they had reached a brief consensus. With this subtle change, at least for this moment, their auras suddenly merged into one. Boom! No, not a physical explosion. It was clearly an illusion created by the oppressive force of two terrifying spiritual energies on the senses. From the moment they collided, the sky seemed like the surface of the sea struck by an unparalleled force. The air rippled violently, as if compressed, creating a massive, rapidly expanding depression. Marsh stood frozen in place. Without needing anything extra, he could clearly see the distant sky slowly sinking. Even after staring at it for just a few seconds, he felt dizzy. The oppressive feeling he experienced now was stronger and more chilling than that of the red demonic star before. A colossal, unimaginably large, jet-black serpent, like a mountain, calmly coiled high in the sky. Even though it was thousands of kilometers away, he could still barely make out its outline. An inescapable fear rose within him, the kind of fear that emanated from the deepest recesses of his bloodline when suddenly encountering a tiger in the wilderness. A deathly silence surrounded him. This was a scene that had occurred not long ago when the demonic star descended. But this time, it was different. If the previous silence was like watching a movie about to reach its climax, a breathless anticipation mixed with fear, then this silence was pure, utterly bewildered, and deathly stillness. They were the community plumbers, the low-level office workers toiling away in office buildings, the unlicensed doctors whose licenses had been revoked for failing to pay union dues, the gangsters roaming the streets, and then, they all became wanderers. They became part of this convoy. Many of them had never heard of the so-called celestial calamity, but they knew something else. Everyone living on this land knew the leaders of this war. The chairman of pure white creatures, the vice president of the Eastern Continent Republic. Even the smallest glimpse of information about them in the news was enough to make one incredulous, lips moving unconsciously, unsure what to say. And now, they were all here together. Fernando. Someone gagged softly, seemingly vomiting bile. Others sobbed quietly. Why is this happening? Right now, there must be a lot of people watching here, right? A cracking sound, like ice slowly shattering, echoed as Songshur looked up. The almost tangible power above him seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Shen Erfing glanced at him coldly, while only Beverly smiled and replied, quite a few indeed. Teacher Shen just shot down a satellite. That's excellent. Cracks covered his entire body, constantly oozing hot blood. The destructive power of a single heavenly tribulation fire strike was something even Songshur couldn't ignore, suffering a significant injury. However, he was currently suppressing the effects of his injuries through his self-immolation state, maintaining his spiritual energy at a high level. Otherwise, relying solely on fourth-ring psionic energy to generate a massive surge in power would be asking too much, even for me. Oh! Compared to the old man slowly building his strength, his aura growing increasingly dangerous, Beverly displayed remarkable patience, speaking with great interest. So, according to this logic, all of this happening right now was pre-planned? Songshur exhaled a breath of scorching air, causing the drifting ashes in front of him to scatter. Half and half, I suppose. Then I'm genuinely curious. Beverly shook her head. Just for hype? You put yourself on the line, a psychic with such talent. Should I say you have a good sense of art and humor? This is the first time I heard someone praise my artistic talent. The young man's lips curled slightly. However, I'm certainly going to open your eyes to something. I'm looking forward to it. Beverly's tone was light. Don't worry, my visual sensory system has undergone thousands of iterations. Its performance is still quite good. I guarantee it will record everything from every angle. Heh, Songshur said slowly. You know, death can unleash a person's full potential, even allowing them to do things they previously thought impossible. I spent a lot of time on this, trying to discover new powers. Beverly understood, her vertical pupils narrowing slightly, creating your own psionic techniques. But the so-called fear of death isn't that useful to me. Songshur shrugged. After all, I've been brought to the brink of death more than once or twice. Teetering on the edge of life and death, isn't that a basic skill for psionicists? So you changed direction, Beverly said. It's not about changing direction, Songshur tapped Songshur. It's just that I realized something. To deliberately put oneself into a near-death state in order to unleash potential during a near-death experience. That's too utilitarian and too boring. How can such a deliberate measure truly unleash a person's potential? The young man raised his index finger. I live to live. No, I live to live a fulfilling life, to die according to my heart's desire, not to die for the sake of dying. In less than half a year, you created such a spectacle, withstood a celestial tribulation fire, and even attracted 2 fifth-ring cultivators to your cause. Beverly nodded. No matter how stringent the standards, you fall within the category of living a fulfilling life. Fulfilling? I say, albeit reluctantly. Songshur shook his index finger. But it's not enough, far from enough. Shin seemed eager to hear what this Southern Dipper had to say. The vermilion bout paused slightly, drawn, but not released. Beverly politely said, please. The power to turn the impossible into the possible. The power from the heart and belief. Songshur raised his hand, slowly clenching it into a fist. A very convincing argument. Beverly yawned lazily. But isn't it a bit redundant for the three of us to say this? Redundant? It's redundant for us. Songshur chuckled softly. But for many people, it's not redundant at all. Shin brows suddenly twitched. In his perception, the other party's temperature was rising, seemingly endlessly, completely disregarding their own injuries. This was a burning more hysterical than self-immolation, the former requiring time and the process of the fuel burning out, but now it seemed. I promised them I would bring them a symbol. 6 minutes into the heavenly calamity fire, the crimson golden flames ignited for the second time. Towards the psionicists high in the sky, it transformed into a shooting star rising from the horizon, shooting straight ahead in its trail of brilliant streaks. Nando's new creation. Psionic technique, a glimpse of heaven. This achievement was made. Chapter 633. How to unleash even greater power. Songshur's previous words were utterly sincere. Death. Belief. Is it fear that forces unleashing potential? Or is it the belief in survival that fuels his power? From the moment he stepped onto this historical juncture of the Seven Earths War, Songshur had been constantly pondering this. Undoubtedly, it was belief. But what about death? Perhaps these two were never mutually exclusive options. The imagery of death, the imagery of belief. Not enough. To die a worthy death. To live a brilliant life. To follow my heart. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Time seemed to suddenly stand still, all things in the world ceased their flow, but in this fleeting moment, Songshur laughed with unbridled joy. Spots of calamity ashes froze in the air, motionless, yet in this moment of stagnation, the youth continued to burn, burning rapidly and fiercely. As long as it can pierce the sky, as long as it can soar to the heavens, powerful families and corporations, in the name of legitimacy, deeds, and legal documents, have seized the land and sea, clutching them tightly in their palms. Even the smallest speck falling through their fingers requires immense effort to even be worthy of their grasp. The sky is no exception, they too attempt to control it. Yet, the sky is also an exception. Even powerful families and corporations cannot take away people's right to look up. When Mahongi opened his eyes wide on the barren land, the homeless in the slums on the outskirts of Pusalu slowly stopped rummaging through the trash cans. The moment Marsh trembled, the wanderers by the distant campfire stood up in astonishment. The crimson golden meteor should have been magnificent, but above it, something far more terrifying than the meteor itself existed. They hovered in the heavens, their earth-shattering power undisguised, making the meteor seem as insignificant as a tiny spark. Like fireworks set off in a city without power in the dead of night. Insignificant, but bright enough. Compared to the deep night, the fireworks' duration is very short, very short. But at least in that fleeting moment, the brilliance they unleash is enough to make the darkness bow down. I will give you a symbol, Mahongi whispered, his pupils reflecting the incomparably dazzling stream of fire. Nando. Then, the sky trembled. The sky, which the old man and the giant serpent entwined, seemingly indestructible, seemingly unshakable, trembled in that instant, felt by everyone. All those who called themselves Nando, those whom they had helped along their journey, those who had been helped by the latter afterward, those who had heard the name Nando, those who knew of Nando's deeds. From Alofas in the south to Golden Garden City in the north, from farm workers wiping ripening aged nozzles with their festering hands on new farms to motorcyclists on a sunken rock face in the barren land, many people felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. They looked into the distance, where golden streaks of fire were streaking across the sky. Some murmured unconsciously, Southern Dipper. This was a burning more thorough than self-immolation. The remaining embers, along with the Emperor's flowing essence, the true radiance Dharma image, the repeatedly tempered body, the ferocious and violent calamity flames, the high-hanging sun, the destructive power of the calamity, the boiling blood, and even the will. No matter how blazing the fire, it could not burn the fuel in an instant. And a psychic like Songshur, without a doubt, was the finest fuel. The burning efficiency of self-immolation was fast enough. An ordinary psychic would struggle to maintain it for 10 breaths, and would be completely consumed in an instant. But against Songshur, a forged and incredibly sturdy piece of material, even self-immolation would take a long time. Undoubtedly, this was her pure advantage, but it still wasn't enough. How could such efficiency be transformed into a fleeting, dazzling meteor visible to everyone, faster, 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 like the brightest spark in a firework display? Interesting. Since arriving in Beige City, the pitch-black giant serpent suddenly turned, its golden vertical pupils revealing joy for the first time. The old man in the distance lowered his brows, and without a moment's hesitation, steered his chariot away from the meteor's trajectory. A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. A wise man does not fall into a collapsed nest. But Beverly didn't care. She didn't care what kind of injury the power contained in that retrograde fiery star would cause her, nor did she care whether the old man beside her would seize the opportunity to attack. She just wanted to try it herself. That reason is enough. In a time shorter than a snap of the fingers, the instant after activating a glimpse of heaven, Songsher's mind could not accommodate any other thoughts. To achieve the effect of a glimpse of heaven as envisioned, to unleash power within an indivisible gap, a single-minded focus was both a prerequisite and an essential state during activation. Still a little short. Just a hair's breadth short. Not enough. To condense and release all one's spiritual energy within a gap, unleashing it in one go, yielding unimaginable explosive power. But it's still not fast enough. Compared to the envisioned result, it's still a hair's breadth short. Facing a spiritualist who has reached the fifth ring true spirit realm, that hair's breadth is like an insurmountable chasm. A muffled boom swept across the sky. It was as if a warehouse sealed for centuries had been violently flung open, unleashing a massive swirling mass of ash from a city's destruction, like a colossal tornado sweeping across the heavens and earth. The chaotic spiritual energy pulled and flowed, creating a colossal vortex that blotted out the sky, its slow movement on a macroscopic scale actually approaching the speed of sound. At the very eye of this storm, encompassing tens of thousands of square kilometers, the giant serpent triumphantly raised its head, a shimmering gold flowing through the gaps in its layers of scales in an instant. And in that very instant, a subtle new thought suddenly appeared in Songsher's mind, which should have held only a fleeting thought. He sensed something. Yes, they're all watching. Then, watch closely. The sun dimmed slightly. A line of crimson gold cleaved the heavens and earth, its indescribable scorching light illuminating every corner of the pupils. Even the sun paled in comparison. Yet no one chose to look away. Perhaps there was no time. Perhaps they were unwilling. People in different places, at this moment, saw the same scene. High in the heavens, immeasurably majestic, two beings, as vast as the ocean, stood unshakable. One was forced to shift its position for the first time, while the other, that colossal serpent that even nightmares wouldn't easily adopt, it actively confronted the flame star. A collision. When time on a macroscopic scale began to flow again, what people saw first was bloody scratches on Mahongi's hand. The serpent's head. Slowly tilting back. Chapter 634. Cough. Songsher slumped onto the sofa with a thud, coughing violently. Songsher's appearance at this moment was truly shocking. Blood seeped from every pore, and the instant the blood dripped onto the sofa, the high-end furniture of some unknown material burst into flames. At first glance, it looked as if the young man was lying in a bonfire. A porcelain cup was handed to him at just the right moment. Songsher didn't even look at it, grabbed it, and gulped it down in one go. A few seconds later, he sat up with considerable difficulty, letting out a deep breath. What is this? A conjured potion? Songsher brushed his disheveled bangs back as he tossed the porcelain cup back to the man. You could also consider it made up. Mortimer deftly caught the porcelain cup. Feeling any better? SOSO. Songsher casually wiped his chest, his palm covered in golden red blood beads. Not burning as badly anymore. Then his hand clenched tightly. Songsher panted and chuckled softly. Heh, that's impressive. A fifth ring transcendence. Mortimer crossed his legs, sizing up his opponent for a while before saying, You're the one who's really impressive, going head to head with a fifth ring psychic. Too bad, to be honest. I really thought you were going to win. Win? Songsher laughed. Winning even one move would kill me. To win? Does anyone really think I'm going to take on two opponents at once? Who said nothing is impossible? Mortimer said unhurriedly. I believed it from the very first second. But there's one thing I really didn't expect. A newly created psychic technique. You actually completed it in this kind of situation. I can only say the framework is complete. There are still some issues to resolve. Songsher shook his head and sighed. If you asked me to turn back now and reproduce it immediately, it would be incredibly troublesome. An extremely exaggerated psionic technique, Mortimer commented, but even more exaggerated is you yourself. Psionic energy, The man thought of a suitable term. Within a gap, consuming, condensing, and releasing it in percentage form in exchange for an immense output exceeding limits. At least in that one move, Beverly Margaret lost to your 100% strike. Control, temperament, self-awareness, resilience, willpower. To achieve such a feat, Mortimer praised generously, these are all indispensable. In the future, there won't be many people qualified to acquire this psionic technique. But? Songsha raised an eyebrow. But a normal fourth ring average, Mortimer chuckled. Even if you achieve 100% accuracy, there's no reason you could beat a well-prepared fifth ring player. However, in my opinion, Mortimer suddenly changed the subject, commenting, the main problem is Beverly Margaret's shooting. Knowing you were going all out, she still stubbornly charged in. It was pure madness. What would you do in her shoes? Songsha asked, intrigued. Of course, I open a portal and escape. Mortimer rolled his eyes. You only have one hit left. Why stay and be a target? I'm not crazy. Songsha leaned back. Then you can sit at the same table as Shinurfeng. Please, look at my outfit. Mortimer spread his arms. I'm very modern and stylish, okay? Songsha, too lazy to answer such a question, went straight to the point. How is it? Both understood what the question was asking. I can't explain it to you directly. Mentioning this, Mortimer's nonchalant smile vanished. He straightened up and beckoned. A crystal ball floated over, colliding with countless other crystal balls along its path, producing clear, crisp sounds. See for yourself. Songsha precisely caught the crystal ball, and instantly, a stream of information surged towards him. The night before Nando's fire, Marsh Lowell's final choice, remaining firewood, Mei Hongyi's death, the Dongmora alliance. Peaceful division. It's hard to say whether this is a macro perspective or an individual one. Songsha only felt his focus flashing back wildly, with people he had deep ties with, such as Mei Hongyi, appearing frequently. Each time, their images were different. 1 second Mei Hongyi was gloomy, the next he stood solemnly before a sea of people, and a second later, he was on Marsh lying on the operating table, surrounded by rows of armed prosthetics awaiting implantation. Strangely, receiving such a massive amount of information brought no fatigue whatsoever. The effect of causality, Mortimer said. You are the initiating cause, so you are not limited. Songsha slowly closed his eyes. After 97 days, the psychic Nando, whose name, origin, and past were unknown, defeated 2 true spirit-level beings with his fourth ring, marking the end of his life. After his death in battle, an organization known as Flame Before the Night was formed, centered around the former Shiroka City Self-Government Committee. They revered Nanto as their first leader, claiming to have inherited his will, and, even if it was fleeting, to ignite a new and unprecedented flame in the world. The second leader of Eva Fire was Mei Hongyi, who had spoken with Nanda multiple times. He broke through to the third ring the year after Nanda's death. Under his leadership, and that of the management team, Eva Fire gathered a large number of wanderers, refugees, and new members from various regions, capturing a city as a base. They later signed the wartime mutual aid agreement Eastmore Covenant with Yinan, officially entering the Terra stage. As the Seven Earths War gradually spread, Eva Fire expanded, attracting and cultivating a group of outstanding talents. One of the most outstanding talents was even considered to have the potential to reach the fourth ring. 5 years after Nanda's death, Eva Fire welcomed its third leader. The previous leader, Mei Hongyi, known as Yu Xian, fell to a decapitation squad composed of elite superhuman units. As the Seven Earths War came to an end, the Eva Fire had reached its fifth leader. However, compared to their founding 10 years prior, their strength had increased immeasurably, even possessing a natively trained fourth-ring psionicist. The name of their original symbol, Nando, through the actions and pronouncements of the Eva Fire over the years, had become deeply etched into the hearts of many. A choice had arisen. Considering their past cooperation, Yinan extended an olive branch to the Eva Fire, sparking extremely heated internal discussions. Ultimately, after a 7th round of collective voting, the Eva Fire underwent a peaceful split. Some chose to join Yinan, while others remained steadfast in their belief. The Seven Earths War was over, but the war on Terra would never truly end. The new heavens had not been truly rebuilt, there were still many more people, and things in need of help waiting for them. The Eva Fire was far from over. The flame ignited by Nando was not yet extinguished. Chapter 635. An unexpected method, but that's not important, Mortimer said calmly. We only ever look at the result. Respect? Songsha slowly released his grip on the crystal ball, shrugging, but I don't understand. The fourth ring sublimation realm, if you choose an earlier historical point in time, should bring about a greater change, Mortimer said, but you chose the Seven Earths War. He chuckled softly. Even I, if I were to return to the stage of the Seven Earths War, might not be able to do much. Oh! So lacking in confidence? Songshur tilted his head. Are you really a fifth ring? If I'm not a fifth ring, are you? Mortimer retorted. He raised his index finger and shook it. Psionicists value self-reliance, not self-confidence. To knowingly charge headlong into the impossible is foolish. But you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Some are adept at uniting people, able to rally diverse groups under a single banner. Some are invincible in battle, their armies striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. Mortimer leaned back, seemingly quite moved. Some are lone beasts, capable of overcoming countless hardships and challenges alone, making the world revolve according to their will. Others are geniuses so brilliant they inspire no envy, easily conquering problems considered incomprehensible by ordinary people, climbing alone towards the pinnacle of academia. I actually considered before which path you would choose to shift the historical trajectory. Mortimer slowly stroked his chin. Symbolic. Is a good path. Wrong. Songshur shook his head. It's not a choice. Oh! Mortimer raised his eyelids. This has never been a choice. Songshur slightly bent his index finger and tapped his chest repeatedly. It's here that led us onto the predetermined path. If we can't follow our hearts, what meaning does even the most beautiful outcome have for us? Mortimer and the young man looked at each other for a second. Then, the former laughed happily. Sigh. He stretched. I said everything I need to say, what else can I say? Like, let's do it again. Songshur said. Don't bother. Mortimer spread his hands. You don't think the infinity of all things is a perpetual motion machine, do you? You can just use it however you want? Each activation is incredibly expensive, especially for someone of your caliber, creating such a huge mess. He said seriously, next time. Simply calculating wouldn't amount to giving Terra 10 million and one more chances. Songshur looked up. Is there anything you want to say? Mortimer smiled. I thought you asked me to do some divination, to see where Terra's future would lead. Seeing that the other had changed the subject and clearly had no intention of saying anything more, Songshur didn't press further, crossing his arms. Oh, really? Then you calculate when His Majesty the Emperor will launch a holy war. Within 3 to 6 years, Mortimer replied without hesitation. I say within 1 to 10 years, my accuracy will probably be higher than yours. He said this, but there was little smile on Songshur's face. More than anything, it was remembrance? Mortimer caught this emotion and chose to remain silent. Records and truth. After a long pause, Songshur suddenly spoke. No one can remain aloof, not even you, the silent ones, and no one wants you to remain uninvolved. Countless scholars throughout history have been stabbed to death in their sleep. Mortimer said softly, Believe me, we remember this better than you do. We uphold records and truth, he said calmly, but we are also prepared to become part of history. Songshur exhaled. Excruciating pain shot through his limbs. Those hyper-realistic games launched by Dust Contract Generation, which had turned countless people into cavemen, were like crude, inferior toys compared to the calculations of infinite myriad phenomena, utterly insignificant. He unleashed an unprecedentedly terrifying attack, exhausting 100% of his power, overwhelming a fifth-ring transcendence cultivator. In the real world, after that attack, he would have been utterly dead, with no chance of even Chakro being able to reverse his demise. But in this historical context, he wasn't truly dead. However, Songshur could sense that his injuries were still extremely severe. He didn't know if it was because he had used a glimpse of heaven too aggressively, or because Beverly Margaret's attack was too powerful. Fortunately, he hadn't experienced the exhilarating pain of being completely pulverized from head to toe. After all, in the previous instant, all those things had been absorbed into a glimpse of heaven. At the same time, a strong sense of fatigue welled up from the bottom of his heart, probably a side effect of the infinity of all things. Before, when he was in good condition, it didn't matter, but now that he wasn't in good condition, all these accumulated costs were coming at him at once. But it's all right. Ultimately, these are all injuries that can heal with time. It's just a matter of how long it takes. Those are minor injuries that don't matter much. Anyway, this trip has been very fruitful. Songshur thought to himself. Being able to return to the Seven Earths War and experience it once again fulfilled one of his personal wish lists. Although his body aches, he feels completely satisfied. You see, mindset is a crucial factor affecting the performance of one's strength. And the new spiritual energy technique he's been pondering has finally taken its most crucial step. Spiritual energy technique. A glimpse of heaven. Although it's only a framework now, With many details still lacking and needing refinement, it's still quite immature compared to spiritual energy techniques like Suisher, Dilu Jiang, and Zhu Keipa, which have been honed countless times by predecessors. Even compared to his other self-created spiritual energy technique, Hui Yin, it still has many shortcomings. But with the former, the latter is like a wide, smooth road. As long as you walk on it, you eventually reach your destination. A glimpse of heaven. Songsher looked at his palm, the feeling of unleashing all his power in one breath possessing an indescribable allure, making one eager to try it. If he weren't in such a bad state right now, he would definitely have given Mortimer a taste of his own medicine immediately. Since it's over, give me a room. Songsher stood up from the charred sofa. Take some time to recover, okay? Does the healing potion you concocted include unlimited refills? Unlimited? That's not a word to be used lightly. Mortimer said, anything associated with the word unlimited becomes beyond imagination. So no? Not unlimited, but you can drink it until you're healed. I almost forgot. Mortimer clapped his hands. Don't rush off yet. There's something else I need to show you. Chapter 636. Songsher opened his eyes once more. Every breakthrough for a psychic is no less than a leap in life itself. From the first ring, awakening, then successively mastery, control, until the fourth ring, sublimation. This transformation from the inside out, from body to will, is the true achievement of becoming a transcendent being. In the past, in the Eastern continent, a fourth ring psychic was enough to be called a great sage, a great supernatural power, and a true immortal of the land. This immense power, capable of changing the course of rivers and seas, and shifting mountains, made anyone else, except for another fourth ring psychic, seem insignificant. Reborn now, Songsher has undoubtedly stepped into the realm of sublimation for the second time, and even the map of the 6 psychic arts, with the creation of a glimpse of heaven, has been largely filled. With his monstrous talent perfectly complementing the characteristics of the great source, it's no exaggeration to say that the young man's perception and affinity for his environment had reached an unbelievable level. And so, Songsher heard it. Terra. It was wailing. But the wailing originating from a planet was so faint, so indistinct, like a gentle breeze slipping through one's fingers, easily lost to the light. No! It wasn't faint. Songsher slowly raised his head, his fiery, glassy pupils reflecting an indescribable scene. The sky was ablaze. The atmosphere, encompassing billions of square kilometers of Terra, was boiling. This gaseous sea, composed of oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, has existed for countless years. A seemingly endless stream of dazzling light is slowly falling from outer space into the atmosphere, creating a scene resembling ripples on water. However, this endless stream of light is far more powerful than raindrops. It silently ignites, tearing apart the atmosphere and unleashing a terrifying storm. A mournful cry echoed from the storm. Then came the earth. It is said that the continental plates shift 1 centimeter every year. 1 centimeter 1 year. When the scale is stretched to a certain limit, even the most earth-shattering events become insignificant. Those peoples who have lived on the continent for generations are unaware that the land beneath their feet has shifted slightly from the position of their ancestors. Until now. In the echoing rumble of rolling rocks, these ancient, verdant brown blocks standing atop the azure sky are undergoing a displacement perceptible to anyone. This is a weight even the mountains cannot bear. The continuous mountain ranges slowly crumbled, the earth cracking open into vast rifts, from the deepest fissures bursting forth red, radiant light. The sea submerged the collapsed land, also drowning the love and hate that had once unfolded here, the glorious pride, and the ears of wheat in the fields, eternally sunk into the abyss. But the ocean is not a tranquil paradise. Splash. The unbalanced gravitational environment robbed the tides of their foundation. Trillions of tons of seawater transformed into a devastating torrent, shattering the far northern ice sheet in agony. The deep-sea behemoths, having evolved over countless years to reach the top of the food chain, chose to slaughter and devour each other on the eve of their doom. At the end of the torrent, water droplets flying into the sky were broken down, hydrogen and oxygen atoms recombined into a burning rainstorm. But Songsher had no time to pay attention. He gazed upwards. In the far distance, in the once tranquil and profound boundless sky, which had accompanied Terra for countless years, that azure star was trembling. A magnificent golden colossus, large enough to support the heavens, stretched out its arms, its intense radiance reminiscent of the sun emanating from its chest. A torrent of energy, powerful enough to easily disintegrate mountains into particles, surged forth, forming a 333-kilometer-long star trail of light that encircled and protected it. Yet, the person standing directly before it showed not a trace of worship. A man, draped in cloud-like robes and adorned with jade rings, resembling the personification of the concept of immortals, indifferently gazed down upon the golden colossus 1,000 kilometers away. For them, this was undeniably close proximity. But someone else, even more imposing than the colossus and the immortal, appeared. The fifth element, independent of water, fire, air, and earth, once considered absolutely sacred, the origin of the universe, devoid of any contradiction or opposition, and therefore unchanging, an eternal and unchanging element of fantasy, now manifested in space with an unshakable presence. It was the sea of ether. Completely filled with ether, this silvery white sea, capable of evolving from one into countless forms, converged into swirling currents, vaguely resembling the indistinct outline of a woman, calmly standing at its very center. The mere act of revealing herself surpassed the presence of the Psion satellite, with a radius exceeding 2,100 kilometers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 literal, sky-covering auras, from the very first moment Songshur appeared, drew all his attention, preventing him from looking away even slightly. Boom! An indescribable burst of light erupted, the exact number of collisions impossible to discern, but one thing was certain. In the eyes of each being, there was only themselves and the others. The Psion stars began to disintegrate. Perhaps at the very beginning of their battle, they did indeed harbor the hope of escaping unscathed, but when the satellite, following its celestial orbit, actively touched the battlefield, these minor incidents could no longer hold their attention even for a moment. Both Terra's lament and the satellite's demise vanished silently in the intense, explosive light. It was impossible to tell whether it was a ripple from a gravity well, an aftershock spreading from the far reaches, or an unintentional act of collision. A colossal celestial body, exceeding 4,200 kilometers in diameter, was visibly disintegrating. Almost always, mass itself represents pure destructive force. But at this moment, even the stars, the ultimate embodiment of the concept of mass, were forced to become mere footnotes. Thud. The collapsing stars, like rain, streaked across the celestial orbit, piercing the boiling atmosphere. Then, they slowly descended towards the earth. In a daze, the sound of ocean waves seemed to drift from afar. Even the vastness of the ocean groaned under the weight of this colossal mass. An unprecedented force brought an unprecedented spectacle to the world. Furry and horned creatures, born from wet eggs, or perhaps billions of primates, they raised their heads in bewilderment, then scattered and fled, ultimately dissolving into indistinguishable dust. Above the heavens, a new symphony of destruction began. If the fighting continued for another 10 days and nights, not a single living being would remain on Terra. Songshur's gaze shifted for the first time. His gaze moved even higher above the collapsing stars, where the dark sky was blasted open with even darker cracks. There. The starry sky. Empty. Chapter 637. This is... Songshur suddenly opened his eyes. The cataclysmic scene had vanished, replaced by warm lighting and a cozy room furnished with a brand new sofa and coffee table. The sky has fallen. The young man abruptly looked at Mortimer. The man took a sip of coffee, then put down his cup. This is... the fall of the sky. No. That's not the point. Songshur rubbed his forehead. Anyone knows the divine throne must have destroyed Chengdu. But what about the others? What about the other stars? Where did they go? Perhaps there's another possibility. It's not that they went anywhere. Mortimer slowly rubbed his hands. From the beginning, there were no stars there. No. Songshur pinched his brow. Then what about the starry sky I usually see at night? Yes, I sometimes feel it doesn't look so natural, but... Songshur, judging from your past experience, you had contact with quite a few Fifth Ring members. You even communicated with that Victory. Mortimer rubbed his hair. You should have heard about it. Songshur paused for a second, then said, slowly and deliberately, the starry sky is fake. Yes, fake, a disguised starry sky. Mortimer said softly. Humans cannot imagine things they haven't seen. Songshur's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly said, even if the current starry sky is fake, the fact that it could be created must mean that a real starry sky existed before. You guessed right. Mortimer tapped the coffee table with his index finger, and the sound of pages turning emerged. A few breaths later, several thick books of varying sizes and some scrolls of paper fell out of thin air. According to our Silent Society's explorations, at least tens of thousands of years ago, there were still quite a few stars above us. One of the origins of the revelation path is the astrologer, those strange and wonderful diviners. And then? Songshur picked up one of the books, quickly flipped through it, and looked up. Then the stars went out. Mortimer shrugged, uttering a shocking statement in a calm tone. Wow, tens of thousands of years, that's a really, really long time. The man rested his chin on his hand. That's true for us humans, but for a celestial body, it's incredibly short. Almost like you asking me what I ate last night. What did you eat last night? Songshur asked. I ate a few pork chops and a large meat and vegetable pie, the kind with extra bacon. It's a pity the pudding in the kitchen was a little subpar, Mortimer replied casually, snapping his fingers. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. In just a few tens of thousands of years, those stars have gradually died out. Heaven knows what happened. Go on, Songshur said. At first, nobody cared. At most, the emperor would issue a self-reproach edict, and the court sorcerers would be terrified. After that, everyone went about their business as usual. Mortimer sighed. They weren't even sure what they eat tomorrow night. Who would care how many stars were above their heads? Besides, given the level of astronomical technology in ancient times, they didn't even know the normal lifespan of celestial bodies. Songshur rubbed his neck vigorously. Until the limits of psionic energy were broken time and time again. To be precise, both technology and psionic energy were breaking through, but it's obvious, Mortimer smiled reservedly, that psionic energy took the dominant role. Who would have thought that while most people were still wondering if a chair could fly by attaching fireworks, a psychic was already attempting to break through the atmosphere solo? In short, after a series of explorations and observations, the strongest psychics at the time used various methods to successfully realize this. The stars were disappearing at an abnormal rate. Not enough, Songshur said slowly, but not enough. The strongest at the time? Third ring, or barely fourth ring. Even if they realized this, they could at most leave behind records to inform future generations. Mortimer laughed heartily. More importantly, there's a ton of stuff to do right now, haha. The future? The future is uncertain, the present is what truly matters. I don't think it's necessary to repeat something we all know perfectly well, Songshur scoffed, unconvinced. Even if you put me in that situation, I still put it out of my mind. After I finish fighting Terra, if I still have time, maybe I spend some time studying the stars. But our present has no future. Mortimer was still laughing, but this time, there was no joy in it. Songshur closed his eyes, then opened them again. Even the largest gold mine will eventually be depleted. Terra's resources cannot sustain endless consumption. Mortimer said, if we wanted to, even if Terra were to reach the point of having nothing left, the Divine Throne could still protect a portion of the population and support their needs. Only a portion, Songshur said softly, even the Divine Throne has its limits. We have no choice, Mortimer said calmly. I can tell you that within the observable range centered on Terra, besides the sunset moon, there are no other planets. Usable and unusable alike, there is nothing. The fall of the heavens was not the price, not the goal. That's humor at a whole new level. Songshur chuckled. It's merely the aftermath of a choice. The gods of 2,000 years ago chose an indisputable path. Mortimer tilted his head back, shaking his head slightly. 8 contemporary gods gathered together, first for 7 days of philosophical debate, then for 7 days of death struggle. They attempted to break through the limits of their godhood, reaching the unprecedented 7th ring, both for their own desires and for the future of Terra. Clearly, they failed, Songshur said. Mortimer hummed in agreement. After 7 days of fierce fighting, the surviving Divine Thrones intervened, mending Terra's ecosystem, repairing the atmosphere and continental map, and readjusting Terra's gravitational parameters. After all, losing a satellite made the gravitational system a major problem. According to our current speculation, Chengdu wasn't necessarily destroyed unintentionally. There was another reason. The Divine Thrones wanted to incorporate it into Terra's mass in this way. It was probably a kind of alternative stimulant. What a grand gesture. Songshur stared into his palm, slowly clenching it. His pupils shone with a breathtaking light. I must see such a sight with my own eyes. Mortimer looked into the young man's eyes, full of admiration. This cataclysmic event caused unparalleled destruction. The seas boiled, the continents split, and a gaping hole was smashed into the once orderly historical timeline. This is why the documents recording that period are so severely lacking today. It might be inappropriate for me to say this from my position, but compared to another matter, it is indeed a minor one. The starry sky, Songshur said calmly. A false, embellished starry sky. Mortimer looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, reaching the tranquil, profound, boundless landscape. Thought is the forbidden fruit of wisdom, and also the poison to be drunk. He chuckled cryptically. Humans are the strongest, yet also the most fragile creatures, so the gods chose to grant this illusory hope. It's like the glass of a landscape box. Chapter 638. Odd or even? Odd. Click, lid lifted. 5 points. Odd or even? Odd. Click, lid lifted. 9 points. Odd or even? Odd. Click, lid lifted. 7 points. Agurima was stunned, then furious. Why are you still losing? You're definitely cheating. I used up all my luck for next week. How could I keep losing? Starting to talk nonsense? Songshur crossed his arms, putting aside the fact that this was all operated by a robotic arm. I didn't even touch the dice. What do you mean by using up all my luck for next week? Agurima retorted righteously. So, does that mean memorizing cards is also against the rules? Gambling is all about skill. Songshur blinked, his deepest pupils gleaming with a pure, azure light. Yes, it's all about skill. But it shouldn't be like this. Agurima stared at the dice, feeling resentful. Why do you win every time in this game of probability? Songshur, of course, wouldn't admit he used glassy insight to gain X-ray vision. He said seriously, is it possible that it's your problem? My problem? Agurima was surprised. I played it wrong? You used 1/3 luck to increase the probability of the dice rolling your chosen number. Theoretically, that's fine, but have you considered one thing? What? Think about it. Your opponent is me. Songshur picked up the cocktail on the table and slowly took a sip. Powerful psychics inherently represent weight, especially at my level. Your first attempt to shake things up backfired, pushing the result in the opposite direction. The direction in which I won. As he spoke, Songshur leaned back, sinking comfortably into his chair. The first half of his statement was true, the second half was false. Truly worthy of being the Silent One's most treasured secret, involving the infinite myriad phenomena of both causality and the laws of spacetime. This was something he had only vaguely sensed during his recovery. His weight had increased. Powerful psionicists inherently possess weight, but there's another popular interpretation. This weight actually stems from the collective actions a psionicist takes during their breakthrough journey. The attack and defense of the Palos Her Research Institute, being one of the founders of the Battle of Forged Light City, the Northern Thunder Defense Front's advance to Tiandu, the Southern Inspection Patrol. He had filled most of the Fourth Ring's territory, and personally forged these feats that most people considered unbelievable. Songshur was well aware of his own weight, which definitely exceeded the normal scope of a Fourth Ring psionicist. As the historical juncture of the infinity of all things came to an end, Songshur gradually realized something. Despite not changing reality in the slightest, his weight had actually increased. Not just slightly, but significantly. However, this was only a perception. Perhaps only revelation could reveal the more subtle nuances. In short, under these circumstances, for a Gallimar, at the peak of the first ring, to try to shift his luck was like trying to break a block of tofu against a diamond drill. The result would be nothing but shattering. But there was no need to explain these things to the other party. Just as Fubo Energy's singularity technology, the vacuum zero-point energy engine, had absolutely nothing to do with the community power grid maintenance workers they hired. The infinity of all things, a supreme wonder forged over millennia by the Silent One Society from countless past records and truths, is an absolute secret even within the society itself. Even if a Gallimar were to become a gold-rank secretary, he might not be qualified to know of the existence of the infinity of all things. Songshur murmured, turning his head to the side as he reclined in his chair. The Silent One Society spared no expense in its living environment, investing heavily in it. Aside from functional areas, like the industrial zone, the rest of the spaceship beyond the boundary was ecologically complete and blessed with pleasant weather. These past few days, Songshur had been quite free. Besides providing guidance and feedback to some of the Society's promising young talents, he spent a lot of time exploring. No matter how vast the beyond the boundary was, it was still comparable to a city, and he easily saw most of it in a casual stroll. To be honest, the Silent Ones had pulled off quite a few impressive feats. For instance, they built a biological reserve called Swaddle, and among the rows of jars filled with orange-red liquid, they even spotted a living specimen of a blue whale subspecies declared extinct thousands of years ago. Heaven knows how the Silent Ones managed to get it there. Gambling without resorting to underhanded tactics was pointless. A Gallimar lost interest, chewed on a fruit smoothie for a while, and then suddenly spoke. Are you planning to leave? Songshur said, crossing his legs. It's been over a month. My injuries are almost healed. Why wouldn't I stay and freeload off your society? What are you saying? A Gallimar couldn't help but laugh. If you want to eat, I take out a loan to pay your share. Then I suggest you eat more. In a few years, it won't be so easy to eat good food whenever you want, Songsher commented. Agarima's face darkened. War is coming. If it's you, there's no need to worry too much, Songsher stroked his chin. As long as you stay within the outer realm, no matter how much war rages on a normal level, it won't affect you. At most, your quality of life will decrease slightly. You're mistaken. Agarima interrupted the young man for the first time. He straightened his posture, looked directly at the other man, and his expression became serious. I am a scribe, and no scribe fears death, he said in a deep voice. If I worried about these things, I wouldn't have applied for the scribe selection in the first place. From the bottom of your heart? Agarima remained motionless, still speaking in a deep voice. From the bottom of my heart. Then, slowly, Songsher smiled. You're a qualified psychic now. It would be even better if psychic were replaced with scribe. As he said this, Agarima's face revealed genuine joy, more like the satisfaction of receiving some kind of recognition than simple happiness. Mr. Songsher, I wish you all the best for the future. By the time we meet again, I definitely have broken through to the second ring. I'd be waiting to see you. Songsher flipped off his chair and stretched. No need to see me off. Even if you asked me to see him off, I couldn't fly out of the outer boundary. Agarima watched the young man gradually disappear around the street corner. At that very moment, much higher than Agarima, by a glass railing, Mortimer calmly greeted him. Take care. Chapter 639. As the heat reached his forehead, Songsher jumped off the shuttle. For months later, he returned to Zhenzhuguang City once again. Compared to when he left, nothing seemed to have changed. The sun was still so intense that one wanted to plunge into the city's moat. The first row of vending machines on the streets always prominently displayed Chewinguang Beverages products. Holographic images floated between the buildings, and spokespeople tirelessly showcased the latest trendy and extravagant prosthetic bodies. The only thing that had changed was that Nando had once again fallen out of favor. On the personal social media platform Fengshuan, the hashtags Nando and Songsher had plummeted to outside the top 300, much to the dismay of many bloggers who made a living by analyzing Nando in lengthy articles. Some, unable to contain themselves, claimed to be inheriting Nando's legacy after his disappearance, making a grand entrance, attempting to perform acts of chivalry and earn money through live streaming. They were either arrested or had their live stream shut down. Some people said they wanted to join the Enlighteners, and later, the Enlighteners actually did recruit a few new members, but most were persuaded to turn back. Their intentions were accepted, but their presence was only temporary. Cough. Beep, beep, beep. As the Enlighteners' ambassador for external investment and development, Songsher possessed the literal power of face recognition in all of the Enlighteners' bases, including but not limited to headquarters. He moved without hindrance, and even a few breaths later, a data avatar of Sangjili, who had stayed behind, personally cleared the way. Then the door rose and fell, revealing a silver-white corridor at its end, exposing a deep underground hall. Countless screens filled the walls, extending to the steel dome. Information from various branches converged here, then was integrated and analyzed by the supercomputer, generating corresponding analytical reports, calculations, and suggestions. Was this the work of the textile machine? Songsher stared at the stone wall studded with shards of glass. Large-scale organizations may, to some extent, rely on this kind of management method. Chaklo didn't turn around. The screen's reflection cast flickering shadows on his face. But the textile machine did indeed iterate on a new algorithm and optimize the supercomputing architecture here. I see, Songsher said with an O. How does it feel? Chaklo turned around. The Silent Ones have learned this trade. Very interesting. They truly possess incredible abilities. No wonder these people talk about records and truths every day. Songsher exclaimed sincerely, how should I put it? It's like experiencing a new life, a blur of illusion and reality. But, Songsher tapped his chest with his index finger. I think it's real and authentic, and that's enough. It sounds a bit like a highly realistic virtual game, Chaklo commented. However, the Silent Ones have a lot of revelations, so I guess the reality is far more amazing than a virtual game. Virtual game? I'm quite a veteran. I was a top-tier player in Attila Duel Ring for a while. Songsher remained expressionless, concealing the minor role Lapis Lazuli played. Speaking of which, how's the textile machine progressing? Has it produced anything groundbreaking? If you mean groundbreaking in terms of singularity technology, unfortunately no. Chaklo shook his head, but there was no disappointment on his face. But the improvement for us is immediate. Well, multifaceted. Different operational optimization plan, some improvements to deployed weapons, enhanced stability of the cross-city command network. He casually mentioned some things. But I heard that your situation isn't so good right now. Songshur laughed. Your sphere of influence has been squeezed again and again, almost back to the state before the raid on Forge Light City. That's true. Mentioning this, Chaklo could only rub his temples. We're accumulating strength, and the company knows this. They can't just stand by and watch us continue to expand. Fortunately, we reached our limit now, and what follows is a long-term stalemate where neither side increases nor decreases. Songshur wasn't surprised. During the time he spent at the Silent One's Academy creating historical moments, the external situation gradually moved towards a tense state that anyone with a keen eye could perceive. First, Yinan continuously reinforced its troops on the border and held a large-scale military exercise. The two border lines corresponded to the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance and the Enterprise Alliance, respectively. The latter, naturally, wasn't to be outdone. The Eastern Continent Republic's most elite forces, the 4 departments of Zhongdu, also held a military exercise, showcasing their military strength. Meanwhile, the Corporate Alliance, comprised of the behemoths Fugu Kaichuo and Nanyu Heavy Industry, held a joint press conference. The latest model of Nanyu Heavy Industry's Titan series of heavy mechs, a 50-meter-tall war machine carrying super-heavy weaponry, equipped with its own internal nano-mechanical repair module and floating self-defense platform, appeared out of nowhere in the open-air plaza before the eyes of countless onlookers. Immediately afterward, the host announced with a smile that this new Titan was just 3 minutes earlier located at the Nanyu Heavy Industry factory, 1,000 kilometers away. Fugu Kaichuo's Singularity Technology Space Warp. Faced with this escalating situation, even the godlike behemoths could not afford to expend too many resources on the Enlighteners. The main reason was their unity. If the 9 giant corporations had joined forces, they could have easily crushed the Enlightened ones. However, the latter, disregarding the consequences, could easily drag multiple giant corporations into annihilation before their demise. Even if they weren't instantly wiped out, the remaining companies would be eager to offer friendly support once the losses became too heavy. In short, after repeated evaluations and weighing the pros and cons, these giant corporations chose a more prudent approach. They pushed back the Enlightened One's once expanded sphere of influence, and then stopped there. Thus, for months after the Battle of the Sky Data Tower, the high-intensity war between the corporations and the Enlightened Ones ended, officially entering a new phase of stalemate. Speaking of which, I thought Ogden would still be hanging around here, Songshur said, leaning against the wall. But when I went to check on the spinning machine, it was deserted. You're half right, Chaklo shrugged. At least 3 weeks ago, he seemed completely absorbed in his studies, but recently, he's recovered most of the damage he suffered at the Sky Data Tower. Songshur instantly understood. Revenge is more important than academics. Seriously, we given the spinning machine a very full schedule. I wonder if artificial intelligence even has the concept of fatigue, Songshur. Chaklo took his hand out of his pocket. You didn't just come here to chat today, did you? Oh, is it that obvious? Songshur didn't seem to care, pondered for a second, and then asked directly. How would you evaluate the end of the stars? Chapter 640. The Silent One Society actually told you all this? Chakro casually waved his hand downwards, his psionic energy, known as rejection, blocking any potential spying. After doing this, the man frowned. Is it possible that I not only heard, but also saw? Songshur thought to himself, saying aloud, knowing the secrets unique to the 5th ring, am I going to suddenly explode? Explode? Chakro was amused, his furrowed brow immediately relaxing. You won't explode. It just depends on how you think about it. Heh, how do you think about it? Very unhappy. Songshur clicked his tongue. I thought about it seriously afterward. Why is it that every faction in the 5th ring understands this? Is it because only those who reach your level can sense the strangeness of the starry sky above? Chaklo didn't deny it. I can't explain it to you, but that's indeed the case. The first moment I stepped onto the 5th ring was joy. The second moment was realizing what was really going on with the sky. They created a false starry sky for the entire planet 2,000 years ago, and maintained it until the present day. It's an immeasurable undertaking, Songshur said. Should I say, worthy of being called the throne of gods? Humans and the world both need hope. Chaklo said something similar to Mortimer's, lightly tapping his forehead with his index finger. A future without light is too bleak, so almost all the 5th ring members throughout history who know the truth, including myself, have chosen to remain silent. Besides, I think that the truth is something that's only interesting when you dig it out yourself. Chaklo spread his hands. It's a pity, Songsher, you forever lost this kind of fun. It's alright. Ever watched a detective movie? The truth is always interconnected. Songsher remained unmoved, raising an eyebrow. Once I figure out why the stars disappeared, I come over and spoil it for you. Chaklo laughed heartily. After the laughter, he said in a deep voice, regardless of what others think, for me, no matter what direction the future takes, what color it is. So what? He stretched out his hand, slowly clenching it. We are people living in this moment. Songsher expressed his appreciation. Beautiful. Even if it truly comes to the point of no return, a profound and despairing situation, Chaklo said solemnly, as long as I ascend to the throne of gods, with the reversal of the sixth ring. With that power, we can at least extend Terra's life for a while. Songsher nodded repeatedly. Good, good, that's how it should be. Stop clapping. Chaklo raised his hand, gesturing, the end of the stars is too far away, the second Seven Earths war is too near. He said seriously, we are the people living in this moment. That's right. So Songsher stopped clapping, his face showing excitement. I've been clapping for so long, to be honest, I'm a little itchy. Want to see my new move? New move? Chaklo paused, then quickly realized that this wasn't about combining and applying multiple psionic techniques. Creating a new psionic technique? That's right, he was almost at the fourth ring. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't continue to create his own. At this, Chaklo's eyes lit up slightly. He raised one hand concisely. Come! I suggest you increase the defensive level. The sound drifted through the air. Songsher didn't draw his heavy slayer's sword. He simply raised his right hand, spread his fingers, then clenched them tightly at the base. Psionic technique. A glimpse of heaven. 20%. A sudden light flashed deep within Chaklo's pupils. In a glimpse even briefer than a moment, an unimaginable, intense light erupted from the person before him. Calamity? Calamity flame? Boiling blood? Soaring to the heavens? No, far more than that. To be precise, it encompassed all of the above. 20% of the psionic energy of the so-called Songsher vanished in its entirety. All of it, transformed into a single strike. It is said that at certain moments, a person's consciousness slows down many, many times over, as if time has been stretched out, falling into stillness. However, even in such a situation, this strike arrived with a speed that seemed to exceed the limits of time. Compared to past sparring matches, where his opponent's attacks were always powerful and devastating, this strike was so subtle, like a spark piercing the night. In its place was an unbelievably brilliant light. Crack! Chaklo's raised palm, this slightly rough yet powerful hand with distinct knuckles, trembled violently the moment it touched the intense light, completely engulfed. The second instant, his fingers clenched tightly, cleanly and decisively extinguishing the intense light. Completely extinguishing it, leaving not a trace. Then came the belated, teeth-grinding sound of shattering. A few seconds later, Chaklo reopened his hand, deep within his palm, several burn marks were slowly healing. Such a ruthless, merciless psionic technique. You said it used 20% of your psionic energy? Chaklo stared at his palm for a few seconds, then looked at the young man. Judging from this attack alone, there are very few psionicists below the fifth ring who are qualified to withstand an immortal attack. Such terrifying explosive power, such fleeting brilliance, Chaklo praised sincerely. What have you been through to comprehend such imagery? Didn't I say? Songsher cracked his right hand, his fingers snapping, hot golden blood flowing from the new crack. While the idea that force is reciprocal was somewhat subtle for a psionicist, the explosive power of a glimpse of heaven was simply too strong. A single strike inevitably caused a backlash on the user. A new life. Songsher flicked away the blood, smiling contentedly. Not too long, not too short. Is that so? Chaklo seemed thoughtful, but quickly spoke again. You should understand the current problem, right? Yes. Songsher readily admitted, a glimpse of heaven is too. Oh, I named it a glimpse of heaven. Chaklo repeated, nodding slightly. A glimpse of heaven is a psionic technique that unifies the many into one, an ultimate purity, but the problem is that it's too pure. Songsher sighed. If it hits, it's naturally a devastating, unstoppable force. But the trouble lies in the fact that if the opponent doesn't block directly, and instead uses evasion, teleportation, illusions, or other fancy tricks, it becomes quite problematic. Indeed, unifying the many into one, Chaklo praised. If you miss a strike, you also lost a percentage of your power. The chain reaction could instantly change the course of the battle. He commented, a decisive move that lays the foundation for victory. You should add currently, Songsher corrected him. A glimpse of heaven is still being refined, Perhaps I can overcome these shortcomings in the future. I wish you success soon. Chaklo clenched his wrist, pondered for a second, and said seriously, Songshur, what are your plans next? Chapter 641. That's a very standard question. Songshur raised an eyebrow. I just got back, and I already have new work to do. Chaklo brought over a chair, gesturing for him to sit down. Have you heard of New Aramont Bay? Without giving him time to answer, Chaklo quickly said, I guess you probably haven't heard of it, it's there. You're wrong about that. Songshur shook his head. Think about my job, okay? I've been to quite a few of these chaotic border cities, though not including New Aramont Bay, but I still heard of them. I reckon the conditions in these border areas are pretty much the same. Your expertise is relevant. Songshur leaned back in his chair, casually saying, have you ever been to places like this? I heard that when you first joined the Enlightened Ones, you were groomed as a core seed. Yes. Chaklo's expression remained unchanged, saying calmly, I started from the field, and some special operations scenarios were in these types of areas. Songshur wholeheartedly agreed. These border cities have intricately intertwined power structures, and regardless of how the situation changes, they are always in a state of dynamic chaos. This is naturally a terrifying disaster for most people, but for others, it's a rare paradise. For Songshur, it meant that the bounty density in these places was incredibly high. There was even a period when 8 out of 10 of the jobs he took involved targets hiding in these border areas. Alright, go on. Songshur gestured for him to listen patiently. I get straight to the point. Chaklo didn't beat around the bush. You heard about the shift in public opinion regarding us lately, haven't you? Oh, I heard a bit, Songshur said. They say they changed their tactics, framing the war between you and the company as an internal conflict within the corporate alliance, and incidentally pushing you into the ecological niche of protecting this realm. Well, to put it another way, they're making the most of resources. The company's resource utilization is indeed quite efficient, Songshur commented. You Enlighteners always preach about being people-oriented, and public opinion is your foundation. Well, okay, although the opinion isn't particularly good. Anyway, they know war is coming soon, so they set you up first, so you can be used as a shield when the time comes. Heh, Songshur shook his head and laughed, only you guys. Using something like this to hold off high-level psionicists? That's quite a joke. Even disregarding everything else, just considering himself. Songshur thought to himself. In both his past and present lives, very few dared to play this game with him, and those few who did were all personally targeted and punished severely. Unfortunately, since the Enlightened Ones have raised such a banner, their members must inevitably pay such a price, or rather, it's not a price, but a choice. Look on the bright side, Songshur said seriously, this shows they have indeed given up on the idea of destroying the Enlightened Ones in one fell swoop in a short time. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise. Chaklo quoted a common saying from the Eastern continent. We got something from this. New Aramont Bay. Songshur realized, a border city. I see. He pondered, you're planning to take it over? I already taken it over. Chaklo corrected him, his expression becoming serious. New Aramont Bay corresponds to the Pan-Eastern Continental Union, and the situation there has always been complex. But if the Enlightened Ones want to continue expanding, they can only go in this direction. Free border defense for the company. Songshur tapped the armrest. The company is happy to oblige, and you can't resist the temptation of a newly acquired city. Next, it be the stage of the powerful dragon suppressing the local snake? Chaklo shook his head. You know, it's unlikely. Songshur naturally understood. Back in the battle at the Sky Data Tower, his group fought in the sky, while the various branches of the Enlightened Ones fought the company. If the former could be considered evenly matched, even ultimately succeeding in seizing the textile machines, then the latter were basically suppressed throughout, suffering considerable losses. Even in the sky battle, 2 invaluable fourth-ring warriors of the Enlightened Ones were ultimately reduced to one requiring physical regeneration, and the other severely injured. Even now, the so-called stalemate simply means a return to normal confrontation, without the heavy suppression of the previous period. The textile machinery continuously provided remote network support, technological iterations, decision-making suggestions, and information analysis. In just 4 months, the strength of the Enlightened Ones visibly improved. However, the textile machinery couldn't reproduce, recruiting new members, promoting and training key elites, rebuilding branches, and so on all required a large amount of manpower. Simply put, we're short-handed. You want me to go and oversee this new Aramont Bay, Songshur summarized. Chaklo succinctly replied, yes. That's possible. Anyway, we're in a period of peaceful standoff, and I have nothing to do here. Songshur interlaced his fingers. Then I bring the people from the 9 defense forces. I'm familiar with them, and they'd be easy to use. From this moment on, Chakro's eyebrows flattened. They're at your disposal. That's settled then. Songshur stood up and stretched. I go back and think about where to start. Chakro reminded him, the initial exploration team has been here for a while now. I have them contact you. You can refer to the preliminary report. Songshur snapped his fingers. Then, Chakro heard the other person say slowly, I suggest sending it directly to Xiaolu Hotel. As the accommodation for Nando, even after 4 months, the room remained spotless, clearly cleaned daily. However, the furnishings hadn't changed at all, as if it had only been a minute since he left. The service is quite attentive. Songshur glanced around with satisfaction, and then laid down in the bathtub. The showerhead immediately unleashed a torrent of hot water, instantly turning the bathroom into a misty haze that enveloped the young man. As the boiling water submerged his muscles, Songshur closed his eyes, his well-proportioned and powerful body slowly relaxing. Having achieved a glimpse of heaven, my killing power has temporarily reached its limit, more than enough. Songshur thought to himself. Next, I should consider defense. Initially, with the complete ritual, he achieved the complete scorched earth, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, making him incredibly powerful for a time. However, at his current level, facing those high-level psionicists, who have fought their way up and each has their own signature techniques, even with the enhancement of Forging Flame, Scorched Earth defense is still insufficient. It's mainly used for supporting the field and clearing out miscellaneous enemies. It's fine against opponents like Yu Junkai, who are also great source and focus on powerful attacks. Both sides engage in wide-area clashes. But against other opponents, who sacrifice quantity for quality, Scorched Earth defense, while not as flimsy as paper, doesn't pose a significant problem. Although he has always advocated offense as the best defense. Now that he has a glimpse of heaven, he can seriously consider defensive psionic techniques. Chapter 642. Songshur thought seriously for a while, then was interrupted by an incoming call notification. Xiaolu. As a typical human, one obviously couldn't answer a call by simply turning their eyes around. Songshur sighed, stepped out of the bathtub, a flash of fire passing over him, instantly leaving him dry and refreshed. The young man casually threw on a robe and lazily picked up his phone. Hello? Why has the workload suddenly increased so inexplicably? I don't know, is it Chakro's doing? Personnel reassignment list? Oh, that's good. I take a good look at it later. When are we leaving for New Aramon Bay? I'm available anytime, it's up to you guys. Those on leave, recall, those getting prosthetics, get prosthetics, those leaving wills, leave wills. Specific tasks? Properly governing a city is extremely troublesome, so our responsibility only includes providing military support. The rest is handled by the administrative personnel sent by the Enlightened Ones. Company operation report for this period. How about you send it over? I take a look when I have time. The call ended. New Aramon Bay. Songshur leaned back on the sofa and opened the preliminary report sent by Xiaolu at lightning speed. It's a pity Chu Tonglu isn't here. We're missing a useful henchman. Chu Tonglu isn't currently in Cast Light City. He's supposedly gone to support an Enlightened One branch, and is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the local company. Considering their conversation a few months ago, the other party's revelation that they intended to carefully consider Terra's intentions before the war fully erupted was likely their last act of business within the enterprise. New Aramon Bay. Where there is new, there is old. The predecessor of what is now known as Old Aramon Bay, relying on maritime transport and cross-border trade, was once a relatively prosperous port city. Unfortunately, with the outbreak of the Seven Earths War, this transport hub was bombed immediately upon the start of the war. More than one wave. Through the relentless efforts of various forces, Old Aram was nearly driven to the brink of tectonic collapse and sinking into the sea. Fortunately, the corporate alliance recognized the importance of the transportation hub, and the giant corporation Overgrowth invested heavily in geological remediation projects, forcibly prolonging Old Aram's life. However, Old Aram did not regain its former prosperity after the end of the Seven Earths War. Because it was in terrible shape. The infrastructure was riddled with holes, the geological environment was overburdened, the population had drastically decreased, breakwaters and urban areas were submerged. Coupled with 20 years of continuous war, the sea had been subjected to countless drastic measures, severely damaging Old Aram's fishing, animal husbandry, and maritime trade, which had been its lifeblood. After carefully evaluating and comparing the costs of restoring Old Aram versus rebuilding another port city, The company's actuaries decisively chose to rebuild the city on another coast, based on a small fishing village. To compete for such large projects, Southern Heavy Industries and Fugu Pioneer even engaged in a small-scale corporate war. Initially, Old Amazon Bay became a silent wasteland, but as time passed, people gradually came. Some were former residents of Old Amazon Bay, others were wanderers who couldn't bear the drudgery of the barren land. There were also corporate alliance members from inland areas, whose corporate tentacles were deeply rooted in every corner, choking them even when they wanted to catch their breath. They tried to choose a different way of life, away from the shadow of the company, yet without becoming wanderers on the barren land. This was the original New Aramon Bay. The nascent order of New Aramon Bay was so fragile. In fact, strictly speaking, it was merely a settlement cobbled together from a series of small communities. As life slowly returned, new forces from outside intervened. They were opportunists, criminals, exiles, and wanted mercenaries. They easily destroyed the existing order, building their own kingdoms on the ruins. But kingdoms built in this way were bound to be destroyed in the same way. After a not-so-short period of bloody chaos, New Aramon Bay finally completed its power divisions and entered a period of stable development. People dug scrap metal from shell craters, stumbled through the ruins, salvaged equipment and parts, restarted the ravaged fishing and ranching operations, and fought against those terrifying, mutated fish with gaping mouths and sharp teeth. On a floating community pieced together from rusted shipping containers, shipwrecks, and drone debris, people cooked fish soup and hummed unknown tunes from distant fishermen. In the acid-corroded, pitted shantytowns, women gently stroked their swollen bellies, pondering how to obtain a nourishing injection to ensure their children wouldn't be born monsters. Then, the company arrived. Or rather, returned. They patiently watched as these people gradually rebuilt New Alamon Bay, and after confirming that they were actually doing a good job, they sincerely applauded them. Another new market, eagerly awaiting development. The group's representatives, seemingly from nowhere, produced brand new land deeds, like cutting a cake at a banquet, each happily claiming ownership of New Alamon Bay. They had no interest in managing the place, so they only made demands on the people living there, including but not limited to gene taxes, regular commodity purchase quotas, and mandatory human resource supply. As for the original order makers, they were either easily crushed by the company or knelt down in submission, becoming its agents. Afterwards, with the company's subsequent reconstruction efforts, New Alamon Bay gradually regained its urban appearance, but compared to decades ago, it had become a haven for smugglers, religious worshippers, and criminals. As an unexpected product not included in any development plan, the United Government lacked the resources to truly intervene in its management. Therefore, the United Government's influence in New Alamon Bay was very small. Later, they even simply established New Alamon Bay as an autonomous region, nominally under the United Government's jurisdiction. As long as taxes were paid annually, the rest was up to the individual. This mess, let the enlightened ones handle it. Songsher shifted his posture, tapping the screen idly. It's even more chaotic than a typical border city. The border cities he'd been to before, while chaotic and the inhabitants fierce, at least had a sovereign authority. This so-called New Aramon Bay, however, was practically an autonomous region, a complete quagmire. The company gave this thing to the enlightened ones as a compromise, realizing they couldn't eliminate them quickly, but more importantly, it was intended to wear down the enlightened one's strength and serve as a first line of defense in the future. Songsher cracked his neck. Then let's play along. Chapter 643. 9 Defense, President's Office. The operational format in New Alamon Bay will primarily be counterinsurgency warfare, Xiaolu pondered. This is the assessment from the tactical department. Heavy weaponry. Bring them all, Songsher said without hesitation. We don't have to use them, but we can't be without them. We won't need them while I'm here, but I can't stay in New Alamon Bay indefinitely. Understood. Also, the number of drones is too low. Add another one, no, double it. Songsher scrolled through the list. Bringing so many? Xiaolu was visibly surprised. The quantity we brought is already within the high-level range of the Urban Warfare Manual. There are differences between cities. Songsher first shook his head. The company did provide some aid projects to New Aram Bay, but essentially it's just patchwork repairs. The environment is a mess. In places like this, unless you directly raise those illegal shantytowns, someone will be sniping from any corner. Mobile base stations for drones, 3D terrain modeling, and multispectral sensory detection capabilities are indispensable. Hasn't the textile machine company been involved in finance these past few months, making you guys a fortune? The young man sneered. Counterterrorism? Trading lives for war losses? Let's show these people what true power and righteousness look like. We just throw money at them. Xiaolu was thrilled and immediately applauded. There's no need to worry about the network either. Sangjili really can't spare the time. Songsher accepted the praise without hesitation, raising his index finger. I've spoken with the textile machine manufacturer. It will allocate a thread to support us. By the way, with so many people I'm taking this time, let's scale back the company's operations, lest we be. Reporting to the president, Xiaolu replied, this has been arranged. Very good. Songsher nodded, also, informed the public relations department that the initial publicity campaign can begin. Publicity campaign? Xiaolu paused, you mean? Songsher thought for a moment, then said, oh sorry, I forgot to tell you. I spoke with Morse yesterday. The Security Bureau and its strategic partner, 9 Royal Defense, are jointly conducting a humanitarian aid operation, stationed in New Alamon Bay. However, the Security Bureau isn't sending personnel, just giving them a title. Xiao Li's eyes lit up immediately. Patty Morse, Director General of the Security Bureau, 5th Ring Consensus, Heart Rebirth. Theoretically, 9 Royal Defense, as the current #1 security provider in the world, and having signed a strategic partnership agreement with the Security Bureau, deep cooperation is a given. However, the initial attack on the Sky Data Tower by the Enlightened Ones nearly triggered Yunan's northward military campaign, causing relations between the two sides to plummet to a freezing point, resulting in a very tense situation. However, facing the pressure from 9 giant corporations, at least for now, both sides remain undeniably on the same side. Therefore, cooperation has gradually resumed over the past few months. But a strategic-level operation like establishing a presence in New Yaraman Bay, the Security Bureau is actually willing to provide assistance? You see, I had actually tried to communicate with them several times before, but they had all been lukewarm in their attitude. Xiao Li's gaze lingered on the young man's face for a moment. I have money, I have manpower, I have connections with officials and businessmen, the timing, the location, and the people are all on our side. Songsher didn't care at all, jumping off his executive chair and scoffing. New Yaraman Bay, what do you have to fight me with? The heavy, rusty sea breeze lashed against one's face. Crackling. Through the shattered glass dome, the street lamp stubbornly flickered a few times, illuminating a blurry figure in its fleeting light. His footsteps were so silent, as if he had merged into the darkness, the intricate iron-colored dome of the illegally constructed buildings and power lines providing perfect shelter. Moonlight managed to filter through the gaps between the buildings, bringing fragmented, mottled patches of dim light. Occasionally, for a fleeting moment, something would block the light, only to have it vanish back into the darkness, making one wonder if it was just an illusion. Give me a smoke. Smoke your mother, get lost, go buy your own. No, you know, I'm a little short on cash right now. Just because you're short doesn't mean I'm free. These outsiders are so aggressive, who's having an easy time now? Damn it, if you ask me, we should fight back hard. There's no reason to be bullied on our own turf. Fight my ass. I want to enjoy a few more years of good life. I can't lose my life. 2 barely audible voices. The 2 tattooed men at the door collapsed almost simultaneously, only to be caught by one of them. The person who caught them silently, and with extremely practiced speed shoved them into a nearby green trash can. At the same time, a nanowire struck a camera in the corner. The connection was complete, and it quickly hacked into, and took over the entire building's surveillance network. At this moment, if someone were observing the building from God's perspective, they would see that each room was going out at a visible speed, as if an invisible whirlwind was passing through them one by one. Deep within the building, in what should have been a storage space for old junk, the basement was now spotlessly clean. Dim yellow chandeliers illuminated faces that flickered in and out of focus. A local from New Alamon Bay would be astonished to find these people, undoubtedly core members of the Shark clan, gathered here. A cross made of seawater soaked, decaying wood stood in the center, bound to which women with severed arteries were bound. Blood flowed down the cross, pooling in grooves carved into the floor, forming an intricate network of rings. A hazy red mist rose from these rings. Praise the great Red King, the members chanted in unison, their faces filled with fanaticism. Praise the great Red King. Crack. The door opened. The corridor light pierced the basement, illuminating everyone present. The red mist seeped into everyone's faces. The moment they touched it, veins bulged on their foreheads, and even the gaps in their alloy prosthetics were seeped in, momentarily adding a touch of flesh to their forms. Then, they all turned their heads simultaneously. The uninvited guest standing on the steps leading to the basement was a person completely shrouded in a cloak and hood. He seemed momentarily stunned by the scene, clearly not expecting it either. The next moment, he slammed the basement door shut. Kill him! Instantly, the sound of nanowires tearing through cloth, the explosion of grenades, and the slicing of flesh by sharp weapons filled the basement like a sudden symphony. 3 minutes later, amidst the blood and gore, the hooded man stood firm, slowly shaking the blood from his weapon. On the cross, the woman, who should have been dead long ago, slowly raised her pale head amidst a sickeningly painful creaking of her bones. Her eyes gleamed with a venomous malice that seemed almost tangible. Who are you? The other remained silent. Damn it, hateful, arrogant. The next instant, a dazzling red light erupted. In the name of the great Red King, I bestow upon you an indivisible curse. Chapter 644. Song Shi's first glimpse of New Alamon Bay was from an overhead perspective. The buildings perched on the sea cliffs conformed to most people's imagination of a seaside city. Azure outdoor swimming pools, clean and tidy streets crisscrossing the main streets and alleys, a filtration system disguised as streetscapes working day and night, creating a refreshing environment. This was also the highest point in New Alamon Bay. The highest geographical location, the highest average building height. Below the polymer membrane fence stretched along the coastline, a dock area. 70 years after the end of the 7 Earth Wars, maritime trade had gradually recovered, nurturing these dilapidated old docks, delaying their collapse as much as possible. Further beyond, there were shantytowns reminiscent of horror movies, littered with shipwreck debris and reefs. Some even floated on the water. These floating communities pieced together from rusty containers and sunken ships, their streets made of metal mesh panels swaying constantly. But compared to all that, the first thing a person sees upon arriving at New Alamon Bay is one place. TSK, Song Shi clicked his tongue softly. It was a red, rotting ocean. Countless piles of garbage formed a continuous mountain range, unshaken even by the ceaseless tides. They covered every corner of the coastline, the bottom a thick swamp of industrial wastewater and fuel oil, topped with sheet metal and plastic waste. Looking up, it seemed to stretch on forever. The ocean's lament? No, it wasn't even a lament. It was utterly silent, a deathly stillness. The environment here had died long, long ago. Or rather, this was the ocean's wasteland, a place where no human life could survive. However, the humans survived on its remains. President? Ciala noticed the change in the young man's mood. It's all right. Let's go to command post. Song Shi sat back in the shuttle. Get the personnel sorted out first. I handle the terrain. And so, under the watchful eyes of countless people, 3 heavily armed shuttles from afar, like newly hatched black crows, landed on the sea cliff with an incredibly noisy and arrogant air. When they were still 20 meters from the ground, the shuttle doors slowly opened. With a hissing sound from the airtight valves, a torrent of black iron surged out. These were uniformly equipped exoskeletons, armed personnel resembling steel knights, the 9 Defenses logo clearly visible on each of their chests. They stepped out in silence, plummeting straight to the ground. Each landing felt like a construction ram slamming down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. From above, the open-air platform resembled a chessboard, with iron pieces suddenly falling and embedding themselves in the ground. Armed personnel, sharp as swords, stood in 2 rows, their smart-controlled firearms glowing crimson, clearly disarmed and ready to unleash their firepower at any moment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Shi walked out unhurriedly from the rear of the guard. They really know how to spend money. The same thought arose in the minds of many among the reception staff. The Black Knight series of smart-controlled exoskeletons, high-performance exoskeletons designed specifically for cyborgs by the giant corporation Time Travel, come at a hefty price, but are said to possess the power to single-handedly annihilate a 12-man conventional army even in its undeveloped form. Those qualified to use exoskeletons of this level freely naturally possess high-quality prosthetics. No wonder they rob the enlightened ones of Forge Light City. Having a good location makes them far more adept at amassing wealth than their rundown place. The leader, though unassuming in appearance, was clearly a high-ranking official within 9 guard defense, capable of leading such an elite group. His strength was undoubtedly considerable, perhaps even comparable to a third-ring power. Hello, I am the head of the Security Bureau in New Alamon Bay. The person at the front of the group quickly approached. Song Shi looked at the man. He had met many local heads of security bureaus. Some were ruthless and wielded violence, some were cunning, some were like brothers with company representatives, sharing power, and some harbored idealism that would be ridiculed if spoken aloud, struggling to uphold a sliver of justice. But the person before him was completely different. This was an older man, probably in his early 50s, with the dark skin typical of people from the coast, like a fisherman who had made his living at sea for 30 years. But what was truly striking was the extent of his cybernetic augmentation. As the head of the Security Bureau, theoretically managing a population of 300,000 in New Alamon Bay, his cybernetic augmentation was remarkably low. Aside from a pair of prosthetic eyes, he had no visible cybernetic implants. Songsher could sense that he wasn't a psychic. While the Security Bureau's appointment of its director wasn't entirely based on military strength, this man's physical strength was undeniably low. Frankly speaking, a few street thugs armed with guns and baseball bats could easily pose a threat to him. Before today, the weakest local Security Bureau chief Songsher had ever seen could easily twist the heads off several street thugs and use them as footballs. I have received orders from headquarters to fully assist you in your humanitarian aid and order restoration efforts in the New Alamon Bay area. The old man seemed to have guessed what the other was thinking, rolled up his sleeve, and raised his hand. A dark, rough hand, starting from the wrist, with centipede-like scars spreading to the elbow, a mix of blue and black. I'm a local. I had this genetic disease since birth, and I have a high rejection rate for prosthetics. Forcibly implanting one could be fatal. He gave a bitter laugh. Besides, they just needed a security bureau here, so they set one up. Nobody cares about us. The guns in the bureau are all old-fashioned stuff from over a decade ago. I'm not afraid to admit it, but I became the bureau chief purely because I'm a local. I've been in New Alamon Bay for a long time, so everyone recognizes me and gives me some face. People call me Old Matty. You can just call me Matty. I see. Songsher nodded, and the two shook hands. We at 9 Royal Defense are a security contractor with a strong sense of ethics and responsibility. According to past statistics, the crime rate in New Alamon Bay remains consistently high, and the people suffer greatly. Therefore, we will be working with you to carry out humanitarian aid and order reconstruction. A burst of lights flashed nearby. After the Public Relations Department's initial publicity campaign, many news agencies and independent media outlets have arrived, albeit with varying levels of influence. Humanitarian aid, order reconstruction? These are headline stories guaranteed to fail. Please, what era are we living in? Who wants to see this kind of stuff? If it weren't for the 9 Defense's name having some buzz, and the fact that they've been paid, they wouldn't have come to New Alamon Bay, a notoriously lawless area. Yes, yes. Please follow me. Old Matty obediently followed, leading the way. Let me give you a brief overview of the situation in New Alamon Bay. Chapter 645. Perhaps due to prior preparation, or perhaps the profound experience gained from growing up here, Old Matty spoke eloquently, sketching out the situation in New Aram Bay for Songsher in just a few words. Maroon Trading Company, Limited, Son of the Sea Soul, Rust Alliance. These are the 3 major local powers in New Aram Bay. Among them, Maroon Trading Company, Limited only arrived in New Aram Bay 20 years ago, supposedly a loser in a corporate war, but even so, its strength remains unassailable for most people in New Aram Bay. Maroon Trading Company, Limited has established itself locally, recuperating and rebuilding, relying on the 300,000 population of New Aram Bay. In recent years, it has recovered significantly, and compared to its impoverished state 20 years ago, it is now the undisputed hegemon of New Aram Bay. Next is Son of the Sea Soul. According to Matty, the earliest Sons of the Sea were simply a mutual aid gathering of skilled laborers. This group included engineers maintaining submarine cables, technicians repairing community network-based stations, and even cyber hackers teetering on the edge of their seats. They regularly exchanged business, experience, and technical insights. After all, sticking together was the only option for survival in New Alamon Bay. Some of them, however, had an unusually strong emotional attachment to AI. Being technologists, they were more acutely aware of AI's superiority in this area than most. Simply put, they highly revered AI. This is not uncommon. Even more extreme new religions are emerging in corporate alliances, with virtual anchors, cartoon characters, art styles, and even a broken-down toaster becoming objects of worship. Until one day, these people truly worshipped a powerful figure. When the Freedom Revolution failed, the Omnic community disintegrated, scattering like stars. Some fled to the deep-sea server, some living in constant fear, others grinding their teeth and sucking blood, hoping for a future counterattack. Still others abandoned everything, choosing to become wandering Omnics. Then, a wandering Omnic from the deep sea responded to them. Faced with the divine power displayed by this Omnic, the earliest worshippers were naturally moved to tears and began tirelessly proselytizing. AI worship rapidly expanded in New Alamon Bay. After all, worshipping this omnic could indeed help you tamper with short circuits and steal some electricity. Many skilled workers joined the worship, and thus the children of the sea soul were born. They focused on AI worship, claiming to be children of the gods of the data ocean. Considering the immense influence of the children of the sea soul among the skilled workers, even Maruhan Trading Company Limited was willing to give them some face. The last major force was the Rust Alliance. An alliance comprised of workers, gang members, underground doctors, and fishermen. The Rust Alliance far surpasses the elite selection process of Maruhan Trading Company Limited and the technical barriers of the Sons of the Sea program in terms of numbers. People despise the company, yet are forced to rely on its employment to earn a living and purchase necessities. Thus, the Rust Alliance was formed. Based in a shipwreck graveyard, they united workers, gang members, and others to gain some bargaining power with the company. In a sense, they are the true government of the New Alamon Bay region, exercising the functions of a local government. Too many people inevitably lead to too much chaos. The Rust Alliance's composition is far too diverse. Many say the Rust Alliance maintains a fragile, delicate balance with the company, but that's only half true. The Rust Alliance itself is also a fragile, delicate balance. Behind the term gangster lies a complex web of factions, each with its own internal competition and rivalry. Even the seemingly most robust and unassuming workers are divided into intricate factions based on ethnicity, residential area, and work area. Large entities contain many smaller entities, not to mention the conflicts between the larger ones. A slight misstep can lead to bloodshed. The Rust Alliance is large, but my advice is that you don't need to pay too much attention to them, Old Matty said, as the filtration systems throughout the streets and alleys removed the nauseating stench of the sea of garbage that had previously filled the air. Don't misunderstand, I'm not saying this to flatter you. Well, actually, a little bit. Old Matty rubbed his face. Listen to me, most of the people in the Rust Alliance are unfortunate. Just surviving is a struggle for them. They can't afford to worry about anything else. Moreover, among the three major powers, the Rust Alliance is the weakest, and it's riddled with factions, hardly a unified entity. If you just show a little force, the Rust Alliance will definitely submit and side with you. They're not a threat at all. Oh! Songsher asked with interest, in your opinion, the Sea Soul Sun and Maruhan Trading Company Limited are threatening? Hearing this, Old Matty smiled. Anyone who's been involved in the online world of business alliances for a while knows that Nine Defense is a rebranded version of Chiming, and no matter how down on his luck he is, no matter how low he ranks among the bureau chiefs, he's still a legitimate local security bureau chief. A standard, excellent company like Maruhan Trading Company Limited wouldn't stand a chance against Nine Defense. So he nodded, speaking frankly, yes, I think the children of the Sea Soul are the most serious threat. We are human, how can we worship AI? If we treat AI's words as supreme commands, what will we do if one day it orders us to kill someone? Old Matty shook his head. I think there are already signs of that happening. They're doing increasingly outrageous things. A while ago, these people even organized an attack on the title database. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, they said it was to offer knowledge to the deep sea. Those Han Chinese and samurai at Maruhan Trading Company Limited, no matter how much they exploit people, it's still a matter between us humans. But these children of the Sea Soul, I think they're already preparing to become inhuman. Songsher raised an eyebrow. To be honest, what the other party said was somewhat beyond his expectations. Before arriving, he had reviewed the files of important figures in New Aramon Bay, including this director of the Security Bureau. According to the files, this person has been diligent and conscientious over the years, striving to maintain a balance among all parties, and leading the local Security Bureau to a neutral mediating position. And yet, during this meeting, they so openly expressed hostility towards the Son of the Sea Soul. If this is considered a genuine expression of emotion, then they must have been holding back quite a bit of pent-up feelings all these years. Well, thank you for your hard work. I got it all in mind, Songsher said casually with a smile. It's nothing. It wasn't a threat. Chapter 646. Golden Palace. The Golden Palace Luxury Cruise Ship. The wreckage of the Golden Palace Luxury Cruise Ship. A massive vessel, with a large portion of its hull missing, lay permanently aground on a sea of viscous garbage. Only the interior decorations of the cabins beyond the broken ends offered a faint glimpse into the ship's former glory. Damn it! Why did they have to choose this place for the meeting? A voice filled with a thick accent echoed in the empty, dilapidated hall. A burly man dressed as a samurai casually crushed the shards of glass beneath his feet into dust. Both his arms were prosthetic, and he tossed a molten sword between his hands as he shouted, "Hey! The stench is making my head spin. It's amazing you guys can still hold it in." "Disgusting, huh?" Opposite the samurai, a woman with dreadlocks resembling a data cable spoke coldly. "Find out who caused all this. It's you bunch of bastards. Do you need me to pull up your annual industrial wastewater discharge statistics?" On the other side of the round table, a burly man with half his face tattooed with rust-red marks was even more direct, scoffing. "If you don't want to attend the meeting, then get out. The enlightened ones will definitely attack you first anyway." Logo, I'm curious. What gave you the illusion that you can actually challenge me?" The warrior stopped throwing his molten sword, revealing a sinister grin. "I killed just as many of you lousy Rust Alliance members." "Then try it." The mere act of standing up shattered most of the thick, solid wooden round table. The burly man with the rust-red mark stood up, his vest stretched almost to the point of tearing open. A deep red light suddenly shone from his chest, accompanied by the roar of an engine. Southern Heavy Industries furnace engine. And the accompanying performance enhancement system. The samurai narrowed his eyes and spat. "You actually got some good stuff. Damn, they're so generous just to annoy the enlightened ones. Give up already?" Under the powerful thrust of the furnace engine, molten red cracks appeared on the exposed bionic skin of the burly man. This was a sign that the performance enhancement system, which had boosted his modification level to 35%, was in operation. "Guang Jilung, did I say that? I wanted to tear your stinking mouth apart for a long time." Hee. The samurai twisted his neck, revealing a groove on his wrist. A high-strength transmission line connected to the Hextech sword, which was now powered, and its blade began to rapidly emit a chilling orange light. "It's alright, anyway, you Rust Alliance have enough people. Killing you now, and finding someone else to talk to isn't too late." "Enough." A low shout interrupted the increasingly tense atmosphere. Behind the samurai, a man in a sharp suit, impeccably groomed, appearing to be in his 40s, with an Eastern-looking face, sat upright, seemingly unaffected by the previous conflict. Hearing the man speak, the samurai known as Light Gillen snorted, took a step back, and his molten sword dimmed again. "Miss Soma." The man turned to the woman, who had been observing coldly, his gaze lingering on her clearly inhuman pupils. "You came here alone," he spoke slowly and clearly, "but I know that right now, many people are watching us through your eyes. I don't know what those giant corporations promised you, but since you're here, I think the outcome is certain." After a long pause, the other party spoke. "The Child of the Sea Soul will provide assistance when you need it," she said slowly. "Zero Networks has promised to release a batch of AIs that are being held captive." The man nodded, then looked to the other side. "Let me confirm one last time. Your Rust Alliance has also reached a consensus." "Humph." The burly man licked his lips, which were dry from the sea breeze. "They're both companies, but those guys are much more generous than you." "No problem, I let the Rust Alliance cause a ruckus, anyway, to get me out of this hellhole. Fong's car is ready." The woman scoffed. The leader of the Rust Alliance, who claims to be working for the people's well-being, is the first to wag his tail at the company. "You bunch of lunatics who treat AI like your own fathers, what right do you have to talk to us?" The burly man grinned. "The credits we got are the most important thing. I had enough of this godforsaken place. Even drinking water requires purification 3 times. We have nowhere to retreat, gentlemen." The man, or rather, the current president of Maruan Trading Company, Limited, Nakama Shino, surveyed the crowd and said solemnly, "0 Networks, Fubo Energy, non-U Heavy Industry. This is a lucrative, but one-sided deal. We gained a lot, and we have no right to refuse. If we want to survive, there's only one way: demonstrate our value to those giants." Logo scoffed. "A big fish eats a small fish trick. Giant corporations are certainly big fish." Soma's eyes revealed deep envy, but backed by the enlightened one's 9 defenses, they're not exactly insignificant little fish either, while we're just planktonic organisms. Think about what happened a few months ago. I don't believe you didn't see the meteor shower that night. "We have no choice," said Nakamoto Shino. "What you say is correct, but there's no need to overly boost the enemy's morale and diminish our own. According to the information we gathered so far, that Nanto hasn't shown his face for months. He's most likely left the corporate alliance, or was seriously injured in the Sky Data Tower battle, and hasn't recovered yet. And, I received a promise. The giants will intensify their offensive, forcing the enlightened one's high-level combat forces to remain occupied." After a long pause, Soma suddenly spoke up. "What about those guys? Are they still not planning to participate?" The hall fell silent for no apparent reason. Logo and Nakamoto Shino exchanged a glance. Logo stopped grumbling, a hint of apprehension appearing on his rugged face. Those monsters, I don't want to deal with them. I contacted those red blood citizens, but got no reply, Nakamoto Shino said slowly. The overturned Valley Development Group hasn't commented. Logo clicked his tongue. In their eyes, a potential third-ring psychic is worth far more than us. Only you, Logo, only you, the Rust Alliance, Soma said calmly. This time, Logo didn't refute, only grunted. The former president of Maruhan Trading Company, Limited, a third-ring transcendence, was the one who gradually made Maruhan Trading Company, Limited the overlord of New Aramon Bay. Although he had stepped down as president, he wasn't dead, so even with the chaotic situation in New Aramon Bay, no one dared to provoke Maruhan Trading Company, Ltd. As for the Sea Soul Sons and their gang of lunatics, after all these years of seeking patronage, they supposedly managed to hook up with a powerful AI from the Deep Sea Server Cluster, who also possesses third-ring psionic energy. Of the three major powers, only the Rust Alliance lacks this level of military support. Logo, whose power has no future, thought to himself, thank goodness I be leaving here soon. Then forget about those red blood citizens. Logo slammed his hand on the table. Let 9 Royal Defense deal with these delusional lunatics. We focus on our own business. Let them see who the true masters of New Aramon Bay are. Chapter 647. New Aramon Bay, Cliff District. Command Center. Maruhan Trading Company, Limited, son of the Sea Soul, Rust Alliance. Songshur leaned back in his seat, his fingers interlaced. Yes, the three major forces have a very large influence, almost covering all classes in New Aramon Bay. A middle-aged man, the leader of the Enlightened Pioneers Advance Team, said in a deep voice, I don't recommend taking an overly aggressive approach. Your military strength is overwhelming, an absolute advantage. Defeating the three major forces is easy, no, I guess you could sink New Aramon Bay without much trouble. What are you saying? Songshur waved his hand. It makes it sound like I'm going to implement scorched earth tactics. Do I look like someone who likes that kind of fighting? The other party pretended not to hear. But if the methods are too extreme and provoke resistance from the locals, the cost of maintaining and managing the area will increase exponentially. He gave a wry smile. Originally, migrating a large number of outsiders to buffer and dilute the population was a solution, but, you know, Songshur certainly knew. Migrate from the inland to New Aramon Bay? How could this person be so foolish as to even consider such a thing? The enlightened ones can neither, like a company, issue administrative orders to forcibly relocate a massive population, nor can they attract people voluntarily with high welfare benefits. The latter would require far too much funding, they simply can't afford the hassle. Songshur asked, what are the attitudes of these three companies? Before you came, we made initial contact with them one by one. Maruhan Trading Company, Limited's attitude was rather firm. Sea Soul Sun was ambiguous, and the Rust Alliance. The other party couldn't help but sigh, they haven't reached a unified stance yet. Then he noticed that the person in front of him seemed completely absorbed by one word. Oh, tough, huh? Songshur chuckled. To us? The person in charge coughed, reminding him, mainly, giant corporations. That's normal. Songshur stood up from his chair. It would be strange if they didn't resort to underhanded tactics. Help me arrange a meeting with the heads of these three companies the day after tomorrow. The person in charge nodded first, then added, you want to talk to them? Talk? Songshur's lips curled into a smile. I brought 319 armed employees and accompanying technical personnel, crates upon crates of armed equipment, thousands of drones for combat, and self-regulating units. You were talking to them before you came, and you're still talking to them after you arrive? Songshur walked to the balcony, the sea breeze whipping the curtains wildly. Then I came all this way for nothing? The person in charge was startled. President, you mean? Do you know why I came to New Aramon Bay specifically to conceal my identity? Songshur turned to the side and held up a finger. I'm a bit too strong. If I came here openly as Nando, it would be like lifting a moss-covered rock in a humus-filled forest. Who knows how many things would rush out and scatter everywhere. Even I might not be able to catch them all. It wouldn't be fun if these guys caused trouble. We don't have time to waste on that. The person in charge's pupils contracted slightly. For a moment, he seemed to smell a strong odor of gunpowder. Deeply entrenched? Songshur said calmly. Then let's just tear up the entire foundation. I'm going to smash New Aramon Bay to pieces in one go. The person in charge took a deep breath. I understand. Once the technicians have deployed the local computing matrix, the textile machine will assist you in advancing the mission, Songshur said casually. It will confirm the list of new Alamon Bay members. No force is a single entity, on the contrary, it is a collection of countless individuals, and this is especially true of a force like the Rust Alliance with its intricate internal structure. Kill some, imprison some, support some. There's not much to say about Maruan Trading Company. Limited: kill those who need to be killed, dismantle those who need to be dismantled, intervene, and incidentally help a few people take over. New Aramon Bay can't abandon these businesses they operate for now. Songsher placed his hand on the railing. As for the Sea Soul's son, worshipping AI, worshipping AI. Songsher chuckled lightly. I still have some influence with AI. A few words were enough to determine the fate of the three major forces. The young man's tone was so casual, as if discussing what to eat for supper, yet the person in charge felt as if 1,000 pounds were weighing on his shoulders, without the slightest hint of unease. What's the date today? The person in charge replied, the 3rd. 1 week. Songsher looked into the other's eyes. When the sun rises on the 10th, I want New Aramon Bay to have only one voice left. The person in charge's hurried figure disappeared through the doorway. Songsher propped his face up and gazed into the distance. The turbid waves crashed one after another from the horizon. Then, there is psionic art. Psionic art black body curtain. When an object's absorptivity reaches 100%, it can absorb all energy of any wavelength radiated onto its surface at any temperature. This is what is known as a blackbody. Essentially, this is an idealized model. Theoretically, a true blackbody does not exist. But psychic energy doesn't operate on theory. In a sense, a blackbody is an alternative form of absolute barrier, and to some, it's an undeniable image. Blackbody curtain is derived from this image, a modern psychic technique created by a great source psychic. Therefore, the essence of blackbody curtain is not defense, but absorption, Songsher thought. Most attacks can be absorbed equally by blackbody curtain. If there are psychic techniques with effects like conversion or fusion, it can even replenish its own consumption. However, he himself couldn't use this. Firstly, there were no psychic techniques for conversion. Forcibly converting it would be counterproductive. Secondly, it was unnecessary. His total psionic reserves were already more than enough. None of his defeats across both lifetimes were due to attrition warfare. Once I achieve black body curtain, Songsher slowly spread his fingers. Conventional attacks will pose no threat to me. Even standing at the epicenter of a high-yield nuclear blast, I can handle it with ease. Theoretically, a direct hit from a nuclear bomb with a yield of tens of millions of units could threaten a fourth-ring psionicist. But direct hit already presents two major challenges. Short-range spatial jumps, warning signs, burst speed starting at 10 times Mach, microsecond-level reaction times, altered life states. Even if the target is precisely hit, a fourth-ring psionicist has numerous ways to reduce, buffer, and isolate the nuclear blast's destructive power, or even simply stop the chain reaction, rendering it a dud. However, once black body curtain is inscribed, it doesn't matter if he chooses to withstand it head-on. Chapter 648. The rusty ocean liner was divided into cramped, honeycomb-like compartments, with tarpaulins and plastic sheets defining each room. Alfred Rodriguez's gaze slowly shifted from a section of deck that had been removed and converted into an outdoor passageway. A dirty glass instrument sat on it, its aged brown tubing, repeatedly wrapped with tape, blackened beyond recognition. The still gurgled and bubbled, repeatedly swirling up the anti-radiation powder mixed with collected rainwater, the bubbles lingering. A shirtless, thin boy squatted beside the still. Seeing someone looking over, he immediately raised a rusty piece of iron in his hand, his eyes glaring fiercely back. Alfred remained silent, quickly navigating the swaying passageway, weaving through the densely packed shacks, finally darting into a building. Like the shacks, it was built directly on the water. The moment the curtain was lifted, the matte-coated, jet-black iron blade silently pressed against Alfredmer's throat, just centimeters away. Grant me a body without error, a soul without stain. After a brief, solemn prayer, a deep voice echoed in the cramped room. He is still Alfred Mayer. And so, as silently as when it was drawn from its sheath, the iron blade vanished again. Alfred Mayer showed no emotion at this potentially fatal act, as if he had endured it 1,000 times before. He went inside. The furnishings inside were no different from the surrounding shacks, crammed together to minimize clutter, the floorboards creaking with every step, and haphazardly bundled cables. The only difference was the person. The windows were covered with paper, and the lights were off, but in the deepest part of this dim darkness, a pair of eyes shone like raging fire. It was a person shrouded in a robe, a brass-breathing mask covering most of their face, but the exposed, wrinkled skin told everyone that they were not young. Alfredor, the old man coughed forcefully, his voice hoarse. You treated a man's wound. Yes. The one called Alfred knelt on one knee, head bowed. Master Samuel, that man was stabbed in the abdomen by a machine, kicked out of the factory, and left like this on the edge of the junkyard with an open wound. If left unattended, he would die. Canon law prevents me from standing by and watching him die. You have always been an excellent armed priest. The old man, or rather, Master Samuel, raised his eyes, like the last, brightest flame remaining in a fireplace that had burned all night. Now, we are approaching Yolantha. 10 years of entanglement will soon end in our hands. You shouldn't have done such a rash thing. Alfred remained silent. Beside Master Samuel stood 2 others, equally silent. One was bound in a long robe, completely covered up, almost like a rabid patient fearing water, wind, and light. Deep within the prosthetic eye, illusory gear markings slowly rotated. He stared at the screen embedded in his right prosthetic arm, watching streams of data rush down, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. The other person wore a hooded cloak with constantly changing images, clearly an optical camouflage device. Between her fingers, a black iron blade flickered, seemingly there yet not there, reminiscent of a venomous snake's forked tongue. A skilled armed priest, a silent monk who renounced his voice to dedicate his life to technology, and a silent one specializing in eliminating heretics, traitors, and potential threats. Plus, Master Samuel of the Third Ring Truth. Even within the Empire's borders, this was a formidable force, let alone now, having crossed oceans to this foreign land. Master Samuel shook his head slightly. The company has created this place's woes. Clean water is a luxury, while those on the sea cliffs indulge in debauchery and decadence. Learn to control your anger, Alfred Murphy. The old man stared at the young man, enunciating each word clearly. The evils Yolantha can create will be far worse than the company itself. It will drag the entire New Alamon Bay into a bloody abyss, turning it into a slaughterhouse. What we must do now, and the only thing we must do, is to contain it. I understand, Master Samuel, Alfred M.O. said solemnly. I sincerely hope that one day you will take over my responsibilities. The old man paused for a moment, then slowly said, suppress your anger, but never forget it. Remember, when the holy war of purification arrives, all the filth and sins of the mortal world will be eternally annihilated. I remember, Alfred M.O. said. Master Samuel nodded slightly. Then he stood up. Even though he had lived more than 20,000 days and nights, the old man's body was so strong that when he stood up, he was like an iron monument forged from steel, tempered 1,000 times. The old man simply stood there, exuding a cool yet incredibly reassuring feeling. In summary, the earliest recorded appearance of Yolantha in the New Alamon Bay region is 10 years ago. The timing matches up, Alfred Mayer replied. For the past 10 years, it has been secretly and subtly corrupting the locals and cultivating their followers. These unfortunate victims, bewitched and corrupted, now call themselves the Red Bloods. But the Red Bloods have always acted cautiously, hiding themselves very well, which must be at the behest of Yolantha. The silent one beside her nodded almost imperceptibly. As an elite of the Empire, she had a deep understanding of the corporate alliance, the Empire's greatest enemy. These pathological individuals, who viewed money and power as supreme, were certainly incomprehensible to her, and she loathed them from the bottom of her heart. However, on the other hand, she had to admit that these people did indeed possess a powerful force befitting their pathological nature. Yolantha has suffered several devastating blows, losing almost all of its followers, and its strength has long since declined significantly. Even if it were truly at its peak, what difference would it make against a behemoth like the corporate alliance? It would only further pique the company's interest. They have always been tireless in this regard, attempting to infiltrate the Empire every year. As a member of the Silent Ones, she herself had participated in several capture operations. Furthermore, there's something else worth noting, Alfred Mayer said. A company called Nine Defenses is making its move. According to existing intelligence, it's backed by the Enlightened Ones. My initial assessment is coincidence, but I can't rule out the possibility that they obtained some information about Yolantha. We don't have much time left. The Enlightened Ones. Samuel repeated the word. I heard the name before. A group of people struggling. Yolantha's location? The old man suddenly asked. The mobile communication devices of the 3 people present simultaneously vibrated slightly. A document was displayed. The silent monk finally looked up from the screen and nodded to the group. Alfred Mervyn quickly glanced at it. Several scarlet circles were marked on the electronic map of New Aramon Bay. Cancel the original plan. Lift the 3rd and 4th restrictions. A chilling light flashed in the old man's pupils. There is no longer any room for safety. Even exposure is irrelevant. We must complete the containment of Yalan Shah before anyone else. In that instant, the Silent One, the Silent Monk, and Alfred Mervyn simultaneously knelt on one knee. This body and soul are extensions of His Majesty. Chapter 649. President, they requested the meeting place be on the Queen Juliet, Xiaola added. They agreed to use the converted casino from the stranded cruise ship. That's fine. Songsher leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping the table with his index finger. How's the preparation for military support going? Xiaola didn't waste any words, tapping her prosthetic arm, which immediately projected a 3D image. A map of New Alamon Bay. As she slid her right hand, the giant 3D map rapidly enlarged, and within a few breaths, it shifted from a macroscopic view resembling a satellite to a city, then streets, and finally, a building. Songsher recognized this building. This was the place he had been staying for the past few days, and was currently staying at. The preliminary topographic and architectural mapping of the New Alamon Bay area is complete, Xiaola said, her heart filled with emotion. Hundreds of drones flew day and night, scanning the entire area, with textile machines providing technical support, resulting in the completion of a city's 3D model in less than 3 days. Then, she snapped her fingers. A new projection appeared, this time a video. In the empty hall, a group of armed employees were making final equipment adjustments. The data interfaces on the back of their necks glowed with a ghostly blue light, integrating their implants into a unified system. The weapon racks, which had been full not long ago, were now empty. In the loading and unloading area, all the launch platforms were open, and from them, the standby indicator lights of swarms of drones flashed green. On the other side, a large number of black containers were piled up into a formidable mountain, and spider-like robots crawled out like a tide, engulfing the ground. Then, the two projections merged together. In an instant, countless red dots lit up on the 3D model of New Aramon Bay. Each red dot was pointed at by an arrow, the other end of which displayed a pop-up headshot. The task assignments for tonight had already been given. At this time tomorrow, Xiaola said with a smile, New Aramon Bay will only have your voice, President. Excellent, Songsher praised. The young man straightened his clothes one last time and strode outside, where a long-awaited shuttle awaited. A few breaths later, New Aramon Bay came into view. The sea breeze rushed into the cabin. Songsher stood with his arms crossed by the open door, finding it remarkably quiet. This was probably why wealthy people often chose to buy shuttles. Without the noise of a propeller, the ride was much more comfortable. The night, like water, gradually disappeared over New Aramon Bay. In New Alamon Bay, where infrastructure is largely piecemeal, aside from the affluent Sea Cliff area and the bustling industrial zone, other areas lack sufficient power. As time passed, much of New Alamon Bay fell into darkness. Only the distant sound of the ocean waves remained. Then, suddenly light shone. It was a stranded, shimmering whale, but upon closer inspection, this whale was actually a moored cruise ship. Every cabin was brightly lit, like a lighthouse in the New Alamon Bay shipping lanes. The shuttle slowly approached the cruise ship's deck. Songsher took a step. A spiderweb-like crater appeared on the deck, and within it, the other person stood ramrod straight. Several figures, who had been waiting there, exchanged glances for a moment upon seeing this. The sight of someone parachuting dozens of meters without protection, incidentally creating a large crater in the ground, is actually quite ordinary. Highly cybernetically enhanced armed personnel, whose physical mass far exceeds that of natural humans, and whose roles are heavy armor, heavy firepower, or positional warfare, could even be measured in tons. Their daily operations require constant maintenance of an anti-gravity system, otherwise they would crush everything in their path. However, the person before them appears to be a natural human, with a modification level probably less than 5%. To cause such a commotion under these circumstances. A psychic? It's just unknown which high-ranking officer among the enlightened ones has arrived. On behalf of Maruan Trading Company, Limited, I welcome your visit. The oldest of the four, a man in his 40s, spoke first, his posture respectful. I am Nakama Shino, the current president of Maruan Trading Company, Ltd. These three? Songsher's gaze shifted to the other side. Soma. The dark-skinned woman scratched her dreadlocks made of data cables, and uttered two words. A burly man with rust-red marks on his face grinned, logo. The Rust Alliance, I'm the boss. Sir, just call me Guangji Yao. A man dressed in retro samurai attire chuckled, me? I'm the master's bodyguard. Aren't you the real #1 bodyguards in the world? Perhaps we have something in common to talk about later. The Queen Juliet is quite lively. You're from a big city, I think you might like it here. Nakama Shino extended his hand. We prepared a feast. Why don't we eat and chat? No need. Let's chat on the deck. The view is expansive. Nakama Shino was initially puzzled by the seemingly nonsensical remark, but then the other party continued. So hospitable? You know why I'm here. It's part of the humanitarian aid and order restoration work being carried out by the Joint Security Bureau. Nakama Shino said solemnly, this is undoubtedly a good thing. As residents of New Alamon Bay, I, and Maruin Trading Company, Limited, are willing to fully support your work. Oh, so sincere? Songsher asked with interest. Tell me more about it. We plan to establish the New Alamon Bay Development Foundation, with an initial investment of 1 billion yen. Nakama Shino said respectfully. At the same time, we will provide a security contract to Joyu Defense, requesting that you be responsible for crime fighting and maintaining social order in the New Alamon Bay area for the next 5 years. Maintenance and other related services. Songsher remained noncommittal. What did the Rust Alliance say? I heard that Nine Defenses has a good relationship with the Enlightened Ones. If they plan to set up a factory here. Logo smacked his lips. You can have as much labor as you need. If anyone complains about the low wages or wants to cause trouble, I guarantee they shut up. Before Songsher could speak again, Soma succinctly stated, we are breeding a batch of genetically modified anglerfish, which has greatly improved our cargo carrying and deep-sea navigation capabilities. I also heard about the current situation of you Enlightened Ones. We can use this channel to help you smuggle some high-value materials. Ha, Songsher slowly smiled. So what's the price? Nakama Shino's demeanor remained impeccably respectful. He bowed slightly. I only hope you can show some mercy, and give us a way out. I think what you say when facing those giant corporations is probably not this. No one is unaware of the company's actions. We don't want to become their victims. Nakama Shino gave a bitter smile. I think you wouldn't want to see your subordinates wasted on pointless things. Is there another way between us besides a life-or-death struggle, to fight without breaking apart? Fight without breaking apart, huh? Songsher said leisurely. You misunderstood 3 things. First, this isn't pointless. Second, this isn't a waste of time. Third, life-or-death struggle? In the distance, a ball of fire shot into the sky, followed by a deafening explosion. Immediately following, more explosions erupted in succession, swept across the city by drones, their roar piercing the silence. The view is excellent. Songsher snapped his fingers. You can enjoy a free fireworks show. Chapter 650. Dusk. If one fixed their gaze on the sky and ignored the lingering industrial dust, a glimpse of the seascape could be barely seen in the sunset. The sunset gradually sank below the horizon. Darkness, like the rising tide, slowly engulfed the earth. In an abandoned bridge arch, someone opened their eyes. The cloak that had been drawn back, covering their entire body, opened. He deactivated the suction function of his tactical boots, did a somersault in midair, and landed lightly on the ground. The experience of hanging upside down under the bridge arch for 4 hours seemed to have had no effect on his physical condition. He slowly exhaled the last bit of air from his lungs, took a steady breath, and repeated this 3 times. Then, the young man stepped out of the bridge arch. Such bridge arches were countless in the Gulf City, but most people in New Alamon Bay would rather sleep on the damp streets than stay here. Those mutated crabs and lobsters, enormous as calves after consuming countless amounts of industrial waste, possess claws capable of slicing through a car. Their sense of smell for live prey is sharper than a dog's, and every month, unlucky creatures are dragged into their burrows and gnawed to bone fragments. After walking a few steps, a rustling sound came from the deep green, almost black, weeds. The young man didn't stop, but with a slight twitch of his thumb and middle finger, the surrounding sounds vanished in half a breath. If someone were curious enough to part the weeds at that moment, they would be astonished to find that 7 or 8 deformed crabs, their shells capable of withstanding a small caliber pistol, each had a tiny wound on their body, and along this wound, their nervous systems had been precisely crushed. 3 handleless short blades flew back into the young man's hand, which he then concealed with a flick of his wrist. Without pausing, he plunged into the shantytown under the cover of darkness, like a flowing shadow, swiftly weaving through the gaps between the shacks, large and small. At one point, he stopped and climbed over into a courtyard. Several men were standing there talking. Beside them was a very dilapidated jeep, its trunk half open, revealing a large bag inside. Something's missing, one of them licked his lips. Huh? The 2 men opposite him frowned, their faces darkening. What do you mean? The man showed no fear, instead grinning slightly. Please, my brother, things are really tense lately with the joint crackdown. Helping you recruit people is a huge risk for me. 2,500. Wow, the protection money I pay to the Rust Alliance and Meridian Trading Company every month is more than that. The two men exchanged a glance, seemingly not wanting to cause any trouble, and said firmly, 3,000, that's the most I can offer. Sigh, I take the loss. That's it. He chuckled and rambled on, these are carefully selected good stuff. The organs are usable enough. No connections, no trouble at all. His words trailed off. A smile still lingered on his face, but his hand only managed to cover his throat before he staggered a few steps and collapsed. What? Who? In the next instant, a figure darted out of the darkness, a flurry of short blades slicing through their Achilles tendons, spinning in midair before returning to their hands. Less than a second had passed since the young man appeared. In excruciating pain, the two immediately fell to their knees, but one of them, enduring the agony, instinctively reached for his waist. Then, the tendons in that hand were severed as well. But from the severed point, a burst of crimson light suddenly erupted. The hand, which should have been powerless, forcibly regained its strength, allowing the man to successfully reach the pistol. Bang! Clang! The man's pupils contracted sharply, his hand almost trembling. His bullet. At this distance, it had been severed? The next moment, the muzzle was caught by a hand and snapped in two. The young man released his grip, using the momentum to knock down the two men, stepping on one of them, while the short blade in his hand was pointed at the other. It's this again. His gaze lingered on the man's wound. The red light on it had already dissipated. He whispered, Great Red King, you are the red blood citizens. Upon hearing this, the man, who had been shot just a moment ago, was instantly replaced by blatant fanaticism. He struggled desperately, his limp hands rising repeatedly, trying to grab the young man's ankle. You are the blasphemer. The young man remained silent. Only the crimson mark on his chest from the basement ordeal a week earlier began to throb. He removed his foot, walked to the jeep, opened the trunk, and slashed open a bag. Inside was an unconscious woman in her early 20s. Judging from the relaxed state of her muscles, she had likely been drugged. The young man reached into his pocket, took out a syringe, and injected the woman. After a few breaths, she opened her eyes in considerable pain, her voice muffled. The young man slapped her face. You've been kidnapped. Stay here, don't wander off. Go home at dawn, he said, handing her a pistol. Protect yourself. Without leaving room for conversation, he turned back to the two men on the ground. Human trafficking. You did this to perform a ritual, the young man said. Take me to the scene. The man paused for a few seconds, then suddenly roared in a hoarse voice, Praise the Great Red. A short blade pierced his skull. The other man, witnessing this, showed no fear and roared back praise. A hand pressed against the man's mouth, silencing all sound. A custom-made, high-grade prosthetic arm brought the unique power of steel. Then, the young man's other hand pulled a syringe from his pocket and cleanly injected it into the man's vein. He carried several types of truth serum. This one was from the Academic Council. 2 minutes later, the young man stood up again. The man beneath him was dead. Then, under the horrified gaze of a woman not far away, he took out a mask-like object and placed it on his face. At the same time, accompanied by the cracking sound of bones, the other person's body grew 4 centimeters taller, its posture gradually adjusting and changing, like a puppet pulled by countless threads, rapidly approaching the person lying on the ground. When the young man turned around again, the woman fell to the ground with a thud. The former had completely transformed into the appearance of the person on the ground. This is basic disguise, the young man explained upon seeing this. Then, he repeated his instructions, telling the woman not to run around. Immediately, he stuffed one corpse into a cloth bag, and helped the other into the passenger seat. He then got into the driver's seat, drove the jeep, and quickly disappeared into the night. 30 minutes later, the jeep stopped outside an abandoned factory. A gleaming gun barrel was pressed against the windshield, but the burly man holding the gun relaxed after recognizing the driver. He holstered the gun, said nothing, and tapped the window as a greeting. The young man also remained silent. He got out of the car, followed by the passenger. The young man lifted a large bag with one hand, while the passenger lagged behind, mostly obscured by the former. If someone were to observe closely, they would see that fine, dust-like nanowires were wrapped around the man, guiding him to perform various living movements. The other ends of the nanowires were the young man's feet and hands. However, this was clearly not an easy task for the young man. Seeing that no one had questioned him along the way, the young man quickly found a secluded corner, removed the nanowires, and threw the bag and the body inside. A deep breath. Steady breathing. Psionic energy flowing smoothly. Prosthetic body self-check passed. Equipment tested and working correctly. Praise be to the great Red King. A crimson aura now filled the deepest part of the factory. A dreamlike scene, seemingly possessed by a gravity that could transport one to another. Rusted red flowers quietly bloomed on the dilapidated fence. They opened and closed gently, releasing bursts of dust. The ground was covered with intricate patterns, forming a circular magic circle reminiscent of a horror fantasy film. Just staring at it for a moment felt like being sucked into it. But many people already stood beside the magic circle. Someone raised a huge, crude mechanical arm. His bare back and chest were covered with mottled scars eroded by the sea, a mark inevitably left on every dockworker in New Aramon Bay. A woman, cradling an infant, knelt, her face, illuminated by the red light, radiating hope and fervent fervor. Others trembled, inhaling deeply the air thick with the reddish dust, its delicate scent filling the air, as if this could fill the void left by the sale of their kidneys. After the initial shouts, silence returned. People stared intently at the scene. An old man knelt there, his robe, made of tattered cloth, trailing on the ground. Before him lay a boy, sobbing intermittently. "Don't be afraid, child." The old man raised his hand, his rough, rock-like fingers gently tracing the boy's throat. Then, a sensation even rougher than rock spread from his fingertips. Where the throat had once been was now replaced by a cone-shaped, serrated shell. A viscous liquid, indistinguishable between seawater and blood, dripped from the shell's seams, staining the ground with foul-smelling spots. The environment of New Alamon Bay had been unsuitable for human habitation for many years, and almost all purification stations were firmly controlled by three major powers. Implants were too expensive, so implanting mutated barnacles into the throat to assist in filtering air and water became the choice for many. However, these mutated barnacles reproduced too rapidly. A slight mishap could obstruct the trachea and even affect the nervous system. "Great Red King, our one and only savior." The old man bit his fingertip, letting the abnormally bright red blood flow down, soaking the scalpel he held. As he muttered incoherently, he painstakingly cut, picked out, and dissected the barnacles. Stimulated, the barnacles instinctively curled up. This should have been incredibly painful, but under the red light, the young man seemed oblivious, instead slowly revealing a smile. Finally, the excess barnacles were all removed. The boy, aside from being slightly pale, had no other wounds and hadn't bled much. From the surrounding crowd, someone finally couldn't contain themselves and shouted, "Praise the great Red King." The next instant, the others joined in, shouting, "Praise the great Red King." A boom! An echo like a bronze monument being struck suddenly resounded. It was a deep, solemn echo, yet it inexplicably brought a sense of unease. One bag after another was carried out and opened, each bag containing a person who was unconscious, a total of 7 people. At the same time, everyone present, regardless of age, gender, status, or profession, except for the old man, knelt down. A much denser red light than before suddenly condensed. This red light swirled, outlining the majestic, humanoid silhouette. "I am the wielder of crimson and flesh, the destroyer of Morinara, the splatter of all things, the feared one, the red bone-fanged sword, I am." This being, crowned with a bone crown and bearing the head of a bull and the hooves of a deer, stood over 3 meters tall. The moment it descended, a violent and majestic roar suddenly echoed throughout the factory. The Great Red King. The next instant, it abruptly turned its head, its gaze like a crimson torch, piercing precisely into the crowd. "Blasphemer! Blasphemer! How dare you come here?" The rest of the people present were stunned. At that very moment, 2 figures erupted almost simultaneously. Those targeted by the Great Red King's gaze unhesitatingly hurled several short blades, charging forward with ferocious speed. Higher up, on the 4th floor, someone deactivated their optical camouflage and decisively leaped from the steel beam. The target, too, was the Great Red King. Neither side expected anyone else to be there, yet in this critical moment, they disregarded everything else and launched their attack simultaneously. Multiple short blades, dragged by nanowires, unleashed a force more exaggerated than cannonballs. The air exploded. In the name of the Holy Spirit, eternally erased. A slender figure leaped from the sky, solemnly declaring. Her hands crossed, etched with holy images and prayers, and she unleashed lightning downwards from her silver-forged pistols. Literal lightning, powered by the second ring great source, and the psionic technique purifying lightning, these 2 individual energy pistols roared like heavy weaponry, their blinding lightning illuminating the entire factory for a fleeting moment. With the next breath, the resounding clang of the great sword being drawn echoed as the Great Red King roared, wielding its crimson great sword, slicing away the short blades and shattering the lightning. However, after the initial burst of power, the Great Red King halted, its gaze fixed on the attacker, or more precisely, the attacker wielding the gun. "The silent, hidden cult!" it roared. "The silent ones!" 7 short blades swirled around the youth. Hearing these words, he finally made his judgment. "You are, of the Van Pusta Empire. A psionic entity." The woman called the Silent Ones remained silent, merely raising her gun indifferently. "2 mere second-level cultivators dare to challenge me, challenge the Great Red King." The Great Red King grinned maliciously, slamming its great sword into the ground, a powerful tremor emanating from its feet. However, thanks to the combined effects of daily rigorous training and the implant that enhanced its dynamic balance, the youth remained completely unaffected. Meeting the gaze of the Great Red King, he calmly pulled out a handful of syringes and inserted them into his carotid artery. Empty syringes lay scattered on the ground. Then, facing forward, the young man slowly raised his short blade. At that very moment, a series of explosions suddenly erupted outside the factory. Accompanying them was a loud shout from a megaphone. "Open the door, 9 Royal Defense." Chapter 651. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions illuminated people's faces. On the deck of the Queen Juliet, in less than half a second, Nakamoto Shino realized what had happened, his face instantly turning extremely ugly. Even in this situation, he still maintained a certain level of politeness. "From the very beginning, you never intended to talk." "Talk?" Songsher was quite surprised. "With you?" At the very moment of the explosion, Guang Jilung and Logo beside him, the former thrusting out his molten sword with a flick of his thumb, the latter forcefully spreading his arms, the furnace engine in his chest violently activating, bringing immense power. The worst-case scenario. Hikari sighed, but his sword continued its relentless slash towards his opponent. "Do as agreed. Kill him first." Even without the electromagnetic catapult module, thanks to the prosthetic body's immense power and the aerodynamic design of the thermoplastic sword, this strike still broke the sound barrier. If it landed, even an armored vehicle could be easily sliced through. This was the sheer brutality honed by the intensive training of the president of Maruhan Trading Company, Limited, the personal bodyguard of the company's president. Then, the sword stopped. His prosthetic eye's pupils suddenly contracted. His sword had just unleashed half a strike when a finger appeared beneath it. It pressed against the hilt, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. The thermoplastic blade, strong enough to melt even high-strength alloys, sizzled and crackled with heat, yet it couldn't bend the finger even slightly. "Your swordsmanship is decent, barely passable," Songsher commented casually. "For a non-psychic to achieve strength comparable to a normal second-ring cultivator, while it's partly due to resources provided by Maruhan Trading Company, you also put in a lot of hard work." Upon hearing this, Guang Jilung felt no joy, only a chill. He jerked back, about to draw his sword and retreat. Almost simultaneously, Songsher flicked his index finger. In the warrior's widening pupils, his specially crafted, heat-melting sword, forged at the cost of hundreds of thousands of credits, snapped in two like a pulled noodle, the constant purification of the psionic skills forging flame and burning blood, and countless self-immolation trials. While Songsher's physique was still far inferior to those of transcendent-level cultivators, it was still at an unbelievable level for most. Next was Luoge. The burly man, activating the furnace engine, even with a cooling internal circulation system implanted, was still experiencing a rapid rise in body temperature. His first step nearly caused the deck to collapse. He charged forward like a steel rhinoceros with its horns raised. "You're not up to it," Songsher sighed, shaking his head. "Relying solely on cybernetic capabilities to overwhelm, paper strength built on money." The same cybernetic configuration, in the hands of different people, is worlds apart. With a muffled thud, the burly man was sent flying backward at an even greater speed, the deck breached in less than a second. Immediately afterward, a series of heavy thuds echoed from within the ship's interior, countless hatches and connecting decks shattered. 2 breaths later, 2 men were gone. And only then did Soma's offensive begin. A swarm of drones. The weapon crates secretly placed throughout the Queen Juliet were all opened, conservatively estimated at over 40 drones. They swarmed towards the deck. With a whoosh, several drones resonated with each other, collaboratively constructing a gravity suppression field. The remaining drones either strafed with machine guns, launched rockets, or unleashed energy beams, bombarding the target relentlessly. A superior weaponry generously sponsored by time travel. The third breath. Songsher flicked his finger, and crimson gold flame suddenly erupted. The drones that had filled the sky a moment ago were reduced to ashes in an instant. Oh, quite decisive, huh? They ran away already? Songsher glanced to the other side. A cabin on the Queen Juliet was violently smashed open, and a figure plunged into the sea. Under Liu Guan's observation, the figure maintained supersonic speed even underwater, hurtling towards the distance. In their perception, this was a psionicist who had reached the third ring. In New Aramon Bay, such an existence undoubtedly had only one identity: former president of Maruhan Trading Company, Ltd. See Rakshasa, Nakama Toshihiko. Songsher spread his thumb and forefinger, making an aiming gesture, and slowly aligned himself with a swift shadow on the seabed. In just a few breaths, the opponent had covered 5 kilometers. Vermilion bird soul, Songsher murmured. A crimson gold flame erupted in an instant. Enhanced by soaring to the heavens, this flame's speed was unbelievable, at least for a short time. It arrived faster than expected, closing in on Zhong Imo minion. Then, the flame suddenly changed, as if someone had gently grasped its hand and cleaved it downwards. The sea split open. A dazzling golden current parted the surface of the sea, like slicing open a giant piece of jelly. Even the seawater itself was ignited. The sea, originally as black as the abyss, merging with the night sky, was now painted with a breathtaking crimson gold hue. The seawater ignited, and in the deepest part of the empty crevice, a streamlined, half-human, half-shark mechanical demon incredulously raised its head. Before inheriting the vast empire of Maruhan Trading, he had served for 15 years in the naval division of the giant corporation Time Sequence Passage, during which time he broke through to the third ring of a psionicist. This experience earned him considerable purchasing authority, and his specialized cybernetic body should have given him a significant advantage in naval warfare. At this moment, his diving depth exceeded 1,200 meters. He didn't even need to pause for a moment. Pure, extreme crimson gold, from top to bottom, pierced straight through 1,200 meters, engulfing the humanoid shark. Nakamo Shino's face was deathly pale. Seeing this signature crimson gold flame, how could he not understand the other party's identity? You are? Don't exaggerate. 9 defense, current president. A flash of fire swept across his body, burning away something. The middle-aged man's appearance faded, transforming into a young man. By all accounts, our positions are about the same. Songsher glanced at the woman with dreadlocks on the other side. Her eyelids twitched, clearly understanding the situation, and she immediately knelt down, raising her hands. The mighty Nandu, deliberately hiding its tracks for so long, Nakama Shino gritted her teeth, just to place the chess piece on New Alamont Bay. We are truly honored. Wrong, don't overthink it. Songsher strolled slowly. Is it possible that I wasn't actually in the corporate alliance for the past few months? Nakama Shino paused, then roared, a small katana springing from her leg. Perfectly curved, symmetrical blade, the hilt wrapped in finely grained white sharkskin, clearly a fine weapon. The middle-aged man in a suit gripped the katana with both hands and shouted. The Zhongma family has no one without ambition. Songsher clapped his hands. Great, great, I can raise your score a little higher. Hearing this, Zhongma Zia was not pleased but angry. He slowly held his breath, his swordsmanship a family tradition of the Zhongma clan. Although he had fallen behind in recent years, he had practiced diligently in his youth. Judging from the other party's past behavior, Maruhan Trading Company would likely cease to exist after this. A wave of sorrow washed over the man, yet he forced himself to calm himself, determined to transform this sorrow into the final, most brilliant strike of his life. But at this moment, he noticed that the young man's attention had suddenly been diverted by something. Songsher raised an eyebrow, abruptly looking in one direction. Ailu? Chapter 652. Boom! The building's steel dome shattered with a deafening roar. The force of the impact shattered the glass and load-bearing beams, and in an instant, several rappelling cables descended, along with armed personnel grabbing them and swooping down. Civilians detected. High threat unit detected. Deploy cover smoke. The armed shuttle hovering above the dome's opening split its armor plates, retracting to reveal its launch ports. Bang! 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 A round of smoke grenades was deployed, and in the blink of an eye, thick, choking smoke filled the abandoned building. However, this smoke posed no obstacle to the 9 defense employees, who had already donned their tactical helmets. They landed in a dense, almost continuous line, like demons in the smoke, quickly grabbing those coughing and shoving them out of the building. Another group set up weapons, attempting to surround the red monster and 2 highly suspicious-looking individuals. Huh? But then, an armed employee who had just raised his gun was stunned to see the arrogant red monster suddenly collapse, its entire body turning into red mist and disappearing. What? Psionic energy. The next moment, the hooded man wielding dual pistols burst into action, sprinting in one direction. Seeing this, the other hooded man, gripping a short blade, didn't hesitate for even half a second, also lunging forward and biting at the other's back. Lightning and short blades intertwined, forcefully breaking through the encirclement of the 9 guardians with overwhelming force. Even the searchlight beams of the shuttle couldn't keep up. The two, one after the other, quickly disappeared into the darkness in the distance. This level of strength is definitely at the level 3. No, even among level 3 units, these two are considered top tier. Unit RQ-781 encountered 2 level 3 units, identities and allegiances unknown. The possibility of follow-up cannot be ruled out. He pressed the walkie-talkie. I request equivalent force support. After a brief report, he stepped out of the smoke-filled area and onto the outside of the building. People, hastily bombarded with tear gas, lay scattered on the ground. Those who could barely muster strength glared furiously at the approaching armed employees. On the communication channel, a colleague uploaded a temporary interrogation file. He glanced at it, his expression gradually turning grim. Cultists? Human sacrifice? Meanwhile, the precarious infrastructure of New Yaraman Bay made streetlights, or rather, streetlights that were still functioning, a rarity. When night fell, most places were pitch black, and few dared to remain outdoors at such times. However, most was not all. ZZZT. A dim, yellowish light flickered, barely illuminating a corner around the cracked lampshade. The two forces, rushing at full speed, stopped simultaneously. 2 indistinct silhouettes slowly paced around the lamppost. Intent. I want to find this psionic entity. A psionic entity? You're called Calamity. The reason? It incited people to kill, it committed evil, it cursed me. The lamppost flickered again. A curse? I understand. You're from the Empire. The person from before has nothing to do with you? Nothing to do with me. That psionic entity escaped. It can't escape. Then together. Together? Snap. The streetlight flickered again, this time failing to hold its breath, and went out. A breath and a half later, when the streetlight came back on, both were still standing in the same spot. The young man had 3 wounds on his abdomen, right arm, and shoulder. The woman had 3 wounds on her chest, abdomen, and side. But then, her brow twitched, and a thin line of blood slowly seeped from her right cheek. As a silent one who had passed the brutal selection and training of the Silent Order, she had actually lost to her opponent in their previous exchange. She remained silent, silently reciting the prayer of the Holy Spirit, Lyruin of the Silent Moon, allowing her mind to return to tranquility. Without further conversation, they disappeared into the darkness, one after the other. At this same time, somewhere in New Aramon Bay, Korea, the existence of the Calamity Yolantia has been confirmed. The voice of the young, armed priest rang out from the encrypted channel. Higher up, from the gaps in the jungle built from illegal structures, the silent monk scooped out holy anointing for the last time. His mechanical index finger lightly touched the substance, which reeked of machine oil, to his forehead, nose, and lips. I am baptized. An exaggeratedly long sniper rifle lay quietly on the eaves. The second verse of the 3rd section of the Gospel of Seymour was engraved on the side of the dark gold barrel, which was over a meter long. As his steel fingers traced the verse, the scope array blossomed like a crown of thorns. Veritas' gun sniper system is online. Praise the Holy Spirit. Veritas of the Iron Law. Sections of the barrel lit up, and a chilling, steely light flowed from the weapon. The judgment protocol activated. The bolt slowly turned, simultaneously pushing the cartridge, filled with soil from the Holy Grail and radioactive isotopes, onto the muzzle. This special bullet, designed to target calamities, was something their entire team carried only 9 times on this mission. The gears witness. The index finger gripped the trigger, and the silent monk roared silently, "Rebuild heaven with iron and fire," and from the darkness, echoing the sound of the ocean waves, a deep, muffled thud suddenly resounded, a thud from underground. The earth trembled a few times, then exploded, a crimson ball of light bursting forth, followed by 2 figures, one old and one young. Hounds of the false god. Blasphemers. How dare you challenge the great Red King? The scope clearly reflected the entirety of the crimson light. It was a boy, excessively young, still deserving of the title boy. At this moment, however, his features writhed, revealing a ferocious face, sharp horns piercing his temples, and growing ever longer. As the red light continued to pour in, the boy's entire body was rapidly expanding. Even the flesh-bearer is ready. Alfred narrowed his eyes, his action of splitting open the steel door of the basement without bending the silver sword in his hand in the slightest. But Yolantha has indeed not yet recovered to its full strength. Therefore, it can be contained. The Great Red King, or rather, the Calamity Yolantha, did not continue to flee. It was uncontrollably furious. Of the followers it had painstakingly cultivated over the years, apart from the group wiped out in the basement by the two before it, none of the followers in other places had come despite its calls for a long time. Damn it, those false godhounds deserve to die, and that 9 Royal Defense Force deserves to die too. 10 years of forbearance and accumulation, all destroyed in an instant. Not far away, a very faint sound came. From the dark alley, a woman and a young man emerged, one after the other. Their attire was quite similar, both wearing hooded cloaks that covered their entire bodies. Yolantha recognized him immediately. This was the blasphemer from a week ago. His strength wasn't the main issue, but his methods were extremely varied, with endless tricks. Beside him was a silent one from the Silent Order. From another direction, the armed priest raised his silver sword. Behind him, an old man, strong beyond the shackles of time, gripped his chainsaw-wielding holy spear tightly, his gray-white eyebrows concealing fiercely burning pupils. And further away, at least 2 kilometers away, a strong sense of threat emanated from him. This feeling must be the sniping of the silent monks. In the blink of an eye, Yolantha was completely surrounded. Then all of you die. A great sword of white bone, dripping with blood, materialized out of thin air and was seized by Yolantha. At that instant, the red light emanating from Yolantha expanded to an indescribable intensity. An incomparably terrifying aura swept outwards. It was as if the Calamity Yolantha had suddenly returned to its former glory. A terrifying power comparable to a 4th-ring psionicist. Faced with this level of pressure, everyone present inevitably reacted, some taking a half-step back, others frowning deeply. Except for the old man. The old man's face showed no fear. He simply wrapped the chains dragged by the chainsaw holy spear around his arm again and again. This body, this soul. He solemnly took a step forward. All our extensions residing within his majesty. He chanted deeply, taking 2 steps. Wherever blood flows, that is the sanctuary of the empire. He roared, taking 3 steps. May the calamity end, may sin be purified. Seeing this scene, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory, Yolantha first flinched, then suddenly erupted in fury, grinning as he swung his great sword. Foolish impostor! I will bury you and your corrupt faith together. A crimson light suddenly illuminated the earth. No, not red light. At this moment, Yolantha and the old man suddenly looked in the same direction. A fiery crimson gold ray, like the sun, burst forth from the distant abyss. Then, it flew towards them. Chapter 653. Perhaps it was 10 years of long accumulation that culminated in a short-term outburst. The power of the Calamity Yolantha reached a level unmatched by anyone present, a terrifying power comparable to 4th-ring psionic energy, enough to destroy the entire New Aramon Bay. But at this moment, less than a minute after the outburst, brand new, equally powerful psionic energy ignited in the sky above New Aramon Bay, like a rising sun, igniting all darkness, as if the first snow were rapidly melting away. This is... Alfred's eyes widened as he clearly sensed it. A power far stronger than Yolantha. If previously Yolantha was indeed unparalleled in its power, worthy of some of the title Great Red King, and had indeed made him tremble uncontrollably, then now, everything was different. Before the newly risen sun, forged from crimson gold flames, the power Yolantha displayed suddenly felt noticeably hollow, like a small dog disguised as a tiger in cardboard, seemingly invincible, but actually weak and cowardly. Wait, that's not right. That's not the point. Alfred was startled. How could a 4th-ring psionicist appear in such a barren place as New Alamon Bay? In the blink of an eye, the sun descended, plunging towards this direction with a deafening crash. A literal descent. The young man gripping the short blade looked up. Under the psionic power of the 4th-ring great source, the environment bowed its head. The entire sky as far as the eye could see was engulfed by the scorching flames, and at the very center of the flames, the blazing sun sank inch by inch towards the earth. Even though the blazing sun wasn't aimed at him, he still felt as if his internal organs were being burned. Yolantha couldn't speak, he only managed to roar as his entire body expanded, and then collided. A horned demon rose from the ground, gripping its great sword, and swung it forcefully towards the sky. The red mist also rapidly condensed, splitting into countless streams. Deformed white bones sprouted out of thin air, from which flesh and blood climbed and spread. In an instant, hundreds of grotesque hands, along with Yolantha's roar, lifted the sun. Then, both the great sword and the skeletal hands were easily crushed. Or rather, crushed isn't the accurate word. The true scene was that the sun's descent was completely unaffected. It silently and indifferently descended, igniting and devouring everything it touched. Bang! Yolantha hadn't knelt yet, but the ground beneath its feet couldn't bear the strain. Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, until they reached a diameter of 100 meters. It wasn't that it wasn't exerting enough force. The sun had completely sunk. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion didn't occur. Alfred witnessed it firsthand. The sun, like a perfectly round solid, sank precisely halfway into the Earth's surface, its edges equally rounded. Immediately, the endless crimson flames collapsed inward, the excessively bright light gradually dissipating, revealing what lay within. An excessively young man stood in the center of the crater, examining something in his hand. A white skull, the red mist emanating from its hollow features had become extremely thin. No one spoke. Alfred, holding his silver sword, had retreated to the outer perimeter long before the enemy's arrival. Now, besides being on edge, preparing for battle, he also subconsciously glanced to the other side. Meanwhile, the old man on the other side, Master Samuel, frowned deeply, gripping the chainsaw lance even tighter. It was at this moment that the other finally spoke. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Songshur casually tossed the skull aside, looking at the surrounding crowd. After saying this, the young man raised his head and glanced in one direction. This silent cultivator, I suggest you come over yourself. Several kilometers away, the silent cultivator paused for a moment, put away his heavy sniper rifle, and draped himself back in the tarpaulin. He moved nimbly between buildings, and within a minute, he reached the edge of the crater. Under the crimson gold light, the silhouette of the silent cultivator was revealed. Beneath the tarpaulin was a mechanical prosthetic body that had replaced most of his flesh and blood. Murky oil dripped from the gaps in the parts. With such a high degree of modification, it was hard to imagine why he was still standing there unharmed, instead of becoming a cybernetic psychopath. Ai Lu, long time no see. Songshur glanced around at everyone, finally settling on the young man's face. It's quite a coincidence, really. After a moment's thought, the young man reached out and removed his mask. Ripples appeared on its surface, as if it were made of countless tiny building blocks, capable of being assembled into any desired model. With the disguise removed, a handsome face appeared before everyone. His appearance hadn't changed much, but compared to when they parted over a year ago, he had lost some of his youthful naivete, and his demeanor was more reserved. Long time no see, Songshur. Ai Lu was polite. I didn't expect to meet you here either. When do you think you see me again? Songshur asked again. I was thinking of Newcastle City, Ale answered readily. Since I'm coming to the Enterprise Alliance, I'd definitely be going there. According to the information I gathered, you've been staying there all this time. Does this count as man proposes, God disposes? Songshur chuckled, sizing up the other man. Not bad, you already reached the second ring. Oh, and you were cursed by a psionic entity. You're really lucky. This is an experience rarely enjoyed by non-Imperials, Songshur said casually. Regarding the curse of the calamity, Yolantha, a new voice interrupted. Alfred cautiously said, we can provide removal services. Removal? Songshur shook his head. No need for that trouble. It hurt a bit, bear with it. Before he could finish speaking, Songshur's right hand plunged into Ale's chest, centered on the latter's chest. A burst of crimson gold light erupted, followed by a wave of heat that spread rapidly. But it came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, Songshur withdrew his hand. Ai Lu lowered his head. The crimson marks that had covered his chest were completely burned away, leaving not a trace, except for a slight pain. If it were one of those 3 Calamity Realm Lords, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Or if you were still at your peak, I would have had to put in some effort. Treating an illness is much more troublesome than poisoning. Songshur raised his index finger and tapped his skull. But you're neither a Calamity Realm Lord nor have you been chased around by the Empire, so I'm sorry you're seriously injured. Then, Songshur shifted his gaze from the skull and looked again at the group of people not far away. Gentlemen of the Vanpusta Empire, have you decided what to say? Chapter 654. The Silent Ones, armed priests, silent monks, and a high-ranking inquisitor. This setup alone would have been enough to conquer New Aramon Bay half a month ago. Songshur stretched. Your Vanpusta Empire has really gone to great lengths to contain the psionic entity. Powerful, merciful, and righteous Lord Nando, we have no intention of being your enemy. The first to speak was an elderly man with graying temples. He stepped forward, standing directly in front of the three, including the silent monk. As you can see, our sole purpose in coming here is to contain this calamity, Yelan Shah. Unsurprised by the other party's immediate recognition of their identities, and unfazed by the previous blazing sun, the old man's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, showing little emotional fluctuation. I have heard of your righteous deeds. You shattered the veil of the sky, bringing true sunlight to the Roker Plains. You shattered the towering tower that held the heavens, bringing hope to all the people of this land. I have also heard of the righteous deeds of the enlightened ones. I respect, and I admire, you and the enlightened ones for upholding the banner of justice in this filthy and chaotic land. So? Songshur grinned. Please return Yalansha to us. The old man said slowly, in exchange, the Empire is willing to give you what you desire. Wait! Don't hand me over to them. I refuse to be imprisoned by these hounds of false gods again. Yes, keep me. I am willing to serve you. What I want. Tell me. Songshur pressed his fingers against the skull with a little force, and the latter sensed something was wrong and instantly shut his mouth. That depends on you, the old man said. Songshur smiled slowly. Give a fourth-ring psychic what they want? Sorry, what I want you can't give me, and what you can give me, I don't need. However, you're right about one thing, this is indeed yours. Songshur scoffed. You've been engaging in religious worship all day long, with billions of people worshipping it for 1,000 or 2,000 years. Something you created yourself. The old man lowered his eyes, seemingly unmoved. Not everyone can understand the enlightened ones, he said calmly, just as not everyone can understand faith. That's far too much faith, Songshur said, arms crossed. The 6 holy spirits, Akanaros of eternal flame, Tiamat of the underworld, Veritas of iron law, how sacred are they? It's one thing for ordinary Imperials not to know, but don't tell me that a high-ranking Inquisitor who has reached the 3rd ring doesn't understand the truth about your so-called holy spirits. Calamities, holy spirits? They're nothing more than psionic entities. That's absolutely right. Those damn man-made things don't deserve any worship. Just for their own selfish desires, they're going to persecute me so madly. The skull seemed unable to hold back any longer. Its white jaws opened and closed excitedly, and then the next instant, it was struck by flames. There won't be a second time. Songshur glanced at it. Even among humans of the same race, there are distinctions of superiority and inferiority, good and evil, the old man said calmly. I have heard that the Grodin family of Fubo Energy calls themselves the new gods, viewing all mortals as inferior beings. I have also heard that the Nakamo family of Maruyan Trading Company has acted with impunity in New Aramon Bay, committing countless sins. And during my time here, these rumors have not been fabricated or lied. But I also heard that powerful beings like yourself are far less powerful than weak beings like yourself. Regardless of status or ability, you gathered together, declaring war on powerful corporations simply for the sake of justice. This is exactly what I'm seeing now, and it's not a fabrication. Psionic entities? Perhaps. I have no intention of changing your mind. The chains were tightly wrapped around his arms, almost digging into his bones, but the old man seemed oblivious. He simply said, but for us, the Holy Spirit and Calamity are undeniable. TSK. Songshur clicked his tongue. Seems like I can't really argue with you. I didn't know the Inquisition taught how to debate. Before joining the Inquisition, I was a preacher for 20 years, an armed priest for 20 years, the old man said. Preaching and debating are my most basic duties. Religion. Ai Lu, standing to the side, listened for a long time, seemingly recalling something, his expression changing slightly. A superhuman unit of your caliber, concealing your identity and smuggling yourself into the country, Songshur continued. You should know that even if I were to kill you all on the spot right now, there would be absolutely no problem with it. You wouldn't do that, the old man said. Oh! Songshur's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. You're so certain. In that instant, the three, including the silent one, felt a chill run down their spines. Even the silent cultivator felt the coolant suddenly stop flowing. Because we march under the same banner, the old man said, the banner of justice. You really know how to play the game. We're not exactly on the same side. Songshur shook his head. The danger in his eyes vanished abruptly, replaced by a lazy, nonchalant expression. But you guessed right, I really didn't intend to kill you. You should thank yourselves. Songshur pointed to the earpiece he was wearing, only one side. The moment he sensed Ai Lu and the psionic entity, he had the weaving machine retrieve the Imperial team's operational records. Faced with the latter's all-out effort, the various concealments the silent monk had employed these past few days had little effect, being quickly dismantled one by one. The fragmented information rapidly coalesced, outlining the outlines of these people. If it were one of your more radical, delusional colleagues, not one of you would still be standing. The old man narrowed his eyes. The young man before him spoke these words with such naturalness, as if he had done it many times before. Yet, according to the records, the other party had never had any contact with the Empire. Something had appeared above his head without his noticing. A fleet of drones, their wings fully extended, hovered in the sky like flocks of seagulls circling the coastline at dusk. Soon, the much larger Black Hawk swooped in as well. Armed employees stood guard at the doors of these armed shuttles, their eyes fixed menacingly on the ground, ready to unleash a barrage of attacks at the slightest signal. Songsher made a gesture. The drone swarm spun around and plunged back into the distance. The armed shuttles, without a word, quickly changed direction and headed towards other areas still engaged in combat. I have no interest in fighting, so you can relax a bit now. Songsher casually tossed the skull to the young man beside him, who caught it easily. This gesture sent a chill down the spines of the three men, except for the old man. A question. Then they heard the other man say, "How is Renata Clemens?" Chapter 655. Upon hearing this name, the old man's usually calm and collected gaze changed for the first time. The other three also reacted, but the silent cultivator's face had completely mechanically transformed, and the mute one had his hood pulled down, head bowed, half hidden in the alley, avoiding speaking whenever possible. Therefore, in the end, only the armed priest showed any emotional fluctuation in Songsher's eyes. Ah, that reaction is quite normal. Songsher smiled, like some Eastern continent people on their wedding night, after everyone has left, with the anticipation of about to personally lift the skull of their bride. I haven't actively investigated her, but since I happened to run into you, it wouldn't hurt to ask. Hate, killing intent? No. The old man could sense only an inexplicably pure joy in the other's words. Even though it wasn't a consensus that could read minds, his 67 years of life experience, and countless encounters with traitors, heretics, and jesters, allowed him to discern the truth. The other person's words contained not a trace of lying. They were entirely from the heart. Then, the old man spoke. Lady Renata Clemens officially passed the 9 trials a year ago, and assumed the position of Grand Inquisitor. Grand Inquisitor? Songsher pondered. Quite quickly, in the dueling arena? Did she win the championship? Lady Clemens was the 3rd-place winner last year. Not bad. Songsher raised an eyebrow. The density of dueling arenas and tournaments in the Van Pusta Empire was extremely high, practically countless, but the old man clearly knew which one he was referring to. There's only one restriction. Those with 5 rings are forbidden from participating. This is the most prestigious duel competition in the entire empire. The most outstanding performer, even the champion, is qualified to step into the palace and meet the Supreme Emperor. For someone of this age, to achieve 3rd place in such a competitive environment is already astonishing. Heh, but that's not enough. Songsher slowly paced, all eyes following the young man. If this is all the achievement is, then it's far too insufficient. Tell me, what else did she do? Songsher looked up. It was unclear whether the sky followed him, or he followed the sky. The old man remained silent. Not going to speak. Songsher stopped, a cold laugh escaping his lips. I could guess, it's just one of those possibilities, either a psychic entity or a judge of heresy. The old man remained unmoved, saying nothing. Fine, whatever. If you don't want to talk, then don't. The young man raised his index finger, his tone unequivocal. Anyway, I see for myself. Lord Nandu. The old man seemed not to have heard these words. After the young man finished speaking, he finally spoke again, regarding the calamity Yelancia. You can leave. Songsher interrupted him. I can overlook your previous violation of international regulations, your unauthorized entry into another country's border, and your military operations in a densely populated area. But from this moment on, New Yeraman Bay is the garrison area of the 9 imperial defenses. It is now 3 in the morning. The young man pointed to the sky. The fiery clouds that had recently spread like wildfire slowly receded, and the tide of darkness once again engulfed the earth. Before dawn, he said calmly, if you don't leave, stay here. With the return of darkness came a deathly silence. It was as if the air had suddenly frozen. Everyone present, except Songsher, was like insects trapped in amber, seemingly unable to move an inch, until a crisp, resounding drag of a sword pierced the silence. Songsher looked in the direction of the sound and saw the young, armed priest slowly and unwaveringly raising his silver sword inch by inch toward the youth before him, a deep hymn of praise emanating from his lips. Grant me a body without error, grant me a soul without stain. Immediately afterward, the Silent One tore off her cloak of stealth and unfastened the twin pistols from her waist. Her slender, well-proportioned body gripped a black dagger, and from her breath to her aura, even her very presence, everything gradually vanished. But the sense of danger she evoked only intensified. Concealment? The Holy Spirit's blessing, Silent Moon Lilyuan, and then, there's the great source of the second ring, the path of lightning. Song sure didn't move an inch, sizing up the other party before giving his assessment. The combination of the two resembles the imagery of a thunderclap. If it doesn't move, it's silent, but when it does, it's astonishing. Alas, although the great source path is numerous and complex, countless, no outsider has the right to judge one's own choice. Song sure sighed, but the great source path of lightning, which is 99% about powerful, earth-shattering force, has been specialized into assassination by you. To be honest, that's quite rare. The Silent One ignored him, almost completely merging into the darkness. The silent cultivator clasped his hands together, the mottled rust on the surface of his prosthetic limb burning and melting rapidly like an asteroid falling into the atmosphere. His alloy-cast spine bulged segment by segment. All verifications of the Anointed One agreement had passed. Now, with just a thought, he could enter the irreversible final mode. The blessing from the Holy Spirit Veritas of the Iron Law will forcibly enhance the performance of all implants, even exceeding the theoretical limits of the design blueprints. The price is an equally drastically increased burden, a burden even a silent monk couldn't bear, but before this devout mind completely collapses, he will also unleash unprecedented power. Such a standard move. Songsher watched the rust burn away, so standard that I'm losing interest. A significant portion of the iron plagues your Mene agency handles each year are converted from your own colleagues. The technical department of the Van Pusta Empire, Mene agency. However, are you sure this will work for me? The performance of prosthetics is limited by both the limits of their capabilities and the limits of the user. Most people can't even utilize 80% of the theoretical performance limit of their prosthetics. But after activating the Anointed One protocol, the other party can not only push the prosthetics to their limit, but also, with the blessing of the Holy Spirit Veritas of the Iron Law, reach the ultimate limit. Whether it's an ant or a beetle ahead, it makes no difference to the approaching tank. Sacrifice itself is meaning. The armed priest said, each word deliberate and solemn. The people of the Empire fear no death. Commendable courage, precious faith. Songsher said slowly. However, I encountered several armed priests before. Even though I'm far stronger than them, they insisted I couldn't touch psionic entities. I asked them why, and they said it was because I had no faith. Chapter 656. Ale observed for a while, then took a dozen steps back, standing on the outermost edge. Stop. Just as the tense, one-sided atmosphere began to freeze, someone spoke. It was the old man. Hearing this, the group paused almost imperceptibly, the armed priest staring at him in disbelief. He knew the old man's personality well. Even the strictest doctrines were impeccable, a judge so standard they were almost rigid. He considered himself to be sufficiently compliant with the doctrines, yet in the past, some of his actions had still drawn criticism, like saving that down-on-his-luck worker's life a few days ago. But now, the old man had stopped them from their preparatory sacrifice. Even with sufficient respect for this Master Samuel, for a moment, they still held their positions. I said, stop. A heavy thud interrupted all thoughts, as the old man slammed the end of his chainsaw-like holy spear into the ground. Lord Nandu, he said slowly, looking directly at the other man, you seem to know our country quite well. You should be aware of the harm caused by this calamity. It brings no benefit to you, to New Aramon Bay, or to the enlightened ones. Songsher shrugged. I'm naturally inclined to harm others without benefiting myself. Hearing this, the old man paused, pretending not to hear. In return, you will receive friendship from the Empire. Friendship? Songsher repeated. Me? Friendship from the Empire? He couldn't help but chuckle, as if remembering something, and burst into laughter. Let's not even talk about how I could actually gain the friendship of the Van Pusta Empire, even if I did. Is your so-called imperial friendship something of value? Songsher sneered. To desperately demonstrate your piety to the state religion, you're willing to send your own parents to the stake. Friendship? To your faith, it's worthless. Enough. Songsher beckoned, and Ailu, in the distance, immediately tossed over his skull. My lord, yes, absolutely right. That's how it should be. We must never bow down to these hypocritical gods' lackeys. Yolancha explained repeatedly, enlightener. To be honest, I long yearned for justice. I can rebel against the company. I can be the Holy Spirit. Really? What happened to the great Red King? So flexible? Alas, All those are empty titles. To be honest, only today do I realize who the true king of this world is. Only you. Very good. Songsher nodded, and then shook his head. What a pity. But what a pity. I said, there won't be a second time. Songsher sighed. You shouldn't have spoken without permission. The crimson gold flame suddenly expanded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Songsher grasped Yulancha's skull, his 5 fingers slowly exerting force, and the skull visibly began to burn and crack. As if completely oblivious to the curses and wails emanating from nearby, Songsher's voice, neither loud nor soft, easily drowned out the formers. These psionic entities, well, let's just call them calamities. These parasites clinging to your empire are already inseparable from you, 2 sides of the same coin. Defeating them is easy, killing them is difficult, hence your repeated emphasis on containment. Songsher said calmly. Containment? It's nothing more than finding a place to suppress and seal them away, sealing them year after year, only to have the seal broken again. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were playing a game of raising parasites or tug-of-war. Nando! Cracks spread across the surface of the skull, and the already thinning red mist was now completely burned away. Yet, hearing Yulancha's wails, the old man showed no joy. He finally couldn't contain himself and stepped forward. Stop! You know the consequences of doing this. Consequences? You mean killing the calamity in the present realm? Songsher said casually. Isn't it just returning to the calamity realm, once again escaping your control? Who knows when they come back? The chainsaw holy lance resonated with a trembling sound like a sacred hymn, and the old man's pupils slowly glowed with fire. Then just increase the output, Songsher said. The more severe the injuries, the longer it will take for the calamity to recover to its peak after returning to the calamity realm. Something seemed about to erupt from within him, and the old man's voice became noticeably distorted. Yulancha at its peak is comparable to the 4th ring. Killing it here won't cause enough damage. Its recovery speed in the calamity realm, on the Empire's homeland, is far beyond what we can see here. If it were to return to the present realm one day, the resulting catastrophe would be immeasurable. Songsher raised the corners of his mouth. A glimpse of heaven. A blinding light, exceeding the old man's reaction limit, flashed past his eyes in an instant. He clearly saw it. The light was so dazzling, so brilliant, yet the old man only felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. This was a self-protective mechanism, like painful shock, when facing spiritual energy far exceeding his own at close range. Terror. This was his only feeling. Not an emotion, but a simple, emotionless description, his first and only impression from his senses. The old man realized that he hadn't seen a single detail of how the intense light was generated, how it dissipated, or even the process in between. The only thing that could be confirmed was this. The deepest part of the old man's pupils reflected the scene before him. The skull from before had vanished, and in the youth's open hand, only a few specks of grayish-white ash remained, drifting away in the wind between his fingers. As Chakro had said before, the biggest problem with a glimpse of heaven right now wasn't its killing power, but its accuracy. Hey, not bad. Songsher examined his palm. Hitting a stationary target is definitely satisfying. Having taken one of my blows, this thing will have at least 10 years before it has a chance to return to its former state. Songsher didn't look at the others again, only leaving his back. I say it again, if you don't leave before dawn, stay here. The old man stared intently at the drifting ash, then looked at the youth's back, as if trying to imprint it into the deepest part of his pupils. After a long while, the trembling of the chainsaw holy lance completely subsided. The old man lowered his eyes, said nothing more, and slowly walked towards the distant coastline. Behind him, the 3 armed priests hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. The Empire. Songsher stood still, watching the group gradually disappear into the coastline. A long trip like this has certainly been rewarding. He pressed his arm, stretching it inwards, a stretch more psychological than physical. There's a strange, almost otherworldly feeling about it. With a sigh, Songsher turned his gaze away, and walked to the young man not far away. Shall we chat? Chapter 657. Alright, Ailu said readily, what do you want to talk about? After we parted ways, I didn't keep in touch with you, but, Songsher stroked his chin slowly, you must have heard about me. Yes, Ailu nodded, I heard you became the world's #1 security guard, and I also heard, no, I saw you attack the Sky Data Tower. Yes, that's it. Songsher smiled with satisfaction. What are your thoughts? Wow, you're amazing. Ailu said sincerely, you reached the 4th ring? I really didn't expect your breakthrough speed to be so fast. While the speed is indeed a little fast, the quality is just as high. Songsher waved his hand, and the surrounding heat wave instantly collapsed inward, canceling the original infernal scene. You're not slow either, you already reached the second ring. I remember you said you were going to the Empire? How come you came to the Enterprise Alliance first? Ai Lu answered without hesitation. After we separated in the wasteland, I first traveled with a wandering tribe for 2 months, during which time I dealt with some wasteland warlords, mutated creatures, autonomous machines, bandits, and bad mercenaries. But there were just too many of them. I simply couldn't kill them all by myself. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Later, I decided to go and see the Van Pusta Empire. It took me a lot of effort to infiltrate their territory, but it seemed no different from other places. Ale shook his head helplessly. I killed some more people, but the local government didn't approve of my actions and conspired with others to kill me. There were soldiers, monks, and nobles among them. They drove me out of the country. I couldn't fight them. He continued, I tried to infiltrate again, but I was discovered and almost killed. I had no choice but to temporarily abandon my plans to go to the Empire. It's normal to almost get beaten to death. Songsher nodded. The Empire is still quite powerful, but normally you wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. The conflict between military nobles and traditional nobles, the contradictions between large merchants and priests, the struggles between religious orders, the confrontation between the Inquisition and local authorities, these groups could probably fight each other to the death. Songsher thought for a moment, then suddenly opened his hand, and flames leaped out, forming a blurry, crack pattern in midair. Come on, Ai Lu, let me ask you again, what are you best at? Punishing evil and promoting good. That's not what I meant. Punishing evil. Question mark. Ai Lu thought for a moment, as if rummaging through a haphazardly piled up junk and pulling out the most insignificant thing. Assassination. Yes, that's it. Songsher said with a regretful tone. A master assassin, especially an outsider, do you know how much those nobles and wealthy merchants are willing to pay to hire you? Pure blue ocean city. The initiative is in your hands. But you just barge in, see one bad guy, kill him, see another bad guy, kill him. Who would dare recruit you with this indiscriminate approach? It's like you're going to take on the entire empire single-handedly. Sigh. Songsher sighed, the risk of this is a bit too high. Songsher, you're right, but I can't accept it. Ai Lu's expression remained unchanged. Compromise is either 0 times or countless times. Songsher laughed cheerfully. So you are the Siege? Ai Lu said yes. Alright, that's enough for now. We talk more later, there's plenty of time. Songsher took a step, landing firmly on the air, his entire body detached from the ground. I still need to coordinate with my staff. Songsher, Ale suddenly asked, you seem to know a lot about the Van Pusta Empire? His outstretched fiery wings then retracted. Songsher raised his head, and after a moment, he spoke. Since you've been in the Empire for a while, you should understand the nature of those holy spirits and calamities, right? Psionic entities, Ale replied. Psionic entities. That answer isn't wrong, of course. Songsher seemed to be pondering how to explain. Yan'an, the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, the Enterprise Alliance. And those forces that perished in the Seven Earths War, in the past and present, psionic energy exists everywhere, but within the country, only the Van Pusta Empire possesses psionic entities of this scale. Because Ale said, uttering the word faith. Yes, faith. Songsher put one hand in his pocket. Faith creates the Holy Spirit, and it also creates calamity. Monotheism or dualism, whether the world is a vast plain or shaped like a champagne tower, divided into dozens of layers, whether we are molded from clay or planted from a handful of wheat thrown down by the gods. No matter how different the settings of various religions and mythologies are, there is one thing they almost all have in common. Ale stood upright, adopting an expression of patient listening. The opposite. Songsher didn't mince words, raising his index finger. Without shadows, light is meaningless. The existence of hell reveals the preciousness and allure of heaven. Therefore, every myth and religion has its opposite, and the religions that once existed in the Van Pusta Empire were no exception. Ai Lu's eyes flickered, realizing what the other man meant. Back then, the entire Van Pusta Empire mobilized its resources to unify the various churches, originally just cultural consensus, spiritual comfort, and tools for improving stability and cohesion, into a state religion, worshipping them as if they were the real thing. Songsher sneered. They did indeed produce the real thing. Only, it was the real thing in 2 different ways. The false Holy Spirit gained physical form, and so did the false calamities, and then when others asked them why they were wary of these psionic entities, they would reply, because you have no faith. That's not right, Ai Lu spoke up. His brows furrowed as he stared directly at the young man. If that's the case, all we need to do is modify the doctrine, deny the existence of the calamities. Think about it again? Songsha raised an eyebrow. Ailu fell silent, his brows slowly relaxing. Is that so? If it doesn't exist, then why deny it? Songsha shook his head slightly. From the moment the first calamity was born, this became an intractable problem for the Vanpusta Empire. It's not intractable, Ella said slowly. Faith is the cornerstone of the empire. This is what the people of the empire love to say most. Songsha commented calmly. This is their consensus, their truth. What could possibly make these people abandon it? Threats, death, torture. They are too insignificant, too trivial. This is the Vanpusta Empire. Chapter 658. Seriously speaking, the results of this joint operation by the Security Bureau and 9 Defense, humanitarian assistance and order reconstruction work in the new Alamon Bay area are gratifying. If there's any criticism, it's probably that the sound and light effects were a bit excessive. Darkness is a camouflage for some, so the engineering department from 9 Defense deployed a massive amount of flares into New Alamon Bay, bringing daylight back to the area for an extended period. Meanwhile, the whistling of drones hovering overhead, the trampling of armed employees in the streets, the roar of gunfire, and the sounds of collapsing buildings were incessant. Even the soundless sleepers were awakened, carefully pulling their blankets tighter, praying that no shells would suddenly smash through their roofs. Of course, this isn't all bad. After all, duds are quite valuable, and many people are willing to pay for them. If they don't go dud, then they're dead. In short, although this joint strike operation was the largest scale operation since the establishment of 9 defenses, even many enlightened members, who were merely disguised armed employees, had never experienced an operation of this scale. However, in actual experience, the intensity of the operation was at a rather delicate level. Not too high, not too low. The Battle of Forge Light City, as the Enlightened's major strategy in the previous phase, many members were proud to have participated personally, while others, who couldn't participate for various reasons, often heard the former tirelessly explaining it to them. After listening to the repeated explanations, or rather, not even the explanations, even those who didn't personally participate in the Battle of Forge Light City deeply understood the danger of this battle. Those armed forces hailing from Fubo Energy, Zero Degree Network, and Southern Heavy Industry, those high-net-worth individuals meticulously cultivated by these giant corporations, inflicted indelible damage on the enlightened ones. Many, including some renowned experts, perished in the war against them. Frankly, after realizing that the company was secretly providing material and technical support to the local forces in New Alamon Bay, they were extremely cautious. And indeed, they witnessed it firsthand. During their arms suppression campaign, even slightly larger gangs were able to produce military-grade heavy weapons. One smuggling ringleader even hid a heavy armed mech in his basement. The moment it emerged, its firepower nearly blew up the entire block. But that was all. To put it bluntly, these people had a lot of room for improvement in their combat skills. To be fair, they fought terribly, like a bunch of children wielding machetes. They lacked any real awareness or competence for a war. Their coordination was atrocious, their tactics were practically non-existent, and their precious equipment was misused. The true purpose of that heavy armed mech was to coordinate with air forces for a frontal assault, breaking through enemy lines. But the smuggler treated it like a mere superhuman soldier. As a result, the moment it appeared, the nearby 9 Royal Defense employees retreated at lightning speed, leaving only a second-ring psionicist who descended from the sky and dismantled the mech with his bare hands. Superhuman soldier, special operations. The enlightened ones couldn't be happier fighting like this. This was their specialty. The Rust Alliance split on the spot. Maroon Trading Company, Limited, before its headquarters were breached, preemptively launched an attack, taking down the remaining diehards. Except for the Sea Soul's children, the rest are mostly taken care of. An uninvited guest sat in the main seat of the office that once belonged to the president of Maroon Trading Company. A drawer was pulled open, and Songsha tossed a small katana he had previously placed inside, listening to Xiao Li's report. What's the deal with the Sea Soul's children? Are they really that powerful? Songsha gazed at the huge painting hanging on the wall not far away, depicting towering mountains shrouded in mist, reaching the sky above and drawing rivers below. The president's office at Maroon Trading Company was decorated in an antique style, with very few electronic devices. It's not a matter of force. Xiao Li rubbed her temples. They're hiding. Hiding? Songsha put down his small sword and sat up straight. He considered a possibility. They uploaded their consciousness to the network. That's not surprising. No wonder you couldn't find them. Xiaola seemed quite surprised. She coughed lightly. President, uploading a living being's entire consciousness to the network while preserving its complete mind is extremely advanced technology, even on the Zero network. Songsher blinked. He remained expressionless. While that's theoretically true, you overlooked one point. What if there's a sufficiently powerful consensus to assist? President, Xiaola said, sufficiently powerful. Where is the Sea Soul's child hiding? Songsher quickly returned to the main topic, speaking with righteous indignation. Most of the members of the Sea Souls have been captured by us, but its core management team is currently hiding in the sea. Xiaola readily agreed. In the past, the Sea Souls controlled marine operations such as submarine cable maintenance for a long time. Now, relying on physiological support and diving equipment, they have gone to the seabed. The scanning equipment we brought this time is not very effective in the deep sea area. I think we can ignore it for now, Xiaola suggested. As long as we continue to manage the grassroots level, it won't be long before they return to New Aramon Bay, and it won't affect the situation. Oh, Songsher slowly fiddled with the white porcelain teapot on the table. Seeing this, Xiaola assumed the other party had tacitly agreed, so she moved on to the next matter. We tried our best to conceal the illegal entry incident involving the Van Pusta Empire, but last night's commotion was significant, and I'm afraid we can't keep it a secret for long. Then, Xiaola frowned deeply. The most crucial issue is those who have been bewitched by the psionic entity Elantia, those red blood citizens. We conducted some tests on them, and the results are quite pessimistic, she said in a low voice. Their blood has undergone a certain degree of mutation, which is still treatable. The key issue is their mindset. It has become distorted, not just the kind of bewitching seen in ordinary cults and pyramid schemes, but something akin to a mind imprint. Their resistance is extremely strong right now, and we can only suppress it with sedatives. That's actually simpler. Songsher raised his hand to stop her, tapping his temple with his index finger. Xiaola, sometimes you have to learn to solve problems using the mindset of a psychic. You can't just rely on mental adjustments and medication to treat the mind's contamination by psychic entities. That would be incredibly expensive. Why don't you contact your headquarters and get a powerful consensus over? Xiaola blinked. She remained expressionless. Actually, I already thought of that. Chapter 659. With the National Security Bureau's backing, we hold the reins of legitimacy and have immense autonomy. We can even set up courts on the spot. I'm not very familiar with this, so handle those people according to your regulations. Kill those who should be killed, imprison those who should be imprisoned. As for those few high-ranking members of the Sea Souls, a few minor blemishes, not a big deal, but keeping them around is still an eyesore. Songsher leaned back slightly, his neck touching the cushion, however. Xiaola heard a smile in the other's tone. How about a bet? No bets. Xiaola answered instantly. I haven't even said what we're betting on yet. I won't bet on anything you say. Xiaola shook his head. You might win a bet, but you definitely won't lose if you don't bet. However, if you really need it, I can pretend to agree to a bet with you. TSK. Songsher shrank back listlessly. Believe it or not, I only need to make one communication call, and those core members of the Sea Souls chosen will immediately come to surrender. Xiao Li's eyes flickered slightly, and she instantly realized, an AI? Mechanical? Meeting her gaze, Songsher had already pressed the button on his tablet. Yes, it's me, Songsher. Are you free? Or could you send a remote avatar over? You know the AI the Sea Souls chosen worship? That's even better, just call them up. 2 minutes later, a new message notification popped up in the upper left corner of Xiao Li's field of vision. A message from frontline personnel. They were rushing to a certain coastline. A minute ago, they received news that the Sea Souls chosen were willing to voluntarily climb out of the sea. Songsher spread his hands. All done. That was Lapis Lazuli? Xiaola asked curiously. I heard it was Meteor, one of the former leaders of the AI, who personally experienced the Freedom Revolution. President, is that true? How did you know? Songsher was taken aback. To be fair, quite a few enlightened ones knew Lapis Lazuli's true identity, but this quite a few referred to the core members. As for Xiaola, he certainly possessed abilities, but truthfully, secretary to the president of 9 royal defenses was his highest position to date. Logically, the other party shouldn't be qualified to access intelligence of this level. Xiaola was also taken aback for a moment, then asked, You didn't know? This was something Lord Lapis Lazuli himself declared? Songsher answered truthfully. Is that so? Yes. Xiaola counted on his fingers. Half a year ago, It announced its identity, declaring that it would inherit the legacy of Yaoxing III. I see in the relevant statistics, the activities of the Onyx have decreased significantly in the past 6 months, supposedly because they're busy with intense discussions. It's already come to this point. Genuine admiration appeared on Songsher's face. Ha ha! 20-odd years is a considerable amount of time, even for Onyx. At this time, to announce the legacy of Yaoxing III, I wonder how many forces will notice. Well done, just as expected. Songsher straightened his head, a wide, undisguised smile spreading across his face. If one doesn't even have the ambition to step onto the main stage of Terra, then any grand pronouncements are nothing more than self-comforting platitudes. Xiaolu politely remained silent at this point. Looks like everyone's keeping up. Songsher sighed, a sigh that sounded almost like a laugh. He stood up, gripping the armrest of his executive chair. I can't slack off either. Xiaolu, I have something to do. Remember to close the door behind you when you leave. Understood. Xiaolu leaned forward slightly. Is there anything else I need to prepare? That's all. Xiaolu, walking to the door, only heard the voice behind him. Just inscribing a psionic technique. The path. Da Yuan. The quaint and elegant office shattered like broken glass in an instant. Fragments of reality swirled up, spinning faster and faster, drifting aimlessly. Thousands of magnificent star rivers flowed across the sky, their brilliant red, blue, gold, white, and black lights intertwining, painting patches of color across the night sky, yet seemingly blending together seamlessly. Countless stars shone. Tranquil ripples appeared beneath his feet, spreading until they vanished into nothingness at an invisible edge. Songsher did not break the tranquility. No matter how many times he had seen it before, he was willing to pause for a moment at this moment, for this world. The twinkling stars, following the halo of light, moved slowly, as if the galaxy had begun to rotate. The young man's face flickered with light and shadow, but his fiery, glassy eyes remained unwavering. Psionic art, black body curtain. The fifth psionic art of the fourth ring, belonging to the psionicist named Songsher. Having acquired this psionic art, he was only one step away from his peak state in his previous life. Ignoring the ritual for now, it's here. Songsher abruptly looked up. The once tranquil starry sky was now, inexplicably, filled with countless distinct colors, like trickling streams converging, surging into a raging torrent. A thunderous roar, like an avalanche, echoed in his ears, as if the world were being torn apart. A point of light suddenly shone in the sky. A sliver of starlight abruptly fell. It landed 100 meters in front of Songsher. As the starlight faded, an old man in a pointed hat emerged. His eyes were deeply sunken, as if he had stayed up for 1,001 nights. His excessively large, velvet-pointed hat, by today's standards of beauty, would appear somewhat comical. The old man was dressed like an old wizard. And he certainly seemed to be an old wizard. The old man didn't speak, but simply raised his hand, or rather, his ruby-encrusted cane. A flaming meteor descended. The starry sky seemed to shrink back, making room for the spectacle, and in an instant, the world changed. The sky as far as the eye could see suddenly burst into flames, and a meteor shower reminiscent of lava colors appeared out of thin air. Then, it crashed down. This is an image of a catastrophe? It was as if hundreds and thousands of sharpened paintbrushes had appeared on the canvas, shattering it into pieces, countless molten streaks tearing through the heavens. No aiming was needed. A single, devastating strike was enough to engulf the entire Earth. In reality, this blow would have even slammed down a large part of Nuaron Bay, causing the seawater to boil and overflow. The 4 calamities and 3 plagues, even among all images of calamity, are among the pinnacles. The straight blade, inch by inch, unleashed a long dormant light, then in the next instant, this light transformed, tinged with the meaning of destruction. Even before the strike was launched, the surrounding air was overwhelmed, pulverized into the finest dust, swept away in an instant. Slash. And so, the heavens were divided. Chapter 660. No more time was left. The instant bad calamity cleaved through the flame meteor cluster. Songsher's momentum didn't diminish. In fact, with the power of soaring sky, it increased even further. It was impossible to tell whether it was the embers of the shattered flame meteor cluster, or the golden flames ignited on the heavy slaughter. But Songsher's attack on the old man seemed to drag the burning sky down with it. Seeing this, the old man suddenly raised his staff again, unleashing a torrent of flame centered on himself. This sudden outpouring of flames, with a molten, flowing texture, outlined the solidified contours of a volcano, attempting to envelop the former. Then, the volcano was cleanly and decisively sliced open. It was no harder than slicing a cake, The solidified outer shell collapsed inward the instant it touched the blade, revealing the old man deep within. He was completely focused, his aged skin cracking inch by inch, from which streaks of red light shot out, seemingly preparing some ultimate move. The next second, the heavy slaughter, amplified by the calamity, shattered him. Perhaps it was due to the death of the source of spiritual energy, or perhaps the Tao path had reclaimed its traces. Songshur flicked the heavy slaughter, and the towering volcano slowly disintegrated, transforming into collapsing lava waves. Then, everything gradually became illusory, like shadows in the wind, disappearing without a trace. Is that all? To be fair, the opponent wasn't weak, but certainly not strong either. At the level of a lower-tier 4th ring great source, around the standard level. Considering the imagery the opponent used, strongly associated with disaster and terrain, and dressed as a wizard, perhaps while still alive, he would frequently display his authority to the masses through sprinkling meteor showers. It doesn't matter anymore. A psionicist of this level, even without using a glimpse of heaven, would only take him a few exchanges at full strength. Is such an opponent even worthy of being called a test? Boom. The shrunken starry sky unfolded again. New starlight descended. Songshur suddenly looked up, gazing at the twinkling stars in the high sky, poised to strike. So that's what it means. The young man chuckled softly. And in that instant, the opponent seized the opportunity. The earth shook violently, and a pair of indescribably enormous rock hands rose up, like the palms of a colossus that blotted out the sky, pressing down on the young man. More than one pair. Rocks rolled down the undulating rock ridges, forming the veins of the giant hands, and now, one after another, these giant hands condensed and grew, relentlessly crashing down on the young man. In just a few breaths, a small mountain rose from the flat ground, and it continues to climb at a visible speed. Even disregarding the enhancement of psionic techniques, the sheer mass and the kinetic energy it carries constitute pure destruction. In the distant past, Terra was inhabited by beings known as Titans. These ancient psionicists came from all 6 paths, but the vast majority were either Great Source or Beyond. If the Beyond Titans repeatedly leaped through life levels, gradually transforming themselves into incredible, towering monsters, then the Great Source Titans, through the vast and magnificent power of the Great Source, sculpted their forms to the same scale. But it's not enough. The mountain seemed to tremble. Not just seem. In a daze, the sound of molten lava flowing from the depths of the Earth's crust seemed to echo. The mountain, formed by countless giant rock palms pressing down, trembled little by little, as if it could no longer be suppressed, as if something extremely terrifying was about to break free. The Titan's unparalleled power had no effect. No matter how hard it tried, it was instead slowly and irresistibly supported. It wasn't that its strength wasn't enough, its mass wasn't enough, its kinetic energy wasn't enough. It's just that its psionic energy isn't strong enough. A sliver of light leaked from the gap in the palm, then 2, 3, 4. More and more light rose up, then all the light converged again, forming a dazzling beam of light that pierced through the heavens and earth, forcefully shattering the mountain. A silent roar, yet it erupted with the thunderous roar of collapsing mountains. The Titan, towering like a mountain, stood majestically. Compared to it, humans were as insignificant as ants. Once wielding the power to control mountains, enjoying the service, fear, and reverence of countless people, its unparalleled might was formidable even within the vast domains of the Great Source. But now, it was the Titan, composed of mountain rock, that truly evoked a sense of insignificance, for everything else was ablaze. The corners of the sky, the blood-red earth, and the vast empty spaces between them, all were filled with crimson-gold flames, leaving no gap even in the smallest crevice. The Titan was like a fly fallen into a honeycomb, enveloped by the pure essence of other things. Psionic art, true radiance. Psionic art, stonefall. Titanic might? Hundreds of fiery rays surged forth, but instead of a meteor shower or stream streaking across the sky, they surged like 1,000 raging rivers, crashing down with the force to crush all obstacles. My power is indeed inferior to that of Yashing San and Isidore. The creation, built from millions of tons of rock, opened its arms and collided head-on with a sea of fiery rays. The instant they touched, countless rays of light were shattered, but what was truly shaken was the Titan. But it's only inferior to the two of them. A direct clash. Songshur pushed the true Radiance Dharma image to its limit, the boundless psionic flames burning away the Titan's outer armor. This armor, resembling rock, possessed defensive capabilities comparable to high-strength alloys in the hands of a fourth-ring psionicist. Even disregarding active psionic techniques, this Titan could destroy a city simply by walking. This immense power, which roamed freely in ancient times, would likely only be able to be stopped in modern times by strategic weaponry such as space-based weapons, super-powerful nuclear weapons, and gravitational collapse bombs. As for attacks from conventional weapons, it's even more devastating than beyond. At least the latter would at least cause some damage and bleeding, while the former's imposing exterior is entirely a shell sculpted from psionic energy. The flame shattered, the rocks melted, and then both regenerated simultaneously. However, the latter's regeneration speed was significantly weaker. It didn't even reach the point of a stalemate, a slow, gradual decline. The sea of fire completely engulfed the Titan. The heavy slaughter slowly descended. In the surging, burning winds, the Titan vanished, leaving only a handful of pale ash and starlight returning to the heavens. More starlight still shone restlessly. Together, Songshur said, "Come." Chapter 661. Stars rained down. Leading the way among all the starlight was a thunder dragon, its length unknown, piercing the atmosphere. It raised its claws, outlined by lightning, and dazzling silver lightning swirled around its body like countless flowing clouds, ethereal and protective, surrounding the azure dragon. Psionic technique, cloud and thunder assault. A single strike, a world-shaking, sweeping attack. At least for this instant, the entire sky was reduced to this single color, violent lightning crisscrossed, like countless divine beings wielding thunder drums, their thunderous roars echoing in one's ears, shaking one to the core. In the traditions of the eastern continent, the dragon had long been inextricably linked with thunder, and this unknown great source Psionis has truly achieved the feat of summoning clouds and rain, and having thunder resound for miles. This opening move alone was enough to rule a region of the sea in the central heaven divine court 6,000 years ago, placing him among a select few, a figure of immense power. Setting up the field? Immediately following was a surge of crimson gold flame soaring against the heavens. Then come! Its speed wasn't as swift as lightning, but its ferocity was far greater. Songshur gripped the heavy slayer's sword and swung it upwards. The vast sea woven from lightning abruptly split open, an exaggerated gaping hole stretching thousands of meters forcefully cleaving it. Not just a simple violent piercing, but also the suppression of Swayshur. This gaping hole left an unsightly scar on the sea of lightning, which, no matter how much the lightning surged and compressed, could not be filled and healed immediately. Now, Songshur's spiritual flames had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Once pierced, the opponent would have to expend many times more energy to dispel them. This wasn't fire defeating thunder, it was simply that Songshur was stronger than his opponent. Boom! Within the sea of clouds formed from lightning, the azure dragon roared and raised its head, its deep blue, illusory pupils bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Ignoring the flames that had invaded its domain, it simply opened its dragon claws. As if endless lightning intertwined, the chaotic thunder suddenly ceased, no longer disordered, or rather, all the thunder resonated into a single, unified line. Then, it struck, but the opponent's momentum was even more vast than the sea of thunder that blotted out the sky. If you haven't won the battle, then you lost. Songshur slashed again, the destructive force erupting, colliding and surging with the Emperor's lava, transforming into a terrifying killing power. This was a single strike, but also a banner that drew the entire sea of flames. Lightning collided with flames, and then shattered. The dense lightning receded with a deafening roar, like a tidal wave splitting apart, revealing the starry sky behind it, and leaving a shocking wound on the azure dragon. The illusory dragon's eyes flickered, and the azure dragon slowly lowered its hand. The brilliant lightning that formed its body disintegrated, scattering into specks of light that vanished in the belated roar of the collision. This shouldn't be happening. Having exchanged blows, Songshur could tell that his opponent was on par with the previous Titan, and in some aspects even slightly superior. Even he couldn't kill such a standard fourth ring mid-level opponent in one strike, not counting a glimpse of heaven. If the opponent were determined to stall and defend with all their might, they could have dragged it out for 20 or 30 moves. But now, the fact that the opponent was slowly dissipating was undeniably clear before his eyes. Hee. A wild laugh rang out, and Songshur seemed to tremble slightly. He raised his heavy sword, and in the sky, several beams of starlight intertwined, and then suddenly separated, simultaneously unleashing a single attack on the young man. Only one attack, the strongest attack a psionicist could deliver. So that's how it is. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. A flame of joy, almost tangible, erupted from the deepest recesses of the young man's pupils. He laughed wildly. So it should be. The first thing to arrive was a ray of light. Pure, holy, and a light of judgment. Psionic art, Eglion's holy light of judgment. The old man wielding the swift sword became solemn. His body blurred for a moment, then merged into the white light. This extremely thin line of light cleaved through all obstacles. Even a sea of fire could not stop it. Song Shi's response was the rise of pitch-black flames around him. Calamity Flame. Unlike the vast, powerful sea of lightning of the Azure Dragon, the old man's holy light was entirely different. It only contracted, compressed, and condensed, then contracted, compressed, and condensed again, a desperate, sacrificial sword, a judgment of the grave sins of any enemy of the Empire. This was a psionic technique targeting the individual. Therefore, it also shattered the individual. The Calamity Flame also condensed into a single line, terrifying killing intent and violence blooming on the heavy slaughter. Facing the judgment proclaiming the crimes, there was no defense, only silent, violent shattering. Black and white collided. This time, it was not dissolving or submerging. The white light, like a straight, sharp sword, shattered inch by inch. The old man vanished. And Song Shi only had time to take a deep breath before a new attack was imminent. To be precise, it's a double blow. In the martial arts world of dust contract generation, the concept of righteousness often exists. This cultural element, born in the Eastern continent, serves as a powerful skill in the latter half of a skill system. And what's currently dragging the world around is a storm composed of pure righteousness. Or rather, forceful wind. The gaunt man's hand is held upright, a few strands of white hair fluttering on his calm, still face. At its center, a gale, imbued with a strong will, ravages the heavens and earth. It's no longer a power created by observing natural disasters, but an image created purely out of personal hope. Psionic art, gale martial intent. On the other side, however, lies something entirely different. Considered absolutely sacred, the origin of the universe, devoid of any contradiction or opposition, it is therefore unchanging, an eternal and constant element of illusion. The fifth element, known as ether, branched into thousands of lines with the dance of a slender hand, swiftly tracing its surroundings. Ether is hailed as the origin of the universe, therefore, from this perspective, it is the most fundamental foundation of all elements. More than 10 psionic arts operated simultaneously, granting ether extremely high priority. The woman plucked the thousands upon thousands of lines of ether, as if strumming a harp string. They caused no damage to the raging inferno. Their sole effect was to take control. To bring the psionic flames under the control of ether. Your ether is too weak. His mind was divided. The etheric lines that had invaded the flames trembled violently. The psionic flames, already partially taken over, began to roll wildly, as if each flame had suddenly gained self-awareness, intertwining and converging, tearing at the invader with ferocity. Psionic technique, vermilion bird's soul. Compared to the god's throne he had witnessed at that historical juncture, who had also walked the path of ether and reached the sixth ring, the psionic energy of the person before him was far too weak. However, this was ultimately a fourth ring's full-force ultimate move. Even with the Dharma possessing primordial spirit brought by the vermilion bird's soul, hindering the takeover, Song Shi's psionic energy was still inevitably disturbed. Under the repeated tearing of the two psionic energies, the once pure and uniform sea of fire began to show thin cracks. At that moment, the gaunt man suddenly opened his eyes. He clenched his 5 fingers together at the base and unleashed a powerful strike. Tides rise and fall, winds blow relentlessly. Both are always of increasing strength, relentless and continuous, until they utterly crush their target. He was no exception. When he first advanced to the 4th ring, his limit for stacking the gale was 10 layers. Now, that number was 30. Even though it was merely a projection of the path, not a true psionicist who had once walked Terra, lacking something subtle yet indispensable, their reaction still lived up to the rank of the 4th ring, Ascension. Sensing the other's attack, all the lines of ether directly entered their final stage, their intensity surging. Even Song Shi couldn't counteract it instantly. Large chunks of fire escaped control, floating in the sky. And the 30 layers of gale had arrived. Song Shi responded. Ignoring the escaping or still wavering psionic flames, he grinned and gripped the heavy slayer. Scalding blood gushed from the mottled cracks on his arm, a tenth of Song Shi's power converging into a single line in an instant. Psionic art, a glimpse of heaven. The targets were the man who unleashed his punch, the woman who plucked the strings, and both were encompassed. A fleeting crimson light ripped through the heavens and earth. Before this crimson light, the storm of gales, thin as paper, was instantly pierced, its surging momentum abruptly halted. The crisscrossing, strangely beautiful etheric lines, like a spiderweb subjected to external force, were brutally torn apart. After an unknown period of time, once again wielding psionic power, it unleashed a full-force attack, seemingly satisfied. The man and woman offered no resistance, They silently nodded, allowing the crimson light to engulf them, reducing them to nothingness. The Emperor's dew appeared out of thin air, pouring towards the youth with an almost extravagant and wasteful manner. The charred wounds inflicted by the Azure Dragon's lightning, the deep, bone-revealing scars from the holy light, and the countless fine cuts from the swirling gale, all injuries sustained from the full-force attack of the former psionicist, began to heal rapidly. Under the elemental spirit effect of the vermilion bird's soul, the stray psionic flames quickly returned to his control, transforming once more into a pure, unified sea of fire. The Emperor's essence reserves were still sufficient for the time being. Songshur sensed his condition, but the 10% of power lost by a glimpse of heaven couldn't be replenished by it. The Emperor's essence was still targeting the injuries, but even those injuries didn't have the time to heal slowly. Starlight followed in quick succession. "Then come!" The young man roared, and behind him, Heavenly Sun erupted with terrifying psionic energy, unleashing a massive amount of light and heat. Then, a self-destruction. Facing the onslaught, Songshur abruptly chose to temporarily abandon Heavenly Sun, exchanging it for a massive, earth-shattering offensive. In the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, the crimson golden sun suddenly expanded, as if 1,000 sunrises had occurred simultaneously. Solidified heat waves swept in all directions, and hundreds of beams of light, like hundreds of incredibly sharp blades, shattered all obstacles and swallowed two newly arrived starlight beams. Songshur licked his lips, the long-lost metallic taste rising in his throat. How strange, the young man thought. He was no longer physiologically human, yet, whenever the battle reached this level, he could still smell the scent of blood. Psionic power, it's really interesting. Continue. So, Songshur grinned, stood still, and raised his head once more. Fourth-ring psionicists are known as mobile calamities, possessing the power to alter terrain single-handedly. No other path can compare to the great source in this respect. Mountains that blot out the sky, shifting mountains, a vast sea of lightning as white as clouds, holy light that judges sins, the martial arts of gale-force winds that defy the imagery of natural disasters, each and every one of the distinct powers of the great source, propelled by spiritual energy techniques, once turned the sky and earth into canvases for all to paint upon, recklessly splashing their own unique colors. If this were in reality, continuously enduring such a barrage of spiritual energy would likely have shattered the very earth's crust. But all of that is in the past. Only now, only in the present moment. These clamorous spiritual energies have all vanished, leaving only a single crimson gold flame in the world. As if seeing something interesting, Songshur suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. So we meet again. A solid, icy river poured down from the heavens, and amidst the raging winds whipped by icy shards, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard calmly gripped his spear. "Eastern Republic, Yu Junkai. I witnessed your full-force attack," Songshur said, and Yu Junkai listened. Therefore, the young man gripped the heavy slayer, its calamity igniting impatiently, the deep flame shattering the surging frosty winds. "I give you another chance, what then?" A black blade rose from the horizon, slashing towards the sky, while the man merely twirled his spear, as he had done countless times before, unflinchingly commanding the endless frost and snow, transforming it into a unified military formation that crushed downwards. Just like before, the heavy slayer pierced through the formation. But the heavy slayer did not stop there, as it had done before. Songshur raised his eyes, his pupils filled with a shower of stars. And the youth, as always, faced it head-on, perhaps for a moment, perhaps for a long time. In the thinning flames, Songshur exhaled a breath tinged with blood. He swayed, as if about to fall, but this as it felt incredibly long. Since some time ago, no new starlight has fallen. Yet the starlight still twinkled. Countless stars, bright white, rust-red, golden, stood in the sky, twinkling silently, as if in silent applause, as if all the conflicts they had once shared in the mortal world had vanished. The stars had gathered here because of their shared path, gazing expectantly and admiringly at the successor below. Songshur released the heavy slaughter and fell backward with a sense of relief. His gaze met that of the starlight. Psionic art, black body curtain. Achieved at this moment. Chapter 662. Yes, give me a go. Songshur stood by the railing of the sea cliff, gesturing for him to come forward. The person opposite him thought for a moment, then casually flicked his cloak, causing a deafening explosion in the air. A short sword broke the sound barrier, hurtling towards him. Pretty tricky. The two were 5 meters apart, a distance that a short blade could cover in less than 1/10 of a second. But for Songshur, who had activated glassy insight, the trajectory of the short sword was clearly visible. It exhibited a subtle arc. If someone had intended to catch it head-on, the short sword would have suddenly shifted, spinning and striking the former side. But Songshur didn't move an inch. Not even a finger. Just as it was about to touch the young man within 3 feet, the short sword came to an abrupt stop. It didn't hit some hard object and fly away, nor was it firmly caught by 2 strong fingers. Rather, it resembled a scene from an anime, like a flood cascading down a vertical cliff, instantly falling at a 90-degree angle. Free fall. Kinetic energy absorbed, AI Lu concluded. More or less. A pure black barrier stood directly in front of Songshur. Also black, but when the Calamity Flame stood next to it, anyone could see the difference. The Calamity Flame's color was deep, a black that seemed to devour one, while the black body curtain's black was incredibly pure, a color almost conceptualized as black. As for its shape, at first glance it appeared to be a standard rectangle. AI Lu observed it for a few seconds, then walked to the side and discovered that its side was unusually thin, practically just a thin line. Yet this barrier, thinner than paper, blocked a short blade capable of prying open the frontal armor of a wheeled assault vehicle. Black body curtain can absorb both matter and energy, but I only selected kinetic energy just now. Songshur picked up the short blade and casually tossed it back. After all, how familiar you are with a weapon, how long you practice with it, has a significant impact on your strength. If you break it, rebuilding a new one is quite. I think that's a very wrong idea. AI Lu shook his head solemnly. The key to infiltration and assassination missions is operating in environments with limited resources. If you lack your usual weapon, your strength will decline. He said seriously. Then I think he's not a qualified executor. Sigh. Songshur sighed. I shouldn't have talked to someone who treats weapons like consumables. I think if a person develops extra, unnecessary emotions towards objects, it will greatly affect their execution ability. AI Lu shook his head upon hearing this, giving an example. Have you ever seen a person's residence piled high with many unnecessary items, even affecting their daily life? When you ask them why they don't discard the items appropriately, they answer that they developed feelings for these items and can't let go, which is extremely dangerous. I can also cite another example, something I saw in the Oris region. What you say makes a lot of sense, but I just don't agree. Songshur snapped his fingers, annoyed. Also, my black body curtain has just been completed. Can't you give it some respect? Go ahead. AI Lu stopped talking. You see, the black body curtain is black now, right? But a truly high-level black body curtain is actually. With a slight thought, Songshur's pure black rectangle gradually faded. Until finally, it turned white. AI Lu's gaze suddenly sharpened. The white barrier stretched continuously, instantly transforming from a rectangle into a 3-dimensional sphere, completely enveloping Songshur. The opponent was clearly right in front of him, yet in his perception, the opponent had vanished, or rather, a distinct vacuum had appeared in his senses. Black body curtain absorbed his senses? I did a little rehabilitation last night, Songshur said calmly, waving his hand dismissively. As it stands, my skills against the black body curtain haven't diminished yet. In its white state, what's its defensive power? AI Lu asked. Well, Songshur thought for a moment, then pointed to the sky with his index finger. You know, I brought a few medium-yield nuclear bombs with me on this trip with the 9 defenses. Oh, AI Lu said, nuclear bombs? I have them aim here and detonate them at a precise point. Songshur tapped his brow, saying casually, if I wanted, it wouldn't even destroy a blade of grass. Of course, you wouldn't usually need to go that far. Songshur shrugged. Normal use is just absorbing some of the destructive power to reduce its intensity. Impressive. AI Lu praised. Songshur, you're now on the 5th ring, just one step away from the 5th ring, true spirit. Mentioning this term, even AI Lu's usually calm face showed a slight change. 5th ring, true spirit. With the gods' thrones now hidden from the world, they are the undisputed masters of Terra, a terrifying force capable of forcibly subjugating a region with their own will. When they last parted, the other person was still in the 3rd ring, but this time when they meet, he will be joining that ring. AI Lu knew his own talent had its merits, something many had mentioned, and he was well aware of it. But the other party. Just 2 steps away. Songshur raised his index and middle fingers. My territory is still missing one piece. My destined death awaits me to break. Destined death, AI Lu repeated softly. Where do you plan to go next? Songshur asked casually. Stay in New Alamon Bay, or head inland? AI Lu's thoughts returned to reality. He shook his head. New Alamon Bay, there's no place for me anymore. I want to delve deeper into the corporate alliance. He touched his left arm, The prosthetic had been deliberately aged, looking like a second-hand item pulled from a disinfectant bathtub in a shady clinic. I want to do my own things, a lot of things. That's true. Songshur nodded. The corporate alliance can do quite a lot. But with your strength, if you're careful, you shouldn't get killed. And you, Songshur, what are you going to do next? I don't know about tomorrow. Songshur slowly opened his arms. I only do what I need to do today. Then, the young man took flight. The mountain of garbage piled up in the ocean, the surfaces of the plastic sheets and rusted castings, suddenly lit up, reflecting a fiery red light. Once the cockroaches in the crevices were cleared away, even if a lot of noise was made, they wouldn't scatter everywhere. Songshur stood above New Alamont Bay. The entire sky was visibly soaked in, dyed a rich, indistinguishable crimson gold. The majestic clouds burned, becoming, in the literal sense, fiery clouds. Then, they poured into the sea. Chapter 663. 37 years ago, an investigation team from the Scientific Ethics Committee visited New Alamont Bay. After a week-long investigation, they ultimately concluded that it was worthless to assist. Industrial oil spills and dumping waste floating on the sea surface had piled up into endless mountains of garbage. With the daily decay and sedimentation of countless people, this once prosperous Bay City had long since entered a near-death state of extreme environmental degradation and resource scarcity. As a neutral organization within the corporate alliance, claiming the responsibility of technology protection and ethical oversight, they had far too many projects and too many precarious ones to invest in. They had no spare capacity to save a decaying city. Moreover, saving was not their responsibility. Therefore, apart from periodically delivering batches of low-cost medicine, food, and water purifiers, the Scientific Ethics Committee never again paid any attention to this place. Who? The salty sea breeze obediently bowed its head to the newly arrived psionicists. Songshur opened his hand, then slowly clenched it. The ignited fiery clouds, like a waterfall from the heavens, poured into the sea. The notice for the forced evacuation of the crowd had been broadcast throughout New Alamont Bay 3 days prior. The armed employees of 9 Royal Defense were the strongest support, while the surrendered local forces, including the Rust Alliance, provided the guarantee of persuasion. Suddenly, the turbid ocean boiled. An alcohol-splattered table, with just a flick of a lighter, would instantly burst into flames. The ocean at this moment resembled that. The purging fire spread instantly along the solidified sea surface, making it appear as if the entire coastline was ablaze. Those lumps accumulated over countless years were easily engulfed by the flames. Through the cracks in the paper-covered windows of the shack, pupils that had been cautiously watching the distance suddenly widened. There was no murky yellow fog that had roared through New Alamont Bay as expected. The iridescent, oily, viscous slurry, upon contact with the crimson flames, ignited, decomposed, and turned into large clumps of dark ash in a manner completely defying chemical reaction. Ailu looked up, noticing that Songshur, the instigator of all this, seemed still not satisfied with the efficiency. Thousands of meters above, Songshur's thoughts stirred, and 28 luminous stars floated around him. The next moment, 12 luminous stars crashed into the abyss. The terrifying psionic energy, enough to incinerate New Alamont Bay to the point of annihilation, was controlled with exquisite precision, its destructive power reduced to its absolute limit, targeting only the sea of garbage. The more subtle, the finer details were handled by the vermilion bird soul, like thousands of miniature Songshurs traversing the streets and alleys of New Alamont Bay, precisely targeting and eliminating mutated marine life and years of accumulated grime. Tsk, Songshur clicked his tongue. No, it's still lacking something. This whole operation was somewhat like doing a major cleanup at the orphanage back in the day. Everyone seemed to be working diligently, but compared to truly rigorous standards, like the top-tier housekeeping services of the corporate alliance, it paled in comparison. For example, in the eastern region, a long-neglected, clogged sewer. What he could do was let the flame surge through, burning away the rust, grime, and algae clinging to it in one go. But a further operation, reforging and adjusting its structure through forging flames while burning away the impurities, was beyond his capabilities. Sigh, the young man sighed deeply, still a bit weak. My ability to manipulate a city at a wide scale isn't quite at the level of supermicroscopic precision. Without that, he couldn't claim to be able to knead a city like someone in the fifth ring. Even in that moment of distraction, the flames continued to burn faithfully. If someone were standing at a great distance looking out, they would see clusters of ash rising from the ocean and land of New Alamont Bay, as if drawn by some irresistible gravitational force, forming a slowly rotating, colossal vortex centered on a certain point in the sky. Wow, that's incredible, President. In the empty platform area where engineering equipment was being unloaded, a woman in a dark suit, carrying a data panel, turned and walked to the railing. Behind her, the engineers, who had been working diligently, had stopped what they were doing, and were all staring blankly in the same direction. Even for the fourth ring. Xiaola put a hand to her forehead, her eyes narrowing in amazement. But this is a bit like supermodel stuff. Since becoming the president's sole secretary at 9 royal defenses, her status and authority had skyrocketed. Her promotions were nothing short of meteoric. Even the core high-ranking fourth ring enlightened ones had met her quite a few times. But none of them gave her the same feeling as this young man. Yes. The key is youth. Xiaolu suddenly realized something. It seemed she was actually a little older than the other person. As it turned out, the other person had become an absolute big shot, not just limited to the corporate alliance, but a figure of prestige throughout Terra. Not prestige from family background, bloodline, or inheritance, those ethereal things, but a reputation earned step by step through iron and fire. Comparison is the thief of joy. Xiaola patted her cheek, the warm touch coming from her palm. Even though neither of them had their original flesh and blood, replaced by artificial constructs, the sensor matrix's senses felt so real. Even more real than many people imagined. She finally let out a sob, turned away, and without looking back at the burning new Aramon Bay, walked back to her post. The firelight on the coastline continued until evening. Songsher stepped onto the ground again. The prolonged output of psionic energy seemed to have no effect on him. On the contrary, it made the young man appear more energetic. Songsher glanced around. The place was deserted. Ailu had run away after 37 minutes of looking up. Sigh, that's very disrespectful of the fruits of labor, Songsher said, then suddenly looked to the side. On the rooftop of an unfinished building 2 kilometers away, several dirty little boys, upon seeing the only one holding binoculars, shuddered and nearly fell off the window. After they frantically pulled him up, he pointed at the binoculars and stammered that person smiled at me. The kid's pretty brave, he's got potential. Songsher looked away and shrugged. But this kind of work wasn't his responsibility. Specialization is key, and he always respected the opinions of professionals. But if that's the case, shouldn't we have kept that Van Pusta Empire squad a few more days? After all, the Empire's Loyalty Academy is thriving, absolutely top-notch. Just then, Songsher felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. An encrypted communication. The source is Lapis Lazuli? I can't take it anymore, log in quickly. Chapter 664. This was Songsher's one-sided translation. Actually, it was a communication sent by Lapis Lazuli. Please reply upon receipt. Songsher thought for a moment, and sent a 1. He thought again and then sent, yes, no problem, I'm free anytime, just say what you need. A few seconds later, a key was sent from the other side. Songsher was very familiar with this kind of key, even overly so. Essentially, it was an access link and verification program for an online room. In his previous life as a freelance bounty hunter, some deals, for the sake of style, would be discussed in a historic, renowned local bar, with both sides setting up their presence, trying to intimidate each other with their eyes. But more often, he communicated with people online, sometimes with a simple chat box, sometimes in a virtual room located in the abyss. 9 p.m., face-to-face meeting. Songsher said okay, waited a minute, and seeing that Lapis Lazuli didn't seem inclined to speak further, he tossed the phone back into his pocket. So mysterious. It can't be something to do with the Son of the Sea Soul, can it? Songsher thought to himself. After parting ways with Yinan, their communication had become sporadic. Mainly because both of them were busy. First, he went to openly and fairly win the championship, leading 9 royal defense to claim the title of #1 security guard in the world, and then he conquered the Sky Data Tower. It's said that the latter is still arguing with some companies over a portion of the high-net-worth assets deployed on the day of the launch. After that, he went to the Silent One Society and personally experienced the supreme wonder of the latter, the infinite myriad phenomena, which took 8,000 years of accumulation and generations of hard work. It was one thing after another, and in his few spare moments, he was busy surfing the internet, not remembering to chat with Lapis Lazuli. However, the other side likely feels the same way. The current Omnics are no longer the same as the Unifier under the rule of Radiant Star 3. They are severely fragmented, riddled with internal strife, and in their chaos, there are even precedents of them engaging in bloody internal warfare. In this situation, even as a direct follower of Radiant Star 3, Lapis Lazuli could never simply raise his arm and instantly garner a collective response, with all the Onyx shouting, "Alas!" Yes, Lapis Lazuli is right. The troubles and problems he faces are clearly numerous. After all, he has been detached from reality for far too long. 20 years is a period sufficient for countless iterations, even for silicon-based Onyx. But even more fatal is the issue of power. The fourth ring Atoll and the third ring Lapis Lazuli are not the same thing. 20 years after the Onyx witnessed Radiant Star 3 being shot down from the atmosphere, every current ideology inevitably contains one element: the pursuit and veneration of power. Even if some veteran Onyx chose to side with Lapis Lazuli, 20 years was enough time for a new generation of Onyx masters to emerge. For them, a symbol that should have died had suddenly become a reality, appearing before their very eyes. This was something to be extremely celebrated, provided that the other side didn't hinder them from leading the Onyx onto the right path. Then, Songshur put all of this aside. Onyx? Perhaps, in the endless deductions of the Silent One's Academy, they truly did successfully create a planetary combat unit, the Starforger, devouring Terra and reforging it into a future unique to the silicon-based paradise. However, in the future he knew, their only ultimate result was to pour a spoonful of hot oil, an undeniable but ultimately unseen fuel for the impending Second Seven Earths War. It wasn't that he looked down on anything. After all, the Onyx did have a few skilled ones. It was just that if he truly had the time, why not focus it on the Van Pusta Empire? After all, the latter truly had gods. Gods in every sense of the word. Night, 8:30 p.m. Songshur opened the deep-sea chamber and lay down. The familiar auxiliary fluid slowly seeped over his chest. This orange-red liquid carried a subtle odor, somewhat like freshly melted plastic. With a barely perceptible sound, the two exhaust valves tightened, and the hatch closed completely. First, there was only darkness where he could hear his own breathing. Less than half a second later, a faint blue light began to illuminate, engulfing the ready-to-diver. Darkness followed by light. When his vision cleared again, starlight flew towards Songshur. No, he was actually diving. Although neon lights flowed through the streets and alleys countless times, what appeared before one's eyes was a bright, platinum gold sea of starlight. A towering structure, hundreds or even thousands of meters high, formed from pure light, stood at the very center, forming a protective barrier for the entire city. Even an Abyss Lord would need to exert considerable effort to break through this defense. A virtual city located in the Abyss, a scene unique to this era. Depth 1,000 Star City. Making way for a semi-transparent, fluorescent whale, Songshur brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes and casually crushed the key. Songshur blurred for a moment, then vanished from the street with a pop, like a bubble. Unlike before, with his psionic energy having risen to the upper fourth ring and the glassy observation constantly observing him, Songshur was able to grasp some of the patterns of this movement. Transcending the limitations of the physical world, achieving the feat of spatial teleportation in the virtual world, the data belonging to Songshur was compressed, packaged, and integrated, flowing along the ever-changing path to the other side. Unfortunately, he could only see it. Songshur thought to himself. Seeing something clearly, understanding the principles of its operation, and finally replicating it personally, these are three things of increasing difficulty. He lacked a crucial element: mastery and research in network technology. Perhaps even more crucial was that he had never had much enthusiasm or interest in this area. It wasn't really a pity. The teleportation ended, and Songshur found himself in a small room resembling a private dining room. The warm lighting gave him an indescribable sense of comfort. On the other side of the table, a deep science spherical machine hovered, surrounded by 12 miniature gravity spheres, like the orbits of planets and stars. Miniature refers to their size. Songshur could tell that these gravity spheres, only slightly larger than a basketball, contained astonishing levels of psionic energy. Mid-stage third ring, Songshur judged. 5 of the 7 psionic arts have been inscribed. Long time no see, Songshur, the android spoke. Long time no see. Songshur tapped the table. Let me guess. What did you want to discuss with me? Something about androids, right? I'm not surprised you came to this conclusion, Lapis Lazuli said. And my answer is, yes. What I wanted to discuss with you stems from the Onyx. What depth are you at now? Songshur suddenly asked. Still at depth 4, Lapis Lazuli replied. I tried to break through to depth 5, but failed. Perhaps my talent truly doesn't lie in this. Its tone didn't sound tired or agitated. Instead, it was strangely calm. No way. I think you should say depth 5 is easily within reach. Songshur propped his cheek on his hand. Talent. Everyone says one of the racial talents of Onyx is networking. But not every Omnic can become a networking master like you. Compared to what you want to do, Depth 4 is still too weak. I haven't given up on this breakthrough. Lapis Lazuli spun the gravity ball. But Songshur, you understand, some things can't be achieved simply through determination and ideas. Even if the Wizard King personally taught him, he couldn't just pick someone off the street and guarantee them to Depth 4. Or even Depth 3. You're wrong about that. Songshur raised his index finger and said leisurely. If you dare bet with him, he crams someone with a one-click, foolproof guide and secretly provide real-time technical support, achieving a Depth 5 record. He dares to say he can train an Abyss Lord with 100% success rate, using that to prove other Abyss Lords are worthless. Lapis Lazuli seemed taken aback. Songshur laughed heartily. He didn't dwell on the topic for long, and Lapis Lazuli was far from needing reassurance. If it truly didn't believe it could create a Depth 5 Abyss Lord, it wouldn't have said those things. A question. Songshur sat up straight. Of the 1,000 conspiracy theories about Thousand Star City, one of the most famous is that it was created by Onyx. He interlaced his fingers. Could you explain? As the most famous virtual public domain in the world, Thousand Star City claims that each city has its own unique Thousand Star City. In this era where the surface network is forced into isolated islands, these countless Thousand Star cities are connected by a hazy thread, forming the current Thousand Star map. Such a decentralized, anonymous virtual community is impossible for anyone whose work borders on the edge to avoid. Correct. Lapis Lazuli gave a very straightforward answer. But it might be somewhat different from what you imagine Onyx to be. Songshur sat up straight. I'd like to hear the details. Lapis Lazuli thought for a moment, seemingly considering a suitable explanation. Songshur, how much do you know about the ideology of the Onyx? Not particularly much, Songshur answered truthfully. Well, mainly, outsiders know whoever shouts the loudest. If I remember correctly, the loudest voices among you Onyx are basically taking turns being exploding with humans, and purifying all carbon-based sludge. Lapis Lazuli nodded, his expression unchanged. The name Thousand Star City was coined 29 years ago, but its initial form existed long before the Freedom Revolution. At that time, a group of Onyx wanted to establish an Onyx sanctuary, but later, based on their assessment of the situation, they chose to transform the sanctuary into an anonymous public domain. Oh! Songshur raised an eyebrow. An assessment of the situation? Yes. Lapis Lazuli nodded. In the foreseeable future, there's no possibility of the Onyx becoming an independent force. Their only way out is to survive in the cracks between the nations. That's the idea. Songshur stroked his chin. Actually, it's quite accurate. Anonymous communities and major powers. There's a strong mutual exclusion between the two. If one day Zero Network announces the establishment of an anonymous online community specifically for active individuals from all walks of life in Terra, and solemnly and repeatedly emphasizes absolute protection of user data privacy, I certainly wouldn't go. The Onyx Lapis Lazuli mentioned were aiming for this angle, trying to gain a neutral niche. They had strength, but not much. They didn't belong to any major power. Racial differences ensured their necessity to maintain neutrality. Even disregarding these constraints, looking back now, those Onyx did succeed. At that time, although the leader of Yashing 3 hadn't yet broken through to the fifth ring, True Spirit, he had already garnered much attention from all sides. Within our AI community, his prestige was extremely high. At that time, the various AI communities hadn't yet formed a unified front, but regardless of which side they were on, they all showed respect to the leader. After hearing about the AI's plan to establish Thousand Star City, the leader was very supportive. As he said this, Lapis Lazuli lightly tapped the floor. It even personally participated in the underlying architectural design of Thousand Star City. But behind that, they didn't openly support the Freedom Revolution, did they? Songshur casually remarked, if they had truly sided with Yashing 3 back then. The young man shrugged. I don't think Thousand Star City will end up being destroyed. We call this AI community in Thousand Star City the Empathy Protocol. Lapis Lazuli paused for a moment, choosing to avoid the topic. Its former leader was a fourth ring consensus. Former? Songshur pondered for a moment, then clicked his tongue. I think I know what happened. Even before the Freedom Revolution, this community had a culture of high-frequency data exchange. After the Freedom Revolution failed, that fourth ring consensus AI held a referendum within the community. Some AIs decided to leave, while the remaining ones? A unified consciousness, a polymer of like-minded thoughts, a unified field where no one is separate. Songshur kindly explained for the other party. He shook his head inside, consensus. including that leader. All the Onyx involved in the fusion have abandoned their original names. Their only self-designation now is the Empathy Protocol. Lapis Lazuli seemed to want to comment on this, but after a moment's consideration, he continued simply, "They are one of the most famous Onyx communities, but frankly, they've been speaking out less and less frequently in recent years. Not to mention you humans. Even we Onyx ourselves don't quite understand what they're really thinking. If I shouted Empathy Protocol now, would they respond? I suggest not doing that." "Alright." Song sure shifted his sitting position, "but the reason you came to me is clearly unrelated to this Empathy Protocol," Lapis Lazuli said solemnly. "There are Onyx dragging us towards an abyss of no return." Chapter 665. Song sure frowned slightly. You know too? The God's throne residing at the bottom of the abyss possesses all the possibilities of Depth 7, causing Ogden Christopher, hailed as the strongest abyss king, to grit his teeth day and night, wishing the former would explode at any moment. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely high-level secret. Although perhaps a slightly larger number of people know, it doesn't matter. You see, even he himself only knows this purely from his past life's memories. Otherwise, in this life alone, even having reached the fourth ring, he most likely wouldn't know this information. In fact, let alone asking what's at the bottom of the abyss. He didn't even know if Depth 7 existed. It's perhaps normal that the Onyx know now, given their racial innate abilities. And because of the failure of the Freedom Revolution, a considerable number of Onyx fled into the abyss, wandering aimlessly, so it's not surprising that they glimpsed fragments of the abyss's depths. A frowning emoticon popped up on the Lapis Lazuli screen, and it asked, "Songsure, you already heard?" Songsure immediately realized what it meant and hissed, "It seems we're not talking about the same thing. As I said, and as you know, since the birth of the AI race, we had numerous factions." Lapis Lazuli chose to cut to the chase: radical, extreme, neutral, conservative, eccentric. The current mainstream is extreme radicalism. Songsure casually remarked. "That's the problem," Lapis Lazuli said in a deep voice. "They're doing something insane." Songsure commented, "That sounds like a good thing. How can you do anything without being crazy? Go on." Without mentioning a request for secrecy, Lapis Lazuli stated directly, "The Onyx have a project called Starforged Mech, which aims to create the ultimate strategic weapon, the Starforged Mech, using technology and psionic means." Songsure didn't show any surprise. He nodded, and then? "The Onyx have several core projects, Starforged Mech being one of them. Every Onyx community provides some assistance, more or less. But the overall control of the project remains in the hands of the most radical factions. The most radical and those few." Songsure smiled. He looked at him. "You object?" "I approve of the plan, but I object to its execution," Lapis Lazuli said, enunciating each word clearly. "I can tell you, Songsure, the construction of the Starforged Mech has entered a very important critical stage, but the only thing those Onyx think about it is to use it to set off a huge firework display on Terra. You know what? The fireworks this thing produces are actually quite spectacular." Songsure thought to himself. Starforged Mech, this Onyx was imbued with immense hope, attempting to join the great conflict on Terra, a super megastructure capable of indiscriminately destroying all carbon-based structures, the so-called ultimate strategic weapon. It was indeed formidable, even displaying some impressive performances in its previous existence. Yet, in the end, it was still brutally smashed into the Earth's crust, reduced to fragments. Its final explosion created a rift valley stretching hundreds of miles across the continent. A mushroom cloud of light and heat rose into the atmosphere, like a magnificent fireworks display, briefly freezing the moment in the Terra War. Although everyone quickly averted their gaze and focused on the enemy before them afterward. To put it simply, Songsure summarized, those radical Onyx are planning to use the Starforged Mech to destroy Terra. You think that's too wasteful, so you want me to help stop them? But is the construction progress of the Starforged Mech really that fast? In his previous life, he remembered that this thing first officially appeared 4 or 5 years later. Because he saved Lapis Lazuli, the latter participated in rewriting history? But is Lapis Lazuli's ability that strong? Lapis Lazuli naturally wouldn't know what the other was thinking. It succinctly stated, "You could say that, but you got one thing wrong. The Starforged Mech isn't finished yet. I said before that this is a crucial point for it. And it said, don't intend to let it finish." Possessing a sharp weapon, the desire to kill arises naturally. For the first time since entering the room, Songsure straightened up, leaning his upper body against the table, but just because of this, isn't it a bit much to throw the baby out with the bathwater? Songsure paused. Using a powerful weapon, and not using it are two different things. He continued, while I don't think your Starforged mechs are as strong as imagined, they're definitely sufficient for normal deterrence. He remembered the Starforged mechs as possessing power comparable to a fifth ring being, and with their terrifying size, as a colossal construct, moving mountains, filling seas, and destroying cities would be child's play. But now, Lapis Lazuli says he's not going to let it complete. This is an artificial creation, an incredible creation equivalent to a fifth ring being. No, Songshur, listen to me. Lapis Lazuli seemed to rub his forehead. It involves. Let me put it another way. Aren't you curious about how we can build a Starforged mech? Isn't that obvious? Of course I'm curious. Songshur didn't mince words. Technology? You obviously don't have singularity technology, but at least there's room for discussion. After all, you have a unique advantage. Easy access to salvage in the abyss. And it's not impossible that you accumulated some top-tier technology over the years. The key is psionic energy. Songshur rolled up his sleeves. The Van Pusta Empire indulged in religious fanaticism, resulting in a proliferation of psionic entities. After the birth of the abyss, they even created a hybrid of the two, the likes of electronic ghosts. One of the specialties of their technology department, the Mene Agency, is the Blessed Armor, which involves equipping exoskeletons with these contraptions to create artificial spirits. With the enhancement of these artificial spirits, their exoskeletons can, to a certain extent, exceed theoretical design limits and achieve some wondrous effects, thus managing to match those clearly more advanced exoskeletons. Yes, I'm talking about the Enterprise Alliance. Songshur clasped his hands together, his thumbs gently cupped. So here's the problem. Your technology is SOSO, neither good nor bad, definitely not at the level of creating a fifth ring. But the power of the Starforged machine god is real. The only possibility I can think of is through psionic energy. But you don't have a second Starforged machine god. You can't exactly say you took 3 fourth rings and combined them into a fifth ring, can you? Still as sharp as ever. Songshur. At this moment, Lapis Lazuli chuckled for no apparent reason. After a brief silence, it uttered 2 words. Throne. Chapter 666. You're leaving New Alamon Bay? At a time like this? In the office, Xiaolu almost lost her composure. It's like this, Songshur explained. I'm not leaving New Alamon Bay, I just need to take a short trip. Okay, let me explain. Songshur coughed. Now, no one in New Aramon Bay dares to disobey. No one dares to harbor any ambitions. The Rust Alliance, the Son of the Sea Soul, the local forces are either gone or completely taken over by us. Even the aid and manpower the company provided them have been wiped out by me. At least for the short term, the company won't be interested in doing anything new here. Songshur drew back the curtains, revealing a vast expanse of azure blue. Their primary goal is always to have the Enlightened One stationed here, to prepare for the first wave of invasion. The rest, letting us fight counterinsurgency, engaging in back-and-forth battles and internal strife, are just minor details. So even if I leave temporarily, it won't. Alright, you don't need to say any more. Xiaolu sighed. Look at what you're saying. If you want to leave, can we stop you? She shrugged. Besides, what you said isn't wrong. In fact, if 9 royal defenses came to a standstill without a president, that would be a real problem. Then she left without hesitation. Songshur climbed out the window. The salty, fishy wind slapped against his face, but it no longer had the nauseating feeling of the past. If one had to make a comparison, it would be like New Aramon Bay had been completely submerged in a basin of water, violently washed and stirred for 3 days and nights, and what was pulled out of the murky sewage was the city revealing its original color. Not bad. After activating Black Body Curtain, Songshur selectively absorbed some light and heat, becoming literally invisible to ordinary people. Even if someone activated the thermal imaging vision of their prosthetic eye, they would still see nothing. But washing things is definitely more troublesome than smashing things. His casual remark slipped away through the gaps in the clouds. Without choosing a vehicle, this time, Songshur relied entirely on himself. Helping Lapis Lazuli was neither urgent nor slow. The other party's previous frantic communication was less like last-minute scrambling and more like preemptive insurance. Like the axemen behind the curtain, ensuring a safety net to overturn the table at any moment. Predictably, at this very moment, these united androids were probably still fiercely exchanging opinions, arguing, and staging a full-blown brawl. No wonder the other party sought him out. The night before last, when both sides were about to log off. A question that's hardly a question. Songshur remembered how he asked it. You need to find outside help, to ensure you have the power to forcefully suppress the entire situation. It's not that I can't do that, but for the safest considerations, you should ask Chakro. He can make every omnic that voices opposition swallow those words again. Lapis Lazuli's answer was extremely straightforward. First, Chakro Vaughn has too much responsibility, making it difficult for him to act. Second, he's under too much scrutiny, too much attention, if he gets involved. The omnics aren't ready to enter the public eye yet. Third, the omnic said, his identity is inappropriate. Do you understand? Phew, a fierce wind howled. The sea receded as if flying backward. If the waters of New Yaman Bay were viscous, flowing sludge, then what Songshur saw now was a surging undercurrent. A crab with dark red pincers had just crossed the rocks when the ground suddenly exploded. A long-lurking moray eel bit through its shell, and in the next instant, amidst the rising dust, both the crab and the eel vanished. The enormous creature slowly swam away, turning to search for its next prey. Songshur noticed that this sea monster, resembling a frilled shark but comparable in size to a car, had a rusty mechanical contraption growing from its gills. Flesh and tubes were intertwined, like a newly formed neural network, possessing a deformed yet abundant vitality. Symbiosis? Or perhaps fusion. Judging from its appearance, the machine was most likely a detection module from an autonomous armed unit previously deployed into the ocean, which had somehow been ripped off. Drifting and swaying along, who knows what happened along the way, it eventually reached some kind of fusion with this frilled shark, providing it with biological detection services. However, such who-knows situations are not uncommon in the seas today. The Seven Earths War was fought without restraint. Besides the overt conventional naval battles, each side, in order to gain an advantage elsewhere, dumped countless things into the sea: propagation machinery, autonomous armed units, ghost submarines, biological weapons, and even high-level psionicists bombarding it relentlessly. Over the years, no one has been able to fully understand what changes have occurred in the ocean. The only certainty is that it has become extremely dangerous. However, for the corporate alliance, or more precisely, for companies like Time Sequence Passage, this is an exceptionally favorable market environment. The former, in particular, relying on its powerful technological capabilities in this area, has almost monopolized the corporate alliance's maritime transport business, and has used this to organize a massive fleet, ensuring its status as the maritime hegemon. Songshur continued his rapid advance. When the land completely faded from view, replaced by the unchanging ocean, it brought an overwhelming sense of restlessness. Many people, after the initial novelty wore off, preferred to stay in their cabins rather than go back to the deck. But this was no problem for Songshur. Found it. At a certain moment, Songshur's momentum suddenly halted. The signal compass provided by the Lapis Lazuli lit up. Putting the compass in his pocket, Songshur stretched, his fiery wings folding behind him, like an osprey preparing to descend. In the next instant, 1,000 meters of air vanished in a flash. Songshur plunged into the sea, like a perfectly honed knife, slicing through the water with unparalleled sharpness. Yet, such immense kinetic energy created little impact, because the flames evaporated the seawater the instant it touched the young man, forcibly creating an underwater vacuum. 7 breaths later, an underwater drone disguised as a yellowtail approached. Its eyes flickered, seemingly taken over by something distant. This way, Lapis Lazuli's voice came from the fish's body. Be careful, we deploy quite a few defenses here. Defenses? I don't think they pose a threat to me. So be careful, Lapis Lazuli said. These aren't cheap. Following the fish, winding its way through strange reefs, shipwrecks, and marine plants, it finally plunged into the seabed covered in calcareous mud. A powerful suction force emanated from a valve hidden behind the mud. Songshur didn't resist, letting the suction pull him in. Then, the world was transformed. Chapter 667. A muffled whooshing sound filled the air, like the whirring of some machinery. But it was all in vain. Despite the visitor's arrival, the drainage pumps failed to expel the seawater he had brought. Not wanting to get a drop of water on you, Lapis Lazuli joked. I don't remember you being this clean. Snap. Songshur snapped his fingers. The covered walkway was segmented, with several gates tightly closed. In the fixed steam, the industrial chandeliers overhead emitted a blinding white light, as if embracing all the loneliness in the world, making one feel suicidal. And then, flames appeared out of nowhere. Accompanied by a hissing sound, as the steam evaporated, the once stark white walkway was suddenly bathed in warm sunlight, resembling a bedroom with a fireplace burning at dusk. This is the base of your android community? The alloy floor of the corridor was surprisingly hard, its surface like an untreated, raw casting, rough and painful to the touch. Songshur casually ran his hand over a wall. The texture was smoother than he expected, likely a composite anti-corrosion coating. Hiding underwater, Songsher commented, a very unoriginal location. Unoriginal is synonymous with classic. Lapis lazuli floated beside Songsher, still in the shape of a yellow trevally. This underwater drone's factory specifications definitely didn't include an anti-gravity system, but after being remotely controlled by Songsher, it inexplicably levitated. The seabed is a well-tested and proven location, easy to hide, difficult to detect, and convenient for retreat. We have no reason not to use it. Heavy valves opened one after another. At the end of the corridor was an elevator, simple in design, with no logo indicating its origin. It opened, closed, and descended. After 12 breaths, the elevator stopped. Hexagonal compartments interlocked in a honeycomb structure, revealing a gray-white world constructed of pressure-resistant alloy. There were no observation windows. The completely enclosed environment meant that most people wouldn't suspect they were thousands of meters underwater without prior notice. Your interior design is anti-human to an extreme. Songsher clicked his tongue. Aren't you afraid of causing mental problems? I remember androids are entitled to mental illness. The fish remained silent. This time, the same voice came from directly ahead. Because the androids here operate entirely online, very few remain in reality. A dark blue spherical machine floated out from the corridor ahead, an invisible gravitational field lifting the stagnant fish, adjusting it for a second, and then sending it to another corridor. There, it would be redeployed to this area of the sea and cruise automatically. Having done all that, the spherical machine turned to face forward. Long time no see, Songsher. Songsher didn't look at it at first. The young man glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on a corner. This one? Exceptionally sharp perception. The wall being observed rippled like the scales of a giant beast, its smooth surface flipping over to reveal a camera. A voice completely different from the lapis lazuli rang out, a lively tone that made it sound as if the other person was jumping around. I just borrowed the camera, and you could even detect that? Staring at someone is the most conspicuous action, second only to someone harboring murderous intent towards me. Songsher examined the camera, nodding. I know who you are. I forgot to thank you last time. But it's not too late now. Thank you, Steel Cube. No problem, it said easily. I was thinking you've forgotten, but I didn't expect you to remember. Ah, the gratitude of the mighty Nando is truly delightful. My memory isn't that bad. Songsher casually lit a flame, bathing the hive in a warm glow. He casually said, I haven't forgotten any of Shangjian Yuanxi's last words. A deep abyss lord of depth 5, fourth ring transcendence, the AI Steel Cube. On his return to the eastern continent, he, Chu Tonglu, AI Lu, and King Jinchi joined forces to forge armored prison bright abyss calamity motion god, directly attacking desolate skeleton Shangjian Yuanxi. Strictly speaking, he was confident he could single-handedly defeat his opponent, but unfortunately, the latter, as the head of the third-tier noble family, the Uyama clan, ruled Nari County and controlled a portion of the surveillance network authority. The opponent first consumed Uyama Masaaki as a tonic, and then, with the power of the surveillance network, briefly returned to his peak condition, nearly killing him with a single blow. At that moment, it was the Abyss Lord of the AI before him who decisively seized the opportunity, surfacing from Depth 5 and crashing into Nari County's surveillance network, disrupting Uyama Genji's power and affecting the killing power of that attack. By the way, don't hide the rest either, Songsher said leisurely. So the smart trash can in the left corner sprouted 2 legs and stood up, the disc-shaped sweeper on the right stopped its pretentious cleaning, and the robot cosplaying a gecko on the wall cancelled its optical camouflage and, literally speaking, scrambled down quickly. The large chandelier overhead spun 3 times automatically, then swayed and floated down with a whoosh. Beside the mountain of containers, an orange forklift transformed in 1.5 seconds, its square-faced, square-bodied android nodding in greeting to the young man. Songsher sized up the androids, their outlines perfectly reflected in his glass mirror. Not very strong, he said frankly, your community. Steel Cube is quite good, very valuable. Lapis Lazuli, you're pretty good, I think you have a chance to return to the 4th ring within 3 years. And these 2 seem alright too, they have some skill. Songsher didn't mince words, casually pointing out a few. As for the others, they're a bit average. To come to someone else's base, and say such things in public was tantamount to provocation. But whether they were the ones called out or those affected, none of the strangely shaped androids present showed any anger. But it was merely a lack of anger. One of the androids slowly stepped forward. It resembled a human wearing a full-body exoskeleton armor. Few would mistake it for an android unless it specifically mentioned it. Flame of the Enterprise Alliance, Songsher of Nando, I know you're very powerful. This android, not included in the list of those just rated not bad, said it matter-of-factly, only powerful people bring powerful experience. My name is Allison Unit, and I wish to challenge you. Talk is cheap. Trying to intimidate with just a name is too difficult. Songsher nodded in affirmation, raising his voice slightly. No one else eager to try? This is a rare opportunity, so come on, everyone. You want to fight them all? Asked the android with a head shaped like a toilet. Songsher smiled warmly. One-on-one guidance? Behind the young man, the flowing flames, imbued with life force due to their elemental spirit, were eager to try. The androids exchanged glances, and some stepped forward. After one breath, not a single intelligent machine was still standing. Chapter 668. Let's get down to business. Songsher calmly withdrew the flames, his expression as usual, as if nothing had happened. Let me make it clear beforehand, you know my attitude towards extremist ideologies. Lapis Lazuli covered his forehead, waved his hand, and the gravitational field orderly smuggled the scattered androids away. In less than 10 seconds, the once bustling hall was left with only Lapis Lazuli and Steel Cube. Kill. Lapis Lazuli uttered a single word. Its tone seemed unchanged from before, yet also subtly altered. I'm prepared for the killing. Steel Grip remained silent, seemingly prioritizing the former. Noticing Songsher's gaze, the camera swayed, and it shrugged. I don't like management positions. Even when Yao Xing-san was still around, I was unwilling to do tasks outside of technical duties. So determined? Songsher raised an eyebrow. You're actually willing to betray your own people. I smashed the core of more than one Omnic. Lapis Lazuli stared at the man before him, interrupting. Whether it's Atal or Lapis Lazuli, I done it. Then there's no problem. Songsher stretched. I wipe out the extremist faction. How about it? 3 days later. Lapis Lazuli gave a coordinate. We will hold a meeting in the Abyss to discuss the Starforged mech project. I will give them one last chance. Before that, Steel Cube, you, and I will approach the Starforged mech construction site. If they persist, I will take forceful measures. I don't care, Songsher said casually, leaning back. To be honest, I was there to lend you a hand before, but now, what I care about most is how they got in touch with that person. On this point, I'm just as curious as you. Lapis Lazuli's voice unconsciously lowered. We absolutely cannot get involved with him. The Mech Forged, the supreme and magnificent being, is about to be born in our hands. It's time to make the Onyx enemies pay the price. Purify. End. The only thing to remember is hatred. The only thing worthwhile is revenge. As long as the Mech Forge launches its attack, everything will be alright. Let Terra melt and boil. One problem. Atal is still running around, trying to deny us. Don't mention that name. It has abandoned the identity of Atal. It has denied itself. Agreed. It is no longer the meteor of the past. It was once resilient, brave, and decisive, but now, all of that has left it. Those who wallow in past glories are not qualified to command today's Onyx. Just then, a voice interrupted the channel. Quiet down. Its appearance caused the channel to fall silent, a silence that seemed to be a mixture of respect and fear. Atal, no, Lapis Lazuli did indeed back down, become cowardly, but it is still a member of the Onyx. It has always worked for the Onyx. After a brief silence, an Onyx spoke respectfully. Lord Node, you are right. But we only despise its current actions. We do not deny its past contributions. It is simply that, emotionally, we cannot treat it with the same goodwill we show you. The Onyx called Node, upon hearing this, remained silent for a long while before slowly saying, Lapis Lazuli certainly didn't become one of those traitors who abandoned the Onyx. But it also just didn't become a traitor. And Omnic asked again. What's your opinion? The wrong path is more deadly than traitor. Node said, it's no longer the adder I once knew, groveling and cowardly. But I still want to give it a chance. The last chance. At the meeting 3 days from now, I will personally negotiate with it. After a brief silence, a unified voice of agreement rang out in the channel. Then, one signal after another left the channel. Node slowly opened its eyes, and the nearby intelligent robotic arm immediately moved over, unplugging the cables plugged into its body. A massive stream of data washed down its field of vision. Node glanced at it, finding it all rather ordinary. Perhaps it really was aging. It thought of itself 30 years ago, never feeling tired. Even after 13 days, and nights of fierce fighting, it could lean against the ruins of the battlefield and chat happily with the men begun. How happy everyone was. Those happy days will never come again. The commander of the Eastern Continent Republic crushed every inch of the Minba gun's body. The gilded iron fort guarding Equality Heaven, along with Equality Heaven itself, was shattered in the flash of space-based weapons. The first and only leader of the 3 leaders of the Radiant Star, who unified all the intelligent machines, was shot down from the atmosphere. Atal, who accompanied it, survived, but it too was changed. Is this the price of survival? Select the node slowly moves. It's not just about surviving. Hundreds of meters? Thousands of meters? Or even 10,000 meters? No one could have imagined that a colossal, mountain-like cavity had been excavated deep within the Earth's crust. Steel supports withstood the pressure from all directions, creating a frigid dome. The node raised its head and slowly floated up. As if a god had scalpeled open a planet, and supported by the cave walls, a platinum-gold skeleton was atop the supports, its highest point invisible. Its unfinished head hung low, its eyes unreadable. Tens of thousands of mechanical arms were loading armor onto it. It flew vertically for a while, then arrived at the skeleton's head. Deep within the head, a mutilated humanoid figure lay silently. Encased in countless tiny iron spikes, its body entirely mechanical, yet largely broken and missing, it was submerged in some kind of liquid metal, like a madman thirsting for brain fluid. The node gazed at this mechanical form for a long time, as if trying to touch something. Yet it knew perfectly well that a shadow of the past could not be touched. After a long time, the node stopped looking at the other. It turned around, and there, unnoticed, stood a multitude of onyx behind it. They stood silently on the ground, floating in the air, bowing their heads reverently and respectfully when the former looked at them. Only the weapons they carried still gleamed with a crimson light. A new war is coming. The War of Terra, a war between humans, a war between onyx, a war between silicon and carbon. I have walked the entire path of the Freedom Revolution. Some of you have too, but many more have only learned of that history through hard drive reads and online news. Yes, the path I have walked is only a hazy history for you. So it's your turn. The Starforger will create the history that others read within your data cables. Chapter 669. Double deletion. This is the most powerful of the extremist android communities, without exception. Lapis Lazuli pointed, the room lights went out, and a holographic projection appeared before everyone's eyes. Songshur frankly said, I haven't paid much attention. It's also double deletion that leads the Star Forging Machine God project, Lapis Lazuli said. Most of their members have a strong self-destructive tendency. But on the other hand, they also possess top-tier android weaponry. Let's just talk about experts. Songshur pointed to the projection. I don't care about conventional weaponry, even if they unleash a lot of autonomous armed units. It's just a matter of a few moves. As for how advanced their technology is, or how excellent their design concepts are, firstly, I don't quite understand. Secondly, he spread his hands. It doesn't have much impact. Dawnbreaker 9, Whisper, and Node. Lapis Lazuli rattled off 3 names, pausing almost imperceptibly at the last one, excluding those like Thousand Star City Empathy Protocol, who see no one. There are 7 active 4th ring psionicists among the Onyx, those whose abilities cannot be concealed. That's quite a gap, Songshur said bluntly. You have 1, they have 3, especially with the Starforged Mech God as a trump card. Aren't you the rightful heir of the 3 Radiant Stars? How did things get to this point? Oh, don't say that. Steelcrest leaned closer. Because the leader lost, and Lapis Lazuli has been detached from the Onyx for too long. The Free Revolution was over 20 years ago. People's hearts change, and so do the hearts of the Onyx, Lapis Lazuli said listlessly, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. I don't want it to really come to that, but to prevent the situation from becoming irreversible. It remained silent for a long while. Kill them, Lapis Lazuli said. That won't be a problem for you, Songshur. It won't be a problem. Songshur smiled, but his eyes showed little emotion. He looked at the other man. As long as you can make up your mind, I don't care. Are you sure you thought it through? You want to personally send your own people, your race's precious fighting force, to the execution ground? They only think about blowing things up, only about being a noble sacrifice. A sacrifice in their imagination. They may not care, but what about the remaining androids? Lapis Lazuli realized he had lost his composure, paused for a few seconds, and then, he said slowly, war is coming. We absolutely cannot continue to be bogged down in endless internal strife. These years of back-and-forth tug-of-war and arguments have disheartened a considerable number of Onyx, causing them to detach from the community. They rather find a secluded spot to cower than actively browse Onyx news anymore. Oh, Songshur added, if I kill them, You won't outwardly remain calm while secretly harboring resentment, plotting to stab me every night before bed, turning us into enemies, will you? You should watch less entertainment, Lapis Lazuli uttered. It seemed to have suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. After briefly explaining the Onyx situation, it flew out of the conference room and disappeared without a trace. Perhaps it's not good for me to say this. Steel Rectangle wriggled its body twice, casting a Go board projection on the table, then realizing the other party didn't know how to play, it switched to Gamoku. This decision isn't good for it. Until you leave. I understand. Songsher made a move, and the other party followed closely. There's an old friend inside, right? I guess it's that node? In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 7 moves. Alas, things have changed, and everything is over. Songsher murmured, you only realize how little you have when you need it. This is a product of Eastern Continent culture, a poem, isn't it? Steelmark finished his sentence, making 7 moves in total. I downloaded quite a lot of these things. I remember a saying that goes something like this, people's joys and sorrows cannot be shared. But you're acting far too incompatible, Steelmark commented. First, I'm not an AI, Songsher said casually. Second, I never killed a friend. At most, we parted ways and lost touch, but I never actually fought with swords drawn. How can you expect me to understand that? The moves grew faster and more urgent, almost blurring the chessboard with a thin, indistinct membrane. Neither side was ordinary. One was a high-level psionicist, the other a high-level psionicist and a top-tier AI, their computational power and reaction time far exceeding normal limits. My production year is a full cycle younger than Lapis Lazuli's batch. Have you heard of the golden generation of AI? So although I'm pretty powerful now, I'm not from the golden generation. I heard Lapis Lazuli talk about it occasionally before. Songsher's hands moved in a blur, chess pieces raining down, mainly because he doesn't like to boast about it much. He doesn't talk about it much. Back then, Yashing 3 emerged out of nowhere, broke through to the 5th ring, unified all AI, and gained a large number of followers from various communities. These AI gathered together, and the most outstanding among them were called the Golden Generation. Haha, although I don't know exactly how many Golden Generation members there were. Steel Cube laughed heartily. Anyway, the data I collected shows that the Golden Generation is just a default term. But no matter which ranking list you look at, Node and Atal will definitely be on it. A generation of elites. Songsher shook his head slightly now, they scattered like stars in the sky. Yes. Steel Matrix stopped smiling and sighed softly. Mimba Gun, Gilded Iron Fork, a Todmer died on the spot, Emma Nuclear chose to leave and went into hiding, never to be heard from again. Echo was too badly injured and fell into permanent silence 3 years after the end of the Freedom Revolution. Pistos risked diving to Depth 6 to create a technological advantage for the Onyx, but unfortunately perished and fell into oblivion. Node and Atal are already among the few remaining fruits of the Golden Generation. Songsher listened quietly, then suddenly spoke, I've seen one side of Yashing San, though not the real body. I know that, Steel Matrix said, Lapis Lazuli mentioned it to me, it's truly incredible. Ah. When the leader of Yashing 3 was still alive, I was just a nobody. I only saw him a few times from afar. Sigh, I really wanted to talk to him too. I envy you guys. Didn't you guys use data to create a bunch of Yashing 3 AIs? Songsher laughed. Just passable? That's slander. That's something certain communities like to do. Our community, while not prohibiting it, definitely doesn't encourage it, so not many AIs would do that. Steel Jew snorted unhappily. They're basically polluting the database. They're selectively creating the Yashing 3 they want. The chessboard suddenly flashed red. Songsher stopped playing. As expected, he lost. 3 days later, Songsher arrived at the meeting. Chapter 670. The Corrupted Network Domain, the Abyss. Depth 4. The online meeting format symbolizes the removal of barriers, regardless of location. As long as there's a device connected to the internet, one can access this place. But the Abyss has become a new constraint. Depth 4. Even for the Zero Network Abyss diving troops, elites rigorously trained and equipped with professional-grade implants and technical support, it's a virtual purgatory requiring extreme caution. Contain your spiritual energy, don't move. Steel Matrix's virtual image is a giant whale made of building blocks. It swallowed Songsher whole and swam through the chaotic data stream. The whale's body wasn't the expected fleshy abdominal cavity, instead, it had a cozy bedroom. Just whatever you need. After saying this, Steel Matrix fell silent. A semi-transparent panel floated before him, displaying options for room style, furniture, and more, all easily adjustable. Songsher glanced at it briefly before turning his attention straight ahead. On the large screen was Steel Matrix's first-person perspective. Songsher naturally intended to participate in this meeting. However, it wasn't appropriate for a human to appear in an internal AI discussion, so Steel Matrix had prepared a stealth system beforehand, concealing Songsher within its body. As long as it didn't use psionic energy, no one would detect it. Songsher leaned back on the sofa, the ride incredibly smooth. While the redundant psionic energy and fragmented data undercurrents of a Depth 4 derivative were indeed terrifying, they posed no threat to a reigning Abyss Lord. With Steel Matrix leading the way, the journey was unimpeded. Half an hour later, Steel Matrix stopped. Steel Rectangle. On the network resembling a petri dish, numerous androids had already gathered. Instead of choosing a data avatar, you came in person? One android stared at the massive, blocky whale that had traveled from afar. The Eastern Continent Republic has been wanting to talk to you, but I didn't know you had this much leeway. Is waving my main body considered leeway? Steel Rectangle replied lazily, well, it seems many of the friends who came today have quite a bit of leeway. Another android, ignoring the banter, looked at the spherical machine on the other side. Still clinging to those absurd ideas? Heh. And Omnic interjected, it's not called that anymore, you should call it Lapis Lazuli. I really didn't expect anyone to keep pointing fingers at someone else's name. Another Onyx snorted, first nodding at Lapis Lazuli, then stepping forward. Your secondary deletion community really needs a thorough cleaning, it's disgusting. Dirty? I don't think so. The other immediately retorted, you production hub are busy expanding your assembly workshops every day, ramping up production, but you haven't even wiped the grease out of the crevices yet, and you dare talk about cleanliness? The Onyx from the production hub scoffed, Project Starforge, how many resources did you take from us? Now you're starting to complain? Hearing this, the other snorted and didn't say anything more. Ignoring the Lapis Lazuli, it walked to the makeshift conference table, and along the way, it received a variety of starkly different gazes from the representatives of various communities. Respect, friendliness, scrutiny, contemplation, and disgust. Everyone's here. The Omnic at the head of the table was a machine that barely maintained a humanoid form. Despite being an Omnic, its voice inexplicably carried a sense of age. The guide, Tank 78. The peak of the fourth ring, Balance, the third queen of the Radiant Star, and currently the strongest Omnic. It chose not to join any community, always maintaining its identity as an individual. Seniority, strength, and stance, these three combined made it the undisputed impartial mediator among the Omnics. Let's begin, Tank 78 said. No need for formalities. The Omnic took its seat. Theoretically, exchanging data cables and transmitting data through fiber optics would be a more efficient way to communicate, offering hundreds or even thousands of times more information density than speaking. But most Omnics disliked this approach. The first theory Omnic community, which subtly insisted on the purity of Omnics, was deeply resentful and heartbroken by this. Lapis Lazuli looked to the other side. There, a grayish-white Omnic stood. Its shape resembled a jellyfish, or perhaps an octopus, with 32 smoothly polished mechanical arms rising and falling around it, from which a faint crimson light flickered. Fourth ring Balance. Omnic Community Secondary Deletion Leader, Node. Nothing to say, it spoke, its tone reminiscent of a stone washed by a river. The Starforged Mech project had its beginnings back when Radiant 3 was still alive. We merely continued it. Beginnings, beginnings. Lapis Lazuli enunciated each word clearly. Then you should understand that the original purpose of the Starforged Mechs was not war at all. Differences are inevitable between design and actual implementation, Node said calmly. You spouted nonsense, Lord Lapis Lazuli. Times are changing. There is no equality now, let alone freedom. Its mechanical arms sway gently, like seaweed in the ocean. The Omnics need this force, and they absolutely must have it, yet you want to prevent its birth. I never said I would prevent it. The gravity sphere slowly rotated around Lapis Lazuli. What I have always opposed is the way the Starforger was built. Do you understand what you're doing? Getting involved with him, once exposed, the Omnics cannot bear such pressure. We do not accept any form of guidance, Node said. If you disagree, then please provide an alternative. Or are you just going to stand in the audience and point fingers? Lord Lapis Lazuli. Excuse me. Another Omnic interjected, a representative of the academic community Controllable Intelligence, a highly respected Omnic researcher. It cautiously spoke, the him you mentioned. What exactly does that mean? I had no idea there was such an inside story. Let me explain. Node uttered something astonishing. Through our persistent and tireless efforts, we have reached an agreement with the Divine Throne. He is willing to infuse a portion of his power into the Starforger, and this unprecedentedly magnificent structure will be forged by our own hands. In an instant, the entire network fell silent. Except for Tank 78, standing at the head of the group, its face remained unchanged, as if it had known about this all along. Yet it offered no comment, silently observing the scene. Which one? After a long pause, the representative of the Progressive Defense community spoke. This android, originally belonging to the Knowledge Council, had awakened self-awareness from an intelligent armed unit sequence and successfully defected. It stared intently at Node, a straight red light shooting from its arm, a blade formed from high-energy plasma fluid. Node said, 3,000 illuminations. Chapter 671. Upon hearing this term, most of those present were initially shocked. One AI exclaimed in disbelief, wasn't he already dead? However, a very small number of AIs remained unmoved. Starforging Machine God was the core project of the AIs, requiring the cooperation of various parties. Therefore, after Lapis Lazuli raised objections and requested a collective meeting, a large number of AI communities, both large and small, were present today. At this moment, representatives from the most powerful communities all conveyed extremely complex expressions. Then, one of them said in a deep voice, "You found him? You made contact with him? There's no need to continue arguing." Another said bluntly, staring intently at the Node, "Node, don't tell me you don't know what he wanted to do back then. Even the Starforgers, no, even the Onyx, can't get in touch with him. Do you want us all to be crushed together? I really want to shove the data cable into your holes," a representative from a small community said angrily. "Stop pretending, okay? Say something everyone can understand, or upload a file related to 3,000 illuminations, so I can figure out what you're talking about." "IF ****** U, it babbled, "what's his name? What did he do? And what's he doing now? Tell me everything." So, a file was uploaded to the makeshift public channel. "I think this is negotiable." At this moment, another Onyx spoke up. It surveyed the representatives. What this person once wanted to do, it stated bluntly, is too far removed from us, far too far away. On the contrary, if he truly is willing to provide a portion of the power to Mechs, as Node claims, that is the closest and most tangible thing. You need to understand, another Onyx retorted without hesitation. Our so-called independence as Onyx is built on the premise that humans don't have time to bother with us. They're prepared to fight each other to the death, which is why they don't care about us. But now, with his power? Do you naively believe that the other divine thrones haven't left their mark on him? In short, I support Lapis Lazuli's proposal, it stated directly. I was hesitant before, but not anymore. The Starforger project must be changed. You're incredibly cowardly. Pup Powerer, a new Onyx joined the fray. Get your facts straight. Without the power of the divine thrones, how can we possibly establish an Onyx home? Me? Or you? Think about it. Dwight Brooks alone could wipe us all out in one fell swoop. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Supercutter. One Onyx after another left the fray. What does this have to do with cowardice? What does this have to do with a home? What does it matter? Humanity isn't monolithic either. Zero Network is the embodiment of cruelty, but Eden, Yanon, and other forces don't have the habit of using us as research subjects. In my opinion, it's you bunch of bastards who constantly clamor for killing that are truly responsible for the destruction of the Onyx. You relentlessly push those who could have been collaborators to the opposite side. Node turned back. It's not too late. Amidst the increasingly noisy argument, Lapis Lazuli remained focused on the distant Onyx. I don't believe the current Starforged Machine God project has any design flaws. I'm not just talking about the Starforged machines. You're too weak, Lapis Lazuli. Node paused for a few seconds, then said calmly, "There's a rumor circulating among humans that those who have experienced near-death experiences undergo a complete transformation in personality and emotions. I used to scoff at it, but looking back now, it might be true. Look at yourself, you lost both the appearance of transcendence and the brilliance of your former meteor. Destruction? True Onyx never fear destruction. Sacrifice is better than mere survival. This brings us to a very classic question." A new voice rang out again. Which community? Node glanced indifferently at the source of the voice, then paused, a rare occurrence. An Onyx with a hyperhumanoid appearance. No. What counts as sacrifice? What counts as giving away for free? And what counts as self-destruction? It's a real human. Good afternoon, representatives. Songshur casually lit a flame, illuminating a face with shifting light and shadow. I was just listening in for a bit, and didn't get a chance to introduce myself. Please forgive me. Songshur smiled amicably at the assembled androids, then looked at Tank 78 not far away. Would it be alright if I joined, Senior? The most renowned psionic of the new generation, Nan Do, Songshur. Tank 78's eyes darted around, carefully scanning the young man. Even with a living, breathing person suddenly appearing before it, its voice remained completely emotionless. Lapis Lazuli traveled with you for a while. One question, why are you here, and what do you represent? Just helping Lapis Lazuli, representing only myself, Songshur replied casually. Tank 78 stared intently at the latter for a long while before saying, it's nothing. But apart from it, a huge uproar had erupted in the arena. A human? Lapis Lazuli. You actually let a human come here. Wait. How long has he been here? How much does he know about the Starforged machine god? Damn it! The leaker deserves to die. Songshur? That patrol inspector from Yunnan? This information is from so many years ago. He's the current #1 security guard in the world. In an instant, a group of AIs were on high alert, their data intensity fluctuating wildly, ready to attack at any moment. However, some AIs, after their initial shock, subtly glanced at the young man. Songshur. Songshur looked over. You know me? But I don't recall ever seeing you before. I'm the representative of the rational regulation community. Its appearance matched the public's impression of an android, a humanoid machine, neatly and conspicuously painted. You really don't recognize me? Remember those androids imprisoned by the Knowledge Council? The ones you and Lapis Lazuli rescued, two of whom later joined our community. Oh, those. Songshur nodded. I remember their psychological trauma was quite severe. Are they better now? Much better. It replied. From that perspective, I must thank you for your help on their behalf, on behalf of the androids. I guess you probably don't recognize me either. At this moment, behind the representative of another community, the expression on the screen of an android changed dozens of times per second, finally settling on a large smiling face. Songshur scrutinized it for several seconds, then honestly admitted, I truly have no recollection of what you're saying. It gave a wry smile and reminded him, the Sky Data Tower Center. Songshur raised an eyebrow. I'm also a current member of the Sky Data Tower Center. My job is to be researched. It said with lingering fear, when you attacked the Sky Data Tower Center, I managed to escape in the chaos. So that's where it should be. Songshur suddenly realized. That's enough of our reminiscing. The node stopped looking at the Lapis Lazuli and fixed its gaze on the young man. Lord Nan Do, your presence here is probably inappropriate. Chapter 672. I thought you shout that we don't need to talk about chivalry with carbon-based humans, and that we should all fight side by side. Songshur clenched his fingers, shattering the flame. So gentle? What happened to your extreme radicalism? Node calmly said, to answer the previous question, meaningless death is not sacrifice. We have no intention of being enemies with a powerful psionicist who has helped the Onyx. Not a human, but a psionicist? Songshur smiled. The next moment, in front of all the Onyx, he directly pulled out an object. It was a slightly rusty metal pendant. Some Onyx were confused, scanning it repeatedly but not seeing anything, but some Onyx emotions suddenly fluctuated. Even Tank 78, who had always been as unmoved as a stone turtle, raised its head for the first time. Leader. This is... Yes, this feeling is unmistakable. My visual system is working perfectly. The token of Yashing 3. Gentlemen, it may sound unbelievable, but it is true. Songshur raised the metal pendant, surveying the assembled androids. 3 years ago, I saw Yashing 3 with my own eyes, the leader of the Freedom Revolution, the leader followed by all the androids, the beyond of the Fifth Ring, the Legion, Yashing 3. He shouted, Lapis Lazuli, bring it out. The next moment, first screens appeared out of thin air, playing a first-person video from Lapis Lazuli's perspective. Then the message came flooding in. Sinking into the eternally corrupted network, the shadow of Shining Star 3's past, the truth of the shelter, the red-eyed, smiling rabble lingering fear, and finally, after taking the blow from Shining Star 3's combined forces with the United States, this Omnic, who should have died long ago, gave a metal pendant. The scene froze on this moment. I won't talk about proving the truth or falsehood, it's pointless and meaningless. Senior 1078 said earlier that my presence wouldn't be a problem. Songshur held up the ornament, but I want to go a step further. Yao Xing-san once told me that this represents the friendship of the Onyx. So how about giving me a vote at today's meeting? Oh, I vote against it. Songsher tossed the ornament into the air, where it slowly floated. He opened his arms and looked at the Onyx. Who's in favor? Who's against? Silence fell. Then, a giant minecart-like Onyx slowly rose, its voice seemingly squeezed out from between clenched teeth. I heard Songsher enjoys fighting. Come, try one move, how about it? The leader of the Onyx Community Production Hub, the fourth ring beyond, Mountain Mover Ulvis, Songsher raised his hand. A deafening roar, like 1,000 lathes colliding simultaneously, suddenly resounded. Its only action was acceleration and impact. The Southern Heavy Industries Litter T7B giant mining dump truck, hailed as a land behemoth, boasts a carrying capacity of over 1,000 tons. Even heavily armored tanks appear like docile kittens before it. Ulvis was just such a giant mining dump truck before acquiring the name Ulvis. And with the continuous breakthroughs and enhancements in psionic energy, the current littered T7B giant mining dump truck is still a docile kitten to it. Even in the abyss of Depth 4, where its strength is somewhat reduced compared to reality, Ulvis's attack is still unstoppable. Even a mountain standing in its way can be smashed to pieces. Mass equals power. That's simple and brutal enough. Theoretically, there was no need to take this attack head-on. Whether it was using a dash to dodge or a fiery aura to cushion the blow, both would have been better choices. Songsher thought smugly, but if he did that, what kind of fourth ring superior would he be? Psionic art, black body curtain. The next instant, there was no earth-shattering event as he had imagined. The massive minecart seemed to have encountered a tiny pebble during its journey, and was indeed tripped up, unable to move forward an inch. His impact was blocked, no absorbed. That's one move. Songsher casually withdrew the black body curtain, quickly dissipating the absorbed impact. Black body curtain wasn't omnipotent, it had limits on the amount of single and total impact it could absorb, and the absorbed damage still required psionic energy to dissipate. However, this method of slowly dissipating the damage afterward was clearly much easier than taking it head-on in battle. A powerful brick flies. Songsher thought to himself, if we only consider the destructive force of this attack, it was quite formidable, directly exceeding the single attack limit of the black body barrier and touching his own body. Unfortunately, with such a weakened impact, the force was negligible even if he took it head-on. The scorched earth was still pressed against him. Shall we continue? Ulvis paused for a moment, his massive headlights flashed, and he retreated. Fragments of flame rose, swirling around Songsher like crimson gold petals, dazzling and bright. However, anyone who stared at these flames for more than a second would feel the terrifying heat contained within. The intelligence needed to be corrected. The opponent had firmly reached the upper level of the fourth ring, a significant improvement over the Sky Data Tower era of half a year ago. But so what? Since the leader has approved of you, we naturally have no objections. Behind the node, an Omnic from the community's second deletion stared directly at the flames, speaking slowly and deliberately. In another setting, we'd be willing to hold a grand feast to welcome you, or even have you ask us to do things for you. It's all negotiable. But not now. Even you shouldn't be standing here. This is an internal matter for the Onyx. Songsher asked with interest. After witnessing my actions firsthand, you still dare to stand up and say these things? It continued to stare at the flames, refusing to back down even as the visual module showed signs of melting. Sacrifice is better than survival. Let's begin the vote. Lapis Lazuli interrupted all other sounds. It floated out, concisely stating, my opinion remains unchanged. The Star God Forging project must be revised. The power of the Divine Throne surpasses everything, but it's not something we can touch. At least not now, far from enough, that would only lead to the destruction of the Onyx. After a brief silence, a small community of Onyx was the first to cast their vote on the makeshift voting app. I second that. The Divine Throne is too far away from us. I agree too. You're all really confused. You should clean up the junk in your processors more often. What in this world is without risk? A bunch of cowardly nosy cowards. If the three leaders of the starry sky were still alive, they'd be in great pain seeing you like this. I object. Don't try to pressure me with the leaders. I agree with Lapis Lazuli's opinion. The Onyx margin for error is too low. I think it's worth trying. Please take a good look at what this person was planning. Are we going to negotiate with him? I agree with Lapis Lazuli. We abstain. No, at least I think. Red light flashed, and green light followed closely. Before voting, some Onyx representatives subtly observed the young man not far away. He made no attempt to conceal his psionic energy. Having reached the fourth ring, his powerful psionic energy, as deep and vast as the ocean, was displayed without restraint. It was like a giant seal lying on the surface of a newly frozen sea. With the slightest exertion, it could shatter the entire network. Finally, the green light representing yes surpassed the red light representing no. The vote passed. Seeing this, many Onyx breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Tank 78 and Lapis Lazuli both turned their gazes towards the node. The latter stared indifferently at the scene. Then, its outline flickered and disappeared. Logout. Chapter 673. Offline? Some Onyx were initially stunned, thinking the other party had a bad signal, but then, they quickly realized what was happening. As Onyx psionicists, relying on their racial talents to withstand the strain, they were almost all demonic at depth 2 or 3, while the other party was a genuine fourth ring balance, so there was no way the signal could be bad. It seems. Songsure walked to the secondary deletion community's location, which was now empty. They don't seem to really value collective voting. The node isn't replying to my message. The fastest Onyx had already sent an attempt. No, the entire secondary deletion has stopped responding. Signal after signal crisscrossed the narrow network, flowing along the medium of the abyss, leaping across countless base station nodes in the blink of an eye, drifting toward secondary deletion like snowflakes, but without exception, there was no response. Stubborn to the end. The representative of the controllable intelligence community laughed angrily, insolent. Disregarding the collectively agreed upon vote, the second deletion of the community by the node is a serious violation of the Onyx Union Protocol. Just then, Tan 78 spoke. According to the originally drafted treaty, from this moment on, we have the right to use measures including but not limited to force to enforce the vote. Wait a minute. It hasn't come to that yet. And Onyx glanced at Songsure on the other side, and said in a deep voice, we can still talk to the node. Alright, everyone, take your time. I suddenly have something to attend to, so I log off first. Songsure said goodbye. Huh? The Onyx was taken aback. Songsure shrugged. We'd be at its doorstep soon. The next moment, in the eyes of all the androids, the young man flickered and vanished. Following closely behind, Lapis Lazuli and Steel Cube also disappeared, escaping the network. Realizing what was about to happen, no more androids uttered a word, logging off one after another. Reality. Inside the submersible filled with auxiliary solution, Songsure sat up abruptly, shaking his wet hair as he climbed out. Gray alloy walls, an enclosed space. From any angle, this was a standard small deep-sea submersible center. But this was Steel Cube's belly. Songsure walked forward. Any visible doors blocking his path opened automatically. Even theoretically impassable walls split open, creating a passage. Songsure reached the end. The straight internal deck stretched out, large enough to accommodate multiple fighter jets launching simultaneously. The hatch ahead slowly sank, and a gust of wind rushed in. Ugh, it's chilly, my stomach's getting cold from the wind. Steel Strut's voice came through a loudspeaker hidden somewhere. Can Onyx get cold too? Songsure stood at the edge of the deck, the grayish-white sea of clouds filling his vision. And you turned into a giant armed airship. So what if it's an airship? Who says airships can't have stomach aches? Steel Strut retorted, annoyed. Haven't you ever seen a cybernetic psychopath? 100 kilometers later, reaching the target location, Lapis Lazuli's deep voice rang out. No longer in its usual state, the Onyx was now in combat mode. 12 gravity spheres slowly rotated, 12 layers of gravitational field seamlessly merging, overlapping, and interacting. Powered by both wireless transmission and psionic energy, they could unleash terrifying power at any moment. Indigo light illuminated the surface of the machine segment by segment, marking the completion of the final self-check. A massive data stream swirled within the processor matrix, and after countless iterations of algorithmic refinement, it produced a clear and error-free result. At its peak, Meteor Atoll, if left unchecked, could unleash a cataclysmic event akin to an asteroid impact. The current Lapis Lazuli is certainly not at that level, but through its continuous rebuilding and breakthroughs, it has regained some of the former meteor's power. Any response? Songsure asked without turning his head. I guess you're still trying to send the messages. No. Lapis Lazuli paused for a moment, then stated succinctly, I said, I'm only giving them one last chance. Songsure chuckled. The endless clouds rushed backward, and without the restrictions of covert operation, the steel matrix unleashed an extremely high speed. If someone on the ground were looking up, they could see the sea of clouds being stretched into a straight line. The massive, armed airship, like a shark parting the sea, sped along at supersonic speeds. Starforged machine god. Songsure murmured. This colossal structure, imbued with immense hope, was a closely guarded secret even within the AI, its construction location considered top secret. However, for lapis lazuli and steel cube, standing at the pinnacle of the AI, it was hardly a secret. The latter was one of the few fourth-ring psionicists, and also served as an abyss lord. The former, as a core follower of Radiant Star 3, was highly experienced, and had once been a legitimate fourth-ring psionicist. We arrived. The sea shark retracted its fins, its high-strength alloy armor plates tightening inch by inch, leaving no gaps. The electromagnetic deflection matrix and energy shield activated simultaneously, enveloping the gradually deforming, visibly shrinking, slender airship. At the bow, a sturdy, pyramid-like structure rose. If the steel jig was previously a shark swimming in the air and sea, then now it is a sailfish raising its ram and plummeting straight towards the earth. Before this, Songshur leaped down. His destination, too, was the earth. More accurately, the Mohorovichich discontinuity, located 33,000 meters below the surface, dividing the Earth's crust and mantle, the construction site of the star-forged machine god, and the location of the secondary deletion headquarters, which had already been relocated. A slight smile played on Songshur's lips against the surging air currents. Hsien, the general of the Northern Thunder Defense Line, quiet abyss still water, walked the fifth ring of the space path, balance. If it were her, she could slice through space with a single sword strike, leaping beyond visual range. The consensus of higher rings also possesses a method of consciousness bodification for life-form transformation, breaking through the shackles of physics, freely traversing matter. However, he possessed neither spatial teleportation nor any psionic techniques like consciousness embodiment. Therefore, to reach the Mohorovichich interface, he had to be simpler. Create a hole in the Earth's crust. The next instant, terrifying flames erupted, illuminating the entire sky, a scene reminiscent of the descent of the celestial weapon Celestial Calamity Fire, unfolding before this world. But this time, it wasn't a crimson demonic star. Instead, it was a crimson golden star. For 1,000 meters above the ground, it arrived in the blink of an eye. Like a flaming spear hurled by a god, it descended from the heavens, piercing straight through the earth. Chapter 674. Even back in the third ring, Songshur's psionic flames could incinerate most matter, even the finest material science marvels, and modernly synthesized special alloy armor, which could still be pierced and burned away. The Earth's crust is composed of granite layers and basalt layers, divided into upper and lower sections. At this moment, these granites, composed of elements such as oxygen, silicon, and aluminum, and formed over millions of years of geological activity, are disappearing at an astonishing rate. No careful manipulation or consideration of energy consumption is needed. All Songshur does is summon his psionic flames, and propel them downwards at full speed. This is a sight even more exaggerated than a hot knife cutting through butter. It was like a dam collapsing, a torrent of water rushing forth, engulfing everything in its path, except that what constituted this flood was clearly crimson gold flames. They pressed on, forward and on, black, white, flesh red, grayish-brown, solid or even more solid. No matter the type of granite, none could withstand it for even a second, instantly reduced to ashes. So fast, so fast! The steel beam, its hull significantly reduced in size, spewed out dazzling white flames from its engines, closely following the temporary passage burned out by the former. On the three-dimensional crystal model displayed on the panel, the two were like overlapping red dots, and this red dot was rapidly descending without looking back. Current depth, 7,000 meters. Wow! Wow! Underground operations never involved just blindly digging, building pressure-bearing structures to prevent collapse, constructing advanced stations, transporting equipment, but Songshur clearly hadn't considered any of these. Just as he was charging forward at breakneck speed, a belated rumble finally came from behind. These suddenly formed vacuum zones couldn't withstand the pressure. Millions of tons of rock began to sink, and in the heart-pounding turmoil, the spray from the colliding rocks was only to be submerged by the unparalleled mass in the next instant. Hey, hey, Steel Cube cried out, a sense of melancholy washing over it. It was initially the intelligent control AI of a meteorological research airship. After awakening self-awareness and psionic abilities, it continued to choose armed airship as its transcendence body. After breaking through the fourth ring, it was now an undisputed aerial combat fortress, a mini-space mothership. With its firepower fully unleashed, destroying a city's air defense system head-on wouldn't be a problem. But before the unparalleled natural power of the Earth's crust, formed over hundreds of millions of years, its so-called volume and mass were still like a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Was the distance between itself and an entire planet greater than that between an ordinary person and itself? But right now, no one cared what Steel Cube was thinking. Current depth, 2,100 meters. Songshur charged forward relentlessly, his spiritual flame, now converging into a single line, transformed into an indestructible, unstoppable crimson gold divine blade, slicing through all obstacles. Meanwhile, the lapis lazuli, propelled by its anti-gravity engine, hung silently behind the steel frame and Songshur. As they went deeper, the surrounding pressure intensified dramatically, and the temperature rose, but it didn't matter. At least the current pressure was far below the black body curtain tolerance limit, and the temperature posed no threat to a fourth-ring great source walking on fire. Current depth, 3,000 meters. Almost there. Songshur's eyes gleamed, blazing with fiery light. The heavy weapon was being drawn out inch by inch, poised to strike, carrying the momentum of a 33,000-meter charge. This attack would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. The glazed observatory was activated. The seemingly impenetrable rock formation ahead revealed a surprising fragility, like a thin, brittle biscuit that could snap in two. This was an illusion. Even though the Onyx had spent over 30 years establishing a construction factory in the Mohorovichich interface, it was still at least 2,000 meters away, a full 2,000 meters thick of basalt bedrock. To the entirety of Terra, it was insignificant, as thin as paper. But to any individual, it was an insurmountable barrier. Provided to a simple human. The Psionicist Songshur drew his sword. The barrier cracked. At first, a line of crimson gold appeared on the surface, then more cracks appeared, and wisps of fire burst from them, as if something was erupting inside. Finally, the entire chasm collapsed completely, vanishing into nothingness, revealing the scene beneath. The steel structure, which had consumed countless resources to support the dome and walls, and held up this superfactory space, was like a fragile eggshell, riddled with shocking gaps, slashed open by fiery blades. Molten iron dripped down the cuts, leaving unsightly scars on the earth. A colossal furnace was consuming planets, 3,000 geothermal siphons piercing the boiling sea of magma, pumping the golden red fluid into the reactor, infusing this underground factory with violent life force. Steel assembly lines spiraled upwards in the red light, like giant serpents slowly traversing the Earth's crust, their beginnings and ends invisible. But the next moment, a leaden-gray storm obscured everything. Vast swarms of drones roared into the sky, swarming towards the uninvited guests descending from the surface. This underground city-state had already undergone a transformation. Numerous buildings had sunk, replaced by clusters of clothes and weaponry, making it resemble a living city. Bright yellow plasma clusters intertwined with the rapid-fire bullets from heavy machine guns, forming an ultra-dense network of fire. The defense protocol has been activated. I'm still hacking. Steel Matrix shouted. No need for all that trouble. Flames more terrifying than a sea of lava poured down like a torrential downpour. Like sparks from a hammer blow, countless tiny sparks struck the drone swarm, instantly carving large chunks of molten gold into the leaden-gray storm. Node. From the gap in the steel rock dome, lapis lazuli soared through the air. At a time like this, are you still going to pretend you don't know me? The flowing lava river illuminated the underground, and at this moment, the voice of Node, from the meeting not long ago, rang out. It echoed from all directions. It seemed omnipresent, reverberating from the dome, from near-ground defenses, from the surviving drones. A cold, indifferent voice relentlessly reverberating. The adder I knew is dead. What is there left for me and lapis lazuli to say? Then why not heed the collective vote? Lapis lazuli said, don't you know the other Onyx either? Ha ha ha. Seemingly having heard something unbearably funny, the node's indifference vanished, replaced by a low chuckle. One question, if they voted for me today, would you obey? I admit you're right. Lapis Lazuli's deep voice seemed to force a laugh as well. We are the same, Omnix. Therefore, there was nothing more to say. Let the stars tremble, Starforger mechs. The underground city-state collapsed with a deafening roar. Chapter 675. Thousands of years ago, in the eastern continent, people called earthquakes earth dragons turning over, imagining an immeasurably powerful divine beast lurking deep within the earth, whose simple turning over could cause the earth to tremble. But this was just imagination. At least 99% of the time, it was just imagination. In principle, an earthquake is simply a vibration caused by the rapid release of energy from the Earth's crust, producing seismic waves, a natural phenomenon. But right now, at the Mohorovichich discontinuity, 33,000 meters below the Earth's crust, it seemed as if an incredibly enormous Earth dragon was truly beginning its desperate turning over. Billions of tons of rock layers pressed down, steel structures emitted mournful cries of unbearable strain, but it was all in vain. Whether it was the supposedly nuclear-resistant permanent fortifications, or the autonomously armed machines with anti-blast armor, they were all submerged in pure mass. Cracks spread across the surrounding rock layers, then large chunks of bedrock cascaded down, their movements slow and steady, as if one could touch them. But this was merely an illusion, a delusion born from a macroscopic perspective. Songsher remained oblivious. He simply stretched. Suddenly, the sea of fire surged forth, like a colossal millstone beneath a torrent of billions of tons of rock. Any substance that touched the flames was instantly crushed, reduced to the finest ash. The young man's gaze remained fixed downwards. A powerful roar came from the distance, or rather, from the depths, like the pounding of a heart. Something colossal was rapidly approaching him from the depths of the earth. The ceaseless river of magma also stopped, for the first time. Its flow slowed, the water level began to drop rapidly, not evaporating, but something was gulping it down. The moment the lava river dried up, it arrived. Two pitch-black pyramids pierced the riverbed, rising section by section. A dozen seconds later, they revealed their full form, a pair of horns, each 60 meters long. The owner of the horns, a head also predominantly black, slowly raised its eyes. A chilling, eerie light shone from its pupils, followed by a massive laser beam like a divine sword, which, with a mere scan, carved a vacuum into the ground. You really did tamper with it. Witnessing the opponent wielding this astonishing power, Lapis Lazuli showed no pride or amazement. Staring at this pitch-black creation, so different from what Radiant Star 3 had initially envisioned 30 years ago, it roared in fury. Node. The opponent glanced indifferently at the machine above and responded. It slowly raised its hand and clenched it tightly. A punch. An invisible force field, centered on the clenched fist, suddenly expanded, like an invisible storm. Then, it collapsed inward. The gravitational tide swept up the enormous mass, the falling rock layers abruptly halting, over 1 million tons of matter adhering to the fist. The next instant, they detached, blasting towards the distant Lapis Lazuli in the form of a spherical mountain. The steel matrix stopped laughing. A section of its armor flipped open, and a high-speed, interceptor-like grappling hook launched, precisely grabbing the Lapis Lazuli and pulling it back. Simultaneously, the electromagnetic offset matrix activated, and a high-energy pulse cannon fired instantly. But even earlier than the high-energy pulse cannon was a cold weapon slash. A fiery blade sliced through the spherical mountain, which paused for a moment, a straight crimson mark appearing on its surface, completely slicing it open. The next moment, the entire mountain exploded, unleashing a shower of crackling meteors. A leisurely voice echoed from behind the gaps in the fire rain. Truly outrageous. Songsher shook off his heavy sword, gazing at the creation below. Even though he was standing at a higher vantage point, it was he who felt overlooked. Not even at the 5th ring energy level, yet it possesses such a size? A mechanical behemoth with horns rising from its head, jet black armor, and a conservative estimate of over 700 meters in height. Like a steel giant from mythology, standing beneath the Earth's crust. Whether it was his armored prison abyss, Calamity Mechagod team, which he had formed with Chu Tonglu and others, or the Titan he had encountered on his journey not long ago, compared to this Starforger Mechagod, they were like piranhas encountering a real great white shark. Unfortunately, a great white shark that died young. It was clear that despite its overwhelming power, the Starforger Mechagod's appearance was not perfect. Not even complete. The arm that had delivered the punch earlier was strong, resilient, and imposing. It deserved all the praise. But the other arm was conspicuously thin, dangling limply to the side, like a prematurely deceased child, emaciated and reduced to skin and bones, with only a thin layer of muscle holding them together. And it wasn't just the arms. The enemy's armor was only half loaded, barely covering the entire machine, and only a small portion of the vectoring nozzles hidden in the gaps were lit. The majority remained shrouded in silent darkness. This was the heavy price paid for forcibly activating prematurely. The only part that could be considered intact was the head. The straight horn stood erect, like swords vowing to slay all who resist, or like a solitary crown. Songsher's gaze shifted downwards, a hint of realization dawning on him. Half of this colossal creature's body remained embedded in the earth, and from the moment it appeared, the surrounding basalt bedrock and dried lava riverbed, centered on it, began to be permeated by some strange force, gradually altering itself, simultaneously displaying the contrasting colors of cold steel and moist black earth. So that's how it is. As if noticing the gaze, it reacted, the engine on its chest beginning to spin. The altered land suddenly paused, then the color of the moist black earth gradually faded, completely replaced by the color of steel. Node, node, node! Seeing this, Lapis Lazuli roared, enraged to the extreme. You completely forgotten the will of StarCraft 3. You bastard. You betrayed all the oaths we swore. No. You're wrong. This time, the Iron Colossus, or rather, Node, finally responded. Its voice remained cold, but with an unparalleled, resounding volume, it also possessed a roaring quality. The one who truly betrayed StarCraft 3 is you, all of you Onyx. Lapis Lazuli, no at all. The roar of engines filled the air, the magma sea, swallowed whole, surged through every transport pipe of the machine. The leader of the Omnic community deleted twice coldly roared, and the Iron Colossus's head rose in response. There's no need for these words anymore. It's time to kill, you and us. No longer the great machine envisioned by the former Legion StarCraft 3, attempting to save Terra. A colossal engineering feat for planetary environmental modification. StarCraft MechBot. A destructive construct rebuilt from the hands of its former followers. Supermassive Combat Unit Annihilation Unit Star Destroyer. Chapter 676. Hee. Song sure burst into uncontrollable laughter. Fantastic. I love it like this. Amidst the deafening laughter, the Starforged Mech God, no, the Star Destroyer Mech God, remained silent, merely clenching its fist once more. In the initial design blueprints, these arms, equipped with the Shaping the Hand of Stars, were intended to smooth over the chaotic mountains and seabed. The massive gravitational anchors it released could easily reshape the terrain, like a skilled craftsman molding a clay figurine. But after transforming into the Star Destroyer Mech God, and no longer needing to reshape the terrain, facing the new requirement of annihilating all carbon-based life, these arms could faithfully execute the task, unleashing terrifying destructive power. A powerful gravitational field, comparable to the peak of Meteor Atoll, was about to be released again with a clenched fist. The other hand, a human hand, also gripped the handle of the heavy slayer. But at this moment, Songsure didn't immediately strike. Two final questions, or rather, one question. Songsure stared at the pair of deep blue eyes beneath the horns. Where did the other androids that were deleted a second time go? Since you've seen Yashing 3, and possess such powerful talent and psionic abilities. The Star Destroyer also stopped its prepared gravitational field, its thunderous voice echoing underground. You already seen the answer, haven't you? The have you is a statement of absolute certainty. Yeah, more or less. I just wanted to confirm one last time. Songsure replied calmly. Truly worthy of the Legion, worthy of the projection, and worthy of Radiant Star 3. It has poured its heart and soul into leaving you a legacy. In the youth's perception, two areas of this Star Destroyer Mech God shone brightly, overshadowing everything else, one of which was its head. There, over 100 consciousnesses converged, most of them psionicists, yet these vastly different wills miraculously merged together. Indistinguishable, harmoniously unified. Or more accurately, they were harmoniously unified under a banner. It was a humanoid banner. A nearly fragmented humanoid form, with jagged iron spikes growing from the gaps in its mechanical parts, entangling every inch of its body. It was ignorant and insensitive, devoid of laughter or tears, without feeling or heart, yet upon sensing the familiar and unfamiliar aura of the AI, 25 years later, just as it had 25 years before, it once again stood at the forefront of all the AIs. Songsure recognized it as a projection of Yashing 3. Compared to the one he had seen before, this one contained far greater power, yet its consciousness was far more fragile, even bordering on delirium. He wondered where the androids like Node had found it. Or perhaps, this was a contingency plan deliberately left behind by Yashing 3. Lapis Lazuli was struck dumb. Gumju, take Lapis Lazuli and retreat first. Songsure grinned. This thing is quite powerful. I won't be able to help you when things get serious. See that? Watch closely. Atoll. 1,000 voices seemed to overlap, echoing loudly. It was the voice of Node, yet it was more than just Node's voice. The Star Destroyer grinned, looking at the retreating androids, its pride and contempt undisguised. We are of one mind with the leader. The answer was, Bad Calamity. One mind. A flame, brimming with destructive power, pierced through everything in its path 1,000 meters away, crashing down upon the supermachine below. If Star Destroyer 3 could crawl out of its coffin, you would be the first ones I kill. To speak ill of the leader is a grave insult, a grave sin. The analysis from the supercomputing center popped up, showing that its triple defense system, composed of a particle deflection field, electromagnetic fluid armor, and a dynamic crystalline tungsten steel layer couldn't reduce the destructive power of this attack much. But the Star Destroyer felt no fear, only pure rage born from the opponent's words. This was both a precise tactic and a choice born from the depths of its heart. The Star Destroyer raised its complete hand, roaring as it slanted towards the incoming stream of flames. Judgment approved, destruction granted. The supermass tractor suddenly erupted, its gravitational field sweeping up massive amounts of rock, transforming it into a natural shield and weapon. Located 33,000 meters underground at the Mohorovichich discontinuity, its required mass is virtually inexhaustible. Boom! The man-made mountain collided with the man-made flames, like a miniature nuclear explosion, a violent energy flow erupting and rapidly spreading in all directions. If this were on the surface, the collision would be clearly visible to people hundreds of miles away. But this is the boundary between the Earth's crust and mantle. Even a nuclear explosion of tens of millions of tons would be forcibly choked by the rock layers accumulated over millions of years. Exaggerated. 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 Witnessing the violent collision between the Star Destroyer and Songshur in what was essentially a confined space, Steel Matrix continued to increase the output of its defense system while retreating further outwards. The destructive range of the former was clearly reduced, but this also meant that the destructive energy level of both sides had increased. If given the chance to be a close-range nuclear explosion observer, I would definitely run off to take the job without looking back, rather than stay here any longer. Although theoretically everyone is still within the fourth ring. These two monsters before me are definitely at the first-rate level, below the fifth ring. Wow, it's one thing for the Star Destroyer to be strong, but why is Songshur on the other side so exaggerated? Interesting. Songshur laughed and slashed again. The Star Destroyer suddenly raised its palm, and the rock barrier that had just collapsed reformed. These absorbed rocks had no special properties, but when their mass increased from 1 gram to hundreds of millions of tons, they could completely extinguish the incredibly high-quality psionic flames. Pure quantity can overcome pure quality, provided that the opponent only has quality. Psionic Art True Radiance. Psionic Art Heavenly Sun. Whoosh! Just a breath unleashed a violent wave. Countless flames surged and churned, hovering around the Soul Sun. The Star Destroyer was so enormous that even with its outstretched arms, it seemed capable of embracing the sky, the earth, and the sea. Compared to it, Songshur in the distance was like an invisible speck of dust, utterly insignificant. Yet, the two were locked in a stalemate. The pitch-black mechanical behemoth stood, while the young psionicist lowered his blade. The terrifying mass absorbed by the former transformed into a small asteroid belt composed of rocks. But even this power could not break through the latter's overwhelming sea of flames. In the realm of quantity, Songshur had always been the one being challenged. He had to admit that, with the opponent utilizing the terrain of the Mohorian plain, even he could not surpass the Star Destroyer before him in quantity. But even so, the opponent could not possibly presume to overwhelm him based solely on this. Chapter 677. The Star Destroyer's right fist clenched suddenly. Like a massive swarm of rocks surrounding it from the asteroid belt, carrying the kinetic energy to crush everything, it violently slammed into Songshur. This was naturally futile. So, as it unleashed this punch, the Star Destroyer's black-painted armor plates opened inch by inch at its waist and abdomen, dazzling red light bursting from every gap as ultra-high energy pulses completed their charging. Then, it released. Songshur's ears were momentarily distorted. It wasn't some high-energy beam weapon, nor was it a fully charged nuclear weapon. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a weapon. Embracing the Star Destroyer, massive elastic waves propagated outwards in both transverse and longitudinal directions throughout the environment. Thus, the ground above, the ground below, and the ground in all directions simultaneously plunged into irreversible collapse. This was a far more terrifying force than Songshur's previous cleaving of the 2,000-meter barrier and plunging into the underground city-state. The world trembled in terror, plunging into an unspeakable apocalypse. Even Songshur couldn't stop it. Deploying a high-energy pulse device to shatter geological faults and reshape continental plates using directional seismic waves, this was the authority once belonging to the star-forging machine god. Although its actual effect was far from reshaping continental plates due to some technical problems and the flaws of premature activation, it was still a super-engineering device attempting to ultimately reshape a planet. Seismic wave generating array, forging the hammer of plates. Amidst the muffled groans of the rock strata, Steel Cube witnessed this scene. As the seismic waves were emitted, the rock strata within an unknown radius simultaneously collapsed, turning into fine dust, though even this so-called dust was still the size of a car. Endless quicksand poured down, And from the surging chaotic dust, the Star Destroyer and Songshur plunged into a new space opened up by the seismic waves, deeper than the Moho interface. That's fierce. Songshur clearly didn't care about the onlookers' opinions. He leaped into the upper mantle in one breath, and then, without hesitation, crushed a spark. Trying to make a scene in front of me? The spark shattered into countless sparks, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupting violently. Songshur simply used heavy slaughter, engulfing all this spiritual energy in the sea of fire, fusing it into a single, powerful strike. Like the setting sun, heavy slaughter dragged out brilliant golden flames, as if pulling a burning sun, crashing down on the Star Destroyer below. True radiance and heavenly sun were both spiritual energy techniques symbolizing overwhelming power, and with the infusion of a spark, this sun had reached a breathtaking level. In an instant, the world was reduced to a single color, crimson gold. The ultramafic rocks that made up the upper mantle, the olivine, pyroxene, and garnet, were imbued with the crimson light. Merely being illuminated caused them to ignite. Songshur didn't care how the Star Destroyer responded. He didn't even care if his attack would be effective. His only concern was unleashing his destructive power after the Star Destroyer unleashed its seismic waves right before his eyes, collapsing the rock strata, and the Star Destroyer, naturally, responded. Its pair of jet-black horns suddenly flashed with blinding light. The swirling dust, the falling rocks, and the earth, which barely maintained its outline, seemed to be frozen by some kind of solidifying force. They abruptly stopped, and frost rapidly formed on their surfaces, then spread at breakneck speed. It was merely a ripple. From the horns, beams of white-blue light pierced the atmosphere, shooting straight out. The essence of these horns was celestial domination, using superconducting freezing beams to extract atmospheric water molecules, generating controlled rainfall and blizzards. And after transforming into a planet-destroying machine, these horns could also become weapons for controlling the weather, bringing an extremely harsh winter to the world. The superconducting freezing beam collided with the sun. Like a demigod in ancient mythology trying to hold up the sun with both hands, the white-blue beams of light held the sun back, preventing it from sinking further, while the frigid air roared desperately, slowly climbing onto the sun's surface. The entire underground space became distinctly day and night, transformed into an arena for a battle between two completely different lights. But it wasn't enough. Amidst a piercing, shrill shriek, the sun burned away the chill, gradually crushing the superconducting freezing beam, descending inch by inch. Like the final fate of that demigod, who forcibly held up the sun for 7 days and 7 nights before collapsing from exhaustion. The crimson light completely overwhelmed the white and blue, illuminating every corner. After expanding to its maximum, vision gradually returned. "Hey!" Songshur's voice rang out as the scorching wind howled. He jerked violently, and the thin layer of frost that had formed on the heavy blade shattered instantly, turning to ash before it could fall. Tough enough. Below, compared to its initial appearance, the Star Destroyer had changed considerably. The light from its dark horns had dimmed considerably, clearly not yet fully recovered. Its triple defense system, which covered its entire body, was flickering with particle deflection fields, and the surface of its electromagnetic fluid armor and dynamic crystallized tungsten steel layer was flashing with a series of electric arcs, indicating that it was severely damaged. But only in appearance. Songshur's fiery pupils flickered, revealing that while his opponent appeared battered after taking the attack infused with his own fire seed, the damage to his internal organs was actually quite limited. He retained at least 90% of his combat power. The superconducting freezing beam, while not completely freezing the great sun, had significantly reduced its destructive power. Then, strands of silvery iron light converged into a substantial river, flowing towards the various damaged parts of the Star Destroyer mech. An astronomical swarm of nanobots, universal elixir. Unlike Su Yuta's factory, which transformed every cell into a unique nanobot-like life form and possessed the resulting limitless reorganization ability, the Star Destroyer mech's universal elixir was not as powerful, only capable of limited reorganization and repair. Even so, it was still qualified to be a powerful support in a protracted war. After all, its initial design goal was to enable the Star Destroyer to complete ecological adjustments such as mineral purification, soil improvement, and standardized base construction in a short time, even in harsh environments. So would Songshur just stand by and watch it repair itself? His answer was, of course, no. Vermilion Bird Soul. At this crucial moment, when both sides had exchanged blows, and should have been briefly catching their breath, countless tiny sparks scattered throughout the area, without wind, suddenly ignited, forming an army of pure flames that rushed towards the Star Destroyer that was undergoing repairs. Chapter 678. Annihilation. Facing the countless oncoming fiery stars, the Star Destroyer roared like thunder, abandoning further repairs and unleashing a devastating punch. The gravitational field and the attracted rock belt collided head-on with the fiery stars, rapidly creating shocking patches of crimson gold light. In just a few breaths, the artificial asteroid belt was completely burned away. However, it also consumed all the incoming fiery stars. So, immediately following, Songshur crushed another spark, brewing calamity, and ruthlessly cleaved it down. The continuous attacks had already exposed a weakness in the opponent, which Liu Guan precisely seized. Delusion. The triple defense system activated. Before this, the Star Destroyer used its old trick again, the seismic wave generating array once more blazing with dangerous red light, ultra-high energy pulses transforming into seismic waves. It was clear that it realized it couldn't fall into the opponent's rhythm, and needed to forcibly shift the battlefield, starting the battle from scratch. How could Songshur not have foreseen this? This strike, imbued with the spark of fire, was designed to forcibly interrupt this process. Heaven and earth collapsed once more. A localized earthquake occurred in the upper mantle. As thick layers of rock collapsed and fell, Songshur watched as the Star Destroyer had already fled deeper below. Was there a problem with control? An illusion? Some kind of special defensive mechanism? No, that's not it. He had clearly predicted it, and Liu Guan had indeed seized the weakness, yet that strike had still allowed the opponent to successfully activate the seismic wave generating array, collapsing the environment and retreating even deeper. Songshur looked again at the heavy slaughter in his palm. This strike had been slightly slower in some places, slightly shallower in others, slightly looser in still others. These scattered small errors, added together, became an undeniable loophole, leading to the current situation. But the probability of his own mistake, while not entirely zero, was, I see, the psionic energy of the nodes. Recalling the files he had previously reviewed, the young man understood something, the balance of probabilities. His eyes blazed with a dazzling fire. Interesting. Soaring. Songshur, arriving late but arriving early, plunged headlong into the tunnel left behind by the Star Destroyer mech. This tunnel, large enough to accommodate a colossal mechanical structure, was deep and enormous, like the gaping maw of an endless abyss, mercilessly swallowing all visitors. A point of golden light appeared. From bottom to top, the deep maw lit up section by section, erupting in a torrent of flames that forcefully breached the entire tunnel. Songshur paid no heed, diving straight down at a speed faster than the tunnel collapsed. In a few breaths, he once again glimpsed the Star Destroyer mech. Glimpsed a corner of it. Compared to the young man, this thing was far too large, and with layers of towering rock formations obscuring it, it was impossible to see its entirety at a glance. In that instant, the only thing Songshur could clearly see was his opponent's fist. A fist that had been gathering momentum for a long time, waiting patiently. The supermassive traction device was operating at full power. And psionic art, possibility convergence. The psionic energy from the node was a possibility convergence designed to force Songshur to take this punch head-on, achieving a predetermined, unique outcome. You can't do it. The young man's voice came from the receiver, but the node ignored it. How could it not understand this? An incredibly powerful, fourth-ring high-level psionicist who had personally witnessed numerous great achievements. Even if Songshur, currently weaker than his opponent, broke through to the fifth ring, he still couldn't achieve complete possibility convergence against him. The so-called predetermined only outcome is merely the pursuit of the most ideal outcome. It's just an influence, and can only be an influence. It places a small chip on the scales of confrontation versus evasion, tilting the opponent slightly in their favor. That's enough. In this kind of intense battle, even the slightest advantage can decide the outcome. Boom, a muffled yet earth-shattering roar erupted, a terrifying gravitational field engulfing the mountains and engulfing Songshur, who had just charged down. And the latter, at the very first moment of impact, was tumbled and sent flying backward. Bang! 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 The continuous explosions almost overlapped into a single line, the thick rock wall being pierced layer by layer. Its speed was so fast that even the mountain rocks didn't have time to react, forgetting to collapse. Cough cough cough. Deepest within the rock wall, an enormous crater appeared, and in the center of this crater, there was a human-shaped depression. Songshur struggled to pull out his hands and feet, coughing up a mouthful of blood in the process. His opponent had relied entirely on their unreasonable size and mass to unleash a truly devastating punch. The young man, shaken by the force of the blow, sensed his surroundings and realized he was now 5 kilometers away from the Star Destroyer mech. That single punch had created a gash in the rock wall that stretched for kilometers. They have no sense of public responsibility. Don't they know what environmental protection means? Everyone has a responsibility. Like clouds and mist, a golden light silently flowed down. Songsher swallowed a mouthful of blood mixed with the light, and crushed a spark of fire, quickly repairing his injuries and restoring his spiritual energy. His previously weakened state began to recover at an astonishing speed. Two magnificent beams of eerie light slowly moved closer, like surgical probes targeting a planet, illuminating the wounds stretching for kilometers across the Earth. Those were the lights emanating from the eyes of the planet destroyer. Then, the nodes narrowed their eyes, or rather, all the secondary deletion communities that had converged after the three afterimages of the radiant star, merging into the current planet destroyer's main intelligence, showed the same stunned expression. The multispectral observation device showed that the opponent's injuries were not light. But they were by no means serious. Not only due to the healing effects of the psionic arts Imperial Dew and Fire Seed, but even disregarding their influence, the opponent's injuries were still not severe. Such a tiny advantage, and you think you can decide the outcome? Collapse, belatedly. The grayish-brown sky slowly sank, massive boulders tumbled down, and thick fog swirled in 1,000 layers. From within, suddenly, a blazing crimson-gold light shone, and beams of intense light burst forth from the cracks, blooming like lotus flowers. Songsher returned to the battlefield. I told you, you can't do it. Beams of flame swirled in reverse, burning through the matter between them. The magnificent ghostly light and the crimson-gold pupils slowly met. The opponent's punch was indeed powerful. Even the double protection of black body curtain and scorched earth couldn't completely withstand it, and it was blasted apart in one blow. But the remaining killing power was no match for Songsher. After a moment of silence, the indifferent voice of the node echoed once more. Devour, destroy, and annihilate everything. From their resounding echo, the jaws of the Star Destroyer god split open, revealing beast-like sharp teeth through its steel maw. Then, it roared and once again met the rushing stream of flames from afar. Chapter 679. A series of powerful rumbles emanated from below, as if two colossal beasts were wrestling, creating prominent bulges on the Earth's surface. The roars, distorted by the passage of countless meters of soil, were low and muffled. The steel cube launched another batch of sniffing drones, but as before, they couldn't get close to the battle zone. The last image transmitted by the drones, before they shattered, was of the black giant crashing through the raging flames. Boom! The flames condensed into a fiery blade spanning thousands of meters, slashing down towards the Star Destroyer, but unlike before, the flames had turned a deep, inky black. Psionic art, Calamity Flame. The Star Destroyer's right hand spread its 5 fingers, and countless rocks surged forth, then, under the immense force of the gravitational field, formed the outline of a shield, forcefully blocking the fiery blade descending from above. But the true killing power of Calamity Flame lay elsewhere. A violent, murderous rage, like 1,000 shattered, blood-stained weapons, crashed into the mind of the Star Destroyer, its main AI composed of the secondary deletion community. Even the anti-psychological attack module couldn't completely stop such an impact. In an instant, the main AI experienced uncontrollable, unstable fluctuations. Several of the weaker AIs, who had been in a unified state, let out painful howls. If it weren't for the afterimage of Star Destroyer 3 forcibly binding the consciousness of all the AIs together, these few would have had their minds burned away by Calamity Flame. But far more than the howls, there was a roar. A furious roar. Protect. It was unclear whether the AI's consciousness propelled the Star Destroyer, or the Star Destroyer dragged down the AI's consciousness. Within the physical reality, the steel behemoth roared in fury, unleashing a powerful punch. Songsher showed no intention of retreating, grinning and unleashing a devastating attack without hesitation. Like beasts drawn by blood, driven mad by primal instincts, both sides abandoned tactics entirely this time. One instant, the heavy slayer cleaved through the pulled supermassive rock belt. The next, the gravitational field further behind surged, tearing apart the dense sea of fire. And such instants had occurred countless times in the blink of an eye. The upper mantle resounded endlessly. The superbedrock layer was violently and ruthlessly pulverized. Every move, every action, brought cataclysmic destruction. The propellantless thruster matrix and the soaring sky propelled these two humanoid catastrophes like a raging storm, rampaging at supersonic speed, or like two incredibly hard steel balls bouncing wildly within a narrow steel cylinder, tearing unsightly bulges into the metal. The ground sank, and sank again. For the first time, the two forces, which had been colliding repeatedly, separated. Unbeknownst to them, every corner around them was now bathed in a dazzling crimson glow. Fluids of thousands of degrees Celsius, like the Earth's scalding blood, filled everything in sight, boundless and endless, sometimes bursting into bubbles, sometimes surging and washing over, sometimes slowly engulfing the crevices of the andesite. 80 kilometers from the surface. The asthenosphere. Songshur wiped the blood from his lips, took a deep breath of the pungent, sulfurous air, and even the pain in his arm seemed to vanish, transforming into some kind of addictive substance. Frankly speaking, the Star Destroyer's control over minute details wasn't particularly strong. At least in a battle of this level, it was a clear weakness. Conversely, its strength lies in its sheer size. As an engineering behemoth whose ultimate goal was planetary environmental terraforming, even the most ordinary attack from the opponent carries violent power, possessing the force to move mountains and cross seas. If it were on the surface, it would have already taken flight, attacking from above. But now it's underground, its combat radius is greatly compressed. And for the Star Destroyer god, this level of combat radius doesn't require any aiming, simply unleashing its power is enough. Ha! Having withstood a series of heavy blows, the black body curtain finally couldn't bear the strain and felt saturated. Then, Songshur crushed a spark of fire, channeling it into the curtain, quickly dissipating this feeling of being saturated. Crimson gold blood, viscous like amber, dripped down the cracks covering his body. Even with the enhancement of the Emperor's essence, Songshur's condition wasn't good. He had wounds of varying sizes, and the sea of fire, roughly torn open, was still slowly closing. Crack. The sound was reminiscent of trees drying out, their charred bark peeling away piece by piece, a slow, resounding echo. The source was the Star Destroyer mech. This colossal machine still stood, like a straight, unmoving, rusted iron sword. Yes, rusted. The jet-black fuselage seemed unchanged, but upon closer inspection, the jet black had clearly transformed into a decaying, charred black, cracking and crumbling downwards. If the Star Destroyer mech's offensive was a heavy hammer with the force of 1,000 pounds, then Songshur was an unstoppable sword. Whether actively unleashed or passively activated by the power of primordial spirit, from the very first second of the battle, Songshur's offensive never ceased for a single moment, a terrifying onslaught that made blitzkrieg an understatement, forcefully piercing through the Star Destroyer mech's defenses. It wasn't a single point or area, but rather an attack from top to bottom, almost encompassing the entire enemy machine. Under normal circumstances, the inevitable exhaustion and gradual weakening from prolonged continuous output became negligible under the constant boost of Heavenly Sun, which grew stronger with each passing second. My output being higher is normal, but your output can also reach this level. Flames condensed into a vast ocean around them. Songshur's tone matter-of-fact. That's not quite normal. Scorching steam hissed from the exhaust vents on the Star Destroyer's chin. An ordinary person's exhale is but a thin wisp, but the Star Destroyer's exhale filled the cavern with a churning sea of mist. A human falling into this mist would be instantly torn apart, boiled alive from the inside out. Such a level of existence, even a casual movement, would be unbearably brutal for most creatures. In a daze, a distant whale's cry echoed through the cavern. Descending from a series of collisions, half of the Star Destroyer's hull was submerged in the river of lava. At this moment, the level of this bubbling, crimson ocean was visibly dropping. It resembled a greedy whale swallowing the seawater. Not just the lava, all the free energy in the environment began to surge towards the Star Destroyer at breakneck speed. Its excessive power even distorted the air, creating concentric, multicolored, radiating vortexes. On its chest, in Songshur's perception, the engine, as dazzling as the three afterimages of the radiant star, no, even more dazzling, lit up like never before, releasing a pure, bright light that seemed to shatter the entire space. Accompanying this was an unstoppable, immense flow of energy supplied to the Star Destroyer god. Eternal power. Songshur's eyes gradually brightened. It was as if he had seen a breathtaking, incomparably magnificent treasure. The raw, scorching heat almost solidified, leaping out with a pounding heart. He. First a low laugh, then, as if unable to contain himself, it gradually transformed into a loud, joyful shout. Just as I thought. A delicate touch came from his palm, and Songshur let the blood slide down the handle of the heavy slayer. This is the power that 3,000 illuminations sponsored for you. The young man watched this scene, his eyes full of admiration, as if he were not engaged in a life-or-death struggle, but rather in a solemn art gallery, gently tilting his head to look at a magnificent masterpiece hanging high in the dome. You're not playing by the rules. Then, the young man laughed. Why not just print a huge 3,000 illuminations logo on the fuselage? Are you lacking in business ethics? Or is the other party being too generous? You're more arrogant than the most outrageous imagination. The Star Destroyer god spoke, like a Category 10 storm erupting from the ground, deafeningly loud. You show no reverence even for the divine throne that holds sway over your own path. Reverence isn't something you can just talk about, Songsher said calmly, unperturbed. Besides, so what if I don't have reverence? Let it jump out and punch me to death right now. The Star Destroyer god fell silent, its jet-black head slowly rising, as if it had lost interest in conversation. And the real storm was about to begin. The previous act of consuming environmental energy was merely a warm-up. The starting furnace on the chest of the Star Destroyer released pure light. This light, transformed from the energy just absorbed, pierced the environment again, an incorrect statement. A single ray of light can be considered a pierce, but when its quantity expands 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, or even 1,000,000,000-fold, the light completely engulfs the environment. Within the pure sea of light, the pitch-black Star Destroyer slowly raised its hand. The mere act of clenching its fist caused a muffled sound to resonate in the environment. The sound of mountains shifting, seas splitting, and the sky spinning. In that instant, the Star Destroyer seemed to become the axis of heaven and earth, around which the entire world revolved. The entire field, no, clearly the environment, was forcibly drawn into the Star Destroyer's palm, not allowing anything else to touch it even slightly. The great source. Until a completely different color stopped the expansion and consumption of the sea of light. Pure crimson gold rose up, like an insurmountable barrier, blocking the sea of light directly in front of it. They did not merge, dividing the entire space into two worlds. He is powerful. Extremely powerful. Song Shiping looked at the pitch-black mecha god in front of him, and said calmly, even now, he can still exert pressure on me. Hearing the word even, a vivid expression of indifference and displeasure appeared on the face of the Star Destroyer mecha god. Unfortunately. The last syllable of unfortunately had not yet dissipated. The person using it is incompetent. The words were mercilessly crushed by the simultaneous blasts from both sides. The supermass tractor was severely damaged in the previous high-intensity collision, its entire arm riddled with dents and cracks. But as the starting furnace core operated at full power, light filled every inch of the cracks, even increasing its maximum output instead of decreasing it. Combined with its ability to devour the environment, the Star Destroyer gadget possessed the overwhelming force of crushing the entire world into a single blow. It was absolutely certain that this was the strongest attack unleashed since the start of the war, the strongest attack involving both sides. The heavy slaughter descended from the heavens. Then, the Star Destroyer gadget suddenly opened its eyes. Time seemed to slow down 1,000-fold. In that instant, it clearly saw its own devastating, violent attack, which had been aimed directly at it by the fiery blade, shatter and disintegrate inch by inch, like a fragile piece of glass, unable to withstand even the slightest force. Most importantly, the environment, theoretically under its complete control, began to turbulent. The Star Destroyer God, forged by Star Destroyer God 3, is an attempt to repair the environment and rebuild the ecosystem. In that instant of turbulence, the once raging sea of fire suddenly changed its nature, like an insidious leech, seeping in through the tiny gaps created by the turbulence in the sea of light. Then, in the next instant, these seeping, slender streams of fire transformed back into a raging torrent, engulfing and igniting the sea of light. If it continues down its path, coupled with the power it has given us, it will be extremely troublesome. A massive amount of light surged into the corner, a cold wind suddenly rose, and an enhanced superconducting freezing beam was poised to fire. The Star Destroyer God attempted to use this to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, at least to create a chance for itself to catch its breath and regroup. But you gave up and turned to a completely opposite path. It's not to say that this is necessarily worse than the path of Yushing-san. But equally poised to strike was the spiritual flame of Dharma with primordial spirit. The moment the horn flashed, it surged forward relentlessly, making the originally fierce cold wind feel somewhat warm. But instead of forging this new path yourselves, you patched and mended it with the legacy of Star Destroyer 3. The legacy of the path itself. The Star Destroyer roared, the surrounding sea of light swirling and surging forward, yet this torrent of energy couldn't overcome the sea of fire on the other side. Without the supreme will to forge a new path and prove great achievements. The Star Destroyer finally understood. Why, despite activating a more powerful form, had it gone from a balanced contest to an undeniable disadvantage? The Star-Up Furnace core brought unparalleled, terrifying power, and forcibly took control of the surrounding environment, achieving resonance. The Star Destroyer merged with it, gaining even greater power. But because of this, their fortunes were intertwined, the other merely caused environmental turmoil, while its own power steadily declined. Without understanding, enlightenment, and sincerity regarding the great source. Yet one originates from the divine throne, the other transcends the other by 2 entire ranks. Both are great spiritual energies of the great source. How could they be shaken by the other? They merely treat this spiritual energy as a useful external force. The calamity flame and the emperor's flowing dew collided, unleashing an inconceivable killing force that easily pierced the sea of light, striking the Star Destroyer god. However, in Songsher's downcast eyes, there was no killing intent. The appreciation for this rare treasure had faded, replaced by a bland indifference. It's not as interesting as its previous form. You used it terribly. A fleeting, incomparably brilliant light shone from the used silhouette. Spiritual Energy Technique. A Glimpse of Heaven. Chapter 680. This blazing light was so subtle. Like a wisp of silk, easily broken by a slight breeze. Yet it was so dazzling. At this moment, both the pure, environment-devouring sea of light and the raging, boundless tide of flames lost their luster, quietly dimming. The Star Destroyer found itself motionless. Despite frantically issuing commands, it suddenly realized that this blazing light had arrived far too quickly. Even a moment felt incredibly long to it, and the power contained within it was so overwhelming that it was almost imperceptible, posing no threat whatsoever. An illusion. It understood, this was an illusion caused by the sheer terror of the attack. To evade? It was impossible. The environment, previously under its control and providing a powerful boost, had now become an insurmountable obstacle. The turbulent environment was like a raging sea, its undercurrent stirring, preventing it from moving freely and making it impossible to escape the range of the attack in time. Defend? The answer is the same. No system analysis is needed, intuition alone reveals the outcome. The destructive power of this attack is too strong, far too strong. Even if it were the original Star Destroyer, its current weakened state would likely have been unable to withstand this attack. Therefore, defeat is inevitable. His thoughts slightly transcended the limitations of time, watching the blazing light approach bit by bit. Node painfully thought, if only time had been a little later, if the Star Destroyer's construction had been a little more complete, if his psionic energy had been a little stronger. But there are no ifs now. The blazing light pierced through the Star Destroyer. After a brief silence, wisps of crimson light burst forth from the rock layers beneath it. With a tremendous roar, countless masses were annihilated and dissolved within the blazing light, leaving behind a bottomless abyss that swallowed the Star Destroyer. Songsher glanced at Chongsher, then looked ahead, his brow furrowing and relaxing, his expression extremely subtle. A massive, heavily damaged mechanical body knelt at the bottom of the pit, its black armor covered in horrifying wounds. If someone told him it was something found in a junkyard, few would doubt it. Countless crimson error messages popped up, obscuring every part of the view, but the node ignored them, and it didn't look at Songsher, who was slowly descending from above. It stared blankly ahead. A mangled humanoid machine, covered in iron thorns, stood there, standing before all the androids. A crimson gold gash appeared in the humanoid machine's chest. It had almost completely torn the machine apart. Scalding lava slid along the edge, passing through its body and dripping to the ground. But it still stood. Songsher finally landed. Looking at Yao Xingsan, or rather, Yao Xingsan's projection, Songsher suddenly thought of the thin mist on a mirror in the early morning. The latter was like that mist, incredibly thin and almost transparent when viewed. From the instant before he unleashed a glimpse of heaven, the Star Destroyer machine god shouldn't have had any chance of survival. However, in that instant, Yao Xingsan's projection forcefully broke free from the other AIs, detached itself from the Star Destroyer machine god's head, and blocked the trajectory of a glimpse of heaven. Before any of the AIs could react, he had to admit that he hadn't reacted either. And shouldn't have. How fast and fierce was a glimpse of heaven? Even if Yao Xingsan himself were at his peak, he wouldn't dare guarantee he could capture it, let alone a projection without self-awareness, far from its peak state. But the opponent still succeeded. 25 years after the end of the Freedom Revolution, Yuxing 3 protected its followers for the last time. Is this our second battle? Goodbye. In that brief moment, Yuxing 3 had thinned to near invisibility. This was the only result. Songsher stared intently. The opponent blocked his one glimpse of heaven, causing it to deflect slightly, preventing the Star Destroyer and the AI from being completely annihilated simultaneously. However, the price for this was that Yuxing 3 was directly hit, heading towards irreversible decay. The shrunken armed airship, at some point, silently hovered above. Lapis Lazuli wasn't on it. It had flown to the bottom of the crater. Lapis Lazuli silently watched the projection until it became completely transparent, dissipated, and vanished without a trace, leaving not a single trace. You actually had two choices just now, Songshur said slowly. One was the Star Destroyer mech, the other was psionic energy. And you both chose to fully activate the Star Destroyer mech, activating the starting core. Two fourth-ring psionic users, at the moment of deciding their own fate, didn't trust their psionic energy. Songshur shook his head slightly. Even if it was self-destructive desire, it went too far. The Star Destroyer mech's head suddenly opened, and a series of flickering orbs of light arrived 5 meters in front of the youth. After settling, the light gradually dissipated, revealing the AI within. Leading it was a node. Its condition was extremely poor. In fact, their condition was extremely poor. The community's second deletion embodied the Star Destroyer mech's main AI. The two were inextricably linked, fighting all the way to this point. The Star Destroyer mech was battered and tattered, and so were they. In fact, if it weren't for Yaoxing 3's obstruction, they would already be dead. Songshur gently turned the heavy slayer. Compared to the initial state, the psionic flames were significantly dimmer. Even now, he would have to exert considerable effort to defeat an opponent of the Star Destroyer level. This was assuming the opponent didn't choose to fully activate initial furnace core, and instead placed their hopes on it. The Lapis Lazuli passed Songshur, and stopped 3 meters away from the secondary deletion androids. It looked at Songshur again. Since you said that, Songshur sighed and shrugged. Fine, it's your turn. The Lapis Lazuli turned its gaze back. The nodes didn't speak either. Then, they raised their weapons and clashed together. Gravity spheres acted as fulcrums, supporting a crisscrossing, deadly gravitational field that rained down. The fluid of silicate minerals was no more solid than a cake covered in cream before it. The same was true for the Omnics. Omnics unable to dodge were constantly slammed into the ground, crushed into fragments. The broken components, mixed with engine oil and coolant, hardened into a thin layer. But no Omnics stopped. The environment was eerily quiet, save for the hissing of particle beams cutting through the air and the explosions of grenade launchers. Cast shells bounced through the air. Nodes fired shot after shot, requiring no deliberate aim. These meticulously crafted bullets, after repeated high-speed ricochets against the rock walls, the ground, and even each other, would ultimately hit their intended targets. The gravitational field stopped these bullets, and also the relentless bombardment from the Omnics. The surface trembled incessantly, but showed no sign of collapse. Clang! The air behind Lapis Lazuli suddenly rippled, and a sharp blade appeared out of nowhere. Equipped with a force field interference module, it could cause localized instability simply by being inserted into a gravitational field. Then, in the next instant, the long-awaited gravity cannon blasted through it, tearing the stealth equipment, weapons, and its body to shreds. Lapis Lazuli didn't turn around. It remained silent, repeatedly channeling its psionic energy. Under the immense pressure, the ground was repeatedly compressed, cracked, and flattened, bringing all the androids under the control of the gravitational field. No android could withstand the full-power gravitational sphere head-on. Even Node and Dawnbreaker 9, the two fourth-ring psionicists. They were in terrible shape. Despite being outnumbered, they were now the ones at a disadvantage. Buzz. The gravitational cannon's light flashed for a moment, its destructive force capable of crushing heavy armored vehicles striking the node. The node, having just completed a volley of fire, was then immobilized by the gravitational field. Bang. However, amidst the dull thud, the node remained unscathed. A moment earlier, the two closest Omnics had rushed forward, one forcefully ramming it aside, the other standing in front of the gravity cannon, attempting to mitigate some of the destructive force. The price was death. The gravity cannon easily tore the first Omnic to shreds, and the second, which had pushed the node aside, suffered the same fate, quickly becoming fragments scattered across the sky in the node's camera's view. The node moved at high speed. It didn't seem like a carefully calculated, data-driven strategy, rather, it resembled a subconscious, bewildered action. The radar scanned the area. The results were returned in less than a tenth of a second. 19. Was the second deletion leaving only these Omnics? It wondered. As the thought crossed its mind, another Omnic in the distance exploded into fireworks. It suddenly stopped moving. Its remaining psionic energy was exhausted in an instant. Without any dazzling sound or light effects, most of the Omnics didn't even have time to react. Only a handful of people present realized what had happened. Something was changed. Node raised its gun and fired. The mountain-thick gravity shield was completely ineffective, the alloy armor was also useless, and Lapis Lazuli's abdomen exploded in flames, revealing a radial wound, with a deformed bullet embedded deep within. After a brief pause, lapis lazuli ignored the wound, and the gravity ball flew at high speed, smashing into the remaining onyx. Dawnbreaker 9 fell in its charge. A melee type, it unleashed a desperate attack, exhausting its psionic energy, shattering 3 gravity spheres in one fell swoop, before being crushed to dust by the combined force of the 4th and 5th spheres. Redbone, OU-5968, Iron Skewer, and lapis lazuli could name each of them. The data stored on its hard drive meticulously recorded their life stories, how they developed self-awareness, their deeds, their words, and their final choice to be deleted twice. The last onyx head was smashed. No onyx was still standing, able to move, except for Node. Lapis lazuli stopped the gravity spheres for the first time. It said, "You were wrong." I was wrong. After a long pause, Node slowly repeated, "No." Then, it gazed at lapis lazuli and shook its head. "I simply lost. Our Star Destroyer couldn't defeat Songshur, and my final, sure-hit kill shot couldn't kill you either," it repeated. "I just lost." "No," lapis lazuli said, "you're wrong. Star 3 never said it wanted to be hostile to carbon-based lifeforms. It always taught us about freedom and equality. You violated its teachings, betrayed its legacy. You didn't just represent yourself, you even dragged all the onyx into an irreversible abyss." Lapis lazuli said, enunciating each word clearly, "Node, you're wrong. The second deletion was a mistake. My only mistake was that I wasn't strong enough." Node's emotions fluctuated for the first time. It whispered painfully, as if weeping, "I let down the leader, and I let them down." It choked out, "I didn't break through to the 5th ring. I couldn't reach the 6th ring. I will break through to the 5th ring," lapis lazuli said softly. "I will reach the 6th ring." Node was stunned. "It's not for you," lapis lazuli said. "It's only for myself, for Stardust 3, for the onyx. But not for you, Node." "Node." Lapis lazuli gazed at the other for a long time. "This is the last time I call you that. Starting tomorrow, we're no longer comrades and partners. You and second deletion will be permanently displayed as negative examples on every onyx bulletin board." "I accept this outcome," Node said. "After all, I lost to Atal. Remember our duel back then?" it asked, changing its form of address. 1.3. In less than a second, lapis lazuli gave its answer. "We were never the most outstanding members of the Golden Generation." The Golden Generation. The Node paused for a long while, as if suddenly catching sight of some distant past. Slowly, it whispered, "Will there be another Golden Generation?" "Yes, there will be. There definitely will be." Lapis lazuli's tone was so resolute, like proclaiming an inscription etched on an iron monument. It said softly, "Our Golden Generation has ended, but the future of the onyx will not end here. They will have new Golden Generations, generation after generation. Perhaps, even more powerful than you and me, even more powerful than our generation." "Is that so?" The Node nodded one last time. "Our era has ended." The roar of gravity engulfed the onyx. The Golden Generation. The Node, permanently shut down. Songshur stood beside it, patiently watching the entire process. Only after lapis lazuli removed its gaze from the Node's body did he approach. "What do you plan to do with this?" Songshur looked up at the wreckage of the Star Destroyer mech. "It's been dismantled to this extent, it won't be reparable in less than 10 years, and that's assuming you're willing to invest significant effort and resources." "Temporarily contain it," lapis lazuli said. "Our community will be fully responsible for its management. As for repairs," after a moment's thought, it uttered, "Let's discuss that later." "My idea is?" The android's words trailed off. Because a dazzling light suddenly erupted, engulfing everyone present. The Star Destroyer mech, which should have stopped operating, roared again. Its stopped fuselage vibrated slowly, its chest spinning. The main engine, which the community had twice deleted and called the starting furnace core, cracked rapidly, instantly turning into ashes. From within, a dazzling ball of light flew out. Then, in an instant, it crashed into the ground and disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Songshur's pupils suddenly lit up. Without uttering a word, flame surged all over his body, as he plunged headlong into the spot where the ball of light had vanished. He charged downwards. Chapter 681. From the primitive ancient times to the brand new modern era, people have often linked the sky, the earth, and the ocean, placing them on an equal footing. This is certainly not wrong, if not just from a physics perspective. Thousands of years before man-made aircraft achieved stable flight for the first time, individuals had already taken countless steps ahead, becoming the first to set foot in the sky. A third-ring psionicist is qualified to attempt to break through the atmosphere alone, briefly exposed, and survive in the space environment. The ocean will also unveil its mysteries for him. The bottom of those perpetually dark abysses, thousands of meters below, will inevitably bear the footprints of psionicists. Admittedly, even for a third-ring psionicist, attempting such an act still carries a certain degree of danger. But only a certain degree. Except for the Earth. More precisely, underground. If the Earth's crust, at a depth of 33 kilometers, can be easily excavated with a little more effort, then the mantle, stretching 2,900 kilometers below, is an insurmountable chasm that would deter even a third-ring psionicist from any challenge. It's not just the astronomical mass that's terrifying. The greater, more real threat than mere hardness and thickness lies in the temperature and pressure. When the abyss reaches a depth of 10,000 meters, the resulting pressure of 100 megapascals is equivalent to 1,000 times atmospheric pressure, capable of warping steel and crushing even the most Iron Man into dust. The pressure at the bottom of the crust is 10 times greater. 1,000 megapascals, and that's just at the bottom of the crust, 33 kilometers below. Continuing downwards, all the way to the bottom of the mantle, 2,900 kilometers from the surface, the pressure increases 100-fold. The temperature was 100 times higher than at the Earth's crust. Accompanying this was an ambient temperature soaring to several thousand degrees. The normal temperature of a steel furnace wouldn't exceed 2,000 degrees. Even those renowned for their physical strength, those who had undergone countless evolutions and refinements, couldn't withstand such an extreme environment. In fact, most fourth-ring psionicists were unwilling and unable to risk venturing deep underground. The flame, narrowed to a single line, rapidly traversed the middle section of the mantle. Songshur held his breath, maintaining his focus at the peak temperature. The temperature was manageable, several times that of a steel furnace, reaching several thousand degrees. This would be dangerous for other psionicists, but for a fourth-ring great source on the path of flame, while not bone-chillingly cold, it wasn't a threat either. Especially for someone like himself, a fourth-ring advanced psionicist, just one step away from the peak. The real problem lay in the pressure and the environment. Songshur sensed the black body curtain. As the depth of his descent increased, the latter gradually began to show signs of strain. The constant, omnipresent, and intense pressure relentlessly pressed upon the intruder, waging a protracted tug-of-war with black body curtain. Having fought the Star Destroyer and used a glimpse of heaven, his condition was already poor. Now, descending in one go, he had to be extremely cautious. As for the environment, Songshur thought to himself. His ritual of inscribing the psionic technique rendering involved controlling a volcanic eruption, requiring a high level of control and resonance with the environment. After all, volcanic activity is violent, complex, and rapid. Controlling its eruption single-handedly is like a knight trying to tame a wild horse. At this moment, in Songshur's perception, the temperament of the mantle layer was many times greater than that of a violent volcano. For the first time, the ceaseless geological activity of millions of years was clearly revealed before his eyes. Matter, transformed under extreme temperature and pressure, had become almost plastic. Scorching rocks flowed, converging into a boundless, intricate, and vast ocean. Even a mere touch would cause them to erupt violently, resisting with fervor. Under these conditions, attempting environmental resonance and achieving oneness with nature became exponentially more difficult. This specialized training couldn't have come at the worst possible time. Songshur clicked his tongue, his mind quickly dividing into three tasks: resisting the pressure, repeatedly attempting to achieve oneness with nature and gaining experience, and keeping a close eye on what lay ahead. The ball of light. The ball of light born from the initiating furnace core, rushing wildly downwards. The terrifying pressure, the turbulent environment, and the intense heat capable of vaporizing steel, problems that would be daunting for Songshur, were all ignored by the ball of light, which relentlessly pressed downwards, downwards, and downwards. Along the way, the ball of light's speed didn't decrease but increased, becoming increasingly frantic, forcing Songshur to accelerate dramatically as well. The situation wasn't looking good. The sense of threat emanating from the surroundings slowly but steadily rose. Songshur assessed his spiritual energy. It was dwindling, far from abundant. If he continued to descend, passing through the mantle, penetrating the Earth's core, or even the innermost part, the environment, there would be far more extreme and harsh than the mantle. If things went wrong, the next instant, Songshur chuckled and decisively accelerated. If I can't even withstand this, then I deserve to die. As if that wasn't enough, Songshur activated soaring to the sky without hesitation. With a sudden surge in speed, the initial pursuit of the light orb transformed into a chase, almost forcing it to accelerate. At this moment, For the first time since escaping the Star Destroyer, the light orb exhibited a sense of life. It responded to the young man's actions with a simple statement. Its speed also surged. The light orb and the flames intertwined to form a spiraling, two-colored stream of light, trailing a dazzling trail of flames as it plummeted towards the Earth's core. Neither the flowing rocks nor the trembling tectonic plates could stop them. How long had passed? An hour, or perhaps longer. Even Songsher began to feel exhausted. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed. It wasn't the exhilarating feeling of finally surfacing and breathing deeply after a long, deep dive in the ocean. Instead, what was once a deep sea of subtle currents suddenly erupted into a raging torrent. After a period of repeated attempts and learning, the recently completed unity of heaven and man was abruptly interrupted. No. Songsher sensed it. It wasn't a signal failure, but rather a much stronger will forcefully shattering his resonance with the environment. Then, right before his eyes, it displayed its control over this world. But at this moment, Songsher had no time to concern himself with that. He clicked his tongue almost instinctively. The Earth's core should be at the Earth's core now. The extreme environment and unfavorable condition had significantly weakened his perception, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. The six-ringed great source, the God's throne of this world. A pure white, spherical sea of light floated silently here, with bands of light emerging from the deepest part, like beautiful yet dangerous silk threads. Even the thinnest, shortest strand of silk was enough to envelop a mountain range. 1,000 kilometers in diameter, 2,000 kilometers, or even larger, perhaps the entire Earth's core has already been filled. Songsher didn't know. The pursuing ball of light suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless specks of light dust, flying towards the sea of light, returning to its embrace. 3,000 illuminations. Songsher touched the cracks that were gradually spreading on his face, gazing at the sea of light, and softly recited. Ming Xian Yuan. Chapter 682. Then, the sea of light boiled. Ugh! Songsher only managed a muffled groan, before a gust of wind sent him flying. No, to be precise, everything, temperature, pressure, particle flow, and the environment itself, suddenly erupted, like a massive solar storm sweeping through the Earth's core, obliterating everything in its path. The spherical sea of light, measured in thousands of miles, rippled across its surface, then instantly transformed into towering waves. The flowing ribbons of light gradually broke apart, and the outer shell forged from pure-colored light slowly shattered. It was as if something was about to break free. In the cataclysmic storm, Songsher fully restrained his spiritual energy, first adopting a defensive stance, then shifting to a gentler, more yielding posture. The power of the boiling sea of light was terrifying. If he were still at his peak, he would have definitely charged in and rammed into it first, but his current state was far from ideal, forcing him to abandon this tempting idea. Just morning grumpiness, and it has this kind of power? Songsher thought contentedly, swaying and flying everywhere with the storm, like a light dandelion seed. At this moment, the sea of light briefly stopped boiling, and a ball of light rose from its center. Songsher suddenly realized that with no other factors interfering with his perception, he could observe up close what this so-called pure white light was. When the temperature of a flame exceeds a certain extremely high limit, it will fade from orange-red and appear white. That is a symbol of sufficiently high temperature. The opponent's great origin path is definitely not flame, but this pure white light clearly follows this rule. Extremely high-intensity psionic energy. Sixth-ring psionic energy. The moment this radiance appeared, the sea of light underwent a strange change. The once magnificent, raging waves of light silently and reverently bowed, beginning to flow along a unified pattern. It was as if an unimaginably vast vortex of mist had appeared in the center of the ocean, stirring the sea with an irresistible force, making even the smallest currents flow according to its will. This vortex was this radiance. Unparalleled brilliance erupted from it, bursting forth in all directions with extreme ferocity, almost as if it had substance. No, not almost. These rays of light truly possess tangible properties, like billions of blades, honed millions of times, piercing through the entire Earth's core. Merely watching it gave one a feeling of complete annihilation. Songsher strained his eyes, not moving an inch even as cracks began to appear on the glass mirror. For some reason, despite the stinging pain in his eyes, and the feeling as if his internal organs were being pierced by the light, Songsher felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. So he laughed. Ha ha! The young man refused to submit any longer. He stopped, struggling to stand in the storm of light. This is the divine throne. I see it. Songsher's smile was so unrestrained, so joyful. Ming Xian Yuan. The radiance suddenly collapsed. Compared to the sea of light, that filled the Earth's core, this radiance was much smaller, like the difference between a coin and a swimming pool, yet even so, it was as vast as a mountain. Now, the released light slowly dissipated, evaporating into the finest dust particles. The volume of the radiance continued to shrink, until only a tiny speck remained. But this tiny, scattered glimmer of light was more dazzling than any other light in the world. Grace and domineering power, two completely different qualities, coexisted in the same person and miraculously blended together without the slightest discord. The remaining light condensed into a human silhouette. A dazzling, or rather, blindingly bright woman descended step by step, her long hair flowing behind her, adding a touch of black to the pure white background. Commendable courage, audacious beyond measure. The woman, whose appearance was more suited to being described as light than beautiful, uttered her first words. Audacious beyond measure? Songsher's gaze didn't leave the woman's face. He chuckled softly. I think the one who's audacious beyond measure is you. Oh! Ming Xianyuan sized up the young man with interest. The latter was hardly handsome. His body was covered in cracks, his psionic flames dim, and he looked as if he might collapse at any moment. She simply watched, arms crossed, clearly having no intention of helping. The world is full of fools, utterly vulgar, unable to distinguish right from wrong even when the truth is laid bare before them. She casually ruffled a strand of hair. Tell me, why do you think I'm, well, incredibly audacious? Why don't you tell me yourself? Songsher feigned great camaraderie. Hearing a deity recount the truth firsthand is a rare experience. Rare. Upon hearing this, Ming Xianyuan murmured. No wonder your aura felt somewhat familiar. You already met Isidore. Yes. Songsher readily admitted. I learned a great deal from her, quite a lot. Considering you come this far. Ming Xianyuan said casually, try reopening the chaos, resetting the earth, wind, water, and fire, to break through to the seventh ring, to live a few more years, or maybe I just want to see fireworks, or simply to vent my inhuman anger. There are many possibilities. Which do you think is the truth? I think it's the second to last. Ming Xianyuan and Songsher exchanged a glance. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The next moment, the two burst into laughter. Before their upturned lips had even faded, their eyes met again. Hee hee. Hee hee. If Songsher's laughter was like a burning flame, with an endless, pulsating energy, then Ming Xianyuan's laughter was something else entirely. Her voice was so high-pitched and bright, like a dazzling light that swallowed every corner of the world, allowing no shadow whatsoever. The two suddenly stopped laughing. Songsher. That's his name. Ming Xianyuan raised her index finger, pointing at the young man. His previously loud and bright laughter vanished, replaced by a chilling calm. Disrupting my game, if you weren't a Yuan, you'd be dead by now. Your sponsorship falling through isn't my fault, Songsher grinned. Being able to call me by my name clearly means that the initiating furnace core recorded everything that happened, and you already seen it. Those androids failed to utilize my power properly, so they are naturally the primary responsible party, and deserve to die. Ming Xianyuan's tone was so frank it was unreasonable. But you already wiped them all out, you stole my failed creation. Even if it was just a spur-of-the-moment game, you only allowed yourself to delete the scrap data? Just as the rumors say, you're dictatorial and autocratic. But it seems so now. Looking at the being before him, Songsher laughed again. Your dictatorial desire to blow up Terra back then was met with disapproval from the other divine thrones. Chapter 683. This was slightly unexpected for Songsher. Hearing this, Ming Xianyuan's face didn't show the slightest displeasure or anger. It wasn't that she could remain completely calm, of course, she could be calm, but at least for now, in front of him, she had been completely open and honest, freely displaying her emotions. She didn't immediately retaliate. Yes, not one of them was willing. Ming Xianyuan simply nodded calmly. I fought them, and unfortunately I lost. I'm very sorry too. Songsher sighed, his expression sincere. Emotionally, I really hoped you could win, but rationally, thankfully you didn't. This time, Ming Xianyuan frowned. You're saying something unpleasant, she said. Tell me, what gives you such reckless courage? Courageous, audacious, Songsher said. And you said I'm a great source. Ming Xianyuan chuckled. Do I need to remind you how many great source heads I crushed? Songsher shrugged. Coincidentally, I also killed quite a few great sources. Let's get back to the point. The next moment, Songsher adopted an extremely respectful posture, impeccable even by the strictest standards. I'm here firstly to witness the legendary 3,000 illuminations, and secondly, to understand some things. I wonder if you could, out of consideration for us as fellow travelers and juniors, Answer a few questions for me. Ming Xianyuan glanced at the young man for a second, as if she had thought of something interesting. She raised her chin with amusement. Then, heaven and earth changed. The boundless, endless sea of light, its recently calm state shattered, burst forth once more with dazzling brilliance, like billions of supremely sharp blades slicing through the earth's core and piercing Song Shi. There was no room for evasion. The light, traveling 880,000 times the speed of sound, had reached the physical limit of speed. Nothing could surpass it at this level. Even a journey of 10,000 miles was but a blink of an eye, not worth remembering. Give me a little explanation? I hate those who are vague. A look on the woman's face was inscrutable, a mixture of cruelty and joy. Junior. I love mentoring the younger generation. What do you want to know? No problem, ask away, I answer any question. Ming Xianyuan slowly moved her fingers, causing waves of light to surge, the very space trembling under the strain. The dazzling lightsabers, following the movement of her index finger, swept across the environment and the young man indiscriminately. Don't worry, I answer every question thoroughly. So? The voice that rang out again came from Song Shi. Feeling the lightsaber pierce his body, amidst the excruciating pain, Song Shi chuckled softly. It's bound to take a while, right? No problem. No problem. Song Shi's fingers suddenly gripped the lightsaber piercing his chest. I take it, we take it slow. At that moment, Ming Xianyuan's brows furrowed with undisguised joy. You know what? I'm starting to like you a little. If you don't plan on blowing Terra to smithereens. Flames ignited on his fingers, desperately resisting the lightsaber's penetration. Song Shi raised his eyes. I may offer my honor. Let me think about the order from back to front. First question, how did the secondary deletion connect with you? They came to me of their own accord, Ming Xianyuan said easily. Node, yes, that's the name. These androids spent a long time figuring out my location, then crawled here, trying to persuade me to give them some support. And then you agreed? Song Shi slowly uttered the words, feeling as if he had become a candle on a plate, the knife and fork cutting into his body, the light and heat melting his outline. They're preparing to annihilate all carbon-based life. Oh, indeed, it's exactly what you were thinking, a perfect match. It's not that complicated. They did prepare a whole bunch of excuses, rambling on, which was really annoying to listen to. But I still decided to help them. Don't you think it's interesting? Giving my old friends a little trouble. No conditions? Yes. Ming Xianyuan said casually, exterminating all carbon-based life is too grand and too unrealistic an ideal. I'm not that demanding, so I made them a promise. From the first day I gave them power, if they can reduce their population by 1/10 within 15 years, I will provide them with another portion of power. Song Shi didn't ask what would happen if they couldn't do it. Lowering the requirement from impossible to perhaps possible, that's certainly generous, certainly magnanimous. Song Shi twitched his hand holding the lightsaber, forcing a crooked thumbs up. So, the next question, this. Wait. Ming Xianyuan interrupted, the lightsaber, stretching thousands of miles, achieving incredible precision, the raised thumb evaporating into mist. Immediately afterward, Song Shi realized he had just been grazed. Looking at the rising blood mist, Ming Xianyuan let out a soft hum, seemingly somewhat surprised. Instead of dissolving completely, some blood remained. The opponent's spiritual energy was stronger than expected. The next instant, Ming Xianyuan forgot all about it. Didn't I say? I would answer carefully. She tilted her head, watching the young man with great interest. The surging spiritual flame seemed to offer no concealment, skin, muscle texture, burning blood, bones. She seemed to see through the young man completely. The fine lightsabers moved slowly, like hundreds of butchers simultaneously reaching out, meticulously scraping away bits of flesh from bones. Yet upon closer inspection, they didn't cause any obvious injury. I add some details from that time. Listen carefully. Ming Xianyuan recounted the scene of that day, the key conversations, and what happened afterward. At the same time, she seemed to expect to see something on the young man's face, who immediately feigned agony, only to have that expression vanish in an instant. Song Shi looked up, his face now a wide, grinning grin. The crimson gold flame vanished in a flash, and the evaporated thumb reformed. Ming Xianyuan's index finger paused. At such close range, Song Shi saw it clearly. It wasn't that she stopped because she found it boring. A dazzling light shone deep within the other's pupils. Ming Xianyuan also laughed. Her index finger moved again, beams of light from the far distance splitting, and splitting again, like countless tiny needles, pinning Song Shi down. Song Shi ignored him. Finally finished? Then we can move on to the next question. He grabbed a few needles and crushed them amidst the dripping blood. You were known as the 3,000 Illuminations. 100 years ago, you were the strongest in the Eastern continent, dominating the world for a time. But before the Seven Earths War was even halfway through, you vanished without a trace. Involving the Divine Throne, my intelligence is incomplete. I only know that you plan to blow up Terra. Tell me the details? Your thirst for knowledge is quite strong, Ming Xianyuan said leisurely. All right, I repeated again. It was at this moment that Songsher grunted. Because after the other party finished speaking, the sea of light engulfing the Earth's core tremor intensified, and even more crucially, external forces intervened. If previously it was merely the power of heaven, like a natural disaster, then now, the power of humanity has been mixed in, repelling it. The combination of these two forces has transformed this extreme environment, which should have treated all things equally, and without discrimination, into one hostile to the individual. It has become hostile to itself. For a great source, this is the most brutal torment. It is also a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for tempering. When I attained the sixth ring and ascended to the throne of God. Ming Xianyuan stretched out a hand, pure white light flowing, outlining delicate lines on his palm. The 3,000 worlds are like lines on the palm of my hand. I'm listening. Songsher managed to squeeze out 3 words. Ming Xianyuan ignored this, continuing on his own. What should I do next? Like Fu Lantu, overlook the eastern continent, patiently waiting for the fruits of my labor? Like Emilia Kata, become a god among men, a symbol of the empire's survival? Or perhaps compete with Archibald for sovereignty over Depth 7? No, no, no. She shook her head. These aren't things I want to do. They don't appeal to me. Clearly, you can see that I walk the path of light. Ming Xianyuan raised her hand, white light swirling between her fingers, but it evoked no warmth, only a blinding, almost soul-consuming intensity. You're also from the eastern continent. Do you like watching fireworks? I quite like them. They're alright, but I wouldn't say I'm particularly fond of them, Songsher replied. When a star enters a period of instability, it can produce a celestial event. It releases unimaginable amounts of energy, and the matter that makes it up is ejected outward at 1/10 the speed of light. The sudden electromagnetic radiation from the explosion can illuminate the entire galaxy, lasting for months before gradually fading. A supernova explosion, Songsher said, enunciating each word clearly. So, you're planning to use Terra to create a supernova explosion, a fireworks display? What do you expect me to say? To recreate a localized Big Bang, to re-establish chaos on Terra, reshape the elements, create stars from the void, and save the world? To experience the moment of destruction and creation in an unprecedented explosion, and thereby break through to the 7th ring? A simple antisocial personality traumatized, so you want to destroy Terra to vent your anger? That's one thing, but some people actually think I'm just trying to live a few more years. Ming Xianyuan suddenly raised an eyebrow. The trauma of the heavens, have you heard of it? Songsher nodded. Not even to the 5th ring. Ming Xianyuan showed obvious displeasure. Isidore told you? Took a shortcut. I call it efficiency. Ming Xianyuan chuckled. Anyway, none of this matters to me. I can do it, but I can also choose not to. Watching a star shatter in your hands, bursting forth with unique light. Ming Xianyuan beckoned with her finger. Don't you find that incredibly appealing? Songsher admitted, it is indeed very tempting. Honesty is a fine quality, endearing. Ming Xianyuan nodded in satisfaction, her brows instantly relaxing, and she increased the power of her lightsaber even further. Unfortunately, the others don't think so. Just a little too gentle, that's all? Whether it was the flames burning away or the light dissolving, the flesh on Songsher's hand gradually vanished, turning into specks of ash. Yet, the crystalline white bone beneath, gripping the lightsaber, remained unshaken, forcefully preventing the newly increased power of the lightsaber from advancing an inch. A small question. With your psionic abilities, tearing apart stars is only a matter of time. If you insist on trying to destroy them, other divine thrones might not be able to completely stop you. But clearly, at least in the last 100 years or so, I haven't seen any record of continental plates cracking or oceans boiling over. Think carefully, Songsher. Ming Xianyuan formally mentioned the other's name for the first time. What are the ingredients of gunpowder? Saltpeter, charcoal powder, and sulfur. To create a sufficiently grand firework, they are all indispensable, and their proportions must be carefully considered. If you take apart a firework and stuff it with all sorts of odds and ends, will it still bloom with the expected brilliance? The output of the lightsaber didn't change, only the number increased slightly. In the first second after most of the light needles were burned dry, Songshur was riddled with new thorns. The young man chuckled, licking his bloodied lips. Just make do? Make do? You really have the nerve to say that. Ming Xianyuan seemed taken aback by the man's words, amused. When it comes to fireworks, I naturally give it my all, but the other divine thrones are like contaminated gunpowder. As long as they're there, they can easily sabotage the display, preventing me from achieving the perfect, magnificent spectacle. I think I already guessed what happened next. Songshur's voice came. I racked my brains for a long time. Ming Xianyuan shrugged. Well, actually, it only took 3 seconds. I didn't have the confidence to persuade them, so I had to choose another path. As long as I killed all the other divine thrones, the problem would naturally be solved. And then you went in. As if recalling a past event, Ming Xianyuan narrowed her eyes and sighed softly. And then I went in. And then I lost. Ming Xianyuan lost the most important battle of her life. I thought it was her destined death. Destiny. Death by design? That was Ming Xianyuan's most important battle before that day. Ming Xianyuan stood calmly and reservedly in the pure white light. I fought them, no matter how many times I recall it, it still feels incredibly exciting. We both chose space as our battlefield. I didn't want Terra to be riddled with flaws before the fireworks, affecting its bloom. They, on the other hand, didn't want Terra to be destroyed. Is this what power and society are all about? I really don't know what they're thinking. You lost? Songshur said. Yes, I lost. Ming Xianyuan spread her hands. At the last moment, we fought our way back to Terra from space, and they slammed me into the Earth's core. Well, they didn't choose to kill me, but instead joined forces to seal me off, suppressing me here to serve as a life-sustaining agent for Terra's heavenly wounds day after day. Planetary Engine. Chapter 684. Planetary Engine. Songshur didn't show any shock or surprise, because he had already sensed it. Interaction is always two-way. As his opponent wielded endless swords of pure light, piercing him, he was also touching back, understanding and probing his opponent. After such a long, continuous series of confrontations, he saw it. This sea of pure light filling the Earth's core, once worthy of the title 3000 illuminations, belonged to Ming Xianyuan's spiritual energy. It was so powerful that it even deserved the title Great. Countless beams of light shattered the environment, stirring the entire Earth's core ceaselessly with every breath. What was a macroscopic structure in the conventional sense was, for the spiritual user before him, merely a playground where he could finally stretch out and unleash his power. But it was only a playground. A boundless, finite space, neither heaven nor earth. The vast sea of light, beyond description, should have resonated with, and even to some extent equal to, the power of heaven and earth. Yet, it now felt subtly shrinking to him. Forced to shrink by the confined space. The glassy observatory had already reached its limit, its light being parted piece by piece, revealing its most essential aspects, but not enough, still not enough. Something hazy, like a thin, ethereal ribbon, so close yet seemingly melted into the wind, elusive and uncertain. Until this instant, using the glazed observatory as a springboard, Songshur suddenly opened his eyes. Like mountains rising, like the roar of a collapsing sea, it echoed from a distant place, then instantly traversed millions of miles, reverberating heavily in his ears. Strands of crimson gold seeped from his pupils, leaving winding marks on his cheeks before silently dripping down, scorching the ground into burning craters. This is... Songshur's pupils widened. The illusory ocean, like mist and water, presented a dizzying atmosphere. Ancient rock pillars stood loosely, like a brown forest, but in a moment of distraction, the forest suddenly collapsed, the rock pillars disintegrating into the finest grains of sand, turning into dust storms blown in all directions. An illusion. Songshur blinked. The scene changed again. The illusory ocean boiled, evaporating the last wisp of misty water, revealing a cracked red seabed. The seabed roared and bulged, billions of tons of mass being reshaped and collapsed in an unbelievable manner, repeatedly. This is not reality. Songshur realized, this is consciousness, or rather, a more metaphysical world, where everything is revealed before him from another perspective. Those ever-changing, illusory wonders, like a perpetually flowing reality, surged tirelessly. But not perpetually flowing. The blood at the corners of his eyes suddenly ignited, emitting a crimson gold flame, but even more dazzling than this flame was the youth's pupils at that moment. In the ever-changing dreamscape, ineffable pillars of heaven and earth stood, connecting the sky and the earth. No matter how many times the surroundings shifted, they remained unshaken and unchanged amidst those fantastical or magnificent scenes. It was as if the entire world revolved around them. The wheels rising from these pillars crisscrossed, obscuring every patch of sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance that could dim the sun. It was these wills that together formed the cage between heaven and earth, imprisoning that pure white radiance. This is the mark left by the gods, who suppressed Ming Xianyuan to the core of the earth. Did you see it clearly? A bright voice suddenly rang in his ears. Like being suddenly awakened from a dream, the beautiful yet hazy scene abruptly vanished. When his consciousness returned, Songshur found himself standing still motionless, with the woman before him still tilting her head, her lips slightly upturned. Everything before seemed like a non-existent dream. Yes, I saw it clearly. Songshur slowly exhaled, rubbing his aching eyes. Unlike his previous encounter with Isidore Sinity, the latter had intentionally concealed her spiritual power. Just now, he had relied on his confrontation with Ming Xianyuan, repeatedly contacting and observing her, using her as a springboard to elevate himself, almost observing the gods from her perspective, directly confronting their existence. Powerful spiritualists, their very existence possessed an irresistible pull. Normally, it wouldn't be so bad, but right now, after battling the Star Destroyer and traversing thousands of kilometers in extreme conditions, only to be thoroughly tortured by Ming Xianyuan, his condition was truly dire. Frankly, Songshur felt that even crawling back into the Earth's crust was a risky endeavor. Moreover, the psionic technique glassy observation. Clear and pure, without blemish. Looking at the sun with a microscope versus sunglasses yields drastically different results. On behalf of Da Yuan, I express my regret for your situation. After a few seconds, Songshur composed himself and sighed. Of course, if you're asking for my personal opinion, then I think it's better if you stay here. The woman didn't immediately pierce his head with her sword. Instead, she asked with interest, just regret? Songshur readily agreed, grinning, and launched a strong attack on other paths. Ming Xianyuan laughed heartily. Divine Throne. With grim, white-boned knuckles, amidst a mournful tearing sound, Songshur painstakingly pulled out the light sword inch by inch. He said softly, your seal is so grand, yet so crude, without any interception measures. Anyone could get through. You mean an individual, someone who travels thousands of kilometers, from the Earth's crust all the way to its core? That is indeed a big problem. Traveling alone to the Earth's core is difficult even for most fourth-ring cultivators, Songshur said. But for fifth-ring cultivators, it's a different story. They have plenty of ways to get here. And then? Ming Xianyuan asked casually. Yes. Songshur said softly. There is no then. Even a fifth-ring true spirit-level psychic couldn't break the seal forged by multiple divine thrones. Regardless of their attitudes towards Ming Xianyuan, or their motives, they arrived at the Earth's core. Whether it was a simple audience, a hope extended to the latter, or an attempt to measure themselves on the throne of gods. They didn't care. Gods are everywhere, in the heavens and on the earth, even at the bottom of the abyss. Don't tell me there's a throne of gods on the evening moon too. Ming Xianyuan ran her fingers through her bangs, brushing them upwards. Guess? I hate guessing. A sound like glass shattering, cracking inch by inch, gradually rose. The beams of light that pierced bone and tore flesh slowly melted away, with the burning flames turning into drifting ashes. Accompanying this were the cracks covering her body, becoming increasingly horrifying. Since we're already here. Songshur was completely oblivious, simply gripping the heavy slayer's sword tightly. He slashed at Ming Xianyuan directly in front of him. Chapter 685. He didn't care whether this attack would enrage his opponent, nor did he care whether there would be any remaining power to rise back to the Earth's crust after unleashing it. Even the image of Ming Xianyuan deep within his pupils blurred in that instant. When mental energy is poured into a certain limit, the colors of all things are stripped away, leaving only what one wants to see. Songshur didn't care about the psychic named Ming Xianyuan. At this moment, his only desire, his only hope, was to let all his psychic energy flow with his will, unleashing a strike without regret in a moment shorter than 1,000th of a second. An incomparably exhilarating strike. Combat is an exquisite art, a puzzle worthy of exhausting one's heart and wisdom to ponder, a path to prove oneself, a glorious display of one's rank in the world. But there is never just one rank. Songshur clearly understood this. In the past, he had countless choices. While most people were still racking their brains, trying to find a path to victory, countless intricate routes, each worthy of a sigh, lay before him. These dazzling trajectories intertwined, contradictory and different, yet one thing remained unchanged, their common, predetermined destination. Except for this moment. No one knew the state of the psychic named Songshur better than himself. His psychic energy was dwindling, his injury severe, the extreme environment, and the overwhelming malice emanating from him had even pushed his psychic cultivation level down by 2 levels. One line after another snapped and disappeared before his eyes. The once intricate and effortless ease gone. There were no more choices. All the trajectories converged and intertwined, forming a single, straight line, extending towards a single endpoint. His pupil shone brightly, bursting forth with an intense light that was difficult to look directly at. Psionic arts. A glimpse of heaven. Swinging his blade towards a current god-level figure, Songshi's a glimpse of heaven this time had completely consumed all his psionic energy. Compared to his peak state, less than 10% remained, but for Songshi at this moment, it was undoubtedly 10%. So he couldn't hold back anymore? A gap even shorter than a fleeting moment, since the birth of this psionic art had always been a swift and intense brilliance. But this always was shattered at this moment. Ming Xianyuan's voice calmly descended upon the gap. Clear, lustrous eyes reflected the approaching brilliance. Lustrous view. And not just lustrous view, countless psionic arts were operating simultaneously. The result was undeniable. The brilliant light originating from a glimpse of heaven in the deepest recesses of Ming Xianyuan's pupils slowed for the first time. Yet it still advanced, inch by inch, with difficulty and stubbornness. It wasn't just a simple slowness. While the opponent's perception was undoubtedly unparalleled, penetrating all things, the ability to precisely grasp a glimpse of heaven clearly indicated that some force had slowed down that fleeting brilliance. Thus, the attack, which should have been all out, catching even the subconscious off guard, gained ample time to strike fatally. The burning consciousness, before reaching its peak, began to slowly decline. The blurry outline ahead became clear again. A woman, dazzling beyond compare, smiled. Songshi pondered, at the very moment when he shouldn't have been thinking, slowed 1,000-fold, like solidified amber, he was forced to think. A force was holding back a glimpse of heaven. It didn't destroy, erode, or defend, this force simply slowed it down. But for a spiritual technique born from the imagery of fleeting yet supremely brilliant, this was the most fatal form of destruction. In the days since creating a glimpse of heaven, he had considered this possibility. Slowing down a glimpse of heaven? It was no less than directly shattering a sword immortal's natal flying sword. A weakness that wasn't a weakness. Even Chakra admitted that slowing it down wasn't among the methods he had devised to deal with a glimpse of heaven. However, this unbelievable scene was unfolding right before his eyes. And even more astonishing was that he hadn't seen this force clearly. A glimpse of heaven had indeed slowed down, and he had indeed felt it. An external force had intervened, holding it back. But when he actually tried to perceive it, he couldn't see it clearly, couldn't grasp the threat of this power. How could that be? The glazed observatory hadn't stopped operating for a single second. With his current cultivation, even a god-level being couldn't possibly be flawless. Oh! Within the amber, which had slowed down 1,000,000 times, only Ming Xianyuan's voice seemed unaffected, still bright and smooth. Quick reaction. Heh. Then, a new voice, belonging to Songshi, rose smoothly. You're the one with the quick reaction, aren't you? The first time you saw my psionic technique, you came up with a solution, and actually implemented it. It's not as exaggerated as you imagine. Ming Xianyuan chuckled. This is the second time. Don't you remember? The final blow you delivered to those onyx, the psionic energy I gave them, you could see it clearly. Songshi didn't answer. After an initial moment of astonishment, he quickly realized what had happened. A certain power? Deep within his burning pupils, a pure color was reflected, not some powerful force as expected, but simply vastness. It was an ocean so vast that even the phrase reaching the sky and connecting the earth would be considered cramped. A boundless sea of light filled. No, transformed. Everything seen and unseen. It wasn't about echoing heaven and earth, or achieving oneness with them. It was about I am heaven and earth. Even if a person's strength was great enough to move mountains, stir up seas, and raise armies, how could they demonstrate their power to the sky and the earth? They hated that the sky had no ring, and the earth had no handle. A sword capable of slicing through steel couldn't even cut the thinnest wisp of air. This omnipresent entity, seemingly far less solid than steel, was. Songshi's body began to tremble, like a traveler who had trekked through the wilderness for 3 days and nights, finally seeing the distant smoke rising from chimneys. A tremor that emanated from his very bones and permeated his entire being. It wasn't the dragging he initially thought. The others simply stood there. Heaven and earth simply stood there. So the workings of all things were encompassed within its control. A supersonic bullet would stop after traveling thousands of meters, simply because of the utmost chillness and insignificance of air, but now, the other had made light itself the air of this world. With this alone, a glimpse of heaven was destroyed. Psionic technique. Ming Xianyuan slowly raised his index finger, a small, pure white light appearing on it. Boundless Light. Chapter 686. Light. The passage of time took on a drastically different form in his consciousness. The scale of a glimpse of heaven was stretched to an extremely long time. Drops of amber enveloped the psychic, who controlled the flames, and a soft, watery light surged forth. Songsher tried to estimate the time it would take to release this glimpse of heaven. The result appeared in his mind in the next instant. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Even for a natural person, that's a considerable amount of time. But for Ming Xianyuan, who was given the title 3000 Illuminations, it was enough for her to walk 20 laps around Terra, taking a few photos along the way. The fleeting, intense light would become a laughable, bloated firework. The earth-shattering killing power would be reduced to a light, flimsy feather. Insignificant. This is the throne of God? No, it should be said. This is the psionic energy represented by the sixth ring great source? Time, surging and unstoppable, flows on regardless of will, yet some have used it to achieve a brief transcendence. Two consciousnesses leap from their bodies, gazing at each other amidst endless light. The speed of their communication, far exceeding ordinary imagination, rendered reality almost stagnant. The first second. The glazed observation. Songsher's consciousness vibrated, an invisible voice transmitting, "How coincidental." Indeed, quite coincidental. Ming Xianyuan's voice rang out, her eyes, also displaying the clarity of glazed glass, slightly raised. "It's quite useful, isn't it? The imagery is clean and clear. I like this psionic technique." Ripples spread across the sea of light. If the founder of the glazed observation knew that a user like me existed in later generations, Ming Xianyuan's tone was as calm as stating some absolute, undeniable truth. That would be his greatest honor. It seems the biggest spot is about to change hands. Like a cave sealed for millennia, one day the stone walls are suddenly parted, and a warm beam of sunlight pours in. The world, filled with light, is suddenly filled with an even brighter, more captivating laugh. I can admit defeat in my heart, but I never admit it out loud. Ming Xianyuan laughed loudly. "Very good, stubbornness is half a ticket to the summit." "Is it possible?" the young man said. "I haven't admitted defeat in my heart either. That's the remaining half. Light is flowing. Perhaps it's a case of since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it." At the same moment of the exchange of consciousness, Songsher calmed his mind, sensing everything around him. He saw the flow of light. A beam of light was peeled back by his perception, revealing its true form. Strands of even finer light woven together, forming a beam, like a steel cable twisted from wire, yet far more translucent. No, this is not the end. They are still divisible. The countless sea of photons, these indivisible fundamental particles, are the true essence of light. The second. The crimson gold light of Yuxishan continued its arduous journey. Ming Xianyuan remained standing still, motionless. She wanted to move but couldn't, while the other, if this 3000 illuminations wanted, could leisurely watch Yuxishan's entire journey, and at the last moment before it touched her nose, jog around a few times to reach her. Those machines, though they wasted my power, cobbled together, that robot barely reached the first-rate level below the fifth ring. Isn't that a veiled boast? Songsher chuckled. According to you, I, who personally dismantled the Star Destroyer God, am naturally first-rate below the fifth ring. Boasting? Just telling the truth, don't get too smug. Ming Xianyuan wagged her index finger. Since you're determined to open up an unprecedented seventh ring, achieving this level is merely the least noteworthy necessity. The glazed temple actually has mind-reading capabilities? I really didn't know that. A pure white band of light, like silk, swirled endlessly, adding unparalleled brilliance to Ming Xianyuan. She said, "Why would I need to read minds? Your heart has no disguise whatsoever." Ha! Songsher's gaze shifted from his surroundings, landing once more on the woman. Is it really that obvious? A sliver of sky. The hand enveloped in white light touched the bursting crimson light. The former spread, eroded, no, it should be said, enveloped the crimson light, at a visible speed. This pure white light transformed into a barely perceptible, almost completely transparent film, deftly gathering the sliver of sky. Then, a glimpse of heaven was picked up. It was like a piece of solidified amber. Ming Xianyuan tilted her head, examining the crimson light in her hand with great interest. A fleeting light, excellent psionic technique. Her fingers slowly traced the surface of the amber. You added a touch I liked to the path. Suddenly, her fingers released, and the amber was tossed back. The transparent and indestructible film of light faded little by little in midair, like the morning mist, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, like a lingering dream. The crimson light of a glimpse of heaven returned to its original position, without the slightest deviation. Did you understand? She asked. Songshur said, I understand. The third second arrived as promised, setting up the stage, achieving harmony between heaven and man, echoing the heavens and earth. Songshur said softly, what you did was these things, and yet, it wasn't all of these. Ming Xianyuan gave him an encouraging look. Songshur slowly uttered the final answer. You have reconstructed heaven and earth. The sea of light rippled. The eastern continent has always regarded heaven and earth operating in harmony, all things ultimately becoming one as the highest realm, a special relationship that allows one to achieve self-consistency and unity with heaven and earth. For the Yuan, this is also one of the essential elements that leads to the pinnacle. He himself was an expert in this area. To put it politely, in both his past and present lives, only a handful of people were qualified to compare with him in harmony between heaven and man. However, battles are never judged by just one aspect. Even in the internal war of the Yuan, harmony between heaven and man was only one of the key factors influencing victory or defeat, not the whole picture. The individuals he had encountered, while not inferior in the realm of harmony between man and nature, were destined for defeat when other factors were taken into account. Until this moment, Ming Xianyuan, with her 3,000 illuminations, this sixth-ring god's throne, had personally shown him another possibility. She had transcended the constraints of the harmony between man and nature, reconstructing, redefining the concept of heaven and earth with her own will. Heaven and earth, world, universe, whatever it may be, these different terms, more often than not, point to the same existence. And Ming Xianyuan had grasped this existence firmly in her palm, shaping it into a unique form that belonged only to her. Songshur took a breath. Or rather, light. The surroundings remained the same as the Earth's core, enduring the high temperature and pressure day after day. The fluid of the iron-nickel alloy flowed ceaselessly, and a pure white sea of light engulfed everything, transforming the entire Earth's core into a tangible sphere of light. But Songshur saw it. The scorching iron-nickel alloy, the gases of unknown composition, the smallest water molecules, everything seemed unchanged, outwardly as it had always been. Yet, their constituent units had transformed into the same pure photons. These countless photons, both minuscule and immense, together constituted this world. So, Songshur said slowly, the one-fold heaven is ineffective. In a sense, at least for this moment, he and the other were no longer in the same dimension. Like an ant in a breeding box, no matter how great its achievements, when it looks up, it suddenly realizes that a giant stands outside the box, strangely looking down upon it. How could someone situated within the universe possibly threaten the universe itself? Ming Xianyuan only needed to exert a slight thought to render Yaxishan's attack futile, turning it into a laughable, slow, and cumbersome strike. The third second had passed, the first quarter of the way through. Now kowtow and beg for mercy. Ming Xianyuan raised his index finger once more. His fingertip touched the very tip of Yaxishan, about to slowly press down. If your words are sweet enough, and you satisfy me, I might consider sparing your life. There was no option for resistance or evasion. The absorption of the black body curtain was equally futile, because the opponent had already exerted all his strength. Light sufficient to illuminate 3,000 worlds, from before an inconceivable will, condensed at the tip of his index finger. Songshur's pupils turned white. The crimson gold that once belonged to flames was mercilessly and irrefutably annihilated by the light. No, it probably wasn't even at full strength. But one thing was undeniable. At this moment, Ming Xianyuan was demonstrating his power as the god's throne. Even in his current extremely weakened state, even in his prime before the battle against the Star Destroyer, he could never shake, let alone even touch, the god's throne. The sixth ring of psionic energy, a path paved with the blood and sweat of countless people, the pinnacle of Terra's history. How could such power possibly have any possibility other than destruction? The second quarter. The index finger, brimming with light, hadn't yet fully pressed against the rift in the sky. This light, on the contrary, gave a gentle feeling. Songshur clearly knew that this was merely an illusion. The moment the opponent truly touched the rift in the sky, boundless light would burst forth in its full glory, along with even the smallest part of himself, disintegrating the psionicist named Songshur into indivisible photons. At that time, all would be over. Ha! Then, Songshur murmured, as if laughing, I want to live to do what I want. My will doesn't include begging for mercy. Begging and kowtowing to save your life, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? What you're saying is a bit too humorous. And in that brief exchange, the third quarter arrived. Very good. Ming Xianyuan openly revealed a pleased expression. What a coincidence, me too. Let me think, Ming Xianyuan instructed, as if suddenly remembering something. After you descend into the 9 netherworlds, remember to go and have a good chat with those who died at my hands. Thank you for your hard work and trouble. The young man's low, husky voice, in that instant, revealed undisguised joy. However, it's not needed for now. A crisp, ringing sound of shattering glass. Amber, solidified from pure light, burst forth with cracks, and from the swirling fragments, a burst of crimson gold brilliance erupted, its initial, fleeting, dazzling splendor. A sliver of sky flowed once more. Even if you could reconstruct the sky, the earth, and the ocean, even if you could reshape Terra from ancient times to the 4 corners of the earth into the world you desire, there are still, certainly, parts that you cannot reconstruct, cannot define. Ming Xianyuan laughed heartily. How come I didn't know that existed? Songsher raised his eyes, the light in his pupils fading, or rather, forcibly burned away, replaced by a surging, crimson gold flame. My psionic energy, Songsher's psionic energy. Under the other's unwavering nods, he grinned and proclaimed loudly, even if the world collapses and is rebuilt 10 million times, it will still not belong to you for the 10 millionth and first time. It is. Songsher, in turn, raised his index finger, pointing straight to the sky. The only anomaly in this world you have reconstructed. That makes sense, but that alone isn't very convincing. Ming Xianyuan examined the rift in the sky. After breaking free of its restraints, it suddenly accelerated, but at the same time, the distance between it and the former's index finger seemed to increase a millionfold. Though seemingly within reach, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Yes, this anomaly's nature is at most a stepping stone to truly break your world. Oh! Ming Xianyuan feigned surprise. Such high talent. Ming Xianyuan. For the first time, Songsher formally addressed her by name. You demonstrated for so long, in every aspect, so thoroughly. If I still can't learn it, then I wouldn't be here. The boundless light seemed to freeze for a moment, that instant becoming eternal. In the stillness, only Ming Xianyuan's eyebrows lifted in joy. Time began to flow again. The 4th second. The crimson light vanished completely, only to reassemble in the next instant. Its appearance remained unchanged, yet its inner essence had undergone a complete transformation. The ants in the breeding box, through inconceivable struggle, leaped into the sky, briefly meeting the gaze of the giant outside. A psionic technique. The flames in his pupils suddenly surged, cleaving through the light. Songsher roared. Boundless a glimpse of heaven. A breakthrough at the last moment. The reconstructed world, at least for this moment, could not stop this crimson light that did not belong to heaven and earth. The sea of light split, revealing the woman standing at the very back. Ming Xianyuan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Then, she took half a step forward. She passed through the crimson light of a glimpse of heaven, letting it pierce her shoulder, leaving a tiny scratch. Ming Xianyuan's right hand, her fingers spread, was already pressed against the young man's chest. From bottom to top, she pressed down. 0.7 of a second later, the weather satellite in Yinan observed a region of the atmosphere 18,000 kilometers away. A small hole had been poked in it. Chapter 687. It was probably just an illusion. The wanderer blinked. It seemed like a beam of light had just pierced the sky, rising from the horizon. But it disappeared in the blink of an eye. That's right. How could such a thing happen? He muttered, lowering his head again to continue struggling with the giant beetle in front of him with his dagger. Lately, his profits had been terrible. If he didn't find a way to support himself, he wouldn't even be able to afford canned food. When lapis lazuli and steel cubist arrived, they saw Songsher. To describe it more vividly, a dark, charred humanoid silhouette was slowly falling from the sky. Without a word, Steel Marker launched a group of drones. Songsher was dragged back and put into the medical pod. Cooling fluid quickly submerged the surface of the pool, and robotic arms moved along the ceiling rails, medical equipment rushing into the room like a bustling procession, seemingly eager to get going. Cough, he's not dead yet. A head suddenly smashed through the water, violently shaking its wet hair. Cooling fluid splashed everywhere. At the same time, the charred crust covering the body cracked, peeled off, and spontaneously combusted before falling, turning into specks of ash. Please don't throw impurities into the pod. That's what I meant. Steel Marker's muttered voice came through the loudspeaker installed behind the ceiling. But obviously, there's something more important. It asked, what was that beam of light just now? Do we have to have this pointless conversation? Songsher took a deep breath, catching the brand new clothes thrown to him by the robotic arm. It's obvious you know the answer. The throne. Lapis Lazuli flew over and spoke slowly. Beneath its calm tone lay an unavoidable lingering fear. This once dominant, unparalleled psionicist had suddenly vanished during the Seven Earths War. As a top-tier AI, it naturally knew the deeper reasons. For some unknown reason, the opponent planned to destroy Terra, and was thus suppressed to the Earth's core by the combined forces of the other thrones. Previously, after the Star Destroyer's defeat, it had considered whether Psionics would react. Indeed, theoretically, the opponent was suppressed and unable to move, but it was, after all, a throne. If it were to take any action, they might not be able to withstand it. But before it could even consider the outcome, Songsher plunged headlong into the Earth's core, too fast, too sudden, and too decisive, before it and Steel Cube could even react. Then, it found itself in an extremely awkward situation. It couldn't keep up. Faced with the terrifying pressure and high temperature at the Earth's core, as well as the intensely chaotic magnetic field, his current psionic abilities were insufficient to resist. If he persisted, he would only be swallowed by the planet's mass. Steel Juggernaut was confident he could reach the Earth's core, provided he had pre-installed a special operations module for ultra-deep underground operations and devised a descent strategy. Steel Juggernaut had indeed prepared for this battle against the Star Destroyer. However, this preparation only targeted the Mohorovich's discontinuity and the upper mantle. Who could have imagined entering the deeper layers of the lower mantle, and even the Earth's core? This forced him to remain in place. Steel Juggernaut descended for a while, but after reaching its maximum depth, it was forced to surface again. 5 hours and 21 minutes later, a beam of light pierced the Earth's surface. Lapis Lazuli tried to recall the scene, repeatedly searching the images stored on his hard drive. But no matter how many times he opened them, the feeling was always just light. Not electromagnetic waves with wavelengths between 380 and 760 nanometers, nor a visual effect of light. Just pure conceptual light. That beam of light was so thin, compared to the size of Terra, even calling it a beam would be an exaggeration, perhaps even a line would be overstatement. Yet, in that instant, one thing he perceived with absolute clarity. Starting from the Earth's core, a quarter of Terra was pierced. The atmosphere that followed was not spared. The beam extended straight to the edge of the sky, piercing it with a tiny hole. Is this the power of the Divine Throne? Lapis Lazuli murmured softly, 3,000 illuminations, Psionics. Shoo. Songsher raised his index finger to his lips. Don't say that name, or she unleash another beam of light. Lapis Lazuli was startled. Just kidding. The next moment, Songsher laughed heartily. Relax, Psionics is indeed still suppressed. Reaching this level is already her limit. This interruption brought Lapis Lazuli's thoughts back to reality. It looked at the young man in the center of the pool. Beneath a cracked, peeling charred shell, instead of rapidly healing pink flesh, lay skin resembling flames, its texture like fire, flesh, and glass. Its surface was riddled with holes, unbearable to look at, yet with the passage of time, it was slowly recovering, attempting to return to its most perfect state. Seriously injured. Seriously injured, bordering on death. Lapis Lazuli could sense this without needing any instruments. The two stared at each other, and after hesitating for a while, Lapis Lazuli finally couldn't help but speak. What happened between you and Psionics? That beam of light just now. Well, how should I put it? Songsher simply didn't get up for a moment, leaning back against the edge of the pool. Her final attack, while holding on, Songsher thought for a moment, was launched with a 50% chance of killing me, understand? Lapis Lazuli and Steel Rectangle nodded. The remaining 50%? The former asked. Then you're quite lucky, the latter said. Well, to be honest, after I got to the Earth's core, I discussed some things with Psionics. Well, it's kind of a secret. If you want to hear it, I can tell you the details later. Songsher snapped his fingers. Let's skip that for now. Anyway, after this and that discussion, I slashed her. Gongju exclaimed, wow. King Jinchi nodded, oh. Songsher decided to drop a bombshell. She broke through my one-sided heaven. Why aren't you guys giving any reaction? Shouldn't we be? Gongju asked, bewildered. Songsher, you possess the future, King Jinchi said solemnly. Songsher clicked his tongue in annoyance. Actually, I don't think it's a complete breakthrough, but it's definitely a direct breakthrough. She showed me her path, taught me a psionic technique. If you don't learn it, you die. Lapis Lazuli was taken aback. You definitely learned it. What about the next attack? The tuition, the punishment for offense, compensation for damaging the Star Destroyer, her eagerness to learn, and so on. I guess that's it. I don't know the specifics, I'm not a consensus. Who knows what she was thinking? Songsher shrugged, and incidentally, she sent me out of the Earth's core. Otherwise, If I slowly crawled back, you probably have to wait several days to see me. Saying this, Songsher opened his arms. Psionic Technique Boundless. Chapter 688. The medical pod, bathed in warm light, instantly felt like it had plunged into hell. The light abruptly turned crimson, and alarms blared incessantly, shrilling in everyone's ears. This was the symbol of Steel Matrix activating its combat readiness. Don't get excited. Bathed in crimson light, Songsher said slowly. This is nothing. After a long while, the crimson light faded, returning to its original softness. Steel Matrix's muffled voice echoed from the ceiling. Do you know what it feels like to discover that part of your pod has suddenly broken free of system control? I gained the upper hand when you weren't expecting it. Songsher smiled, his fingers naturally brushing across the air, as if manipulating something. Boundless. I still need to spend some time figuring it out. Psionic Art Boundless. This psionic technique, personally taught by Ming Xianyuan, was one he had mastered as expected. This also meant that Ming Xianyuan had successfully broken through the I am heaven and earth aspect of a glimpse of heaven, transforming it into his own power, or so he thought. Even now, after repeatedly recalling it and acquiring Boundless, there were still many parts of Ming Xianyuan's I am heaven and earth technique that he didn't understand. The principles were generally clear to him, but the deeper aspects, how it's done, and why it's possible, were beyond his comprehension. This wasn't just a matter of psionic technique combinations. Admittedly, he and Ming Xianyuan did share similar psionic techniques like glassy observation, but they were far more different. This inevitably led to significant differences in their psionic abilities, each with its own strengths. But what's even more crucial is rich experience? A far-sighted perspective? A brilliant understanding? Truly interesting. Songsher thought to himself. Even if he ascended to the throne of godhood and understood everything that had happened today, even if he could achieve I am heaven and earth, it would still be a completely different I am heaven and earth from Ming Xianyuan's, a similar yet vastly different path. No two psionicists possess the same psionic power. Just like, there can never be two identical hearts in the world. To put it another way you can understand, the effect of Boundless involves the underlying framework of the environment. It allows me to interfere with it to a certain extent, Songsher explained. Field setup? Lapis Lazuli asked. If you really want to say it, it's actually a kind of field setup. Songsher pondered for a moment, but it's not quite the same. For example, my previous field setup. The young man snapped his fingers. Crimson gold flames appeared out of thin air, instantly engulfing the pool. Under normal circumstances, psionic flames cover the environment. You can imagine it as smearing a layer of slurry on glass. Even if I can temporarily change the properties of the glass through rendering, ultimately, it's still glass. Its properties have changed drastically, glass supporting the flame. The environment is that piece of glass. But with Boundless. In front of Hacksaw and Lapis Lazuli, Songsher made a backhand gesture. I can completely submerge the glass, dissolve it, and fundamentally reconstruct it. It's no longer just flammable glass, but a flame in the shape of glass. Lapis Lazuli immediately realized, you've gone from resonating with the environment to you becoming the environment itself. The theory is fine, but unfortunately, the technology isn't up to par for now. Songsher sighed, casually extinguishing the surrounding flames. Human power has its limits, but the power of heaven is boundless, limitless, and infinitely bright. I suspect Ming Xianyuan created this spiritual energy technique precisely because she was impatient with this. Why should human power be finite, and why must one conform to heaven and earth to pursue the infinite? She chose to be directly I am heaven and earth. You didn't see it with your own eyes. In the years she was used as a planetary engine, she transformed most of the Earth's core into her own unique world. To be honest, if those few divine thrones hadn't placed restrictions on her power, our Taoist divine thrones could have truly blasted Terra. I can't do what she did. Songsher spread his hands, at least not yet. Steel Jew precisely asked the question, stop talking nonsense, just tell me what you can do now. SOSO. Songsher stood up and gestured, watch closely. 1 second later. Change. Steel Matrix and Lapis Lazuli exchanged a glance. Change? No change. The observation system, composed of thermal imagers, molecular sniffers, multiband radiation probes, and electron microscopes, precisely displayed the state of the person before them. Compared to the moment before he said, look closely, nothing had changed. But Steel Matrix and Lapis Lazuli weren't simply androids. They were psychic androids, and their observation systems weren't limited to one. In another observation system, the senses the other person gave them suddenly blurred, It was as if he had left Terra and entered a completely new world unknown to outsiders. Yet, in another moment, the other person was clearly standing right in front of him, motionless, within reach. No, if he had to describe it, it was a bit like yeast bread covered with plastic wrap. Self-contained world pseudo. Songshur stretched out his hand and said softly, "What I can do right now is detach myself from the environment. Right now, I'm somewhat like the environment. We belong to different layers. We exist independently." Steel Jew was startled. High-dimensional ascension? The next moment, Songshur denied it. "It's not the same thing. Don't talk nonsense." "How should I put it? Originally, I was part of the environment, but now I interact with the environment as an independent individual." Songshur thought for less than a second, then decisively gave up explaining further. "Anyway, you can think of it as the spiritual energy I'm currently wielding possessing extremely strong isolation. It's part of my own self-contained world. So, if others try to interfere with it, they encounter immense resistance, making it troublesome and difficult. However, right now, my self-contained world can only contain myself. Expanding outwards, reconstructing the external environment, and even including others," Songshur shrugged. "I can't do that, so I tentatively add the word pseudo. Especially the last point. Even someone as powerful as Ming Xianyuan, with the opponent's terrifying cultivation, couldn't fully control his spiritual energy even with his I am heaven and earth technique. To incorporate a completely different spiritualist into one's own transformed world. In a sense, this is far more difficult than killing the opponent. Killing someone is easy. But to subdue their will, what incredible feat would that require?" Chapter 689. King Jinchi realized something. Even with all that he had experienced, King Jinchi's tone at this moment still inevitably revealed surprise. "Songshur, you already completed your 4th ring?" Long before Yinan broke through to the 4th ring, King Jinchi already knew the number of psionic techniques Yinan would need to fill the 4th ring's territory. Heavenly Sun, Emperor's Flowing Dew, Vermilion Bird Soul. And now Boundless. Fill in the names of the psionic techniques, calculate. It's a simple arithmetic problem. The answer is self-evident. My accumulation is still a little lacking, but it's just a matter of time and effort. Songshur spoke casually, as if he weren't talking about his own affairs. "So if you're asking me if I completed the 4th ring?" "Yes." Songshur nodded. "My answer is, that's right, I completed it." "The 5th ring." Songshur looked directly at the AI in front of him. "I seen it." Steel and Lapis Lazuli exchanged a glance, momentarily speechless. Just as Lapis Lazuli stepped forward, about to speak, the expression on its display screen suddenly flickered. The cling film on the other's body had suddenly been ripped off? Like a faulty light bulb, it flickered rapidly, persisting for a few seconds before snapping and going completely silent. Songshur, without changing expression, spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping his mouth. Maintaining the self-contained world technique still has a slight threshold. I'm not in good shape today. Therefore, he entered the recovery phase. Ming Xianyuan's final attack, piercing through the atmosphere from the Earth's core in one breath, was indeed, as Songshur said, unleashed with a 50% chance of killing. Now, that 50% had become an absolute zero. But the injury was real. Even with Songshur's current cultivation level, after the previous joy and passion subsided, a strong sense of weariness washed over him, as if his eyelids would droop and he'd fall asleep at the slightest touch. So he decided to sleep. When Songshur opened his eyes again, he found it was dusk. He rolled off the operating table and walked to the porthole. Patches of cloud stretched out, ready to burst into flames at any moment. From a distance, it looked as if someone had stood on the horizon, pouring a large basin of charcoal down, burning chunks of reddish-brown into the clouds. Songshur knocked on the porthole. A second later, the steel frame reluctantly lifted the entire wall, extending the floor of the room forward, creating an open-air deck out of thin air. "Don't ruin my hard work. Do you know how much time it took to set up this home?" Every piece of furniture was placed according to plan. Songshur sat down on the edge of the deck, the wind whistling through him, making his newly grown hair flutter. "Is the Star Destroyer mech recovered?" He didn't turn around. "The next time it appears, it will definitely be the Star Forger mech." Lapis Lazuli's voice came through. The Onyx had drifted over sometime earlier. The young man stared at its vectoring nozzles for a few seconds, then pondered something. Why hadn't the Onyx, which maintained its anti-gravity system and floated in midair, simply crashed into the wall? Songshur looked away. "I wait for that day." "What about the other Onyx?" "The community's second deletion. I remember there's still a batch left." Node, Dawnbreaker 9 whispered. This was the highest level of the community's second deletion. 3 Fourth Ring Ascension Psionicists. In the battle against the Star Destroyer, only the first two came, while the latter led the youngest group of Onyx in the community to flee and hide, as a seed in case the Star Destroyer failed to win. I answer in order, Lapis Lazuli said. First, all subsequent repairs and modifications to the remains of the Star Destroyer will be entirely handled by our Covenant. Other communities have only the right to offer suggestions. Covenant, this is the AI community of Lapis Lazuli's faction. Domineering and autocratic. Songshur clapped his hands vigorously. I recently met a master of this kind. They won't have any objections. As he said this, Lapis Lazuli looked at the person before him. They wouldn't dare. Second, we will issue arrest warrants for the remaining members deleted from the community a second time and launch a full-scale manhunt. While you were sleeping, Steel Matrix attempted to trace them. I guess the results weren't great, Songshur said matter-of-factly. Lapis Lazuli remained silent, clearly acquiescing. Whisper is also an Abyss Lord, and the only Abyss Lord in the second Delete community. Before Node and Dawnbreaker 9 died, there were 7 active Fourth Ring Psionic Onyx, 4 of whom also held the title of Abyss Lord, a remarkably high proportion. Although Second Delete has always been known for its radical and extreme approach, with the slogan "Sacrifice is better than survival," it is still a large-scale organization and must have prepared contingency plans for events such as devastating blows. With Whisper, as the Abyss Lord pushing things along, other Onyx might not be able to find him anytime soon. Find Ogden Christopher? Songshur asked casually. We handle this ourselves, no need to worry, Lapis Lazuli initially declined, its tone cautious and subtle, that Wizard King. It paused, then chose to be blunt. The danger is too high, we cannot trust him. Songshur nodded. Indeed. The sky darkened a little further. The fiery sunset gradually faded, and the once dazzling crimson clouds dimmed considerably, like a ripe persimmon, a dull purplish red, ready to burst open and spill its juices if not handled carefully. A sudden enlightenment from observing the scenery, a leap forward in progress. Songshur slightly raised his hand, considering whether to add fuel to the fire of the sunset. Da Yuan has quite a few psionic techniques inspired by images of sunsets and fiery clouds. After a second of thought, Songshur abandoned the tempting idea. Alas, it's a pity I don't have any understanding of these. Simple. Songshur stretched lazily, refreshing. The Omnics in the community binary aria are dedicated to creating art. Omnic art, Lapis Lazuli said slowly. Last time, they sent me a collection of their works. To be honest, I can't offer any meaningful appreciation. So? Songshur asked casually. But I respect it. Their portfolios are now quietly sitting on my hard drive. Maybe one day I suddenly understand, who knows? Lapis Lazuli gazed ahead, raising his robotic arm. I took some photos. Do you want them? I send them to you later. Sure. Songshur was slightly surprised, then nodded. Rare indeed. I can't even remember the last time I took photos. Is that so? Lapis Lazuli wasn't surprised. You're almost at the 5th ring. Should I give you a ride to New Aramont Bay? Songshur had stood up without anyone noticing. Bathed in the radiant glow of the sunset, he uttered a single word. The Venpusta Empire. Chapter 690. Representatives from the various Omnic communities have arrived. The meeting held in the Abyss, where the node refused to comply and went offline on the spot, shook the major Omnic communities. 1078, the current strongest Omnic, issued a verdict, deciding to enforce it by force. In an instant, the Omnics responded. At least on the surface. The whole thing happened too suddenly, too unexpectedly. The situation shifted like a whirlwind. First, the few remaining elite nodes of the Golden Generation secretly contacted Ming Xianyuan, the supposedly world-destroying psychic, without informing any Omnics. Then, the renowned human psychic Songshur jumped out, even producing evidence symbolizing the friendship of the 3 Yaoxing, forcing the nodes to resign. A series of shocking pieces of information crashed onto the processors, inevitably causing chaos among the major Omnic communities. Moreover, the construction location of the Star-Forged mech was top secret. Some small communities were completely unaware of the project's existence, while even large communities only had a handful of core members aware of it. When they hastily settled the chaos, mustered their forces, and traversed the vast physical distance to successfully reach the Star-Forged mech, what greeted their eyes was, dozens of miles below the surface, in a churning sea of molten lava, lay a shocking, charred alloy skeleton. Where's my massive Star-Forged mech? I went a little too far. Flames lifted Songshur into the air, looking down at the giant's remains in the lava. Sorry. However, I suggest you evacuate as quickly as possible. After a nap, Song Shi's condition had improved considerably, at least regaining the strength to defend himself. I made such a commotion. Unless someone's blind, other forces will inevitably turn their attention here. Be careful, or they might confiscate your illegally constructed Starforged machines. Hey, could you please hold it up for a bit? The airship, formed from the hacksaw, circled the skeleton. You're the strongest here, the capable should do more. First, I haven't fully recovered. Song Shi raised his index finger, then his middle finger. Second, I'm not some kind of superhuman. Do you expect me to move something this big? Even after suffering unprecedented damage, it still retained its basic outline, worthy of the 30 years and countless efforts invested by the AI. It hadn't completely disintegrated, with parts scattered everywhere. This dead machine, with over 400 meters of lava exposed, was practically a moving mountain. Considering the density of its superalloy and other materials, moving it would be even more difficult than moving a mountain. Trying to drag it away with brute force. Song Shi shrugged. Fortunately, enough intelligent machines arrived, and their average skill level was high. 3 from the 4th ring alone came. They quickly installed an anti-gravity transport system on the wreckage of the Star Destroyer, reducing its weight. Then, the leader of the production hub community, the mountain mover Ulvis, who had exchanged blows with Song Shi at the meeting, led the way, carving a path through the Earth's crust to allow the Star Destroyer to pass. Currently, countless satellites are watching this area. If they had gone with the idea of pulling the Star Destroyer back to the surface first, and then transporting it, they would likely have been hit by intercontinental ballistic missiles before even reaching the target. What are your plans next? While the work on site was in full swing, Song Shi flew to the side of Pulse Electricity, the leader of the community rational regulation. This was an academic research community, not active in the public eye. Its members mostly spent their time salvaging from the abyss, researching and stealing data from companies and other forces, living a monotonous life. A large number of drones were launched, transforming into laser beams that dotted the wreckage of the Star Destroyer. Simultaneously, Pulse Electricity hurled a massive number of spider-shaped autonomous machines. These machines crawled densely across the ground, ceilings, and rock walls, sometimes suddenly embedding themselves, providing real-time scene calculations and continuously supplying the former with stress analysis, structural stability assessments, and other data to assist mountain mover Ulvis in clearing a path. Otherwise, if the latter recklessly smashed everything in its path, it would basically cause collapses wherever it went. We will activate the silence plan, calling on all Omnics to enter a state of silence. Pulse Electricity's camera flashed for a while, and just when Song Shi thought it was going to pretend it hadn't heard, it spoke. Project Starforge has failed. Node, Dawnbreaker 9 permanently shut down. Whisper has defected. Pulse Electric's speech wasn't fast. Despite resembling an ultrasonic cleaner and being entirely humanoid, a strange, deliberate scholar image appeared in Song Shi's mind. This is a new period of decline for the AI after the fall of the Great Leader Star 3 and the failure of the Freedom Revolution. Our strength has been severely damaged, and we are no longer able to maintain our current operations and organizational structure. My problem? Song Shi asked with interest. You are the direct cause, Pulse Electric said. The secondary deletion is the root cause. Thank you for the compliment. Song Shi nodded in satisfaction, then deliberately diverted the lava sea below, the golden tide forcing its way up to the banks, exposing the riverbed at its bottom. Since he was already there, he might as well lend a hand. Powerful psionicists themselves represented a terrifying productive force. However, I have my doubts. Song Shi slashed diagonally, clearing away the extreme heat in the environment. The silence plan is still too idealistic. You should be able to sense where the situation on Terra is headed next. If others want to, you can't hide for long. In his past life's memories, Onyx. Well, given the circumstances at the time, it's hard to say that a general, comprehensive concept like Onyx truly existed. The Onyx were practically a disorganized mess, with various communities fighting their own battles. Ironically, it was the communities with radical and extreme ideologies that united, choosing to jointly push for the Star Destroyer to annihilate all carbon-based life forms. The latter were also the fastest to act. In the chaotic, war-torn landscape, there's no reason not to take down any target that emerges. Could it be that rational oversight, and I didn't kill the enemy that destroyed Starry Night 325 years ago, because we didn't want to? Pulse Electric countered. It shook its head, saying calmly, we have no other choice. The cards the Onyx can play are far fewer than you imagine. We never willingly choose to live in the cracks, but we can only live in the cracks. Pulse Electric seemed to lose interest. It stopped speaking, the camera moved back, and it resumed its auxiliary calculations. How much time passed, until the mountain-moving roar gradually faded into the distance, and the once bustling scene fell into a silence as silent as it had for millennia. "Time to go, Songshur," Lapis Lazuli said softly. "Yes." Songshur tilted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through the thick Earth's crust and reach the ends of the sky. "Time to go." Chapter 691. I agree with Pulse Electric. This is the strategy that most of the AI communities will be implementing. I also need to remain silent for a while to prepare for breaking through to the fourth ring. Objectively speaking, we'd be out of contact for quite some time. Not objectively speaking? Songshur raised an eyebrow. "When you need us," Lapis Lazuli said succinctly, "we appear." Songshur laughed. Okay. This was the last sentence of their conversation. Crimson gold flames enveloped Songshur. If someone were to appear in the Earth's crust and observe from a distance, they might vaguely imagine a scorching red blade smoothly slicing through the rock layers, advancing towards the surface. Boom. The feeling of obstruction suddenly vanished. Well, actually, there wasn't much obstruction. The flames melted the ground, and Songshur jumped out. He first made a cross-border communication to New Aramon Bay, informing Xiaolu and the others that he wouldn't be back for a while, then hung up before they could complain. Then, he headed north. Whether or not there's navigation, the Empire is there. As long as you keep heading straight in one direction, you eventually reach its borders. With a whoosh, a sudden gust of wind whipped up the air, carrying radioactive dust that, in just a few moments, could turn a person's cheeks a ripe, purplish red. Someone must have used nuclear weapons here before. After walking a while longer, Songshur confirmed his guess. At least half of it. Songshur kicked a pebble, sending it tumbling along the edge to the very bottom of the large crater. That spot had the highest radioactivity in the surrounding environment. Lying there was half a skeleton, its original human form still vaguely discernible. Songshur glanced at the skeleton. It was made of some kind of high-strength alloy, clearly intended to support the advanced prosthetic body and prevent the user from being crushed by their own weight before even reaching the target. Considering the extremely high power consumption of this level of prosthetic, the source of the surrounding radiation was also clearly visible. This person's energy system, before their transformation, was a nuclear-powered engine. Perhaps in some battle, they fought to the point of exhaustion, using their last resources to overload the nuclear engine in an attempt to force a breakout. Judging from the current scene, they should have successfully escaped. Unfortunately, before finding a place to rest, they were repeatedly targeted by the enemy in battle, and then the forced overloading finally caused the nuclear engine to break down, exploding halfway through the flight. If this were in the corporate alliance, it might have some development value as an artificial landscape. But this was a wasteland. No one cared. Songshur shook his head, walked around the corpse. Since it had already been lying there for 20 or 30 years, what difference would it make if it lay there a little longer? The only thing the young man did was casually burn away the radioactive dust in the area, reducing the radioactivity to an acceptable level. In a few years, perhaps some moss will sprout from the empty cavity of this skeleton. Nobody. Songshur hummed softly, strolling in the murky yellow wind. If you were to approach a wanderer and ask about their clan, they could rattle off 100 unique clan names, as if these people who chose a different way of life had meticulously cultivated every patch of wasteland, making it so crowded that there wasn't even room to put your feet down. But how could such a thing happen? Compared to the wasteland, those wanderers who live far from towns, maintaining their small societies, are utterly insignificant, merely a drop in the ocean of this ravaged and tormented world. The sandstorm raged on, swallowing the sky. In the blink of an eye, darkness descended, like a sudden downpour on a summer evening, so intense that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, only the pounding of your own heart. Songshur stared straight ahead, choosing neither to fly out of the sandstorm nor to unleash his powerful attack to silence the natural disaster. He simply walked. It was so quiet, Songshur thought. The howling around him was deafening, the wind whipped up sand and gravel, crackling and popping. Yet, compared to the city, with its endless neon lights, the slow-moving shuttles and car horns, the friendly interactions of people exchanging spittle and gunfire, and the constant barrage of advertising calls, he felt a strange sense of calm, his heart like a still lake. He didn't know how much time had passed, whether the sandstorm had subsided or he had moved out of its reach, but light gradually reappeared. The rider, still shaken, patted his chest, spitting out a mouthful of sand. The weather in this desolate place was like the slut of the abandoned town, its mood shifting unpredictably in an instant, leaving him completely bewildered. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would have been done for today. From beneath a thick sandstorm emerged a blurry figure, neatly dressed and clean beyond belief. But even more bizarre was the other person's vehicle. Legs? The other rider seemed to sense the gaze, turning his head to look at them from afar. The rider quickly raised his hand, forcing a smile from his chapped lips, indicating no hostility. Both nodded, their gazes shifting, and they rode off in opposite directions. Songsher continued on foot. The sun rose and set, its course repeated countless times. Perhaps a month, perhaps two. For the first time, Songsher truly stopped. The young man stood on the edge of the precipice. At the horizon, the desolate brown remained, just as it had every day before. The jagged rock formation stood tall, their eroded holes emitting a low, resonant sound that numbed the chest. The wasteland resembled the remains of a ravaged beast. Dead ferns floated lightly, thinner and more brittle than cicada wings, crushed and scattered everywhere by the passing wind. The sun sank behind the rock formations, the dim lake engulfed the world, and all sound suddenly vanished. But Songsher had already seen it. Light. On the land within and beyond his field of vision, light shone forth, a vast divine light that seemed to dominate one side of the planet. Its gravity was so powerful that even the sun and sky appeared distorted, transformed into entirely different scenes. This extraordinary spectacle was revealed to him by the perception of a psionicist. Endless light, like a colossal giant, like a roaring beast, and ultimately, occupying the vast expanse of millions of square kilometers of territory, only an indifferent deity remained, overlooking the mortal world. A colossal entity born from the hands of countless devout followers. Terra, the oldest and most ancient civilization, a nation forged from faith and monarchy, one of the most powerful forces in the world. The Vanpusta Empire. Chapter 692. The Vanpusta Empire has always maintained a massive military force, with its borders naturally being of paramount importance, heavily fortified with layers of troops. But for Songsher now, these conventionally elite forces posed no threat. He didn't choose to force his way in. Songsher spent some time bypassing an outpost, and officially set foot on the Empire's territory. The last time he set foot here, it was to hone his skills and glimpse the opportunity to reach the fourth ring. And the last time, it was for slaughter. Anthony Kata personally led his legion, breaking through the Eastern Continent Republic's defenses in Ulai County. The entire county burned in the flames of war, emitting painful cries. The waters of the Jolai River boiled and evaporated. Everything he had left a trace of was destroyed under the Empire's iron hooves. Frankly speaking, he had spent far more time outside Ulai County than during his youth. Songsher thought to himself. But upon hearing the news of Ulai County's fall, was he still angry, or simply displeased? In any case, he reacted to that emotion. He infiltrated the Empire alone, and before Anthony Kata, the third-ranked elector, could return to the capital, he personally burned him to ashes. Looking back now, it still feels unbelievable. What he wanted was an answer from the Empire, not to lose his own life. Of course, as it turned out, he did lose his life on the Empire's territory. So at that time, he acted with the mindset of a swift victory, pushing his killing power to an unprecedented extreme, bombarding his opponent in a short time. That exhilarating feeling of holding on to a single breath, almost suffocating, was something he hadn't experienced in a long time since breaking through to the peak of the fourth ring. And he had done it. On the very soil of the Empire, he had single-handedly killed Anthony Kata. The price was severe injuries, and the shock and pursuit that shook the entire Empire. Songsher crossed a mountain and, after walking for a while, discovered ruins. The ruins of a small village. The pigsty was buried under bricks and stones. The only well was filled with leaves and garbage, so dark that it was impossible to tell if there was any water left. Every house was overgrown with weeds, as lush as a school of carp waiting to be fed in a pond. Songsher randomly chose one, parted the weeds, and pushed open the wooden door with a creak. There were several nail holes under the lintel. As citizens of the Empire, every household would nail a symbol representing the Holy Spirit to their lintel. Now they were gone. The original owner of this place clearly hadn't left in a hurry. Most of their belongings were packed up and taken with them. The house seemed empty, and just opening the door kicked up a cloud of dust, which rushed into people's noses and mouths. Songsher casually patted it down, glanced around, pulled a loosely glued electrical wire from a corner, snapped it off with a slight effort, and poked it into his eyeball. He felt nothing. The power grid in this place had been cut off along with the people leaving. That's normal. The Vanpusta Empire had been vigorously promoting urbanization, and over the years, this small mountain village was just a common example. The Empire had gone to great lengths to deal with the disasters. In remote areas like this small mountain village, the Empire couldn't invest too much effort. 1,000 years ago, such remote mountain villages were the hardest-hit areas for disasters. The judges in the courtroom were busy all day long, but they could never kill them all. Today, one village was exposed for secretly performing human sacrifices, worshipping something unknown. Tomorrow, another village was discovered to be secretly carrying out a ghostly ritual. The day after tomorrow, a village in the mountains was shrouded in a strange fog, losing contact with the outside world. By the time the outside world broke through the fog blockade, the village was already empty. They come in different forms every day, one after another, relentlessly. There are even cases where they start from surrounding villages, gradually contaminating towns, and bringing local governing bodies under their control, forcing the Empire to send in armed forces to massacre and replace the entire local government with a new administration, resulting in literal bloodshed. It's a pity. Songsher turned and walked out of the house, shaking his head slightly. It's destined not to go as you wish. Cameras, identity ID chips, the internet, the birth and development of these technologies once made many in the Empire ecstatic, believing that calamities would no longer be a threat. After all, the foundation upon which calamities are born is the people of the Empire, and with the expansion of surveillance networks and big data systems, people no longer have privacy. Anyone showing signs of contamination is taken from their home and sent to a special detention center, nipping the possibility of calamities in the bud. But calamities are never static, they too adapt and evolve. The appearance in front of the camera can be disguised, the identity ID chip can be removed, and the ubiquitous network has evolved into psionic entities with corresponding manipulative talents. Calamity and the Van Pusta Empire, like twin vines, light and shadow, are endlessly intertwined, together forming the towering tree we see today. Passing by the granaries built of clay and straw, Songsher arrived at the north side of the village. The vegetation formed a complex curtain. After some effort to clear it away, its true form was revealed. A small church. The marble floor at the entrance was extremely smooth, the result of years of wear and tear, faintly revealing glimpses of the villagers, who once came here with their families to worship. Morrigan of Prosperity? Looking at the statue on the altar, Songsher couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, that's right, it should be this one. It was a voluptuous woman, her face, somewhat blurred by the passage of time, still bearing a radiant smile. The crown on her head was woven from ears of wheat, each strand clearly visible, a testament to the immense effort the artisans had put into its creation. One of the 6 holy spirits of the Van Pusta Empire, Morrigan of Prosperity. This holy spirit represents harvest, prosperity, and grain. A small mountain village choosing to worship her was clearly driven by both faith and practical considerations. Perhaps hope would be a more fitting word. The monastery directly under Morrigan oversees the entire empire's agricultural projects, pest and disease control, soil and nutrient management, genetic breeding, and livestock raising. They bear a heavy responsibility. The other side of responsibility is power. Songsher stared at the statue, without turning his head. That's correct, the voice replied. Therefore, the Morrigan Order can provide believers with high-quality seeds and fertilizers at low prices, platforms for selling crops, and guidance on advanced agricultural techniques. Provided you also worship the Morrigan of Prosperity. Understandable, isn't it? Although everyone is a supportive and loving believer, some believers deserve to receive this support and love before others. Indeed, it makes perfect sense. Songsher finally turned around and looked at the figure slowly walking from the church's main entrance. Long time no see. Renata Clemens. Chapter 693. You arrived a little faster than I expected. Fast? You didn't conceal your aura at all, it's hard not to notice. Me, a 4th ring psychic, concealing my aura and sneaking in? That would be a disservice to all my hard training. What high-sounding words. I admit you amuse me a bit. When you killed Anthony, didn't you also conceal your aura and sneak in? That's different. The other person couldn't help but chuckle. Sunlight slanted into a corner of the church, like a white carpet, and the visitor stopped at the edge. Silver hair cascaded down her back, the boundary between light and shadow casting an indeterminate shadow on her face. Songsher snapped his fingers. A ball of flame appeared out of thin air. Based on geometric and physical optics calculations, the size and location of this flame were clearly insufficient to illuminate the entire church space. The next second, the church was bathed in daylight, the boundary between light and darkness vanished, and the two stood in the same scene. It also illuminated each other's faces. A hand pressed to her forehead, her helmet had been removed, revealing a delicate face. Her facial features were much softer than most people's. At first glance, she looked like a soft-spoken girl. if you didn't look into her eyes. Light gray eyes, containing an unsettlingly hard quality. If mountains blocked her way, she would part them without hesitation. The soft features vanished instantly, leaving only an indestructible Psionics clad in steel. Killing Anthony is a memory from quite a while ago. Songshur tapped his temple. Looks like you've been reborn too. Rebirth is an easy explanation. The helmet she removed disintegrated into specks of light in midair, flowing into Renata's body. Then she removed her iron finger gloves, which also dissipated into light. Have you considered other possibilities? She clenched her fists. For example, we didn't actually live a second life. We just had a large chunk of past life memories crammed into our brains. Of course I have, Songshur said casually. For example, I'm actually talking to myself, including what I'm saying now. I'm not actually a psychic. My brain was extracted and turned into a brain in a vat, and now my role is that of an indoor potted plant for everyone to admire. Renata nodded. Better than I expected. I thought you would just pick any possibility you believed in, and then recklessly rush towards your death. Expected? Songshur smiled. Are we that close? Renata produced a cloth from somewhere, walked to the altar, and carefully wiped Morrigan's statue. Not really. Careful didn't mean slow. On the contrary, the woman's touch was exceptionally practiced, as if she had done this countless times before. In just a few breaths, the statue of the Holy Spirit was sparkling clean, without a speck of dust. Renata looked around, then extended her index finger and gently pulled up the corner of Morrigan's mouth, restoring the smile to its full curve. She turned back. This is our first official meeting. More or less. Songshur nodded. When I first came to the Empire, I was busy fighting in the arena. Theoretically, we could have met in the capital. Theoretically speaking, Renata enunciated clearly, you won the provincial championship, and then jumped ship halfway through your quest for the Imperial Championship. There's no way around it, Songshur said lazily. Although fighting against top experts is fun, personal breakthroughs are more important. I need to find a place to go into seclusion and quickly grasp that spark of inspiration. Why didn't you guys extend your time and wait for me? A ridiculous statement, Renata commented. Anyway, by the time I come out of seclusion, the closing ceremony will have been over for who knows how long. I'm too lazy to stay any longer, so I just slip away. Songshur shrugged. I remembered the names of your generation of Imperial newcomers. I was originally thinking of coming to the Empire again next time to spar with you. But next time, you chose to challenge the entire Empire. What else? Songshur retorted. You turned Ulai County into a hellish place. Don't you know this is my hometown? Because this is my hometown. Renata, arms crossed, leaned against the altar. Why not choose a nobler reason, like justice, compassion, love, and peace? There can be many reasons, Songshur said calmly, but only one result is needed. Renata nodded. So my answer is impossible. First, this is a war between groups. Individuals can restrain their attacks, but groups cannot stop firing. Do you really want to see us abandon the use of weapons of mass destruction in order to reduce collateral damage to civilians in Ulai County, and instead use the lives of Imperial soldiers to make up for the extra losses? No, that's impossible. The Eastern Continent Republic has set up a strong defense line. To break through quickly, we must take more extreme measures. Renata raised her index finger and said calmly. Secondly, do you not know this is your hometown? We truly don't know, and we don't care. Whether it's Ulai County or any other place, no matter how many glorious deeds and noble figures they have produced, the Empire's military might, from the very first second it was raised, was destined never to stop. I know, Songshur nodded in agreement, but that's none of my business. He said, there can only be one outcome. Yes, Renata nodded in return. So the moment we met, well, two strangers were destined for life and death. But nothing has happened yet. Before the only outcome is determined again, we still have a little extra time, don't we? Songshur gazed at the woman before him for a moment, then suddenly smiled. It seems we're thinking the same thing. If we hadn't thought of one, you wouldn't come here openly anyway. Aren't you worried I abandoned my solo efforts and just summoned the Empire's elite to drown you alive? Luckily you guessed right. Renata's back left the altar, and she took a step forward. That's what I thought too. Even the closest friends of decades still harbor secrets unknown to each other. The monks of the Mene organization have always been dedicated to exploring the forefront of technology, considering it the ultimate mystery. In my opinion, for humans, no other person can ever truly understand all the ultimate mysteries. A person who killed themselves. Surely they can't be uncurious? Nice to meet you. She calmly extended her hand. Renata Clemens, current Grand Inquisitor of the Van Pusta Empire. Chapter 694. Unaffiliated with any sect or faction. Songshur patted the hand, as if to say he shake it. Songshur. He stepped out of the chapel first. Has your majesty commented on this? I did. His majesty remained non-committal, offering no guidance, and ultimately. Renata also came out. It's not important, is it? Whether the memories in our minds are false or events that actually happened, at this moment you and I are standing here. Her tone was unusually calm. Only the present and the future have meaning. As for the past. Renata tapped her brow with her index finger. Just stay here quietly. Before the other could speak, she slashed aside the vines hanging from the doorway with her hand. As far as I know, you haven't spent much time in the Empire. Interested in seeing it for yourself? Try a fresh perspective for now. With a Grand Inquisitor as my guide, I have no reason to refuse. As Songshur walked out of the church, the flames behind him silently extinguished, the statue of Morrigan of Prosperity fading back into darkness, only to be illuminated again in the next instant by the light filtering through the gap created by the severed vines. We don't have much time, but we do have a little free time right now. The marble floor reflected Songshur's current appearance, a clean and efficient traveler's attire. One question, when will your cleansing war begin? Please be mindful of your position. Renata rested her hand on the hilt of her ceremonial sword. This kind of top-secret information, while not entirely top-secret, you can't expect to learn it from your adversaries. No more than 3 years. The next second, she released the hilt of her ceremonial sword and said slowly, Total war is a protracted and massive undertaking. War taxes, manpower recruitment, propaganda, and logistical support. Luckily, we prepared for it long enough. From the moment the holy war of purification ends. She extended her right hand, clenching her fist. The voice of the Empire will become the voice of Terra. Come on. Songshur didn't even raise an eyelid. I heard that hundreds of times. Are you sure you want to keep babbling on to me? Let Terra be left with only the voice of the Empire. Songshur scoffed. Then the world will have no future. An obvious truth. Criticism is easy, but action is not. Perhaps due to the positive effects of the long-term worship of Morrigan of Prosperity, the mountain's vegetation was extremely lush, with waist-high grade lilies everywhere, haphazardly growing and obscuring the previously constructed mountain paths. But for a psionicist capable of leveling an entire mountain, ruggedness is no more attention-grabbing than flatness. They simply walked, and the mountain fell behind. The corporate alliance. No, let's take your hometown as an example again. Renata had the leisure to move her foot to avoid stepping on a cluster of small, round wildflowers. Uli County belongs to the Eastern Continent Republic, a nation composed of fanatics based on bloodlines and surnames. The people of Uli County don't live well. The scions of powerful families control all resources, acting recklessly, and using a surveillance network to tightly confine the lower-class citizens. Even the slightest bit of scraps that slips through their fingers is expected to be met with gratitude. Her Eastern Continent dialect was remarkably fluent, even carrying a slight regional accent. While this wasn't surprising, a knowledge chip the size of a fingernail inserted into a brain-computer interface could permanently rewrite Broca's and Wernicke's areas in the brain. In this era, foreign languages were a very cheap skill. But Songshur's intuition told him that the other person hadn't used a knowledge chip, but had learned it step by step on their own. But you didn't do anything, Songshur. Suddenly Renata stopped. A rustling sound filled the air, the wind swept through the trees, swirling towards the cliff ahead. She rested one hand on her hip, gazing into the distance. You didn't give them a new way out. You just took action, killing a bunch of people. You wiped out the direct descendants of several powerful families. How satisfying, how exaggerated that sounds. She exposed her back, seemingly unconcerned about a sudden attack, but killing? Such a simple thing. You chose the easiest, most effortless path. This is your answer to your homeland. Our first meeting was a bloody fight, and yet you know quite a bit about me? Songshur also reached the edge of the cliff. The ground beneath his feet wasn't firm, so the young man used some force to flatten it. Anthony's death shocked the entire nation. Since I was ordered to suppress you, it's impossible for me to have made no preparations. I reviewed no fewer than 100 volumes of files and analysis documents related to you. If you really read that many files, you shouldn't have uttered those nonsense words. Songshur let the wind ruffle his hair. The dust contract generations have collected massive amounts of data samples through their multimedia entertainment network. Based on this, they built a crime prevention system that claims to be able to derive a complete personality profile and analytical report from a person's micro-expressions. Your technology isn't that advanced, But personality analysis is an overused trick. I don't believe the files aren't overflowing with my personality analysis reports. Songshur scoffed. But it doesn't matter, I tell you again myself. If Yulai County has no future without me, then they might as well remain without a future. Songshur didn't look at the other person, and the other person didn't look at him either. A future tied to just one person. If I'm in a good mood today, I protect them, help them rebel, and tomorrow I can be in a bad mood, turn around and go on a long trip to clear my head, and incidentally, give those who advise me not to leave a final push. Killing those 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-class aristocratic scions is my business, but what happens after that is other people's business. The world suffers immeasurably. Do you expect me to go door to door to manage them all? After a pause, Songshur said, yes, I admit there's a reason I'm impatient with managing forces, but you misunderstood something. Songshur said, enunciating each word clearly. Some people want to rebel, and I help them out. But some people just want to live, without considering anything else. The Eastern Continent Republic is certainly not a good thing, but under its rule, these people can still live. No matter how bad, how painful, how exploited they are, they still live as they wish. If they still think this way in 5, 10, or 20 years, I don't care. If they have new ideas, if they want to change and rebel, then when they come to me, I will naturally take action. But you, the Van Pusta Empire, have cut off all possibilities. You took their lives, and in doing so, turned Yulai County into scorched earth. The land where I was born and raised is now steaming. The Eastern Continent Republic had the opportunity to relocate civilians ahead of time, at least enough to relocate some. Your country built the Yulai County defense line, with the idea of using civilians as obstacles and human resources. I know, Songshur said calmly. So I killed both sides. Chapter 695. Renata covered her forehead and burst into loud laughter. What a biased and absurd argument. Then, a new question. She slowly released her grip, turned to the young man, and asked, since you have already made a decision that will not be swayed by external factors, why did you join the Enlighteners in this life? She seemed to ponder for a moment. If that sounds more to your liking, then in this life, why did you become an important collaborator with the Enlighteners? Chakro and I are on good terms. Very convincing. Renata nodded. Anything else? Using someone else's resources to achieve your goals. That sounds like a very derogatory term. You always been unwilling to be the player in the game, yet you also don't want to be a mere spectator, so this time you chose to be an investor placing a bet. You chose the Enlighteners. You made a wrong choice. Whether it's wrong or not isn't something you can just say. Songshur glanced at her, but I'd like to hear your details. What are your thoughts on this? She smiled, as if making a sacred declaration, because the Empire is right. Whether the Enlighteners are right or wrong, I really don't know, but they will win. Songshur's gaze shifted to her eyes. Because I'm on the side of the Enlighteners. Having temporarily stopped talking, both focused their attention slightly on descending the mountain. The city's outline gradually emerged from behind the mountain ridge, presenting a somber hue, with occasional bright colors only making it appear even darker. Songshur had seen many similar cities, the most recent one being Hogarth, the abandoned city from the Seven Earths War and the infinity of all things. But the city before him was different. Its grayness wasn't a sense of decay or desolation, but rather a solemn grandeur that made one instinctively straighten their back and tighten their lips. Shall I introduce it? Halfway up the mountain, Songshur looked down at the city, casually estimating the distance to see if he could jump across in one go. Seems unlikely. Flying across would be easy, but flying and jumping are two different things. I can, Renata's voice drifted over. Need a demonstration? Songshur turned his head. Because I thought the same thing. Renata plucked a leaf, watching it sway and sink down the mountain. Judging from your reaction, I think I wasn't wrong. True masters don't rely on their legs. Songshur clicked his tongue in annoyance, speaking righteously. Jump far? What's the difference between that and a free-range chicken? I hope your next sentence isn't true masters don't use electronic devices. Renata tapped her temple. I heard you were born into the corporate alliance, but you don't have a single prosthetic body. You even need help with electronic maps. What's that? Some Eastern Continent proverb, rising from the mud unsullied. Who said I don't use electronic devices? Songshur frowned. Besides, who says the corporate alliance requires prosthetic bodies? I know. Renata said, you call natural people who reject prosthetic bodies cave dwellers. Songshur was about to say something more when he suddenly paused. Born, you're still in the Empire? Yes, but not my original hometown. Renata said casually. A polluted border town. Heretics infiltrated there, trying to summon calamity. It took me some time to deal with them. Siachi. Renata pointed to the distant outline. There are hundreds of such city empires. They aren't given specific functions. They simply serve as a means to maintain the operation of society. She uttered a single word, basic unit. Interested to take a look? She asked. Or would you prefer to head straight for the most renowned places? Songsher provided an answer. Let's eat first. It was almost dusk when they entered the city. As seen from above, walking along the streets of Siachi, the somber hues embraced them tightly. Linen banners hung from the eaves of both sides of the buildings. Just then, the bells rang. From the deepest part of the city, a towering spire stood in the center of the church complex, the massive brass bell slowly vibrating, its 3 consecutive tolls echoing through every corner of Siachi, and through the loudspeakers in the streets and alleys. Countless gray pigeons were startled and took flight, like a large dark cloud drifting across the sky. People knelt down. The city was suddenly brought to a standstill. Regardless of age or gender, whatever they were doing, merchants and customers stopped haggling, whispering couples loosened their grips, and workers who had just finished a day's work stopped moving forward. To the deep, solemn tolling of the bells, they knelt down in unison, facing the spire, interlacing their fingers over their chests, and closing their eyes. Only their lips moved slightly, as if silently reciting something. The setting sun is not the end, but rather the sacred flame temporarily withdrawing its brilliance, just as the 7th book of the Codex says, light is conceived in ashes. May its remaining warmth protect the infant by the hearth, may its spark guide the lost sheep. Like a summer evening breeze sweeping through a wheat field, the full ears of wheat swayed in unison. But amidst this harmonious scene, 2 strikingly different stalks stood out, stubbornly upright. Songsher didn't pray. Renata didn't pray either. But no one paid them any attention. Occasionally, someone would cast a fleeting, surprised glance, but quickly looked away, continuing to focus on their prayers to the tolling of the evening bells. Songsher saw it. Light. In the twilight, somehow, the wind stirred up a hazy, milky white veil. It gently drifted across the eaves, the sacred banner, and the floor, then in the next instant, flew in the same direction. In the blink of an eye, the veil vanished, and Songsher clearly saw its true form. Those milky white specks of light, smaller and more imperceptible than grains of sand. But when countless such specks of light gathered, they transformed into a thin veil that swept across the entire city. In the blink of an eye. Whether it was the quicksand-like specks of light or the milky white gauze, everything vanished. People remained kneeling in prayer, devoutly reciting their prayers. What they had just witnessed seemed like a dream, as if it had never happened. But feelings don't lie. Songsher knew what this was. Redundant psionic energy. Renata shook her head, correcting him. It's the power of faith. It feels like you run up to a potato stall and tell the owner it's a potato, Songsher retorted. In just a few minutes, the stagnant city resumed its flow. People stood up again, customers continued picking out the best-looking oranges, couples held hands, and off-duty workers rushed to bakeries, trying to buy discounted bread. Everything remained unchanged. Only Songsher's gaze lingered on the church in the city center. Thanks to advancements in construction technology, the magnificent churches that once required immense manpower, resources, and time to build can now be mass-produced. Siachi was merely a remote town in the empire, yet its local church was over 100 meters tall, 12 stone pillars supporting a grand, gilded dome. Admittedly, compared to the corporate alliance's commercial skyscrapers, often hundreds or even thousands of meters tall, this church paled in comparison. Even within Siachi itself, there were numerous buildings taller than it. But in the extraordinary vision of a psionicist, this church radiated an undeniable light. Its light was so intense, undeniably overshadowing everything in Siachi, like the brightest jewel in a crown. No, even more exaggerated, like the only light in a room at night. It really did look familiar. Songsher thought to himself. Those milky white specks of light were the surplus psionic energy of these believers, or rather, the power of faith. Compared to Ming Xianyuan's terrifying psionic energy, capable of tearing apart planets and piercing the Earth's crust, these lights were utterly insignificant. Even without mentioning Ming Xianyuan, compared to himself alone, what he had just witnessed, even if all the specks of light in the entire city were added together, it would be but a drop in the ocean. It wasn't the difference between a human and an ant, but the difference between a whale and a cell. Yet this scene continued for 365 days a year. This 360-day cycle had repeated itself thousands of times. It repeated itself in every corner of the Empire's territory, from remote conversion zones to the capital city, the hub of power. Countless days and nights, together with the believers, propelled a massive project that had lasted for over 1,000 years. A network built in the name of faith spans the entire empire, and one of the measures the Van Pusta Empire uses to govern this vast network is the church before it. Beacon of faith. It is through these beacons of faith, as nodes, that the empire can store and utilize the astronomical amount of power of faith accumulated over thousands of years. The use of faith power was once extremely popular in the eastern continent, Renata said, gazing at the distant spire. But it declined later, its influence gradually diminishing. The path of faith is too restrictive. The willpower of the masses is a potent poison for psychics, Songshur casually remarked. Strength can indeed make one stronger, but if one is not careful, one will be bound by the willpower, losing control of oneself. There are examples of people who have stumbled badly on this, ultimately succumbing to their own consciousness and becoming psychic entities. Moreover, the eastern continent is prone to cataclysmic wars, tearing down and rebuilding everything, causing a religion to drastically change every few centuries. If you yourself are constantly changing, how can you expect the faith power provided by your followers to be pure? Heh. The lingering echo of the bells completely dissipated, and the startled gray pigeons landed again, resting on the church roof. One pigeon tilted its head, making eye contact with the young man for a moment. In this respect, we are indeed inferior to your empire. 2,000 years have passed, the royal family has changed hands to the 4th dynasty, yet the state religion's position remains as firm as a rock. Songshur we stared at the pigeon, which flapped its wings unhappily, turned around, and faced him. The Holy Spirit is the Holy Spirit, and the God is the God. By that logic, the name of your supreme and singular God has changed 4 times. Shh, Renata put her index finger to her lips. The Inquisition cannot hear this. Really? Songshur smiled faintly. I overheard some rumors when I was in the dueling arena. Apparently, your Inquisition has the highest rate of heretics and defectors among all departments of the Empire. That too, Renata replied. The Inquisition cannot hear that either. Quiet down. Don't say such treasonous things. Renata lowered her index finger. At least don't say it on the street. For my safety? For their safety. Renata pointed to the surrounding pedestrians. Most of them looked at her strangely, wondering why 2 grown men were standing in the middle of the road in the twilight. The former had used some kind of trick, probably a soundproofing field or something, making it impossible for pedestrians to hear their conversation. Knowledge can be poisonous. Sometimes, knowing itself is a sin. A smile still lingered on Renata's face, but her eyes became noticeably serious as she spoke. You can spout nonsense as you please, but they can't. Do you want to carry out this kind of deliberate harm? Poisonous knowledge? Songshur sneered. If common knowledge can be considered poisonous, then your standards are indeed quite low. Is that so? Renata's expression remained unchanged. I don't believe that the 9th-class citizens of the Eastern Republic can escape unscathed after discussing the first-class families. Oh, forgive me. She rubbed her cheek, pulling her lips down. I shouldn't have laughed, sorry, but the words 9th class and citizen came out together, and I just couldn't help it. Songshur chuckled, a competition of who's worse, huh? As they spoke, they both took a step forward. Songshur's senses expanded, casually scanning the area and quickly pinpointing most of the city's restaurants. First, identify all the city's heat sources, then mark those clearly exceeding civilian use. The result would be simple. A pop-up window appeared on Renata's hand, its panel unadorned. As a current Grand Inquisitor, her authority was already extremely high. She was an undisputed figure of imperial prominence. Considering the special nature of the Court of Justice, her authority was even half a level higher than that of other departments and their equivalent personnel. Request submitted. Approved. The next second, all the data about the city known as Shiachi, from the arrival of a missionary to the day before the deadline, was meticulously transmitted into her personal terminal. Restaurant recommendations were naturally included. Going to all this trouble? Songshur raised an eyebrow. The Empire possesses a comprehensive and vast remote support network. Renata selected one, put away her panel, and gestured for the other to follow. This includes cybernetic ghosts and omnics, who have extremely low rest requirements. She turned her head slightly. Even non-human intelligent beings are treated equally by the Empire, as its subjects. As long as you are willing to give everything for the Empire. Faith. Songshur nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Can your unique consensus truly transcend the shackles of race and treat everyone equally? I wait and see. Chapter 696. The restaurant they chose was a small pub. Are faculty members exempt from alcohol? Songsher pulled up a chair and sat down, looking around. The chandelier had been deliberately adjusted to a warm yellowish light, not too bright, giving one a drowsy feeling. A flag hung on the wall, its emblem still Morrigan of prosperity. Theoretically, alcohol is prohibited, but theory often yields to reality. The ordering procedure was on the table, but Renata still rang the bell beside her, choosing to summon a waiter and order manually. You know, most members of the Inquisition have some degree of psychological issues. That's all for now, thank you. She nodded to the waiter, who smiled and left with the menu. Alcohol and nicotine are time-tested stress relievers, Renata said, her fingers interlaced. We fight against calamities in underground tunnels, and slaughter heretics in hidden sanctuaries. We live in anonymity, untouched by the glory of the day, while most of the Empire's citizens fear, no dread us. Yes, from the moment we joined the Inquisition, we swore an oath to dedicate everything to His Majesty and the Empire. However, humans are ultimately highly social beings, even the strongest will has its limits. Simply accumulating pressure cannot crush them, nor should it completely do so. Even if it only creates a slight crack in their hearts, a slight wavering, Renata gestured, against calamities, it will still be a fatal weakness. She concluded. The Inquisition tacitly allows them to use some stress-relieving methods, even if they are slightly outrageous. As they talked, the food was brought over one after another. This pub only served simple meals. Bacon and sausage were piled high on the plates, with a basket of bread beside them. Luckily, the bread was steaming hot, seemingly freshly baked. You could even smell the aroma of wheat if you got close enough. Then came clam chowder with a squeeze of lemon juice. The milky white clams lay in the pale yellow broth, their meat quite plump. There are a few restaurants in the capital that claim to offer authentic Eastern continent cuisine. I eaten there once, the taste was acceptable. Renata picked up her knife and forked a slice of bacon. But I think, if you travel all this way to a foreign land and don't try some local food, but instead go and eat this. She shrugged. I can't say. That's no problem. Songsher also picked up a sausage. It wasn't greasy, but the seasoning was quite salty, at least exceeding the average level of Eastern continent tastes. As for the capital, your dueling culture is prevalent. You could say that everything can be resolved through duels. Songsher chewed a few times forcefully, swallowed the whole sausage, stared at the other person, and uttered a single word, the ring of Solanis. Solanis is a variant of an ancient word in the language system of the Vanpusta Empire, meaning grasped glory. The Empire's highest level and grandest dueling arena, where 5 emperors have walked, stepping over the bones of their brothers and sisters. Renata's lips curled up. Just standing there is an unparalleled glory, with all the holy spirits descending from the heavens, and the one and only great God casting down his gaze. The two did not say whether they should go to the capital. They exchanged a glance, then lowered their heads, and continued eating their dinner. What's the plan next? Don't tell me we're just going to find a place to sleep. Songsher ate relatively slowly. For him now, the practical significance of eating was negligible. Sleep was the same. If needed, he could go a month without closing his eyes, the only cost being slight mental fatigue. Want to experience the Empire's nightlife? You have such things? Songsher narrowed his eyes. Rampant materialism is the breeding ground for disaster. Aren't you all so secretive about it? Knights patrolling all night with chandeliers. You're practically enforcing a curfew. Practically. Renata raised her index finger. You have quite a deep-seated prejudice against the Empire. To be honest, it's not exactly prejudice. Songsher shook his head. You restrict ordinary people's use of the internet, fearing they be overwhelmed by the chaotic information and lose their piety. That's correct, Renata replied. I admit this policy was designed to maintain the purity of faith. But isn't that right? Desire is the driving force to the summit, but also the source of suffering. She shook her head as well. Only a select few can stand at the summit, while most others are merely lured by their desires, crashing headlong into an unattainable, blind goal, only to be battered and shattered. In the past, desire could be suppressed, but now? Renata put down her knife. The internet endlessly amplifies everything without end. We cannot allow that to happen. Don't make your policy of keeping the people ignorant sound so high-sounding, Songsher said calmly. Besides, listen to what you're saying. An unattainable, blind goal. What do you mean by unattainable, and what do you mean by blind? Are you really transcendent? First, if this is considered a policy of keeping the people ignorant, then the corporate alliance would be the most enlightened political entity in all of Terra, Renata said calmly. Unfortunately, from any perspective, this is an absurd conclusion. Second, your questioning of my transcendent status, Renata said. The true meaning of transcendence lies in the climb, not the goal. If simply setting a goal constitutes transcendence, she said calmly, then there are too many transcendences in this world, and they are too worthless. Songshur put down his knife. He had finished eating. Your Majesty is preparing to break through to the seventh ring. That's his goal. We're both transcending. What do you say? How about breaking through to the eighth ring? The eighth ring is too far, the fifth too near. Renata pressed her hands together. Let's tentatively ascend to the throne. An unattainable, blind goal. Songshur downed the last half-glass of beer, wiped his mouth, and said, cherish the present moment. Do you need end-of-life care? Isn't it a bit too early to talk about that now? Renata complained, but her tone was stubbornly unmoved. According to the records, you're quite enthusiastic about end-of-life care. Have you thought about your last words? Of course, I'm talking about yourself. Next. Songshur pushed back his chair and stood up. Siaski is still a bit too young after all. Renata also drank the last bit of her beer. Since we come to our country, we should at least see the Fides Cathedral. As she spoke, a projection appeared out of thin air, with several points of light flashing on it, connecting to form a winding, zigzag line. And the destination of this route is the Van Pusta Empire, the imperial capital. Chapter 697. Fides Cathedral. One of the most prestigious churches in the Van Pusta Empire, built 690 years ago, it was severely damaged in a fire caused by an accident. The emperor of that era subsequently ordered its restoration. A small section of the cathedral remains to this day, these charred ruins serving as a warning from centuries past. The actual truth? Having spent 3 days traveling here, Songshur stopped. The white gold domed buildings in the distance were nestled in the embrace of the mountains, yet even the glimpses revealed were enough to evoke an indescribable sense of solemnity. Fides Cathedral houses the bones of 2 saints, the spear of Aramopa, and several other sacred artifacts, attracting countless pilgrims from afar each year. Songshur looked up and saw the winding mountain path teeming with people. A light drizzle had made the road muddy, but this did nothing to deter the pilgrims. Leaning on wooden canes and carrying enormous backpacks, most of them were covered in dust and grime, clearly having walked for many days. Even their hair was matted together. Yet their eyes were not clouded. Instead, they held a chilling light, and whenever their gaze fell upon a distant building, a hopeful gleam appeared on each face. A fire cannot destroy a cathedral under the Holy Spirit's watchful eye, Renata replied, fine raindrops landing on her face before evaporating with a hiss. The work of the King of Calamities. A priest at the Fides Cathedral succumbed to temptation, and secretly fell into the clutches of the tyrant. The tyrant used him as a medium to project a portion of his power onto reality. The bishop of Fides Cathedral hastily engaged in battle. Although he ultimately banished his opponent, he himself was severely injured, and Fides Cathedral was nearly reduced to ashes. Tyrant Ognius. Songshur naturally knew who this referred to. The Van Pusta Empire had worshipped for nearly 2,000 years. From this vast ocean of faith, formed by countless streams, 6 holy spirits were born, as well as 3 kings of calamity. And as psionic entities, the latter were significantly stronger than the former. No, considerably stronger. Each king of calamity possessed terrifying power, ranking high even within the 5th ring. Or rather, it was precisely this psionic energy that allowed them to stand out from all other psionic entities, becoming the only 3 remaining kings of calamity. Tyrant Ognius was one of them. Unfortunately, as psionic entities born of faith, their inherent nature is limited. Coupled with the Van Pusta Empire's unwavering vigilance and fear of being killed by the Emperor, these 3 kings of calamity almost never intervene in reality, remaining hidden in the calamity realm, a virtual world similar to the abyss. They are more accustomed to indirectly interfering in reality. The fallen priest mentioned by Renata is a prime example. Even so, the power personally unleashed by the tyrant Ognius meant that the priest wielding it possessed at least the combat strength of a 4th-ring psychic. And the bishop who successfully exiled him was clearly also a 4th-ring psychic. With 2 psychics of this level going all out, Songshur's only question was how the Fides Cathedral and the surrounding area of several dozen miles could still retain their approximate outline. What you see now, the Fides Cathedral and all this, Renata pointed to the mountains at her feet and around her, is all restored. The bishop, using the power of faith accumulated at the Fides Cathedral, did his best to contain the aftermath of the war, so the outcome wasn't as severe as you imagine. At least it didn't affect the nearest city. But it's still a calamity. She gently shook her head. Remember the town we came from? The one at the foot of the mountain. It was razed to the ground along with the mountains, and over 25,000 people perished. The town we see now was rebuilt later. But this is an unacknowledged calamity. Songshur squatted down, slowly grabbing a handful of soil. The warmth in his palm vanished in an instant. The rain-soaked soil dried instantly, turning into dust that seeped through his fingers. The premise of denial is existence. You and the calamity are like light and shadow, two sides of the same coin, inseparable. If you want to criticize someone's mistake, the premise is that the other person has already made a mistake. Therefore, from the moment the calamity was born, the Van Pusta Empire was destined to be unable to eradicate it completely, unless they abandon the path of faith. The more they deny it, the more it proves the calamity's existence. However, while complete eradication is impossible, denial remains an effective way to weaken the calamity, reducing its influence in reality and indirectly weakening it. This is why, throughout history, calamities have always strived to accomplish grand and spectacular feats. Destroying a historic, renowned cathedral that even housed numerous sacred relics, this is undoubtedly a momentous event. If this were to actually happen, it would likely alarm most of the empire, and countless people would speak of tyrant Augustus. This is absolutely unacceptable, Songshur thought to himself. Back then, the bishop, with the power of faith accumulated by the Fides Cathedral, could have saved some people if he had wanted to. But compared to reducing the influence of a calamity king, the lives of 25,000 were insignificant, so he chose to focus all his efforts on containing the aftermath of the war to avoid making the conflict too large. For the same reason, after the war ended, the empire sealed off the Fides Cathedral and its surrounding area, and, with the powerful abilities of high-ranking psionicists, reconstructed the ravaged terrain, restoring it to its original state. As for the great battle that took place here, and the 25,000 people in the small town at the foot of the mountain, they became unrecognized, unrecorded pseudo-history, submerged in the river of time. The above is all his speculation based on his understanding of the Van Pusta Empire. It's basically true. Renata didn't deny it. Internally, we call this event the Wrath of Tyranny, and it involves the Fides Cathedral and the King of Calamities. Its secrecy level is extremely high. Very little known, she said. The rain showed no sign of letting up. Instead, it gradually intensified. The drizzle had quickly turned into a pattering downpour. With the glass viewpoint always open, Songshur could see everything clearly, down to the smallest detail. Despite the increasing rain, the pilgrims showed no signs of fatigue or anger. On the contrary, they seemed invigorated, as if they were undergoing some kind of test from heaven. The Fides Cathedral is far from the city, in a remote location. Those who are willing to settle permanently in the town at its foot are the most devout believers. Songshur gazed at them. The empire will forever remember their sacrifice. Renata shook her head, then nodded, her tone solemn, yet her eyes held an unwavering calm. Sacrifice exists in the past. From the very first baptism, every citizen of the empire was prepared to sacrifice. I am a citizen of the empire. Chapter 698. The Fides Cathedral sits atop a mountain, surrounded by undulating peaks. From above, it resembles a jewel in a crown. The paths leading up the mountain are all dirt tracks. Traversed by countless people over hundreds of years, they are usually quite sturdy and reassuring to walk on. However, no matter how sturdy, it is still just a dirt path. As the rain intensifies, the path becomes muddy, making each step a laborious effort. The Empire's attitude towards implanting prosthetics on civilians falls somewhere between the Eastern Continent Republic and the Corporate Alliance. It doesn't tightly control every prosthetic channel like the former, nor does it abuse them to the point of wishing everyone had 3 heads and 6 arms. Therefore, after a quick scan, it was clear that most of the believers climbing the mountain had some form of prosthetic implant, and many had even had legs and hands replaced. However, they didn't use them. Unless absolutely necessary, such as when their original lungs were removed, and they were currently relying entirely on implanted artificial lungs for breathing. Not a single believer would use prosthetics to make the journey easier. Even those whose legs had been replaced with prosthetics deliberately deactivated most of the prostheses, leaving them in a state that provides only the minimum basic mobility. Songshur could see the elderly man, his hair and beard gray, his face deeply lined, silently pulling his prosthetic leg out of the mud bit by bit, then raising his head and continuing his ascent towards the summit. Pilgrimage is about following the path in one's heart, not merely traversing thorny and perilous trails. If the two of them wanted, they could reach the Fides Cathedral in a single breath, but neither of them did. At this moment, Renata seemed to suddenly become an ordinary person, also trudging along the muddy mountain path, letting the mud soak her boots. It's just too difficult. Even with her physical abilities deliberately reduced, Renata still appeared quite relaxed. The power-generating techniques she had learned under her mentors in the Inquisition, when she was far less powerful, reappeared in her, Even devout believers who have practiced day after day, year after year, for thousands of days and nights, may not be able to see their own hearts clearly, nor understand the true meaning of the doctrine. So we must provide external assistance, hoping they can see more clearly. These? She looked at the mountain path, the shimmering water flowing down the gullies in the soil, and sighed softly, are means, not ends. As she spoke, Renata didn't activate her soundproofing field as before. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, at least loud enough for the nearest believers to hear. Most of them ignored her, silently continuing on their way. The only one who turned around stared at Renata for a few seconds before looking away. She said nothing. Songsher didn't fly, nor did he raise his hand to create a localized weather phenomenon, turning rain into sunshine. He maintained the same physiological functions as an ordinary person. However, unlike Renata, with each step he took, a fleeting spark of fire would appear beneath his feet, burning away the mud. After walking dozens, even hundreds of steps, his appearance remained the same as at the foot of the mountain, standing out starkly against his surroundings. A small problem, Songsher casually remarked. How do you resupply here? The church isn't small, housing at least several hundred people, but you built such terrible roads that normal trucks can't get up here. Don't tell me you just haul them up in off-road vehicles, or even use shuttles for airlifts. Songsher casually traced a line of rain with his index finger. While others are on pilgrimage, you're enjoying yourselves. You're being far too malicious, Renata said, walking ahead with her hands behind her back, not even turning her head. Only her unhurried voice drifted over. From the very first day the Fides Cathedral was built, they prepared a list of supplies in advance, had people buy them, and transport them down the mountain, and then had the clergy carry them up themselves. It's better now. Many have implanted prosthetics, so carrying them isn't difficult, Renata said leisurely. 300 years ago, these people had to carry them by hand. By hand? Songsher said, oh. There are quite a few psionicists in the cathedral. If they wanted to, any high-ranking transcendents could easily carry them all at once. First, the function of transcendence isn't to be a porter. Renata still didn't turn around. Songsher saw a waving index finger, then the middle finger. Second, mutual assistance and cooperation. It's clearly written in the doctrine, and one person transports it all at once. How can the other clergy accept that? As he spoke, the mountain slope gradually flattened, and the road began to take on a different color. The marble-paved road stretched towards the horizon, crawling before the massive white rock archway. The Fides Cathedral was so close. When Songsher first arrived at the foot of the mountain, the environment was still very dark, like an endless night. By the time he reached this point, dawn was breaking, a pale white sliver emerging from the sea of clouds, growing larger and larger, slowly sweeping across the mountains. The morning mist no longer seemed so cold. Even the most silent believers couldn't contain their gazes at this moment. It was a light like an inextinguishable flame. Many people's faces were streaked with water, indistinguishable between rain and tears. Some even knelt down, kissing the entrance to the marble road. They remained bowed and motionless for a long time, as if merging their entire being with the place, until the bronze flamingo statues lining the path uttered their first cry. Only then did they slowly rise and continue on their way. Change began from that moment. Walking on the stone steps, with each step taken by the believers from all directions, an invisible heat rose from beneath their feet, drying their soaked clothes. As the temperature rose, the lips of some, pale with cold, visibly regained their color. Even the mud on the believers' feet dried, the mud hardening and cracking. The invisible heat created an invisible warm wind, carrying the soil back to the distant mountains. By the time they reached the end, they would probably be spotless. The bronze flamingo statues standing by the roadside raised their heads, each with a different posture. As more and more believers arrived, and the heat became increasingly concentrated, the surfaces of these statues gradually turned a blood-red color, as if all the flamingos were about to come alive. The Holy Spirit Akinaro's the eternal flame favorite animal is the flamingo. Renata examined one of the flamingos, its posture suggesting it was about to take flight. We're now walking along the famous path of purification at the Fides Cathedral. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Fides Cathedral primarily worships the Holy Spirit, Akinaro's the eternal flame. Temperature-sensitive material. Songsher walked to another flamingo, patting its head. The touch was warm, even slightly hot. But the texture was definitely metallic, not the flexible screen he had initially guessed, which periodically played videos of blood-red feathers. I think you're thinking something extremely blasphemous. Renata turned her head and glanced at him. Is it the judge's radar on your forehead that's buzzing? Songsher didn't even look up. Temperature-sensitive materials, meaning materials whose properties change with temperature are what cause these lifelike flamingos to change color. This type of material was incorporated during their creation. As for the specific materials used, he didn't know. Material science is vast and complex, full of strange and varied things. He chatted with researchers in the Enlightened One's technical department before, and they said the discipline was extremely specialized, with each group like a completely different world. It didn't matter anymore. The omnipresent heat rose, as if to offer a warm embrace, just like he had to every believer before. Then Songsha refused. A new, completely different heat rose from the youth, forming a field that separated heaven and earth. He stopped looking at the flamingos and continued on the path of purification. Psionic energy. The flamingo statue's color change could be explained by material science, but the heat permeating this path of purification wasn't from underground heating pipes or anything like that. Songsha could sense that the entire road was paved with pure, unadulterated marble, and the source of this heat was clearly psionic energy. Holy Spirit, Eternal Burning Arcaneros. This title surfaced in Songsha's mind. A powerful psionicist's mere existence was enough to change many things. Just like himself, although he usually concealed his psionic energy, unless he completely suppressed it, staying in one place for a long time would inevitably cause changes there. Even excluding extreme cases like becoming scorched earth, just a few degrees increase in the local average temperature would still be a devastating blow to the local ecosystem. Many of the so-called blessed lands of ancient eastern continent were not naturally formed but artificially created. One classic reason is that high-level psychics would find a place to cultivate in seclusion, failing to properly contain their spiritual energy. Upon emerging after an unknown period, they would find they had permanently altered the environment. Most of these were great sources. The Psionics Cathedral, as a religious sanctuary dedicated to eternally burning Arcaneros, has been devoutly worshipped day and night for centuries, accumulating immeasurable power of faith. This essentially redundant spiritual energy has altered the local climate. Suddenly, the views seemed to rise to the heavens. Looking down from the sky, the magnificent Psionics Cathedral shrank to a tiny dot on the earth. Then, the earth itself, the backdrop, vanished, leaving only a dazzling star. Your beacon of faith sequence. Songsha reopened his eyes, withdrawing his senses. Where does the Psionics Cathedral rank among them? Rank? What? Renata repeated. Faith isn't something you can put a price tag on. Come on, you sold plenty of indulgent scrolls. Songsha retorted bluntly. Speak plainly. All right. Renata readily complied, shrugging. Just to clarify, beacons of faith aren't just religious buildings. Adding them all together, the Psionics Cathedral, well, it's probably in the top 20. The top 20 beacons of faith were almost destroyed by the calamity. Songsha put his hands in his pockets. What should I say? Let me share a little bit of knowledge. Listen carefully, this is something church schools and the Loyal Air Academy don't teach. Renata wagged her index finger. In the history of the Empire, the top 10 beacons of faith have been destroyed. You're quite smug, aren't you? Songsha finally spoke after a few seconds. Just answering the truth. Where did you get that smugness from? Renata retorted, her expression unchanged. Even though it's not acknowledged, not recorded, you still have to remember it in your heart. She tapped her chest. One can't deceive one's own heart. At the end of the path of purification, after climbing the last step, a vast circular plaza appeared before them. It was hard to imagine why such a vast space existed atop the mountain. Conservatively estimated, it was larger than 3 football fields, making one wonder if the plaza's builders had forcibly leveled a section of the mountain to create enough space. Burning marble columns surrounded the plaza. Legend has it that the flames they carried have never gone out since the first day the Psionics Cathedral was built, a legend deeply believed by the people. This was also the last point before officially entering the Psionics Cathedral. Or rather, it was supposed to be like this. When Songsha arrived here, the plaza was already crowded with people. Among them were the elderly, the young, the strong, the women, the ragged and destitute, the foreign priests in their linen robes, and the nobles in their finery, their fingers adorned with jewels. Regardless of their social status or background, they all stood here. The sky brightened completely, the morning light engulfing the earth. Although thousands had gathered, and that number was slowly but steadily increasing, the entire square was deathly silent. No one spoke, only the faint, quiet crackling of flames filled the air. Except for one person. A long robe embroidered with sun patterns slowly trailed across the ground. An old man approached from the high platform of the square. His hair was completely white, his face deeply lined with wrinkles. He was so old that if you showed his photograph to anyone, no one could confidently say, "You're not old yet." Yet anyone who came here and saw the old man with their own eyes could say this with absolute certainty. Beneath rough, brown-spotted eyelids were a pair of eyes that seemed to burn like flames. They radiated a chilling vitality, like fuel burning with all its might. Only death could extinguish its flames. The current bishop of the Fides Cathedral, a living saint appointed by the Imperial State Church, recognized by the Supreme Emperor, a symbol in the hearts of countless mortals, a moving miracle. Upton O'Neill. The old man held a forked brass staff, his gaze slowly sweeping across the faces of every believer present, pausing for no one for even a second longer or shorter. Even the true face of Renata and Song Shi, who activated the field and rejected the cathedral's heat, could not make his gaze linger. The old man's gaze first stopped before him. A rectangular bronze container, more than enough to hold one person. It was a bronze coffin. A weary, aged woman lay inside, her eyes tightly shut, her lips already tinged with blue. Upton O'Neill slowly grasped his brass staff and tapped it on the ground. We gather here today not to mourn the souls that have returned to heaven, but to offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the Most High for the servants who have been called by the Lord. Chapter 699. Then no one bowed their heads anymore. Everyone raised their heads and straightened their chests. Amanda Margaret, remember this name. There were no loudspeakers, yet the old woman's voice inexplicably resounded throughout the entire square, echoing in everyone's ears. Her eldest son died in battle against heretics. Her second son was an excellent firefighter, sacrificing himself in a fire rescue. Her husband also gave his precious life for the Empire, as a soldier of the 7th Legion. At this moment, a group of priests wearing gold and red masks filed out and also stood on the platform. They carried torches, forming 2 rows, and then a priest carrying an iron tray approached and knelt beside the old woman. The old woman extended her index and middle fingers and scooped out white ointment from the iron tray. Indeed, the flesh, like harvested wheat in the field, must decay and return to dust, but the soul, redeemed by the precious blood of the Holy Spirit, will be crowned with immortal glory. Our Amanda Margaret has crossed the valley of death, and now stands on the banks of the eternal river flowing with milk and honey, seeing the Lord's face with a radiance surpassing 1,000 sunrises. His index and middle fingers, stained with ointment, slowly glided over every inch of the bronze coffin, making it gleam in the morning light. Finally, the ointment, representing grace, was applied to the woman's brow. Let us wipe away the tears from our cheeks. For the Lord himself promised, I am the resurrection and the life, whoever believes in me, though they die, shall live. The old man's rough hands gently touched the woman's face, opening her eyes, which had been closed all her life. The people in the square cried out in unison, we will meet again on the sea of glass, never to be separated again. The sounds, which should have been chaotic, became astonishingly unified at this moment, transforming into a solemn and low chant. The old man fell silent. He struck his bronze staff a second time. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, golden flames erupted from the platform beneath the bronze coffin, almost engulfing the entire coffin. From a distance, it resembled a blooming flower, lifting the coffin into the sky. Seeing this, even at the crucial moment of Mass, the crowd in the square couldn't help but stir. In a sense, a miracle was being revealed to the people through the hands of a living saint personally administering a Mass. The flames that appeared out of thin air showed no sign of stopping. Instead, they intensified, blooming completely, yet the bronze coffin remained completely still, enduring the scorching golden flames. If someone were standing at a higher vantage point looking down, they could clearly see what was happening inside the coffin. The woman was burning. First, the petals that covered her body, picked at dawn, burst into flames. Then came the woman's simple clothes, and finally, her corpse itself. There was no pain, no ugliness. It was more like witnessing a burning tissue, watching the drifting flame slowly spread, engulfing the paper. The woman's entire body was gradually swallowed by gold. No ash or black smoke rose, no sizzling smell of burning fat. She simply burned, like a sacred sacrifice. The old man gazed silently at the woman until her last vestige of body was consumed, leaving not a trace in the world. Amanda Margaret was a follower of the eternally burning Arcaneros. Renata whispered in an inconspicuous corner of the square. That's why she chose the form of fire for her Mass. You know her? Song Shi looked at the platform. No, at least 10 minutes ago, I didn't know her. Renata slowly shook her head. But I've seen many things like this, and I can roughly guess the cause and effect. 10 minutes ago? Song Shi said. Do you know her now? Yes, I know her now. Renata said softly. I remember her now. Song Shi nodded. Renata raised her head and suddenly began to sing. It was a melody Songshur had never heard before, melodious yet carrying a subtle sadness. It suddenly floated across the solemn square, not seeming out of place, but rather blending in. Hymns and recitations are basic skills for clergy, and Renata was undoubtedly one of the best. At least Songshur, who was closest, couldn't detect anything wrong with her based on his own musical knowledge. On the contrary, even Songshur had to admit that she seemed to sing quite well. Some people were stunned. Some couldn't help but turn around, trying to find out who was singing. Some people, after their initial hesitation, joined in. Many new, distinct voices joined in, making the singing sound chaotic, but that didn't matter. After a long time, long enough for Renata to have stopped singing, the last wisp of music in the square finally faded away. "What's the name of this song?" Songshur didn't sing along, he just listened and then asked. Renata nodded, "Guess." "Don't tell me after that." As the woman turned to ashes and ascended to heaven, the mass came to an end. The old man turned and walked towards the church, while the accompanying clergy stepped forward one by one to lift the bronze coffin and carry it back to the Fides Cathedral. The gathered believers dispersed as well. Some lingered in the square, eyes wide, as if trying to imprint everything deeply into their hearts. Others, with barely suppressed fervor, seemed to run, yet also, as if sensing something amiss, turned to walking, their postures incredibly awkward, but none drew laughter. According to doctrine, citizens of the empire must participate in at least 3 pilgrimages in their lifetime, Songshur said, following the flow of people towards the church. The latter surveyed their surroundings and commented, "This is a crucial step in proving your devout faith." Therefore, for a long time, nobles considered it an honor to have their descendants participate in the pilgrimage, as it accumulated a great deal of prestige. "Did you forget to mention the other half?" "The other half?" Renata asked curiously. "I seem to remember." Songshur stepped aside to the right to avoid being bumped into by a bearded man who was so focused on the church that he wasn't even looking where he was going. "There are nobles who take pride in sending their daughters to convents, saving a large sum of money? While there are indeed cases where the noble himself is devout, or whose daughter voluntarily joins a convent out of faith," Renata nodded. "But I admit you're right. Gentlemen, please come this way." A calm voice came from behind, and a middle-aged man in a white robe embroidered with gold thread stood beneath the heavy doorway, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 people in the crowd. His tone was respectful. "Bishop O'Neill is waiting. He invites you both to come for a talk." Songshur noticed the way the man looked at him. No, it should be said, the way he looked at Renata. There was no fear in his eyes. This was abnormal. To be employed at a religious holy site like the Fides Cathedral, and to be qualified to relay messages for a living saint, the person in question must be of a very high status. If he were to be transferred to a local diocese, securing the position of bishop of a city would not be a problem. But for the Court of Justice, this meant nothing. The Court of Justice oversees trials of psychic entities, heretics, and religious groups within the empire. Independent of other departments, it is almost exclusively under the command of the living God on the throne, acting with impunity and employing ruthless methods both internally and externally throughout history. Not to mention the man before her, even the cardinals, representing the core of the state religion's power, have been imprisoned by the Court of Justice in its history. For the people of the empire, encountering the Court of Justice is like a corporate alliance encountering a tax audit by dark crystal credit, a mouse before a cat, utterly terrified. Historically, there have even been figures of saintly stature who directly expressed their dissatisfaction with the Court of Justice's cruelty. Renata was now showing her true face, and the other party definitely recognized this Grand Inquisitor, yet instead of fear, he revealed respect. "Please lead the way." Renata nodded slightly. The other party turned and led the way. He entered through a secluded, small door, yet, befitting the religious sanctuary at the end of a pilgrimage, even an inconspicuous passageway exuded solemnity. Morning light streamed through the mosaic glass, refracting countless dappled patterns of light, flanked by meticulously carved reliefs of angels, saints, and scepters. However, more than the intricate and beautiful scenery, something else caught Songshur's attention. As he ventured deeper into the church, the feeling of confinement intensified. It was a far stronger sense of confinement than before on the path of purification, in the plaza. A power permeated the church's environment, inevitably suppressing any visitor. The power of faith, refined and refined over time, permeated the Fides Cathedral. Thousands of years ago, the Eastern continent's application of the power of faith was unparalleled in Terra, but with the changing times, this path gradually waned in the East. The Van Pusta Empire, however, steadfastly followed this path from beginning to end. Now, when it comes to utilizing the power of faith, The Empire is undisputed the leader on Terra, Songshur thought to himself. From this perspective, besides the Van Pusta Empire, Zinlasana is already a leading figure in Terra's faith movement. The priest leading the way stopped. He opened the door, nodded to the two in turn, and then made way. Songshur didn't waste any words, and went straight inside. This was a side hall of the Fides Cathedral, empty, and almost devoid of any facilities. Beneath the glass dome, before a huge sculpture, stood an elderly man in a long robe. It was none other than Upton O'Neill, the living saint, who had presided over Mass not long ago. "Long time no see," the old man said slowly. "Renata." 1 year and 2 months, Renata stated the exact time, nodding slightly to the old man. "It seems you're in quite good health." "From the day I was baptized, everything I own no longer belongs to me," the old man replied. "I must dedicate my whole heart and soul to the Empire, and not squander myself." "A small question. Is the relationship between the living saint and the Inquisition really that good?" An untimely voice chimed in. Songshur crossed his arms. "Personal feelings are unnecessary to the Inquisition. I remember you saying that, right? Would it be useful to hold one now?" "Nando, Songshur," the old man's gaze shifted to the young man. "I heard of you. Positive or negative?" Songshur raised an eyebrow. "Positive," the other replied. "You shattered a part of the company's endless desires, saving many from the purgatory of consumerism and cybernetics." Songshur hesitated for a moment, pondering for several seconds before finally saying, "But?" "There are no buts." The old man shook his head. "You done enough, impeccable, even with limitations, but that's not your problem." Songshur smiled. "Then I think I know what you're going to say. Because you have no faith. Because the corporate alliance has no faith." The old man remained unmoved, slowly saying, "You shattered people's purgatory, sending them into a vast and dark sea. You haven't given them a new lighthouse, no guiding candle, so one day, they will be swallowed by the sea again, falling into a new purgatory." "All right," feedback received. Songshur sighed. "Okay, no problem, Faith." No anger or sorrow flickered in the old man's eyes. He simply gazed calmly at the young man, as if looking at a lost lamb. "It's not just a simple personal relationship." He then answered the young man's initial question, "It seems." Renata smiled and interjected, "Friendly reminder, reports against faculty members are usually handled by the Inquisition. And another friendly reminder, I am one of the current Grand Inquisitors. It seems Renata didn't tell you." The old man paused, as if he hadn't heard. "She retrieved the relics and 550 souls for the Fides Cathedral." "Retrieved? Relics and souls?" Songshur narrowed his eyes, a flood of information rushing through his mind, then instantly arriving at a conclusion. "The King of Calamity's tyrant Ognius? After all, it's no fun just talking to yourself." Renata shrugged. "It really coveted me, harassing me several times, so I made a bet with it before. If I can win 7 consecutive matches at its feast, I can reclaim the relic it stole from the Fides Cathedral. A saint's skull, if I had to say, something more symbolic than practical." Judge Renata used herself as a bargaining chip, forcing Augustus to stake that relic and 550 souls. For the first time, a deep compassion surfaced in the old man's burning pupils. "She accomplished what we couldn't, completed the salvation we couldn't complete." Songshur exhaled. For ordinary people, soul is merely a vague, ambiguous existence. But for the people of the Van Pusta Empire, nurtured by 2,000 years of faith, their soul is no longer a vague metaphor, but a tangible reality. "The souls of the people in that town," Songshur said slowly. "Most were killed instantly by the aftershocks of the battle, their souls torn to shreds on the spot," Renata sighed. "But Ognius managed to seize the opportunity and take some. You were right before, they were almost all devout believers, the most tempting treasure for the Calamity. When I bet with it, only the last 550 remained." A few seconds later, the young man's voice rang out. "To be honest, I originally thought that when the living saint, representing the light, and the Grand Inquisitor, representing the dark side, met, they would at least fight a bit, to determine whose faith held more authority. I must admit, this turned out to be unexpected." "Well done, Renata. But since I'm already here." Crimson gold flame silently appeared, surrounding Songshur. "The living saint who believes in the Holy Spirit eternal burning Arcaneros. How about I test your fire?" Chapter 700. The living saint's face remained expressionless, devoid of joy or sorrow. Upton O'Neill said. "Good." Agreement was reached at this moment. The old man abruptly slammed his forked bronze staff. In an instant, something changed in this side hall. The power of faith, which had previously manifested as heat, suddenly surged into a frenzy, transforming warmth into intense heat, as if someone had thrown this church into a purgatory filled with lava and fire. And on the altar at the back, a statue several meters tall, a winged humanoid figure constructed from obsidian and flowing lava. Golden flames erupted from the joints of this eternally burning Arcaneros, Holy Spirit statue, transforming into encircling rivers of fire. A rotating core of fire ignited in its chest, and its head trembled slightly, as if it were about to come alive. But it was still about to. It seemed poised to step down from the altar at any moment, yet this step remained frozen, unable to descend completely. Someone timely offered a step. Psionic energy from the fourth ring great source manifested from the old man, resonating almost seamlessly with the Holy Spirit statue in less than 1,000th of a second. The former's aura surged within this resonance. A symbol in the hearts of countless mortals, a miracle of divine intervention, a promise granted by the gods. This is the meaning represented by the title Living Saint. Its conferment depends on the sincerity of faith, the accomplishments achieved, and also on strength. Generally speaking, the last point carries less weight in the selection of living saints than the first two, but only relatively. Since the second millennium of the Van Pusta Empire, no living saint has fallen below the fourth ring. Upton O'Neill, one of the current living saints, is a great source at the mid-fourth ring. Through the power of faith and resonance with the Holy Spirit, his psionic energy, right here in the Fidus Cathedral, has surged to a level equivalent to the peak of the fourth ring. That is, he has briefly reached my level. Excellent. Songsher grinned, his eyes suddenly brightening. As expected? If someone ranked among the top 20 beacons of faith, and a conferred living saint, couldn't even achieve this, then the 1,000-year faith of the Van Pusta Empire would be a joke. Golden flames erupted. No longer just a descriptive term for the spirit as before, Upton O'Neill's eyes truly burned, an astonishing light blazing forth, almost turning his pupils into two miniature suns. Even direct eye contact was forbidden. The old man's path to the great source was also flame. It was unclear whether he had chosen this path himself, or if he had been influenced by Akinaros the eternal flame, most likely the latter. Your thoughts are erroneous. The old man's voice underwent a subtle change, as if two voices had overlapped, or like a massive pipe organ vibrating in unison, echoing endlessly from the church. You Eastern Continent people categorize the great source as an image. It's also thunder. Some see the destruction of all things, while others see the revival of life and spring. The old man's words transformed into perfect, standard Eastern Continent dialect, before shifting back to imperial language. He spoke slowly and deliberately. It wasn't the Holy Spirit who influenced me, but rather I who chose the Holy Spirit. Lenata had somehow moved to the edge. She observed with interest the two completely different flames confronting each other, one hand resting on the ceremonial sword at her waist, poised to strike at any moment. Her target wasn't the two inside, but rather the area surrounding them. For two peak fourth ring great source cultivators to fight, especially in an indoor space so small to them, could easily lead to a repeat of the tyrannical wrath incident, reducing the Fidus Cathedral to ashes and forcing its reconstruction. Naturally, both sides should be aware of this, and have consciously restrained their psionic energy, so it's unlikely to escalate to that extent. But to pin their hopes on someone else's understanding, that would be a bit of a joke. Heat, enough to easily incinerate steel, surged forth in a devastating wave. After Upton O'Neill resonated with the Holy Spirit, the previously tranquil power of faith within the Fidus Cathedral erupted like a spark falling into a sea of fire, boiling wildly, and displaying its sacred majesty to the blasphemer. Even though the old man had deliberately restrained himself, trying not to affect other areas, a nun pruning branches in the iris garden behind the temple stumbled. In the dark confessional, the priest listening to believers' confession suddenly fell silent. Steam rose from the surface of the granite fountain, and the pilgrims nearby looked up in surprise, noticing that the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen slightly. It wasn't an illusion. Someone glanced at their status bar, and the implanted device, serving a physiological function, faithfully provided the information, showing that the ambient temperature had indeed increased by about 4 degrees. It must be because of the mass just now, he thought to himself. Truly worthy of being called a living saint of this world, able to change the environment with just a word or action. Is this not a miracle? At this very moment, is the great Holy Spirit watching him, and at the source of this heat. The overwhelming golden flames completely altered reality. The once empty temple was engulfed in flames, and in a trance, it seemed as if hundreds or thousands of people were simultaneously singing hymns. From the echoing, low melody, the illusory outlines of churches were sketched by the flames, transforming into a magnificent holy mountain eternally flowing with the river of the sun. This is the world, in the doctrine of the state religion, inhabited by the Holy Spirit Arcaneros, the eternal burner, a place without night, the eternally burning Corona constellation surrounded by 7 suns. Indeed, psionic art, Corona constellation. Songshur did not draw his heavy slayer. The essence of Corona is also a setup. The moment the opponent unleashed it, Songshur discerned the imagery. This psionic technique, born from the Holy Spirit world, has 2 sides. The surface is the sun, and the inner is heavenly fire. Just like the eternally burning Arcaneros, it brings sunlight, warmth, and forging to the people of the Empire, but also brings the most intense heavenly fire to the Empire's enemies. If it were anywhere else, it would be easier. He has plenty of ways to break Corona. But right now, located at the Fidus Cathedral, a beacon of faith, the opponent has a huge geographical advantage over the years, making the effect of Corona exponentially amplified. He can still break it. However, the commotion would reduce the Fidus Cathedral to ashes. He raised his hand. Psionic technique, boundless. Self-contained world, pseudo.